Chapter 1. The Godfather traverses into the childhood of the Demon Lord. With profound sorrow, we announce the passing of the esteemed chairman of Tianhai Rongchuan Group, the legendary Godfather Chu Tian, who succumbed to brain cancer and various ailments. In response, the nation urgently convened top medical experts for an overnight consultation, but despite their efforts, Chu Tian was declared brain dead at 5 o'clock on April 3rd. On April 3rd, 2018, the official announcement from Long Country reverberated through the internet, spreading like wildfire across the globe. That day, the world was shaken. In the Eagle Nation, a nationwide internet blackout was declared for 3 days of mourning. In the Iron Nation, an army of steel sounded its guns in a continuous salute for 3 days. It was said that a renowned iron-willed man was confined to his room, and someone heard cries emanating from within. In the land of the sun never sets, a royal princess voluntarily leapt into the sea to accompany him in death. After brain death, Chu Tian felt as if he were engulfed by an endless darkness, akin to a tide sweeping over him faintly. He could hear the distant cries of grief. A sigh escaped Chu Tian's heart. If only he had another 20 years, he wished to sit atop a rocket and personally explore Saturn, to gaze into the cosmos and ascertain the existence of extraterrestrial beings. After all, on this planet, aside from the afflictions of illness, nothing else could trouble him. Amidst the haze, a tender and fiery voice suddenly pierced through the darkness. Chu Tian, I command you right now, immediately go back and fetch the fruit of the sacred vein flower for me. How audacious for a woman to dare to command him. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Tian opened his eyes and beheld that he was atop a mountain, surrounded by floating white clouds, seemingly within reach if he stretched out his hand. Before him stood a young girl clad in a pale white dress, with rosy lips and white teeth, appearing to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Despite her youthful visage, traces of extraordinary beauty were already evident. Her porcelain-like face was ablaze with anger. Seeing Chu Tian's apparent confusion only fueled her fury as she exclaimed, Chu Tian, you fool! I have told you time and again, Yi Fan saved my life, and I intend to repay him with everything I have. As my fiancé, you should wholeheartedly assist me in this endeavor. Moreover, Yi Fan's situation is so pitiable he was born into suffering, his meridian shattered. Only the sacred vein flower holds the promise of restoration. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Return at once. I do not care what means you employ, you must bring me the fruit of the sacred vein flower, or I shall cease to acknowledge you henceforth. Compassion? Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Such a concept was indeed rare. It had been a long time since anyone had uttered those 3 words to him. At his level, interactions were governed by the exchange of interests. To invoke compassion would surely invite ridicule. It was a notion reserved for children. Yet, who was this little girl before him? His fiancée? As Chu Tian lowered his gaze, he was astonished to discover that his own body had transformed into that of a child, clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, resembling her age of 8 or 9 years. So, he truly was a child now. It appeared as though he had traversed into another realm entirely. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. I have actually traversed into a novel? The Heavenly Xian Emperor, the Great Hatred Demon Lord, Chu Tian the Celestial Emperor, Yi Fan the Holy Heavenly Goddess, Lu Yun. Chu Tian murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Even as a patriarch who navigated both the light and dark realms and established a colossal commercial empire, he once experienced a phase of youthful fantasy. During his high school years, he was captivated by a rather cliched novel titled Celestial Emperor, which kept him awake for 3 consecutive nights, engrossed in its narrative. That was a long time ago. Yet, the memories linger vividly, having traversed numerous trials. He often found solace in the quiet of night, reflecting on those passionate youthful days, reminiscing about his own moments of innocence. The identity he now inhabits in this rebirth is that of a notorious antagonistic character who pervades the narrative of the unfinished novel Celestial Emperor, the Great Hatred Demon Lord, Chu Tian, in his youth. To have transmigrated into such a tragic figure, his entire family slaughtered, his fiancée betraying him, entangled with the son of destiny, Yi Fan, stripped of everything, ultimately succumbing to despair and embracing the demonic path, adopting the moniker of the Great Hatred Demon Lord, only to be relentlessly hunted by the sects of the entire Hung Tian continent. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. In the storyline, this great hatred demon lord, Chu Tian, is undoubtedly the most tragic character of all. Born with a golden key, his father is the Celestial Emperor, one of the mightiest beings in Hung Tian continent, and the vice master of the Holy Heavenly Sect. The Holy Heavenly Sect stands as one of the 7 premier sects of Hung Tian continent. The Chu family is the founding lineage of the Holy Heavenly Sect, boasting a legacy that spans 1,000,000 years. This current generation marks the pinnacle of the Chu family's glory. His father, Chu Tian, married a divine maiden from the ancient sword god clan, breaking through to the Celestial Emperor level and reaching the zenith of his life. After siring 3 daughters, he finally bore Chu Tian, the sole male heir. Chu Tian, from birth, awakened the supreme physique known as the Chaos Demon Body, causing a stir throughout Hung Tian continent, heralded as the greatest prodigy in its history. The lady before him is Lu Yun, his betrothed, possessing an innate Dao physique and exceptional talent. However, despite her unparalleled gifts and background, as the antagonist opposing the protagonist in the novel, the original owner's fate is exceedingly grim. Yet, it must be noted that among various antagonists in novels, the original owner is rather distinguished, with a formidable background and a narrative arc that nearly spans the entire tale, ultimately surviving due to the author's unfinished work. Although I have committed numerous misdeeds, the divine still favors me. At the very least, I have been reborn. Chu Tian mused to himself. Having endured countless tempests and trials of life and death, few things could still stir him. His expression swiftly returned to calm when suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have bound the Super Plunder system. By seizing everything from the Son of Destiny, you shall receive rewards of fate. Chapter 2. An invincible background, extraordinary talent. What justifies this? Do not be overly concerned or disheartened, dear host, a gentle feminine voice softly reassured. The purpose of this system is to aid you in overcoming the favored children of fate, guiding you to the pinnacle of life, and ultimately becoming the one true child of destiny. You have been rewarded with a transcendent package, 1 volume of the chaotic creation scripture, a heavenly emperor's descent talisman, and a creation elixir. Please, endeavor to seize everything from the favored children of fate, for you will earn destiny points as a reward. These points can be exchanged for goods in the system's marketplace. Do your best. No favored child of fate stands a chance against you. The system's gentle voice encouraged Chu Tian. Indeed, you speak the truth, dear system. All favored children of fate are but trifles, Chu Tian mused. Embracing his new identity in this life, his eyes gleaming with an ominous coldness. What merit does an invincible background and extraordinary talent hold? Should they lead him down the path of darkness? Who possesses the qualifications to do so? The favored children of fate and the female protagonist are all insignificant. As a legendary patriarch, what fear has he ever known? The only constraints he faces are lifespan and illness, since the capricious deity has granted him a second chance. In this life, where the strong enjoy prolonged lifespans and illness no longer poses a limitation, he will step upon the backs of these so-called favored children of fate and ascend to the summit of the myriad realms. Oh, the pitiful and wretched demon lord of hatred, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, allow me to rewrite the tragic fate of your entire family. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian realm, 7th layer of bone tempering, possessing 700,000 genes of divine strength. Comparable to that of a young primordial beast, the host is truly remarkable. Physique, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation scripture, 1st layer, divine powers, none treasures, heavenly emperor's descent talisman, grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess, creation elixir, after consumption. Free of side effects, it elevates the host by 3 realms. In the Hung Tian continent, realms are classified as blood condensation realm, bone tempering realm, spirit refinement realm, fusion realm, divine realm, celestial realm, true divine realm, divine king realm, and emperor realm. By the age of 3, Chu Tian had reached the blood condensation realm, capable of lifting a small mountain. At 6, he broke into the bone tempering realm, wielding a formidable strength of 100,000 genes, akin to that of a young ferocious beast, illustrating the prodigious nature of his talent. Now, merely 2 years later, he has attained the 7th layer of bone tempering. Boasting 700,000 genes of divine strength, able to single-handedly lift a mountain, underscoring the terrifying prowess of his chaotic demon god body. Chu Tian sensed the chaotic creation scripture automatically circulating within him. In a brief span, it had enhanced his physique by 10%, enveloping his skin in a layer of chaotic divine radiance, significantly augmenting his defenses. Even a spirit refinement realm cultivator would struggle to breach it. A glance at the system panel revealed his strength had reached 800,000 janes. Truly, a product of the system is guaranteed to be exquisite. Such an extraordinary capability. Should the chaotic creation scripture be unleashed upon the continent, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among the sects of the Hung Tian continent. Without hesitation, Chu Tian took out the creation elixir and consumed it. What are rare elixirs but external objects? The only true value lies in the enhancement of one's strength. As the Xin Dan melted upon entry, a warm current surged through his body, akin to a tsunami, fervently transforming his form. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce crackling of bones erupted from Chu Tian's physique, resembling the resounding thunderclap, as sound waves swept forth, tumultuous clouds swirling violently. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tian's realm ascended threefold, reaching the pinnacle of bone refinement, with his power soaring to an astounding 1,500,000 pounds. At the tender age of 8, he had attained the apex of bone refinement, possessing the formidable strength of 1,500,000 pounds. Should this astonishing figure circulate, it would undoubtedly create ripples across the myriad realms. It is noteworthy that even the offspring of ancient colossal beasts boast only around 1,000,000 pounds of strength in their youth, instilling fear in the hearts of those in the spirit refinement realm. Yet, at just 8 years old, Chu Tian was capable of contending with the young of these ancient beasts. The deafening roar immediately garnered the attention of the sect's formidable members, drawing patrolling disciples to the scene. However, upon catching sight of Chu Tian clad in black, they instinctively recoiled, concealing themselves within the clouds, silently safeguarding him. This young saint was not supposed to be honing his physique under the tutelage of his father, the Emperor of Heaven. How had he ventured to this desolate place with the young lady of the Lu family? Observing the situation, it appeared rather discontented. The affairs between these two were not for them to meddle in, unless they wished to court death. Chu Tian, are you not hearing me? Lu Yun's delicate fair face grew increasingly furious, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, you create such a commotion. Are you deliberately attempting to attract the sect's powerful members to your aid? Refusing to assist me in retrieving the sacred vein flower fruit? Very well, since you are unwilling to help, do not seek me out in the future. I shall not acknowledge you. Suddenly, a hush fell upon Lu Yun's voice, her already porcelain-like face paling dramatically. For just a moment, Chu Tian returned to his senses, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The chill in his eyes was merciless, domineering, and fierce, exuding an aura of authority that rendered her at a loss for words in describing it. A mere glance sent shivers down her spine. As if she had plunged into an icy abyss, she felt that uttering another word might cost her life. It was reminiscent of the gaze she had once encountered from the sect leader. One glance was enough to instill terror, an involuntary desire to submit. Yet, the leader's gaze seemed to lack something that Chu Tian's did not. Is this the sacred vein flower fruit? Chu Tian's voice was calm as he retrieved a black box from his chest and opened it, revealing a fiery red fruit that gleamed brilliantly within. The fruit was about the size of half his fist, adorned with a network of mysterious patterns, and as it appeared, a rich aura of spiritual energy began to permeate the air. The sacred vein flower was one of the supreme divine medicines of the Holy Sky sect, yielding only 3 fruits every century, and could not be accessed by elders below the divine level. Only after making significant contributions to the sect would one be rewarded with a fruit upon breaking through major realms, an exceedingly rare treasure. The divine medicine fields of the sect were overseen by his father, the Emperor of Heaven. The fated child, Yufan, had been rendered unable to use his meridians, and the sacred vein flower fruit was the divine remedy capable of unblocking them. The original protagonist is quite innocent. It is not that he refrained from bringing forth the sacred pulse fruit. He believed it to be a means of aiding a companion with whom he had grown up and to whom he had been betrothed since childhood. He felt it was only right to repay the life-saving grace owed to Lu Yun. However, he found it unsettling that Lu Yun, clearly his fiancée, seemed so preoccupied with that worthless Yufan, repeatedly urging him to pilfer precious elixirs and rare treasures. This discomfort led him to feign ignorance about his actions, hoping to tease his betrothed. To his astonishment, this provoked a tirade from Lu Yun, who chastised him for failing to comprehend her desire to express gratitude and for lacking empathy. Chu Tian was at a loss for words. In his view, the original protagonist was exceedingly kind-hearted and sympathetic, tirelessly aiding Lu Yun in her quest for gratitude. He watched as his fiancée entangled herself with other men daily, incessantly proclaiming her intention to give everything in return. Yet, Yi Fan was not his betrothed. Why should she be willing to sacrifice everything while expecting him to scour the world for spiritual herbs to craft a persona of gratitude? From the original narrative, it is evident that even after many years, Lu Yun continued to associate with Yi Fan under the guise of gratitude, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her fiancé, the Demon Lord, for any perceived dissatisfaction. Lu Yun, however, was revered as the White Moonlight Saintess, her good name echoing across the Hung Tian continent. Hailed as the Holy Celestial Maiden, countless individuals deemed the cold and unfeeling Chu Tian unworthy of her. It was only later, after his family met with tragedy, that an enraged Chu Tian succumbed to the dark path. Yet by then it was too late, and Lu Yun and Yi Fan became a couple, inheriting everything from Chu Tian. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would not have been affectionately referred to as the Great Wronged One by countless readers. The Supreme Divine Herb, the Sacred Pulse Fruit. The disciples and powerful figures of the sect hiding among the clouds gasped in astonishment, finally grasping why the Holy Sun and Lu Yun had been clandestinely meeting outside the sect. The sacred herbs of the sect could only be obtained by those who had achieved great merit. Chu Tian's possession of one could only imply he had exploited the power of the Heavenly King Emperor to infiltrate the herb garden and steal it. Given that Chu Tian was merely at the body refinement stage, the sacred pulse fruit held no utility for him. Thus, the only explanation was that he had stolen it for Lu Yun. Of course, even so, no one dared to confront him. This matter was beyond anyone's jurisdiction, and no one would dare to intervene. Who would dare to accuse the eldest son of the Chu family of stealing a sacred pulse fruit? At most, the disciples might gossip privately, deeming it unfair, but such murmurs would indirectly impact the reputation and prestige of the Heavenly King Emperor. After all, the supreme divine herb, the sacred pulse flower, belonged to the sect, not to any family or individual. What do you mean, Chu Tian? How could you deceive me? Lu Yun exclaimed, her anger only intensifying upon witnessing him produce the fruit. What was he trying to accomplish? He had clearly brought it forth, but chose to mislead her, creating such a commotion. Chapter 3. Is your life, Lu Yun, truly so precious? You wretched creature, you are utterly ridiculous. Chu Tian gazed at Lu Yun, his eyes icy with a penetrating chill, laced with a faint hint of murderous intent. My holy heaven sect governs vast lands, with inner disciples surpassing 1,000,000 and countless formidable warriors. What right does a worthless individual, devoid of cultivation and achievement, have to consume the sacred pulse fruit? Merely because she saved your life? Is your life, Lu Yun, truly so invaluable? Do you believe you are worthy? Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yun's face flushed crimson as she cried out, hardly able to believe that Chu Tian would utter such words to her. Chu Tian's demeanor remained frigid. He was neither the original owner of this body nor a sycophant. He coolly commanded, "Star Servant, come forth." As his words fell, the space around them distorted. A young maiden, shrouded in a white veil and clad in a pale yellow servant's attire, gracefully appeared, kneeling before Chu Tian. "Your servant is here. Please, my lord, give your instructions." She was an orphan taken in by the Emperor of the Celestial Kings, 10 years older than Chu Tian. Trained from a young age as a loyal assassin for the Chu family, who had devoted herself to him since childhood, protecting him when he was defenseless. These assassins bore no names of their own, only a title prefixed by the word servant. Among the ranks of the Chu family's elite assassins, the most prestigious titles were celestial in nature: sun, moon, stars, and the vastness of the universe. Star Servant, having just reached adulthood, was ranked third among the formidable assassins of the Chu family, given the name Star in recognition of her extraordinary talent. With a gesture, Chu Tian placed the sacred pulse fruit into Star Servant's palm, gently supporting her as he said, "Cultivate diligently in the future. There will surely be a place for you among the higher echelons of the Holy Heaven sect." In the original narrative, after his descent into darkness, the only one who unwaveringly followed him was Star Servant, previously known as Ugly Servant. Approximately 10 years later, Yi Fan found himself trapped in the forbidden fire of heaven. His fate uncertain, Lu Yun, disregarding all warnings, rushed into the inferno to rescue him. At that moment, Chu Tian was in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and he dispatched Star Servant to assist. Though she successfully extricated Lu Yun, she insisted on saving Yi Fan as well, which resulted in Star Servant being engulfed by the hellish flames of the forbidden land, her body charred and her visage rendered ghastly, resembling a specter that inspired dread. From that day forth, she was known as Ugly Servant. After Chu Tian succumbed to darkness and fled the Holy Heaven sect, he was relentlessly pursued across the entire Hung Tian continent. With nowhere to turn, it was Ugly Servant who, at the cost of her own essence, opened a passage to the outer realms, allowing the vengeful demon lord to escape. In her final moments, as she burned her spirit, she was tragically pierced through the skull by an enraged Lu Yun. My lord, what merit do I possess to accept such a divine remedy? I would rather die than accept it. Star Servant's beautiful eyes widened in terror, fearing that Chu Tian sought to dismiss her. She had witnessed him secretly enter the divine medicine garden to procure this sacred pulse fruit. Such an act was a grave offense within the Holy Heaven sect. How could she dare to accept it? In the future, the young mistress harbored a deep discontent for always being in the shadow of her master, repeatedly whispering ill of him, despite never having uttered a word against the young mistress herself or betraying any secrets. Yet, her master had grown increasingly dissatisfied with her. Raised in the Chu family, she owed a great debt of gratitude to the patriarch, should Chu Tian cast her aside. Her only recourse would be to repay her debt with her life. This is a gift from the young master. Take it. Chu Tian, possessing keen insight, immediately grasped the concerns of Xing Nu. He raised his head and addressed the seemingly empty heavens, declaring, I am the designated holy son of the sect. According to our traditions, upon reaching adulthood, one is entitled to 2 sacred pulse fruit. He continued, this sacred pulse fruit shall be deducted from that allocation. The sacred pulse flower is a property of the sect, and though it is precious, the Chu family is not lacking in comparable divine medicines. It would be unwise to jeopardize the reputation of the Chu family and my father, the heavenly monarch, over such a trivial matter. In the original narrative, Chu Tian's reckless actions in pursuit of Lu Yun had offended many and tarnished the reputation of the heavenly monarch and the Chu family. Yi Fan acted with impunity, challenging heaven and earth as he pleased, while Lu Yun, under the guise of gratitude, exploited the Chu family's prestige to clean up after him. Chu Tian believed he could have played the role of the favored son of fortune just as well. Thus, when the Lu family slandered the Chu family as traitors, the illustrious lineage of the Chu family, which had flourished for 1,000,000 years within the sacred heavenly sect, crumbled with alarming ease. The heavenly monarch was besieged and imprisoned, with scarcely any sect masters rising to his defense. This was due to the prevailing atmosphere of betrayal and hostility that had taken root before the Chu family's downfall, as many of its powerful members had either perished or turned against their kin. Having been reborn, Chu Tian was resolute not to gamble his reputation for such meager gains. As a patriarch, he understood the distinction between trivialities and significant matters. While the emotions of those who follow you are important, the equitable distribution of benefits is paramount. To damage the authority of the heavenly monarch and tarnish the name of the Chu family for a mere trifle would be an egregious miscalculation. The young holy son displayed remarkable generosity. The concealed disciples and powerful figures of the sect hidden among the clouds inhaled sharply, consumed by an indescribable envy and admiration at the sight of the sacred pulse fruit in Xing Nu's hands, an unparalleled divine medicine with boundless potential, for which even celestial beings would vie. Chu Tian's explanation invoked a sense of unspoken comfort within them, as if they stood on equal footing with him. Despite his immense background and rightful claim to the sacred pulse fruit, no one dared to voice dissent, for he had clarified that it was taken from his own share, not usurping the sect's assets. The young holy son was affable and genuinely kind. Xing Nu, her face veiled, nonetheless displayed a rosy hue, her starry eyes brimming with tears as she clutched the sacred pulse fruit, trembling slightly. Ultimately, she bowed deeply to the ground in profound gratitude. The life of this humble servant was saved by the master, and the young lady's kindness is an even greater boon. What merit do I possess to repay such grace? Even in death, I would remain at a loss. Congratulations, host, for altering the fate of the star servant. You are rewarded with 500 points of destiny value. The gentle and melodious notification from the system resonated in Chu Tian's ears. He was momentarily taken aback. So, it is possible to earn destiny points not only by suppressing the child of fortune, albeit in lesser amounts. In the original storyline, although the star servant was devoted to protecting him, his attitude towards her had always been lukewarm, resulting in her lack of recognition within the Chu family. Bestowing the sacred pulse flower fruit upon her effectively acknowledged the star servant as someone close to him, a crucial element that would elevate her status within the Chu family and grant her access to various resources, thus completely transforming her destiny. Lowly servant, how dare you claim my divine medicine? Lu Yun's voice was sharp, filled with fury as she rushed forward to snatch the black box away. delivering a kick to the star servant's back, sending her sprawling to the ground. She was incensed, feeling that something that rightfully belonged to her had been taken away, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Moreover, this sacred pulse flower fruit was meant for Yi Fan, and she deemed it unworthy for such a lowly servant to possess. This was not due to the star servant's inability to react. Even if her talent was inferior to Lu Yun's, the gap in age and realm was evident, leaving her reluctant to evade or resist. After all, the hierarchy was clear. Lu Yun was Chu Tian's fiancée, betrothed since birth, a fact well known throughout the Han Tian continent. Chapter 4. Chu Tian, I detest you, young mistress. I am guilty. I am guilty. Xing Nu crawled up and fervently knocked her head in apology. Just then, Chu Tian raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to Lu Yun's contorted face, sending her flying over 100 meters and shattering a 3-meter-high boulder into fragments. At that moment, it felt as though the very air had ceased to flow, and all onlookers were left in utter shock. The members of the sect, hidden among the clouds, gaped in disbelief, their pupils constricting with alarm, wishing to flee at once. Such a scene was beyond their entitlement to witness. One was a minor saint, the other the future matriarch of the Chu family, a being of innate celestial physique, destined for unparalleled greatness. Everything they observed now would later serve as scandalous ammunition against them when Chu Tian and Lu Yun stood atop their sect or even the pinnacle of the continent. Surely, they would not resort to silencing witnesses with violence. Furthermore, the minor saint had always treated Lu Yun with utmost kindness, obedient to her every whim. How could he suddenly strike her, all for a mere maid? If this were to spread, how could Lu Yun ever hold her head high again? As the dark box containing the sacred vein fruit took flight, Chu Tian caught it deftly and then assisted Xing Nu to her feet, placing it into her palm. Xing Nu, remember, you belong to this young master. Henceforth, apart from me and the lord and lady, no one has the right to make you kneel or to strike you, Chu Tian commanded calmly, before turning to Lu Yun, his eyes flashing with a ruthless coldness that belied his youthful appearance. The sect members concealed within the clouds rubbed their eyes in disbelief, feeling as though the minor saint had transformed entirely. He exuded a chilling, merciless, domineering presence that commanded respect and made it impossible to meet his gaze directly. Were he a seasoned warrior or the deputy sect master, they would not have been surprised. Yet, this minor saint was merely 8 years old. Chu Tian, you scoundrel! You dare to strike me for this wretched maid. Do not approach me again. I wish to have nothing more to do with you. Lu Yun emerged from the ruins, one side of her face swollen, blood trickling down, her eyes filled with a venomous hatred that belied her tender years. As a being of innate celestial physique, though not as powerful as Chu Tian, she was certainly not far behind. A single slap would not have been fatal. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You should consider yourself fortunate that I still find you of some use. I only utilized 1% of my strength. Otherwise, your head would have exploded. Chu Tian approached, his demeanor calm as he inquired, tell me, who informed you that the sacred vein fruit in the divine herb garden had ripened and could assist Yi Fan in unblocking his meridians, prompting you to seek me out? The sacred vein fruit was the sect's supreme elixir, its ripeness a closely guarded secret known only to a select few. In his memory, even the original owner had remained unaware. It was indeed a rarity for a mere girl like Lu Yun to have acquired such knowledge. Sensing an underlying mystery, Chu Tian's instincts were piqued. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yun's eyes as she immediately lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chu Tian's penetrating stare. I learned of it myself and wish to repay Yi Fan's life-saving grace, she hastily replied. As my fiancé, rather than seeking to repay the kindness I have shown, you instead cast doubt upon my character. Chu Tian, I detest you, Lu Yun exclaimed loudly. With that, she turned to leave in haste. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow enveloped her. Chu Tian blocked her path, looming over her with barely a fist's distance separating them, his cold and domineering gaze seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. Lu Yun's petite frame trembled violently, as if plunged into an ice cave, her face draining of all color. Speak. Who told you? His voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder in Lu Yun's ears. Boom. Although her cunning was profound, she was ultimately just a mere girl of 8 or 9. Her willpower far inferior to that of an adult. In an instant, Lu Yun shuddered, her mind blank, and she instinctively blurted out, it was Jiaoer who informed me. However, the moment the words escaped her lips, she instantly realized her mistake, her body going rigid as she stammered, no, that's not. But Chu Tian had already plunged into thought, ignoring her feeble attempts at denial. Jiaoer? He muttered to himself, memories of this Jiaoer surfacing unbidden in his mind. On Lu Yun's second birthday, the Lu family had hosted a grand celebration, inviting powerful figures from various sects and esteemed clans. This Jiu'er was a servant specially trained by the Yi family, akin to the star warriors cultivated by the Chu family, presented to Lu Yun as a birthday gift. Of course, Jiu'er was specifically trained for the purpose of gifting, her talents significantly inferior to those of the star warriors. The Yi family, another founding clan of the Holy Heaven sect, had established the sect alongside the ancestors of the Chu family. The current sect leader, Yi Xiong, is the head of the Yi family and a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, revered as the heavenly hero emperor. He shares a brotherly bond with Chu Tian's father, Yi Tianwang, the current vice leader of the Holy Heaven sect, having grown up together, and they are referred to as the heavenly twin heroes. The dual emperors of the Holy Heaven sect command great respect across the Hongtian continent. Yi Fan, the son of fortune from the Yi family, is notorious for being a waste, born with shattered meridians and disregarded by his clan, looked down upon by all. Remarkably, he is still a direct descendant, even addressing the sect leader as uncle, reflecting on the original narrative, where the Chu family faced disgrace and was reviled by all. Lu Yun, the precious gem of the Lu family with her innate Dao body, had mysteriously fallen into the water, only to be rescued by this waste from the Yi family. This set the stage for a series of subsequent events. But could all of this truly be mere coincidence? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Chu Tian's gaze, imbued with a depth that belied his exterior, finally settled back on Lu Yun as he coldly declared, to compel your fiancé, the Holy Son, to steal the supreme divine medicine of the sect in the name of so-called gratitude is a grave sin capable of annihilating your entire clan. Yi Fan, relying on the favor of saving your life, threatens the fiancé of the Holy Son, compelling her to assist in the theft of the divine medicine. This is an offense deserving of 1,000 tortures. You, wretched individual, are unworthy of becoming the future matriarch of the Chu family, let alone my fiancé, Lu Yun. I present you with two choices. First, I shall personally take your life and annihilate your entire Lu clan. Second, your family must capture Yi Fan and subject him to a brutal fate, displaying his flayed form atop the summit of our sect as a warning. I may then consider leniency in your punishment. With those words, Chu Tian turned, accompanied by Xing Nu, descending the mountain peak. His chilling voice echoed across the heights. Xing Nu, the supreme divine herb, the sacred vein flower, is a closely guarded secret of our sect. Its premature revelation is intolerable. You must immediately lead the enforcement team to apprehend the lowly maid, Jiu'er, and conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover any underlying truths. Understood, young master, Xing Nu replied. And soon, both vanished from the mountain summit. Chapter 5, The Celestial Ranking System Tasks, the villain's uncharacteristic low profile. That's not how it is, Chu Tian. Please allow me to explain. Lu Yun's face was ashen, overwhelmed by fear. She collapsed upon the mountain peak, weakly calling out to Chu Tian's retreating figure. She could not fathom the sudden shift in Chu Tian's demeanor towards her, and even more so towards Yu Fan. Were the Yi and Chu families not branches of the same tree? What harm was there in her assisting Yi Fan? However, the astute Lu Yun soon realized that she might have stirred a significant turmoil, one that could even jeopardize the very existence of her family. The disciples and formidable figures of the sect, concealed within the clouds, were paralyzed with terror, with the involvement of the young saint and the Chu and Lu families. They dared not intervene, nor even assist Lu Yun, hastily retreating instead. Before long, the events transpiring on the mountain peak spread like wildfire throughout the sect. The worthless Yu Fan, relying on the favor of having saved Lu Yun, coerced the young saint into stealing the sect's sacred medicinal treasure, the holy vein flower. In a moment of clarity, the young saint, in a fit of rage, struck his fiancée, commanding her to personally capture the useless Yi Fan. He even uttered the words that Lu Yun was unworthy of being the future matriarch of the Chu family. In less than half an hour, Xing Nu, empowered by the heavenly emperor's authority, led the sect's enforcement team to forcibly invade the Lu family, apprehending Lu Yun's personal maid, Jiu'er. The Holy Heaven sect was thrown into upheaval. Shortly thereafter, the Yu family announced that they had captured Yu Fan and were conducting a rigorous interrogation. Should his crimes be proven, there would be no mercy, assuring the Chu family of their safety. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, it was not until much later that a powerful figure from the Lu family arrived to escort the traumatized young lady Lu Yun back. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the fated daughter Lu Yun. Reward, 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the fated son Yi Fan. Reward, 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for instilling a profound fear in the fated daughter Lu Yun. Reward: 500 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for inciting immense resentment in the fated Sun Yi fan. Reward: 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. On the journey back to the sect, the system's gentle and melodious notifications echoed in Chu Tian's ears. And in a brief span, the destiny points he accrued had already surpassed 10,000. Chu Tian was in no rush to return to the sect after descending the mountain. He instructed Xing Nu to return to the sect first to apprehend Zhu Er. This was the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. Who would dare lay a hand on him, unless they were courting death? Chu Tian contemplated the internal dynamics of the Holy Heaven sect. With a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, the position of sect master was alternated between two founding families, maintaining a delicate balance. However, in this generation, with his father, the king of Chu, marrying the divine maiden from the outer realms, the Chu family's influence had surged dramatically. Although still a vice sect master, their authority had subtly eclipsed that of the Yi family. Moreover, with the birth of his chaotic divine body and the union with the innate Tao body, their power had reached its zenith, instilling a profound sense of crisis within the Yi family. What resonated most in his memory was his father's frequent counsel to remain low-key, to navigate cautiously through life, and to avoid revealing one's brilliance too readily. It is evident that the deputy sect master, Chu Tianwang, has sensed the unsettling shift in circumstances. In a bid to preserve unity within the sect, he has chosen to adopt a low profile, thereby avoiding provocation of the already sensitive Yi family. The original protagonist has obediently followed suit, despite being the Holy Son, possessing strength nearly on par with the offspring of ancient behemoths. He has refrained from asserting himself, remaining in the shadows while maintaining a substantial reputation with minimal achievements. It is well known that formidable ancient clans and top-tier sects initiate the training of their prodigies from a tender age, honing their skills and fostering an indomitable spirit essential for competing in the world. Such an unyielding mentality is cultivated from childhood, forging an invincible will to dominate. It is indeed peculiar for someone like Chu Tian, endowed with unparalleled talent and a prestigious background, to remain relatively obscure. The outside world has long speculated whether Chu Tian has faltered in his cultivation or encountered some misfortune, to the extent that it has begun to tarnish the prestige of the Chu family, even within the original narrative. Until the very last moment when the conflict between the Chu and Yi families culminated in a fierce confrontation, with the Yi family revealing their hidden motives. Chu Tianwang prioritized the maintenance of sect cohesion over outright hostility, placing his trust in his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiu. Otherwise, given the profound heritage of the Chu family accumulated over millions of years, even if they faced betrayal from all sides and retaliated with full force, the Sacred Heaven sect, while not necessarily fracturing entirely, would certainly suffer significant blows to its vitality, jeopardizing its status among the elite sections. To retreat even slightly is to invite further retreat, ultimately relinquishing the ancestral legacy into the hands of others. Chu Tian mused. As a revered patriarch, he has always held the belief that one must strike first to avoid being struck by a multitude of blows. True deterrence is forged through action, not through submission. Ordinary individuals may have the luxury of modesty, as they lack the capital for boastfulness. However, for the Chu family, standing at such heights with their immense stature and formidable might, the notion of developing quietly is exceedingly bizarre. Although Chu Tianwang is unparalleled in strength, he clearly lacks an understanding of the brutal nature of struggles that involve the survival of a family. This fact is evident from the actions of Zhu Er, indicating that the Yi family has undoubtedly begun to scheme. It is highly probable that Yi Tianxiang is orchestrating these maneuvers from behind the scenes. After all, how could a mere waste from the Yi family repeatedly gain access to the cherished jewel of the Lu family, the future matriarch of the Chu family, thereby interfering with the cultivation of the young master of the Chu family? Such occurrences defy logical explanation. The system has issued a task, declaring that the antagonist shall no longer remain in the shadows. A gentle female voice echoed in Chu Tian's ears. As a supervillain, the destined child of fate, he is destined to shine like the stars and exert his influence across the realms. This task is a continuation of the overarching narrative. In the first phase, achieving the top rank in the Hung Tian rankings for body refinement and suppressing all prodigies of the same realm will yield substantial rewards from the system. Even the system acknowledges that as a prodigious talent, one must command respect and awe throughout the realms. Yet, my father fails to comprehend this. persistently opting for a low-key approach that only invites outsiders to perceive the Chu family as declining, prompting them to pounce for a bite or a step upon them. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Chu Tian smiled faintly, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes as he lifted his gaze forward. At the entrance of the sect, a towering golden monolith, standing 100 meters high, loomed majestically. The Hongtian list, inscribed with 3 golden characters, shines brilliantly atop a colossal stone. This list is a collaborative creation of numerous premier sects from the Hongtian continent, having endured through endless epochs, predating even the existence of the Holy Heaven sect. Each illustrious sect and noble family on the Hongtian continent erects a monument to it. The Hongtian list is categorized into 3 tiers: the Heavenly List, the Earthly List, and the Realm List. The Heavenly List ranks the most formidable warriors of the Hongtian continent, while the Earthly List encompasses prodigies under the age of 30, ranking them based on their potential. The Realm List acknowledges those who excel in combat within a specific realm, serving as a crucial reference for the rankings on the Heavenly and Earthly Lists. Ascending to these lists signifies eternal renown, representing the pinnacle of glory on the Hongtian continent. Etched upon the colossal stone are the names of various individuals, each a prodigy who has left their mark over the ages on the list. At the pinnacle of the Heavenly List stands the Hongtian God, the unrivaled champion of the Hongtian continent, who defended against the incursions of the extraterritorial demon clans, safeguarding countless lives. In the 96th position is the Heavenly King Emperor, the vice leader of the Holy Heaven sect, who once dominated the Earthly List's top 3 for 27 years. Excelling in the bone refining realm, ranking second, first in the spirit refining realm, and third in the fusion realm, among other accolades. The 97th position belongs to the Heavenly Hero Emperor, the leader of the Holy Heaven sect, who also held a top 3 position on the Earthly List for 27 years, ranking first in the bone refining realm and second in the spirit refining realm. It is undeniable that the Hongtian list reveals the fierce rivalry between the brothers Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiu, who have engaged in a tumultuous dance of love and conflict for decades, each striving for supremacy. This rivalry also reflects the brutal clandestine struggle between the 2 founding families of the Holy Heaven sect. However, this delicate balance was abruptly shattered when Chu Tianwang wed the daughter of the broken sword god clan, Jian Kongzhu, and they bore 3 daughters and a son. Looking upwards, Chu Tian observed the 28th entry on the Heavenly List, the wife of the Heavenly King Emperor of the Holy Heaven sect, who single-handedly vanquished the demon sovereign of the Forbidden Land. Indeed, Jian Kongzhu not only significantly outshone the 2 leaders of the Holy Heaven sect, but also ascended to the 28th rank with a mere line of introduction, lacking any prior combat achievements, purely based on her singular feat of defeating the demon sovereign. The Hongtian list exclusively chronicles the might of warriors from the Hongtian continent. Jian Kongzhu began her ascent only after marrying Chu Tianwang, solidifying the Holy Heaven sect's status as the foremost sect on the Hongtian continent. Her meteoric rise to the top 30 of the Heavenly List attests to the formidable prowess of the demon sovereign's mother. With such an advantageous hand, the Chu family's influence reached unprecedented heights, yet within a mere 3 decades, they faced a catastrophic decline, leading to their extermination. From the perspective of Chu Tian, the father figure, such an anomaly signals the presence of a monstrous threat. The most formidable of these threats are none other than his father, Chu Tianwang, and his 3 sisters. Ultimately, it is not the godlike adversaries that instill fear, but rather the pig-like allies. The son of fortune, Yi Fan, and the so-called Holy Heaven goddess, Lu Yun, are perceived by Chu Tian as inconsequential external threats, for fortifications invariably begin to crumble from within. Chapter 6. An Unassailable Mother. How to remain low-key with such an extraordinary mother and the supreme physique of the chaos demon god. Maintaining a low profile is simply out of the question. Chu Tian inwardly criticized his father, King Chu Tian. In the original narrative, the incompetence and wrath of the great hate demon lord bore significant responsibility. Yet the ultimate blame for the downfall of the Chu family rests squarely on this father. He squandered a winning hand, stifling the potential of both his wife, Jian Kongzhu, and his son, Chu Tian. A genius, when forced to remain inconspicuous for too long, risks becoming a mere mediocrity. Which prodigy does not exhibit extraordinary talent from a young age? Chu Tian glanced down at the Heng Tian ranking. At the top of the earth ranking was the Zihong Holy Sect, with the Holy Maiden Hui Lian, a paragon born with a celestial aura. By the age of 1, she had condensed her blood, at 2, tempered her bones, and by 4, refined her spirit. She had once held the first position in the blood condensation realm, the second in the bone tempering realm, the first in the spirit refinement realm, and the first in the fusion realm. As he continued to peruse the list, he encountered a series of astonishing accomplishments. He briefly acknowledged this formidable and beautiful female character, but ultimately, she was destined to be a nemesis to the protagonist, Yi Fan, who, at this moment, was likely still a worthless being, far from her time of emergence. He would deal with her later. In fourth place on the Earth ranking was Yi Feng, son of the Tian Xiong Emperor. He had once ranked third in the blood condensation realm, fifth in the bone tempering realm, and so forth. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes at the mention of Yi Feng, who was the fiancée of his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, and epitomized ruthlessness and indifference. Chu Yunshang would later be dubbed the heartless demoness, reviled by the Hung Tian continent, hunted by various sects, all for the sake of Yi Feng. Tragically, she ultimately perished at his hands, sacrificing her own partner for his reputation. In this life, I shall not permit such a tragedy to befall my family. As Chu Tian's gaze lingered on the name Yi Feng, a terrifying killing intent surged within him, ultimately settling on the fifth position in the bone tempering ranking, a name, Yi Chang. Yi Chang, the elder brother of Yi Fan. Despite Yi Fan's ineptitude, he remained within the Yi family, thanks to the backing of this elder brother. In the aftermath of the tragic demise of the Tian Wang Emperor and the annihilation of the Chu family, it was Yi Chang, honest, steadfast, and fierce, who committed the most heinous acts, sparing not even the infants of the Chu family. He told Yi Fan that failing to eradicate the roots would only lead to rebirth in the spring breeze. Thus, he took on such vile tasks. Yi Chang is now the strongest in the bone-tempering realm of the Sheng Tian sect at 12 years old. Having reached the 9th level of bone tempering with a colossal strength of 300,000 pounds, capable of slaying 10 ancient mammoths in a minute. The first in the bone tempering ranking, Hui Mei of the Zihong Holy Sect, boasts the 10th level of bone tempering, with a strength of 900,000 pounds, achieving. The names of the Yi family members frequently appeared across various lists, with numerous disciples from the Sheng Tian sect as well. However, the Chu family, the founding lineage of the Sheng Tian sect, saw their members' names appearing exceedingly rarely, almost non-existent. To avoid inciting the jealousy of the Yi family, King Chu Tian not only urged his son to maintain a low profile, but also forbade the other members of the Chu family from rising to challenge the Yi family. The speculations surrounding the decline of the Chu family are not without foundation. A cold glint flickers in Chu Tian's eyes when a beast retracts its fangs and claws. It inevitably gives the impression that the beast has aged. Such a situation is perilous and must not be allowed to persist. Having formulated a preliminary blueprint for the future, Chu Tian strides into the sect, choosing not to return to the Chu family, but instead heading towards the Hongtian Palace. Upon entering the palace, a gasp of astonishment reverberates through the air, quickly followed by a deluge of praise. In just 30 seconds, Yi Chang has already slain 15 ancient mammoths. At 40 seconds, the count rises to 20. Is Yi Chang preparing to challenge for the top position on the bone forging rankings? Besides the useless Yi Fan, the Yi family of this generation is formidable. Could it be that the tradition of alternating the position of sect master within the Holy Tian sect is about to be disrupted, allowing the Yi family to maintain their hold? The sect master's son, Yi Feng, is already astonishingly powerful, and Yi Chang's momentum is equally impressive. At 50 seconds, he has dispatched 25 mammoths, and with only 10 seconds remaining the count reaches 28. Chu Tian gazes upwards, observing that the name of Yi Chang, ranked 5th on the body forging rankings, is accompanied by a continuously fluctuating figure. The tally of slain ancient mammoths has reached 30, even before the 1-minute countdown concludes. However, Chu Tian remains indifferent, patiently awaiting Yi Chang's emergence. Yi Chang is not his intended target, and he currently lacks the time and energy to engage with such a secondary character. Ultimately, when the minute concludes, the number of mammoths slain by Yi Chang reaches 33. He has effectively killed one mammoth, each possessing an immense strength of 100,000 pounds, almost within the realm of instantaneous execution. Yi Chang's ranking instantly ascends to 3rd place on the bone forging rankings. Yi Chang, bone forging level 9, with a strength of 500,000 pounds, has slain 33 ancient mammoths within a minute. Suddenly, the Hongtian and Earth rankings begin to illuminate, and Yi Chang's name appears at the very end, in the 99th position. The Earth ranking, 99. Yi Chang, age 12, previously reached the 4th stage of blood condensation and the 3rd stage of bone forging. Within the palace, Many disciples of the Holy Tian sect cast envious and jealous glances. Among the inner disciples of the Holy Tian sect, numbering over 1 million, fewer than 1 in 10,000 make it onto the rankings, and it takes years for a disciple to ascend to the Earth ranking. Achieving a position on the Earth ranking signifies entry into the realm of the sect's focused cultivation. Even occupying the last position brings immense honor and an abundance of resources. A vortex appears on a golden boulder, and a sturdy youth clad in coarse gray fabric, sporting a crew cut, steps forth from within. The gentle and melodious notification resonates in Chu Tian's ears, detected a pseudo-fortuitous child, Yi Chang. What is a pseudo-fortuitous child? Chu Tian inquires. The fortuitous child possesses immense destiny, and those close to them are enveloped by this overflowing luck, growing alongside the fortuitous child. Thus, they are categorized as pseudo-fortuitous children. The system elucidates before offering another reminder. In regard to the pseudo-fated child, this also falls within the realm of suppressing the true fated ones, and it would deal a severe blow to their fortune. At this moment, Yi Chang, having just emerged from the golden vortex, immediately noticed Chu Tian at the door, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian, you slander my brother and dare to come to the Hung Tian Palace instead of hiding within the Chu family. Yi Chang's eyes flickered with intense malice. It was only upon learning that his brother had been captured by the sect that he hastily rushed to the Hung Tian Palace for a test. After all, it was only through his exceptional prowess that the clan might take pity on him and spare his brother Yi Fan. However, his deeper hatred was directed at Chu Tian. His brother, having suffered a complete rupture of his meridians, was already in a pitiable state. This individual not only showed no sympathy but also dared to malign his own brother, placing him in jeopardy. The reason he recognized Chu Tian was due to a previous encounter when Chu Tian visited the Liu family to see Liu Yun, during which he happened to be at the Liu residence with his brother Yi Fan and caught a distant glimpse of Chu Tian. Chapter 7. You are unworthy. Yet you insist on offering yourself. Is he the renowned young Saint Chu Tian? Within the hall, numerous disciples were taken aback, their gazes fixated upon Chu Tian. Despite his illustrious reputation, which had reverberated throughout the Heng Tian continent since his birth, he had remained a recluse, rendering most inner disciples unable to recognize him. The recent events involving the two founding families had already spread throughout the Sheng Tian sect, even reaching the ears of ordinary disciples. Boom! Yi Chang's eyes glinted with iciness as he leaped forward, his massive form creating a thunderous sound that echoed through the air, akin to a falling meteor descending upon Chu Tian. The dark shadow enveloped Chu Tian. Chu Tian, why do you slander my brother? Yi Chang's accusatory words fell short. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian moved, unleashing a punch with the swiftness of lightning, defying the odds to thrust his fist directly into Yi Chang's abdomen. Puff! Yi Chang expelled a copious amount of blood, caught completely off guard, and was sent flying back at a velocity surpassing that of his arrival, crashing heavily against the colossal stone of the forging bone ranking. With a thunderous roar, the sound of the impact resonated, seemingly shaking the entire palace. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanying this were the ominous sounds of Yi Chang's bones fracturing and shattering. He slid off the forging bone ranking, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with fury and tinged with crimson, ultimately oozing blood. Despite his desperate struggles, he could not rise. In that moment, the atmosphere was suffocating. All present gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one anticipated that the young Saint Chu Tian would exhibit such overwhelming ferocity, attacking without uttering a single word. Even more surprising was that Yi Chang, who had just entered the third position of the forging body ranking, was utterly crushed by Chu Tian in an instant, with no opportunity to retaliate. They were bewildered. The young saint, appearing to barely reach Yi Chang's chest and still bearing the innocence of youth, possessed such terrifying strength within his frame. At that moment, Chu Tian advanced step by step towards Yi Chang, an invisible and formidable aura causing the very air within the hall to stagnate. Many disciples presumed Chu Tian intended to eradicate Yi Chang completely, considering he was the brother of Yi Fan. However, contrary to expectations, Chu Tian did not spare Yi Chang a glance, simply stepping over the bloodied figure and entering the golden vortex of the forging bone ranking. The hall was engulfed in shock. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chu Tian had not responded to Yi Chang with a single word. He had merely delivered a punch without even acknowledging him. They found it impossible to articulate the nature of what they had witnessed. It appeared as though Chu Tian's attack on Yi Chang was executed with the utmost nonchalance. Had Yi Chang not approached him, Chu Tian would have had no motivation to engage, for Yi Chang was simply too weak, unworthy of being his opponent. It was as if his purpose in coming to the Hang Tian Hall was solely to challenge the forging bone ranking, with Yichang's foolishness leading him to seek confrontation. One punch obliterated the third-ranked Yichang, who possessed a staggering force of 500,000 pounds. Was this a dream? Even the offspring of the ancient behemoth, the golden-winged Great Peng, could not possibly annihilate a peer of the same rank so effortlessly. In the realm of celestial rankings, I stand as the most formidable prodigy of the Hung Tian continent. Could it be that the Hung Tian list has registered an error? Is there any merit to Yichang's ascent? The disciples present were rendered speechless, their discussion swirling as they momentarily forgot the struggling figure of Yichang, who lay in a pool of blood, seemingly on the brink of death. His entire skeletal structure had been shattered by a single punch from Chu Tian, leaving him not merely incapacitated but destined for a life of perpetual disability. At that moment, a name suddenly illuminated the golden stone of the bone-forging leaderboard: Chu Tian. In a heartbeat, 10 ancient mammoths. The numbers flickered once more, 2 seconds revealing 30 ancient mammoths. In an instant, the minds of all present were left bewildered. What sorcery is this? Within the testing space, thousands of ancient mammoths roared, their thunderous trumpeting reverberating through the air, their ivory tusks glinting with lethal brilliance as they charged towards Chu Tian like towering mountains. With a series of resounding impacts, Chu Tian remained serene, darting through the herd of mammoths like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly obliterating them with each decisive movement. Blood mist erupted in his wake. Having once led a mercenary army against a force of 100,000, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the grandeur of this scene, while immense, did not sway him. The power he wielded now was terrifying, with the chaos demon body combined with the true scriptures of chaos creation. And at the pinnacle of bone forging, he possessed an astounding strength of 150,000 pounds. Even a dragon hatchling, at the bone forging stage, could not hope to match such formidable might. With a single punch, he could shatter a small mountain. The ancient mammoths, possessing a mere 10,000 pounds of strength, were utterly fragile beneath his might, akin to tofu. Chu Tian surged forth, a tempest of blood and fury, ravaging the ranks of the mammoths, where blood splattered and corpses vanished. With each movement, multiple mammoths were obliterated. Outside, the atmosphere had grown eerily silent. It felt as though the Hung Tian Palace was devoid of life. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have vanished. The bone-forging leaderboard displayed a frenzied sequence of numbers. Chu Tian, in 10 seconds, had dispatched 365 ancient mammoths. In 15 seconds, 500. In 20 seconds, 675. And in 30 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. Suddenly, the bone-forging leaderboard trembled, the timer for Chu Tian halting at 30 seconds, marking 1,000 ancient mammoths. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes bloodshot, fixated on that string of numbers. In the bloody depths, Yichang trembled violently, his eyes wide with rage as he coughed up blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The heavy breaths of the onlookers began to echo, their eyes wild with disbelief. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. There must be foul play. Even slaying ordinary beasts in the wild could not be this effortless. This is an ancient mammoth, possessing an immense strength of 100,000 pounds, far from being a mere chick. Many at the 10th level of bone tempering find it exceedingly challenging to slay a single ancient mammoth, often facing the risk of being counter-killed. Everyone was bewildered. Is the bone tempering ranking at this level? Within the testing space, Chu Tian murmured to himself, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the desolate expanse before him. Devoid of any mammoths, he had been holding his breath, aiming to unleash a grand display that would send a ripple of shock through the Holy Heaven sect and even the entire Hang Tian continent. However, he hadn't anticipated that in his earnestness to slay, he would complete the task before time had elapsed, having eradicated all the appearing mammoths. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars and piercing shrieks reverberated throughout the vast space. 10 juvenile 9-clawed golden dragons, 10 golden-winged rock hatchlings, and 10 true howler offspring emerged simultaneously, their beastly eyes icy as they charged towards Chu Tian. The dragon roars echoed like thunder, and the sweeping of their tails caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The golden-winged rock moved with lightning speed, its wings beating as if teleporting, dark golden claws tearing towards Chu Tian's face. The howler's roars were tangible, akin to a sonic wave, causing a slight pain in Chu Tian's eardrums and a sense of dizziness in his mind. 30 ancient ferocious beast offspring. They were terrifying beyond imagination. Each possessed the capability to annihilate the most elite of human prodigies, and now, 30 of them had appeared at once. Chapter 8. Fighting the true dragon is as simple as dining. Are you human? This is precisely the effect desired. Chu Tian, far from being daunted, let out a low roar. His hand, enveloped in a swirling black chaos, rose and seized the talons of the young rock, tearing it apart with ferocity. With a splatter, the young rock was rent asunder, golden blood spraying forth. Chu Tian bellowed, his blood surging skyward as chaotic light danced around him. The tail of the young true dragon struck his back, leaving merely a faint mark, unable to breach his defenses. Turning swiftly, Chu Tian unleashed a punch that obliterated the head of the true dragon juvenile. With a powerful kick, the true roar juvenile detonated in place. At this moment, the time on the bone forging rankings resumed its course. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone forging, annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, dispatched a young rock in 3 seconds, and a true dragon juvenile in 10 seconds. In total, he had eliminated 2 true dragon juveniles, 3 young rocks, and 1 true roar juvenile. Did I misjudge? Were ancient fierce beasts not supposed to appear in the tests until one reaches the spirit refining stage, or even the combined body stage? To engage in battle with young true dragons, could this truly be human? Is it not the limit of humanity to combat the offspring of ancient giants at the physical realm? 2 seconds for one. No, 3 seconds for an ancient beast juvenile? Time ticked away, and the figures continued to fluctuate, while the heavy breaths within the hall grew increasingly labored, resembling the panting of an ox. Were it not for the uninterruptible nature of the Hung Tian ranking trials, they might have rushed into the testing space to ascertain whether Chu Tian was cheating. Soon enough, as the minute mark approached, the test concluded. Chu Tian's name surged to the pinnacle of the bone forging rankings. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone forging, wielding a colossal strength of 150,000 pounds, had slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 young true dragons, 10 young rocks, and 10 true roar juveniles within a minute. The second place, Ci Hangsheng Zong Sui Mei, at the 10th level of bone forging, possessed 90,000 pounds of strength, achieving 150,000 pounds? Am I seeing things? Someone murmured, glancing at their companion. What did you see? 150. I saw 150 as well. Chu Tian, at the bone forging level, possessing 150,000 pounds of strength. Was this nearly double that of the ancient beast juveniles? Is the chaos demon body truly so extraordinary? Is this the holy son of our Shang Tian sect? Cough, cough, cough. In the pool of blood, Yichang's face was deathly pale, violently coughing, his body convulsing, as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. Yet, at that moment, none had the time to attend to him. Buzz. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, his black robes impeccably arranged, his expression calm. He cast a fleeting glance at Yichang, then at the bone forging rankings, seemingly oblivious to the bizarre atmosphere within the hall, and departed Heng Tian Palace. His purpose for coming to Heng Tian Palace was to suppress all his contemporaries from the Yi family, including Yichang, rather than targeting any singular individual. Had Yichang not approached him, Chu Tian would have lacked the motivation to seek him out for trouble. Defeating him was merely a matter of convenience. If he sought his own demise, then it would be a simple task to oblige. Regarding excessive concern, Chu Tian believes that his energy is a precious resource that should not be squandered on trivial figures and matters. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the pseudo-fortune child Yichang, striking a severe blow to his mentality and leaving him with an irreversible shadow. Rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for undermining the luck of the fortune child Yi fan, rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Chu Tian departed. However, at that moment, within the Hung Tian Hall, the rankings on the Earth list suddenly shifted, and Chu Tian's name unexpectedly appeared in the first position. First on the Earth list, Saint Heavenly Sect's Holy Son Chu Tian, aged 8, possessing the Chaos Divine Demon Body, ascended to the top of the Bone Forging list. Second on the Earth list, Ci Hang Holy Sect, Huilian Saintus Body, born with celestial energy. Coagulated blood at 1 year, forged bones at 2 years, refined spirit at 4 years, previously ranked first in the coagulated blood realm, second in the bone forging realm, first in the refined spirit realm, and first in the united body realm. Third on the Earth list, Heart Demon Sect, Yichang, who had just squeezed into the 99th position, also vanished from the list. The Heng Tian Earth list only records the 99 most promising prodigies under the age of 30. The venue fell into complete silence. In a pool of blood, Yichang's eyes bulged in rage before he collapsed unconscious. The Saint Heavenly Sect boasts 2 main peaks, representing 2 prominent founding families, the Chu family's Saint Emperor Peak and the Yi family's Saint Monarch Peak. The highest point of Saint Emperor Peak houses the main hall. Upon returning to the Chu family, as Chu Tian approached the hall's entrance, a hunchbacked elder greeted him with deep respect. Young master, Madam has descended from the divine clan and is currently discussing matters with the Lord. Please wait a moment. The hunchbacked elder's face was lined with deep creases, his eyes murky and devoid of life, resembling an old man nearing his end. Yet, Chu Tian understood that this was merely the elder's exterior. The true name of this elder had long been forgotten, but he had always been responsible for guarding the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. Even Chu Tian Wang would address him as Elder Tua on Saint Emperor Peak, although it appeared to be filled with countless strong individuals. This elder would at least rank second. After the death of Chu Tian Wang, it was this elder who allowed the fallen Chu Tian to escape the encirclement, sacrificing his life to fend off Yu Tianxiong. Though not a member of the Chu family, having spent his life within it, he was more reliable than many of the direct descendants of the Chu family. Very well, Elder Tua. Upon learning of his mother Jian Kongju's descent, Chu Tian felt a slight stir within him and politely returned the greeting, standing with Elder Tua at the entrance, awaiting her arrival. It seemed that his actions had initiated a butterfly effect. In the original storyline, Jian Kongju had been in seclusion within the ancient Sword Divine clan, preoccupied with some unknown matters, ultimately perishing in the internal strife of the Divine clan. It was precisely due to her death that the absence of her deterrent power inflicted a significant blow on Chu Tian Wang and the Chu family, emboldening the Yi family to strike their final blow. However, Yi Tianxiong had once engaged in a conversation with Yi Fan, vaguely hinting that Jian Kongju seemed to be in fierce contention with the ancestors of the ancient Sword Divine clan over something crucial to Chu Tian, with Yu Tianxiong covertly instigating events that led to her demise. Now that Jian Kongju could descend in her divine form, it signified that she remained free and could return to the Saint Heavenly Sect at any moment. At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed through the hall. King Chu, I care not for your sacred Heavenly Sect's grand schemes or unity. I am indifferent to them. What I do know is that should a similar incident occur again, I shall return forthwith and cleave the Yejia's sacred Emperor Peak with a single stroke. How dare a mere waste from the Yejia bully my precious son? How can you, as the deputy sect master, hold your position? You might as well rename yourself to Yi Coward. Cough, cough, cough. My lady, please lower your voice. There are people outside the hall. A slightly embarrassed voice of King Chu interjected. Lower my voice. I am speaking for my son to hear. My son, of noble lineage, possesses the rare and supreme chaos divine demon body, a talent seldom seen throughout history. Moreover, he is the offspring of the sword goddess, Jian Kongju. He is destined to stand atop the starry sky, illuminating the heavens. Why must he, within your sacred heavenly sect, exercise such caution and restraint? On what grounds? Jian Kongju's voice remained icy, leaving no dignity for King Chu. Even in a mere projection of her spirit, Jian Kongju could distinctly sense everything occurring within the sacred Emperor Peak. Chapter 9. A single blow to avert 100 Tiano performed admirably this time, confronting a mere waste from the Yi family and a trifling innate Dao body. What audacity they possessed to bully and scheme against him. It is preferable that this incident remains a trivial children's squabble, untouched by the Lu or Yi families. Otherwise, I would level them all to the ground. And as for King Chu, let me make it clear, should you dare to meddle, advocating for leniency and urging Tianer to let the matter slide, know that my first strike upon my return will be directed at you. Following that, I shall eradicate that so-called Holy Emperor Peak and incapacitate Yi Tianxiong. King Chu smiled bitterly, yet in the face of his furious wife, he could only nod in agreement. My lady, I did not consent to allow Xing Nu to lead the sect's law enforcement team into the Lu family to capture Zhu'er. The Yi family should now grasp our firm stance. If it were not for my timely intervention, you, King Chu, might have simply killed Zhu'er to settle the matter without further inquiry, she retorted. Tian has done well. Zhu'er must be interrogated thoroughly to uncover the truth. I wish to ascertain whether Yi Tianxiong has been scheming against my son from the shadows. The voice of Jian Kongju was resolute. My lady, that is unnecessary. It is likely that some of the older generation in the Yi family are instigating trouble. Tianxiong is my sworn brother. We traversed the continent together, explored the cosmos, and faced life and death side by side. I know his character well. He would never resort to such underhanded tactics against me. If there were an issue, he would communicate directly. Tianxiong is a witness to our bond. Why must we delve deeper and disrupt the delicate balance, creating such an unpleasant scene? Look at Tian. He is thriving under my personal guidance, having reached the 7th level of bone tempering with a formidable strength of 700,000 pounds, nearly rivaling that of a young dragon. King Chu earnestly attempted to soothe her, recalling past experiences to vouch for Yi Tianxiong. Father places too much emphasis on his brotherly bond with Yi Tianxiong, thought Chu Tian, lowering his head, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. His swift arrival after leaving the Hung Tian Hall was to persuade King Chu to handle this matter himself. Even his participation in the bone-tempering ranking trials was aimed at breaking the deadlock. Chu Tian pondered how to convince King Chu, as his youth was his greatest hindrance, making it difficult to involve himself in many affairs. Fortunately, his mother, Jian Kongzhu, was not so narrow-minded. Her backing saved him considerable effort. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Elder Tuo's murky eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly speaking inadvertently. After the master became the vice sect leader, he began to take many things too seriously, leading to a loss of initiative. Yet, many dare not voice their thoughts. The young master's strong counterattack has indeed invigorated many powerful members within the clan. It is my fault for speaking out of turn, daring to criticize the vice sect leader. Please, young master, punish me. Elder Tuo immediately bowed, trembling in apology. Elder Tuo, you are a venerable elder of the clan. Such words would only diminish my worth, Chu Tian said, helping him up, though his eyes sparkled with insight. Elder Tuo's remarks clearly indicated that many within the Chu family supported him. There were numerous members dissatisfied with King Chu's conciliatory approach towards the Yi family. This time, the forceful counterattack invigorated the group. Tianer, come in quickly and let your mother see if you're injured, came the voice of Jian Kongsu. As Chu Tian stepped into the grand hall, a stunningly beautiful woman, donned in a flowing white gown with sharp, elegant features, rushed to embrace him, showering him with concern and affection, her eyes brimming with tenderness, as if fearing her son had suffered some grievance at the hands of King Chu Tian. My lady, Tiano is also my son. How could I ever allow him to be wronged? Sighed a tall, middle-aged man, who was none other than King Chu Tian himself. Outside, he was the invincible emperor, the vice master of the Holy Heaven sect, wielding immense power. Yet, within the confines of his home, he transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man, trembling in the presence of his fiercely protective wife, too afraid to interject. Though it was clear that his son had stolen the sacred vein fruit and struck his fiancée, even threatening to flay the worthless members of the Chu family or annihilate the Lu family, in Jian Kongzhu's eyes. It seemed as though her son had endured the gravest injustice. However, faced with his formidable wife, he dared not voice his thoughts, should her wrath ignite. Returning from beyond to destroy the Lu family and cleave the sacred emperor peak, all his painstakingly crafted plans would crumble. After inquiring about his well-being, Jian Kongzhu invited Chu Tian to sit in her lap, asking, Xiao Tian, your mother does not wish to quarrel with your father, this coward. How do you propose we handle the Lu family and that worthless individual from the Yi family? King Chu Tian, suppressing a bitter smile, was about to defend his honor against the accusation of cowardice, but was met with a fierce glare from Jian Kongzhu that caused him to retract his neck in fear, casting a pleading glance at his son instead. His intention was clear. He hoped Chu Tian would show mercy and not escalate the situation further. Though Chu Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable with Jian Kongzhu's affection, after all, he bore the soul of an adult. He soon succumbed to the warmth of her maternal love, dispelling any sense of resistance. As for King Chu Tian's beseeching gaze, it went entirely unnoticed by Chu Tian, were it not for the constraints of his identity. He would have liked to call him a cowardly old father. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian raised his head, his gaze cold and resolute. Mother, my opinion is that we must pursue this matter to the very end and uncover all those who conspired against me. A single strike must be delivered to prevent 100 retaliations. To maintain the stability and unity of our sect, we cannot afford to compromise blindly. Relenting without reason will only lead them to perceive us as weak and embolden them to take further advantage. King Chu Tian, wearing a helpless smile, was immediately taken aback upon hearing these words, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he regarded his son. Is this truly the articulate response of my obedient child? Jian Kongzhu's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in praise. What a brilliant phrase. A single strike must be delivered to prevent 100 retaliations. You are indeed my son, Jian Kongzhu. At the doorway, old Tu trembled with astonishment, his murky eyes flashing with shock. Was this something an 8-year-old child could truly articulate? The young master is indeed the scion of the sword-breaker goddess and the master, possessing not only astonishing talent but also insights that are truly exceptional. A single strike must be delivered to prevent 100 retaliations. In just 10 brief characters, one finds an inexhaustible truth about life that becomes increasingly profound with contemplation, evoking a sense of enlightenment. What a brilliant strategy! One decisive strike to prevent a flurry of blows. This indeed reflects the approach of the Chu family. My third uncle also expresses his unwavering support for you, Xiao Tian, in your relentless pursuit to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes. A middle-aged man entered the grand hall, laughing heartily and applauding. Elder brother, you have raised an exceptional son. I, your third brother, am truly envious. The newcomer was Chu Tianyan, the third elder of the Chu family, and the biological brother of King Chu Tian. He held the esteemed position of the fifth elder in the Holy Heaven sect and served as the head of the law enforcement hall, a figure whose presence commanded respect throughout the sect. Tianyun pays his respects to my sister-in-law and extends his congratulations on Xiao Tian's remarkable achievement in securing the top position in the Earth ranking. This triumph greatly honors our Chu family and elevates the reputation of the Holy Heaven sect, Chu Tianyun remarked, bowing respectfully to Jian Kongzu, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 10. How to stay low-key with such an outstanding son first on the Earth ranking. Are you referring to the Heng Tian ranking? Jian Kongzu inquired, as she was not a native of Heng Tian continent. Although she was aware of the Heng Tian ranking, her understanding of its significance within the continent was rather limited. She only knew that its rankings held immense importance in Heng Tian. At that moment, however, King Chu's pupils constricted sharply, initially displeased by Chu Tianyun's arrival. He cast aside his irritation, exclaiming in astonishment, "Third brother, what did you just say? Little Tian has surged to the top of the Earth ranking? Surely you jest with me and your sister-in-law." The concept of being first on the Earth ranking was one that no one in Heng Tian could misunderstand. It represented the most promising prodigies under the age of 30. Yet, how old was Chu Tian? Merely 8 years old and still in the bone-forging realm. This was indeed a shocking revelation. Brother, your role as vice sect master is becoming increasingly questionable. The entire sect is in an uproar. Even ancient recluses who have long remained hidden have emerged from their secret realms to verify whether there has been a mistake with the Heng Tian ranking, Chu Tianyan remarked, his expression a mix of incredulity and concern. Moreover, you are personally responsible for mentoring little Tian. Are you not aware of his strength? With an odd expression, Chu Tianyun gazed at Chu Tian as if he were a curious anomaly. Just moments ago, little Tian single-handedly dispatched Yichang, who was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, with a single punch. In mere 30 seconds, he annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoth giants and 30 ancient beast cubs. He has directly ascended to the pinnacle of the Heng Tian bone forging ranking and claimed the top spot on the Earth ranking. Now, it is not only our sacred heaven sect causing a stir, the entire Heng Tian continent is abuzz. A multitude of ancient beings has come forth to witness the phenomenon that is our sacred son. They wonder if he is, perhaps, a transformed offspring of an ancient divine beast that we have brought back. The 3 grand elders of the sect had personally ventured out to host these ancient figures outside the sect. As Chu Tianyan spoke, his gaze grew increasingly peculiar, causing a chill to run down Chu Tian's spine, as if this middle-aged man intended to dissect him. Nevertheless, the fact that he had ascended to the top of the Earth ranking was somewhat unexpected for him. He had merely exerted his full strength to make a grand statement, intending to demonstrate to the world that the younger generation of the Chu family had not faded into obscurity while simultaneously fulfilling a system task. Truly, he is the son of a remarkable mother, the embodiment of my ancient sword god clan's bloodline, the legendary chaos divine demon body. Upon regaining her composure, Jian Kongzu, filled with exhilaration, planted a firm kiss on her son's fair cheek. Had it not been for your father's cowardice, I would have taken you on a grand tour of the stars by now. We would have toppled the prodigies of the top sects and ancient clans, as well as the offspring of ancient divine beasts, one after another. My son is indeed the most exceptional. Congratulations, host, on completing the first phase of the task to no longer remain low-key. Reward: 10,000 fate points and 1 creation divine pill, resuscitation of the dead, restoration of flesh and bones capable of healing all injuries. At that moment, the system's gentle and melodious reminder echoed in Chu Tian's ears. First on the Earth ranking. First on the Earth ranking. First on the Earth ranking. King Chu muttered to himself, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. A mix of exhilaration and contentment welled within him. After all, Chu Tian was his only son, and what father does not aspire for his child to achieve greatness? Yet, there was also an air of helplessness and a wry smile. Being ranked first on the list meant that all his years of discreet efforts to ensure the Yi family did not harbor any misgivings towards the Chu family had, in an instant, unraveled. With a son of such remarkable talent, achieving the pinnacle of success, how could one maintain a low profile? Alas, alas, Xiaodian. Your father supports your quest for the truth in this matter, but I implore you to avoid involving too many others. After all, Yi Tianxiong is my sworn brother. And as a founding family, we must uphold the unity and stability of our sect. With a deep sigh, Chu Tianwang pondered the situation. At this juncture, how could he still be oblivious? His wife and even his 8-year-old son were dissatisfied with his attitude, having secretly ventured to Hengtian Hall to partake in the assessment without his knowledge. Chu Tianyun had rushed over, and although he said nothing outright, it was evident he was using Chu Tian to convey his discontent. Xiaodian, your innate talent is extraordinary. From the moment you were born, you were designated as the Holy Son. The future of the Holy Heaven sect undoubtedly belongs to you. Your father exercises caution and safeguards the interests of the sect. All for your benefit, Chu Tianwang advised earnestly. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of my responsibilities. Chu Tian responded with a gentle smile, clasping his fists in respect. Finally, he had resolved this internal dilemma. His greatest concern was not so much the prodigious Yi fan, but rather the potential obstinacy of his father, who might impede him from behind the scenes, causing significant trouble. At least you, cowardly as you are, recognize who truly belongs to your family. Jian Kongzu remarked with a roll of her eyes. Just then, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyan, and Jian Kongzu's gazes shifted simultaneously towards the entrance of the hall. Master, Madam, Sect Master Tianxiong is bringing a young man to pay his respects and is currently waiting at the foot of the mountain, reported Elder Tuesday. What an imposing presence. Chu Tian looked up at the tumultuous skies, observing how the once clear heavens had suddenly turned ominously dark. The might of the world strong was indeed formidable, their aura manifesting in a manner that could even sway the weather. Xiaodian, your mother is currently at the ancient Sword Divine clan negotiating a significant opportunity for you, and thus cannot be by your side, Jian Kongzu said, placing her hand gently upon Chu Tian's head, her eyes brimming with affection. However, pursue whatever you wish. You have your mother, and yes, your cowardly father to support you. Jian Kongzhu shot a warning glance at Chu Tianwang, her form beginning to fade. Old man, should you dare to bully my son, I shall return and cleave you in two with my sword, and take good care of my 3 daughters. Should a single hair be harmed, my sworn brother has arrived. Let Tianxiong in at once. Never mind, I shall personally welcome him. Chu Tianwang exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swiftly descending the mountain. Little Tian, do not hold it against your father. He is bound by brotherhood to Yi Tianxiong. Coupled with the ancestral teachings of the Chu family, which prioritize the sect above all else, it is understandable that your father, given his temperament, would endure such trials in silence. However, remember, he is your father, and you are your own person. Follow your heart and act accordingly. Your third uncle will be here shortly, so do not be afraid. Chu Tianyun explained with a smile, then turned to gaze at Chu Tian with admiration. Truly, he is the legendary supreme physique, the chaos divine demon body. When he makes a sound, it resonates with the heavens. At the tender age of 8, having reached the bone-forging realm, he directly ascended to the top of the earth ranking. Not even the novelists of this continent would dare to pen such tales. Yi Tianxiong. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes before he smiled and replied, How could that be? This is merely human nature. As a member of the Chu family, I naturally prioritize the greater good of our sect. I only wish to uncover the truth behind the scenes and resolve the misunderstandings between the Chu and Yi families. Chapter 11. As the Chosen One. What happens when you acquire a treasure? Old Tua, I once overheard my mother mention that you bear hidden injuries within your body. Chu Tian turned to old Tua by the entrance and inquired. His words were undoubtedly fabrications. Old Tua had remained at Sacred Emperor Peak for many years without ever revealing his strength, and the existence of hidden injuries surfaced only during the destruction of the Chu family in the original narrative, even unknown to the Chu Tian king. However, with Jian Kongzhu absent, any inexplicable matters could easily be attributed to her. Just moments ago, as I emerged from the Hengtian Palace, the void suddenly split open, and a pill fell, which bore a striking resemblance to the legendary creation Divine Pill. Old Tua, could you verify its authenticity? Chu Tian casually fabricated a story, approaching to place the pill in old Tuo's hands. Chu Tian Wang seemed somewhat unreliable. Since the creation divine pill was a product of the system, its authenticity was unquestionable. Moreover, he had no immediate need for it. It would be wiser to bestow it upon old Tuo to heal his injuries, thereby augmenting the Chu family's strength. A rich fragrance of medicine suddenly enveloped the vast palace. The creation divine pill. Old Tuo trembled, gazing at the pill in his hand. It was said to be a top-tier divine pill, crafted only by the emperor of the medicine god clan, capable of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. Chu Tianyan instantly materialized beside old Tuo, and upon seeing the 9 faint purple patterns emanating from the pill, he was struck with astonishment. It was identical to the descriptions in the texts. Merely inhaling a whiff of the pill's aura had already healed the minor Dao injury he had sustained in his youth. Chu Tianyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Tian, exclaiming, "Little Tian, did you truly find this while walking? Is it genuinely the legendary creation divine pill?" Chu Tian appeared equally astonished. In this fantastical realm, while it was rare for top-tier prodigies to be struck by treasures whilst walking, it was not entirely impossible. As a being of chaotic divine essence and the destined child of fate, why should he not be worthy? In light of this, old Tuo, you must consume it. It should greatly benefit your hidden injuries, Chu Tian urged. My young master, this is utterly out of the question. The creation divine pill is immensely precious. Capable of resurrecting the dead, it is akin to a second life. I am merely a servant of the Chu family. How could I dare accept such a grand gift? Old Tuo replied. Madam possesses remarkable insight, having discerned my hidden injuries, yet they are but trifling ailments, nothing of consequence. Having endured the torment of these hidden injuries for so many years, how could old Tuo not be tempted? Nevertheless, he returned the divine pill to Chu Tian. Old Tuo, it is merely a pill. In comparison to your contributions to the Chu family, this is insignificant. Little Tian is but expressing a sentiment on behalf of his parents. Chu Tian humbly stated, after all, with the system in place and so many fated children around, acquiring destiny points for exchange made the creation divine pill seem trivial to him. No external treasure could compare to the reassurance of having a top-tier powerhouse as a guardian. Old Tuo, you truly possess hidden injuries. It is astonishing that we have not discovered this over the years. Chu Tianyun was taken aback and immediately responded. Little Tian speaks the truth. Old Tuo, your contributions to the Chu family are immense, and this is precisely what we, the younger generation, ought to do. This creation divine pill shall be considered a gift from the family to you. Within the clan, there was an exchange involving other items with Xiao Tian. Chu Tianyan pondered for a moment, then solemnly stated, Xiao Tian, 3 days hence, the sacred heavenly pool within our sect will soon be opened. At present, the family intends to exchange this opportunity for entry into the sacred heavenly pool with you. The sacred heavenly pool is the physical embodiment of the revered ancestor Duanmu, and it is immensely beneficial for forging the divine soul of a heavenly god. Having reached the 10th level of bone refinement, you are now at the threshold of spirit cultivation. Thus, the sacred heavenly pool will greatly aid your advancement in this endeavor, its value rivaling that of the creation divine pill. Upon concluding his words, Chu Tianyan turned to Elder Tuo and remarked, Elder Tuo, you can now consume the creation divine pill with peace of mind. Elder Tuo, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, in that case, I humbly accept the favor bestowed upon me by the young master and third master. My life and all that I possess are granted by the Chu family. I am unworthy of such generous consideration. Elder Tuo did not linger on the matter, for he understood the significance of this pill. He promptly consumed the creation divine pill. With a hum, Elder Tuo closed his eyes, a purple divine radiance swirling around him as the power of creation flashed momentarily. The sacred heavenly pool. Upon hearing this name, a slight tremor coursed through Chu Tian. He had not anticipated that he would encounter this place so swiftly. The sacred heavenly pool harbors a tremendous opportunity, which had previously been seized by the child of fortune, directly influencing the balance of the sacred heavenly sect. For over 1,000,000 years, the sacred heavenly sect has weathered countless rises and falls, facing numerous crises. The revered ancestor Duanmu is regarded as the rejuvenator of the sect, having guided it through a critical period of decline. The Duanmu family is now one of the foremost clans within the sacred heavenly sect, second only to the 2 great families. The body of ancestor Duanmu lies hidden within the sacred heavenly pool, having undergone the purification of heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years, resulting in the nascent formation of a spiritual consciousness. Years later, during the opening of the sacred heavenly pool, a century-old baptism for young disciples, Yi Fan gained the recognition of the nascent ancestor Duanmu, who became heavily reliant upon him. Consequently, he indirectly secured the support of the Duanmu family, establishing his foothold within the sacred heavenly sect. The living ancestor Duanmu represents an extraordinary opportunity, one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan has ever encountered. If one could enter early, it would indeed be possible to leverage this circumstance to great advantage. Chu Tian smiled at his uncle, Chu Tianyan, though this character had played a minor role in the original narrative. Failing to significantly benefit the Chu family and meeting an early demise as a villain, he was now of utmost utility. From his memories, he learned that contrary to Chu Tianyan's claims of the family exchanging the creation divine pill, this opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was, in fact, Chu Tianyan's own. Chu Tianyan had willingly bestowed this precious chance upon him for the purpose of spirit cultivation. Thank you, uncle, for granting me this invaluable opportunity. I, too, aspire to enter the sacred heavenly pool to cultivate my spirit and lay an unparalleled foundation. Chu Tianyan, somewhat surprised that Chu Tian was aware of this, smiled wistfully and replied, "The uncle is growing old. Entering the sacred heavenly pool will only allow me to advance perhaps 1 or 2 minor realms at best. The continent has been tumultuous these years, with various sects at odds and the younger generation displaying extraordinary talents, vying for supremacy. Within our sect, currents of intrigue swirl, with the Yi family casting a watchful eye. If this continues, although the Chu family possesses profound heritage, we may find ourselves in peril. It would be more prudent to bestow this opportunity upon you, Xiao Tian, to secure a future for my family. In the days to come, should you find the chance, please look after my haughty relative." Chu Tianyun spoke with a smile, patting Chu Tian's shoulder, reassuring him not to dwell on it. In truth, had Chu Tian not ascended to the pinnacle of the earth rankings, he would not have relinquished this opportunity. "Thank you, uncle," Chu Tian expressed sincerely, his heart filled with admiration for the venerable clan that has thrived for 1,000,000 years, united and forward-looking. Chu Tianyun's words seemed simple, yet many formidable individuals have fought valiantly for mere progress, often at the cost of their lives. "Ah, my cowardly father, with such a promising hand. You played it so poorly, leading to the annihilation of our lineage, with children dead or succumbing to madness." Just then, a figure draped in a snow-white veil, the star servant, appeared outside the hall, kneeling on one knee, and said, "Star servant greets the young master and third master." "Rise," Chu Tian replied nonchalantly. "Has the interrogation of Zhuo yielded results?" The star servant glanced at Chu Tianyan, hesitation flickering in her eyes. "Ah, ha ha. Even I find it hard to believe, Xiao Tian. You have a loyal and devoted servant," Chu Tianyan chuckled, unperturbed, preparing to step aside. "Do not hesitate, star servant. Speak freely. My uncle is family," Chu Tian said calmly. The forceful apprehension of Zhuo from the Liu family was never meant to be conducted in secrecy, not to mention as the head of the law enforcement hall. Chu Tianyun's consent was imperative for the enforcement team to act against Zhuo. Young master, my subordinate, along with many disciples of the law enforcement hall, employed various severe punishments. Even as Zhuo approached the brink of mental collapse, she still refused to divulge anything. The star servant gritted her teeth and continued, in desperation, "I resorted to the soul-searching technique and uncovered the entire truth. I utilized forbidden methods of the demonic path, and I beg for your and third master as forgiveness. Endless eons ago, the celestial demon nearly obliterated the Hung Tian continent, which is why such demonic techniques are reviled. This also explains why the great hatred demon lord fell into the demonic path and was hunted by all sects of the Hung Tian continent." "Proceed," Chu Tian said, his expression inscrutable. He was well aware of these events, yet in his heart, he recognized no distinction between righteousness and evil. Techniques possess neither inherent good nor evil. They are merely tools employed to achieve one's aims. Chapter 12. Kneel and apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Not a problem, merely a trivial matter. Chu Tianyun's expression remained indifferent. The Holy Heaven sect governs vast territories, with millions of inhabitants, and the enforcement hall is tasked with maintaining order, often employing some sinister techniques and secrecy, an occurrence that is quite customary. Various sects have, to varying degrees, resorted to such measures, albeit discreetly, without bringing them to light. Zhuo, a devoted assassin cultivated by the esteemed elder Yi Hongwu, was responsible for instilling favorable notions of the Yi family in Miss Lu Yun, as well as sabotaging her relationship with the young master. The news of the sacred vein's fruit maturing, which could assist Yi Fan in his cultivation, was a revelation from Yi Hanwu to Miss Lu Yun. Upon concluding his words, the star slave immediately prostrated on the ground, cradling a jade slip with both hands. Within it was recorded a myriad of instructions from Yi Hanwu, detailing Jewer's interference in Miss Lu Yun's affairs to be reviewed by the young master and the third master. Given the involvement of the esteemed elder of the Yi family, the gravity of the matter was monumental. Chu Tian's demeanor remained tranquil. The actions of the Yi family had not caught him off guard, merely a procedural formality. However, Chu Tian's expression was as cold as ice, his face marred by a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached alongside a stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding authority. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Little Tian, why not hurry to greet Uncle Tianxiong? He dotes on you immensely. You even once relieved yourself upon him shortly after your birth." "Saint Sun Chu Tian, I pay my respects to the sect master," Chu Tian articulated with impeccable decorum. Yet, he refrained from addressing Yi Tianxiong as uncle, opting instead for the title of sect master. Adhering to the formalities of the sect, leaving no room for reproach, he then cast his gaze toward the youth trailing behind Yi Tianxiong. This boy, barely over 10 years of age, bore an expression of cold composure that belied his youth. As Chu Tian looked at him, the boy's gaze fixated on Chu Tian in return, his eyes harboring an intensity of malice incongruent with his tender years, a child who had evidently endured the vicissitudes of life, exuding a maturity akin to that of an adult. Seeking to atone, how intriguing. A smirk graced Chu Tian's lips as fragmented memories of the boy surfaced. Memories that prominently featured Lu Yun. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Chu family, earning great renown. At this moment, Yi Fan stood bare-chested, his arms bound by iron chains, thorns protruding from behind, their sharp barbs piercing into his back, drawing forth flesh and blood, crimson droplets cascading to the ground. Yet, there was no hint of agony in Yi Fan's eyes. Instead, he gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Tian, and suddenly roared. "Chu Tian, you bastard. If you wish to kill or maim, then come for me directly. There is no need to involve Lu Yun and the Lu family, nor to vent your wrath upon my brother." Filled with unbridled fury, Yi Fan lunged at Chu Tian like a wild beast. Chu Tian stood his ground, expressionless. Yet a flicker of malevolence danced across his youthful visage. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment in Hung Tian Hall when Yu Chang had provoked him. Despite being the child of fortune, Yi Fan was still somewhat naive, lacking the cunning that comes with age. Given that Yi Fan was seeking his demise, Chu Tian was more than willing to oblige. At this moment, Yi Tianxiong's stern and indifferent voice suddenly resounded. "Lacking in decorum, you are at fault first. Chu Tian, as the holy son of the sect, is someone whom a mere wastrel like you cannot dare to rage against. Kneel." With an expressionless face, Yi Tianxing tugged at the iron chain in his hand, causing Yi Fan to topple to the ground, kneeling before Chu Tian. "Xiao Tian, I have come personally this time. Firstly, to congratulate you on ascending to the top of the Hung Tian D list, and to convey my regards to your father. Secondly, it is to resolve any misunderstandings you may harbor against the Yi family, to prevent any harm to the brotherly bond between your father and me, thereby ensuring the unity of our sect." Yi Tianxiong gazed at Chu Tian, his face displaying a gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Chu Tian merely referred to him as the sect leader. "I have brought this wastrel here, and you may do with him as you please, be it to kill, maim, or flay him, even though he is the child of my third brother. I shall not show favoritism. Should this matter cause any rift between me and your father, or affect the relationship between our families, this wastrel's thousands of lives would not suffice to make amends." Chu Tian's gaze turned slightly cold. This old fox was indeed far more formidable than the fated Sun Yi Fan. It was evident that Yi Tianxiong was fully aware that Chu Tian regarded him as a sworn brother who would uphold his dignity. Thus he resorted to emotional manipulation, presenting himself as a figure of ironclad impartiality. Otherwise, as the holy son of the sect, facing a mere wastrel like Yi Fan would undoubtedly lead to Yi Fan's demise. Yu Chang's prior provocation had nearly incapacitated him with a single punch, and since then, no one dared to confront him. Rules are significant, yet strength is paramount. This is a world that venerates the powerful and the exceptional. A wastrel who dares to provoke a formidable genius and meets his end will find no one to advocate for him. And the higher-ups within the sect would side with Chu Tian. When Yi Fan rushed over earlier, Chu Tian had already prepared to cripple him with a kick. But Yi Tianxiong's intervention had inadvertently spared Yi Fan's life. Indeed, The fated son possesses a formidable destiny. Yi Tianxiong had emerged to safeguard him. Perhaps Yi Tianxiong sensed impending danger upon learning of Yi Fan's ascension to the top of the earth ranking. Thus, this shrewd old man decisively bound Yi Fan like a dog to prevent any petty actions that might jeopardize the relations between their families and disrupt the unity of the sect. There would be murmurs within the sect about the Chu family's lack of magnanimity. However, Yi Tianxiong likely did not realize that from the very beginning. His target was not Yi Fan, the wastrel. Dealing with him was merely secondary. The true aim was to awaken Chu Tian and the Chu family through Yi Fan's predicament, thereby striking a blow against the Yi family. Xiao Tian, the Chu and Yi families are brotherly clans. Do you not think this matter should come to an end? Let Xing Nu bring that fool here and execute him directly. Chu Tian, unable to contain himself, urged. Fearing that if Jian Kongzhu had not intervened to suggest that Chu Tian handle the situation, he would have directly eliminated Yi Fan himself. With a slight furrow of his brow and a flash of cold light in his eyes, Chu Tian had yet to speak when Chu Tianyun's icy and menacing voice suddenly rang out. He must not be released. My dear brother, I comprehend your sentiment regarding the bond with the sect leader. However, this matter extends beyond the fate of a mere miscreant. It involves a calculated scheme targeting your legitimate heir, the scion of the Chu family and the future hope of our sect. Such a situation cannot be resolved so lightly. Chu Tianyun strode forward, clutching a jade tablet, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Tianxiong, declaring, Sect leader, as the head of the law enforcement hall. Do I not possess the authority to interrogate a mere maid? The law enforcement hall is tasked with upholding the order of the sect, endowed with the responsibilities of apprehension and interrogation. Thus, I am indeed qualified. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, though a dangerous glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes. Then may I inquire, sect leader, regarding the actions of the esteemed elder Yi Hongwu, your own blood relative, who has trained assassins and placed them beside the fiancé of my Chu family's heir, instigating disruptions and revealing the sect's most profound secrets. Is it not he who has incited our sacred son, Chu Tian, to steal the sacred pulse fruits for Yi Fan's use? What punishment shall he face? Chu Tianyun's voice resonated with a heavy malice, his gaze icy. I now harbor grave suspicions that within the Yi family, a considerable faction is deliberately plotting against my Chu family's prodigy. Boom, boom, boom. As Chu Tianyun spoke these words, the heavens shifted ominously, the atmosphere distorted, and thick dark clouds enveloped the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak. The ambience between heaven and earth seemed to freeze in place. Chu Tianyun's declaration was suffocating, brazenly directing the spearhead at the Yi family. Chu Tian's countenance remained composed as he surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that at the moment of Chu Tianyun's utterance, the air, though seemingly devoid of presence, pulsed with a terrifying energy. Yi Tianxiong had personally come forth, and the formidable individuals of the Chu family, as well as the higher echelons of the sect and other noble clans, were surely monitoring this confrontation. Nevertheless, Chu Tian had no intention of intervening. The Chu family had languished in silence for far too long and required a resounding confrontation to demonstrate that their fangs and claws remained sharp. Even the Yi family would pay a heavy price for their transgressions. Chu Tianyun, do you wish to undermine the unity and stability of our sect? Yi Tianxiong's eyes darkened instantly, gazing at the jade tablet presented by Chu Tianyun without accepting it. Instead, casting a heavy accusation, are you aware of the implications of your words? To slander the esteemed elder is a grave offense. As the head of the law enforcement hall, it is your duty to maintain the order of the sect. Do you not think before you speak? He bellowed. Withdraw at once. As Chu Tianyun took the stage to speak, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, as if events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. Despite Chu Tian's unyielding demeanor, Chu Tianyun had dared to emerge and provoke him without the head of the family as command. Even implicating a prominent elder of the Yi family, his own uncle, his keen instincts warned him not to pursue this line of inquiry further. Third brother, what nonsensical words are you uttering? We shall settle this matter later. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached with an extremely grim countenance, swiftly snatching the jade tablet from Chu Tianyun's grasp. Such a significant issue, and Chu Tianyun had the audacity not to consult him, the head of the family. Chu Tianwang quickly scanned the jade tablet with his divine sense. In an instant, he stood frozen in place. Yi Hongwu. Suddenly, the voice of King Chu emerged hoarsely, almost erupting from the depths of his throat as he uttered those three words. A terrifying aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloped the vast expanse of the sky. When the emperor was enraged, mountains crumbled, seas surged, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Elder Hongwu, no, this cannot be. There must be a misunderstanding. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan, kneeling on the ground, turned pale, swiftly glancing towards Yi Tianxiong. Wasn't it said that they were here to resolve this conflict? How could it suddenly escalate to such an extent? A chill coursed through Yi Fan's body. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who had shown him kindness, providing protection for him and his brother Yi Chong. It was even thanks to Yi Hongwu's immense sacrifices that he had survived despite his meridians being crippled. At that moment, Chu Tianyun strode forward, gazing down into Yi Fan's eyes with a fierce glare. You were poisoned at birth, the venom seeping into your very organs, to merely preserve your life. Vast resources have been expended every moment. Over the years, the elimination of this toxin has required various precious divine medicines and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Tianyuan fruits, celestial spirits, dragon's blood vines, and this time, the sacred pulse fruit, each one a marvel of the world. Yi Hongwu, in his quest to preserve your life, exploited your indebtedness to Lu Yun for saving your life, repeatedly inciting me, the young master of the Chu family, to steal, causing immense losses to our sect. His crimes are beyond measure. With a resounding thud, Chu Tianyun raised his hand, striking Yi Fan's chest, causing it to cave in, his eyes filled with fury. You, a worthless wretch, are unworthy of consuming such extraordinary treasures to prolong your life. Were it not for the assistance of the young master of the Chu family, you would have long since perished, your bones turned to dust. How dare you roar at me, the young master of the Chu family? Kneel and beg for forgiveness from the young master of the Chu family. Chapter 13, The Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring, Hidden Tasks, and the Saintess I am not in the wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? Yi Fan spat blood, his chest caving in, his mouth filled with thick, crimson liquid. Yet, he did not yield. Instead, he glared at Chu Tian and roared. I, Yi Fan, do not kneel to heaven, do not kneel to earth. I only kneel to my parents. What does it matter if you are ranked first on the heavenly rankings? If my meridians had not been severed since childhood, I would not be inferior to you. Give me some time, and Chu Tian would not stand a chance against me. If you have grievances, come at me. Do not drag Elder Hongwu into this. You scoundrels. Congratulations to the host. A severe blow to the luck of the Son of Destiny, Yi Fan's psyche has been dealt, awarding 1,000 destiny points. Chu Tian approached, crouching down to gaze at Yi Fan with a calm indifference, stating, You are worthless. In truth, with your talent and strength, you are hardly worthy of my attention. Even less deserving of my personal effort to eliminate you. It would merely soil my hands. Yet, for your sake, Yi Hongwu and others have been scheming against me from the shadows, attempting to drain me of my resources for your benefit, which is utterly outrageous. Tell me, who else is behind you? Is it merely Elder Yi Hongwu? Although Chu Tian seemed to inquire of Yi Fan, his gaze shifted towards Yi Tianxiong. A slight smirk gracing his lips. Uncle Tianxiong, as the leader of the Holy Heaven sect, you possess greater insights. Do you truly believe that one Elder Yi Hongwu can control the sect's affairs, evade the notice of numerous powerful members of the Chu family, manipulate the Lu family at will, acquire the sect's secrets, and procure numerous treasures and divine medicines from the Chu family to extend the life of this waste? I cannot shake the feeling that there are far more formidable players lurking in the shadows. Yi Tianxiong fixed his icy stare upon Chu Tian's youthful visage, his expression dark and inscrutable. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Elder Hongwu is a half-step emperor, having overseen many vital departments within the sect and made significant contributions, earning great respect. If you consider him unworthy of being a major figure, then who do you deem worthy? The heads of the various halls, the leaders of the peaks, or perhaps even myself as the sect master? Yi Tianxiong's gaze was frigid, revealing little emotion, yet his grip on the iron chain tightened, a terrifying aura suffusing the atmosphere, casting shadows across the sky. To slander an elder is a grave offense, one that threatens the unity and stability of our Holy Heaven sect. Although you are the Holy Son, young Tian, you must understand that there are many things you do not know, and you must not be swayed by the machinations of treacherous individuals. Yi Tianxiong cast a stern glance at Chu Tianyun, believing that someone from the Chu family was indeed orchestrating trouble, likely the formidable figure within the Chu family. The head of the law enforcement hall, Chu Tianyun. It seems that some are plotting against me, and my uncle is merely seeking justice for me. How did that become my Chu family's undermining of the sect's unity and stability? A cold determination etched on Chu Tian's youthful face. He articulated each word with clarity. The label of sect master is far too weighty. You should take it back and wear it yourself, since it involves Elder Yi Hongwu. Let us first detain him and conduct a thorough investigation to uncover who is truly disrupting the unity and stability of our Holy Heaven sect. Uncle, you truly underestimated young Tian. Yi Tianxiong gazed deeply at Chu Tian, his voice resonating with gravity. Each elder of the Supreme has made significant contributions to our Holy Heaven sect. Those in high positions must undergo thorough investigation, and only with sufficient evidence can one be apprehended. He turned to King Tian, his tone somber. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Do not allow yourself to be misled by fabricated information. A single misstep could lead to turmoil within the sect. As the leader and deputy leader, we bear immense responsibility and must not be swayed by emotions. Misled? That little Jiao was subjected to soul-searching. The events recorded in her memory are crystal clear. She was trained as an assassin by Yi Hongwu. At this moment, however, King Chu rarely lifted his head, his eyes cold and fierce as he retorted, Elder brother, the evidence is irrefutable. How can you claim this is a misunderstanding? The Tian Yuan fruit, the essence of the stars, dragon blood vine, and even the sacred vein flower, each is a treasure of the sect. Young Tian is my son, your nephew. How can you brazenly utter such words? Thankfully, young Tian decisively captured little Jiao, otherwise, in a few years, if she were to suddenly vanish and news of these sect treasures being stolen were to leak, young Tian would be unable to absolve himself of the accusations. Even if he were to plunge into the Star Sea, how would the other families, the powerful, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples within the sect perceive young Tian? Our young saint, your Majesty, do not be agitated. There may indeed be a misunderstanding. Allow me, elder brother, to return and inquire with Uncle Hongwu. Yi Tianxiong spoke solemnly. Aware of the sensitive nature of the matter involving the elder of the Yi family and King Chu, who was now infuriated. King Chu suddenly raised his head, veins protruding in his eyes. Elder brother, I can make concessions for the greater good of the sect, but that does not mean I will allow others to scheme against my son from the shadows. I initially believed this was merely childish antics. Yet your Yi family has gone too far. Yi Hanwu must pay a heavy price. A terrifying aura emanated from King Chu, pressing against the heavens, distorting the sky before it erupted. A massive black vortex appeared in the firmament, exuding an overwhelming dread that sent shivers down one's spine. This was the confrontation of two renowned figures from the celestial rankings, both esteemed emperors in the annals of Hung Tian continent's history. Your Majesty, for the stability of the sect and considering Uncle Hongwu's involvement, should we not allow elder brother to return and conduct a thorough investigation? Yi Tianxiong's gaze was authoritative and chill, unwilling to yield an inch. The atmosphere grew suffocating, and within the Holy Heaven sect, countless powerful individuals were left trembling in fear. It had been an eternity since such a grave crisis had befallen the Holy Heaven sect. The standoff between the leader and deputy leader represented two founding families. A single miscalculation could ignite civil strife within the sect, leading to an apocalyptic scenario, potentially fracturing the Holy Heaven sect. Come at me if you wish to kill or maim. Do not harm Grandpa Hongwu. Beside them, Yi Fan trembled in terror, but despite his struggles and roars, he could not move an inch. The mere presence of King Chu caused blood to seep from his every pore. At that moment, a faint breath unexpectedly enveloped him, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the surroundings. While everyone's gaze was fixated on the two imperial dignitaries, Chu Tian's attention remained on Yi Fan, and he promptly noticed the black ring on Yi Fan's left middle finger. It was this very ring that had just flickered with a wisp of black light. The Tianxian divine ring appeared to be awakening, leaving him to wonder if the Tianxian saintess within had also stirred from her slumber. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward and placed his foot on Yi Fan's arm, chillingly uttering, "My father and the sect master are in conversation regarding the Grand Elder. What gives you, a worthless fool, the audacity to speak out?" With forceful intent, he crushed Yi Fan's arm into fragments, yet his other hand, swift as lightning, deftly removed the black ring from Yi Fan's finger and tucked it away. The Tianxian divine ring was indeed the source of the original tale's Tianxian emperor. Yi Fan had ascended to prominence by virtue of this ancient divine ring and the Tianxian saintess contained within. The Tianxian saintess, akin to a revered elder, represented an opportunity Chu Tian was determined to eliminate, ensuring Yi Fan would not rise again. Yi Fan let out a heart-wrenching scream as his arm was utterly shattered, oblivious to the fact that the black ring had vanished from his grasp. Moreover, Chu Tian deliberately crouched down to obscure his actions. as numerous gazes within the sect were focused on Yi Tianxiong and Chu Tianwang, leaving no one aware of his theft of the black ring from Yi Fan's hand. Congratulations, host, for seizing the protagonist's fortuitous treasure, the Tianqian Divine Ring. You are awarded 10,000 destiny points. The host has plundered the luck of the Child of Destiny, triggering a hidden mission to subdue the Tianqian Saintess. Keep striving, host. Capturing the Tianqian Saintess will yield substantial rewards from the system. A gentle and melodious female voice encouraged Chu Tian. What a vindictive little beast. Yi Tianxiong thought as he subconsciously cast a glance at Chu Tian, assuming he was merely seeking revenge against Yi Fan, before redirecting his attention to Chu Tianwang. Your Majesty, what do you think of this approach? I shall return immediately to apprehend Yi Hongwu and personally inquire, within 3 days. I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory account. Faced with Yi Tianxiong's assertiveness, Chu Tianwang's expression fluctuated, his eyes reddened, sensing something amiss yet hesitant to outright refuse. After all, Yi Tianxiong had brought his nephew, Yi Fan, to apologize personally, demonstrating considerable courtesy and affording the Chu family a measure of respect. Yi Hongwu was indeed a significant figure within the Yi family, being Yi Tianxiong's uncle, and taking him down directly would have considerable repercussions. Uncle Tianxiong. I find this approach unsatisfactory, Chu Tian interjected as he perceived Chu Tianwang's impending retreat, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. He rose and calmly stated, disregarding Yi Fan's lamentations. 3 days is far too long. If Yi Hongwu has other allies in the shadows or more formidable figures backing him, it would afford him the opportunity to extricate himself from the situation. Moreover, as a Grand Elder, he possesses knowledge of numerous critical secrets of our sect. Should he defect or act irrationally, the harm to the sect's interests would be immense. We must take immediate action to control him and conduct a thorough interrogation. Is this also your stance, Your Majesty? Yi Tianxiong coldly inquired, unwilling to engage in further contention with Chu Tian. He found himself somewhat perplexed. Although Chu Tian was the Holy Son, how could one so young possess such clarity in analysis and audacity to frequently interject in their conversations? At such a tender age, he seemed to have a firm grip on Chu Tianwang. This defied all logic. Traditionally, Chu Tianwang would have been the unequivocal authority within the Chu family. Today, an abundance of events had transpired that exceeded his expectations. With a grim countenance, Chu Tianwang disregarded Yi Tianxiong's inquiries, not solely because he had promised to entrust this matter to Chu Tian, but also due to the profound anger brewing within him. Observing this, Chu Tian's youthful visage bore an intensity that belied his years. He suddenly turned to Chu Tianyun and, with an air of fierce determination, declared, Third uncle, this matter is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. As the head of the enforcement hall, you possess the authority to act decisively and without prior consultation. You are absolutely correct, Xiao Tian. Immediate apprehension and interrogation are imperative. Had it not been for your swift actions last time in capturing Zhou, the Lu family would have nearly facilitated her clandestine escape. Receiving Chu Tian's explicit endorsement, Chu Tianyan, with a resolute demeanor, did not hesitate to issue a commanding shout. Enforcement Hall, heed my orders. Immediately seal off the Sacred Elder's secret realm. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Should any issues arise, I will bear full responsibility. With an air of gravitas, Chu Tianyun soared into the sky, not waiting for the consent of Chu Tianwang or Yi Tianxiong. The responsibility of managing this situation had been entrusted to his nephew, as Sword Kongshu had remarked, and it was a promise made by Chu Tianwang, ensuring that he would not be held accountable afterward. Meanwhile, at the enforcement peak, massive golden iron chains pierced the heavens, adorned with runes that pulsed with divine light, binding a colossal secret realm deep within the void. Numerous formidable figures emerged from the enforcement peak, following Chu Tianyun towards the secret realm, an aura of menace enveloping them. The entire Sacred Heavens sect was in an uproar. The third-ranking figure of the Chu family had indeed taken the lead in sealing off the Elder's secret realm. This was a harbinger of significant events to come. Chapter 14. Who says there is no meaning boldly? Chu Tianyun, who has granted you the authority to seal off the secret realm of the Sacred Elder? Yu Tianxiang's countenance darkened to an extreme, his voice booming with rage. Heavenly King, it is not that my elder brother disregards the dignity of the Chu family, but some individuals have truly gone too far. To preserve the unity of our sect, my brother had no choice but to act thus. With a fierce gesture, Yi Tianxiong's hand extended, shrouding the heavens and distorting the cosmos, as if harboring an entire world within his grasp, enveloping Chu Tianyun within it. Observing this, Heavenly King Chu's expression shifted tumultuously, his fist clenching and unclenching, a palpable aura of ferocity radiating from him. At that moment, an elderly voice reverberated through the vast sky, to plot against the heir of the Chu family, and yet contemplate escape. Old Hu, emerging from the main hall, his murky eyes gleaming with a sharp light, extended his hand with a thunderous force, reaching beyond Yi Tianxing's grasp to seize the void. Boom! The vast expanse collapsed, engulfed in a darkened shroud as the formidable might of the imperial power wreaked havoc, annihilating all in its path. A figure, venerable with white hair and a robust stature, was seen plummeting from the depths of the void, gushing blood as he fell upon the sacred emperor peak. This individual was none other than Yi Hongwu, who, unbeknownst to others, had managed to escape to the realm beyond the sacred elder's secret domain, intending to flee the sect, to harm the heir of my Chu family. Should you manage to escape the sect, what dignity would remain for us? Old Hu murmured before turning back into the main hall. In that instant, an air of suffocation enveloped the sect, leaving countless formidable beings in a state of bewilderment. Aside from Heavenly King Chu and Yi Tianxiong, it was revealed that another imperial figure had been concealed within the sacred emperor peak, with Old Hu being the hidden imperial sovereign. My heavens! I have visited the Chu family and encountered Old Hu countless times, yet I had been oblivious to his true identity as an imperial sovereign. To have an imperial sovereign guarding the entrance, the Chu family. Within the sect, many powerful figures exhibited spasms at the corners of their mouths, their astonishment beyond words. Now, the visible imperial sovereigns of the Chu family had reached 3, one of whom included the astonishing sword Emperor Jian Kongshu, the mightiest in the entire Hungtian continent. At this moment, within the Yi family on the sacred emperor peak, silence reigned, a profound stillness prevailing. The elder of the Yi family had been grievously wounded, and a terrifying energy flickered throughout the clan. Within the sect, innumerable hearts raced with trepidation, fearing that the two founding families might truly clash. Heavenly King, does your Chu family still regard the sect's rules and my position as the sect leader? Yi Tianxiong, his expression darkening, withdrew his hand and boldly questioned Heavenly King Chu. Without my consent, and lacking the approval of the Elder Council, what authority does your Chu family possess to directly suppress an elder and encircle the sacred elder's secret realm? Although Yi Tianxiong continued to press his inquiries, his momentum markedly diminished. He refrained from further attacking Chu Tianyun. Clearly, the intervention of Old Hu and the emergence of another imperial sovereign from the Chu family had instilled a profound sense of intimidation within him. Grandfather Hongwu, are you all right? Yi Fan, his eyes bloodshot, gazed at the white-haired elder collapsed on the ground, blood spilling forth, his entire being trembling. The cowardly old man proved to be unreliable. Yet fortunately, Lord Tuo's injuries have healed. Chu Tian's gaze turned icy, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, as he was about to rise to respond to Yi Tianxiong. However, instead of answering his elder brother's inquiries, Lord Chu approached Yi Hongwu, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. A fierce glint shone in his eyes as he demanded, "Uncle Hongwu, explain to me why you conspired against my son. Is there someone orchestrating this from the shadows?" His words were laden with implication, indicating that Lord Chu had begun to harbor suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's body trembled imperceptibly, his countenance darkening to an almost palpable gloom. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, spiraling beyond his control. This was not the Lord Chu he was familiar with. The man was acting with unprecedented decisiveness and ferocity, storming into the Lu family to capture Jewel and extract her soul. The Chu family, emboldened, had dared to suppress Yi Hongwu, a revered elder, without even seeking Lord Chu's consent. What unforeseen developments had transpired? Deputy Sect Master, I acted alone out of concern that my Yi family's prodigy would be left crippled for life. Yi Fan is a once-in-a-million talent for our sect. Please do not pursue him, Yi Hongwu managed to utter, his murky eyes struggling to focus on Yi Tianxiong, suddenly igniting with a flame of desperation. Elder brother, he is igniting his soul fire to take his own life. You must stop him. Chu Tianyun's voice thundered from beyond the peak, racing towards them. Yet, it was too late. Bang! In an instant, the flame in Yi Hongwu's eyes extinguished, his vitality fading as his spiritual energy unraveled. His head tilted, and he perished within Lord Chu's grasp. Scoundrel! Chu Tianyun arrived, fury boiling over as he bellowed, "Brother!" His suicide was a desperate attempt to conceal the mastermind behind this and to secure the sect's confidential information, plotting against our sect's holy son. Our family's prodigy is not something a mere elder, who has retreated from the power core to enter the sacred heaven's secret realm, could orchestrate. We must investigate this to the very end, Chu Tian declared coldly, a tinge of regret welling up within him. They were so close to unraveling the thread that would lead them to the true mastermind. Although Lord Chu had erupted with anger, it was evident that he still held onto some semblance of hope. However, it was clear that Yi Hongwu had long been prepared for self-immolation. A figure of such stature was not akin to Zhu'er, who was simply seeking death. Congratulations, host. The death of Yi Hongwu has dealt a significant blow to the fortunes of the Son of Destiny, Yi Fan. Reward, 2,000 destiny points. Naturally, an investigation was warranted. The sect master would also pursue this matter to its conclusion. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened further as he remarked, however, it is evident that with Yi Hongwu's death, I find myself somewhat relieved. Lord Chu, this matter will not be resolved so easily by my elder brother. Should we uncover that someone orchestrated the downfall of Uncle Hongwu, I will not let this rest. Brother, I too will pursue this to the very end, Chu Tian asserted, lifting his head defiantly to meet Yi Tianxiong's gaze. Enunciating each word with emphasis, Xiao Tian is my bottom line. It would be wise for you to advise certain individuals within the clan to exercise restraint. Yi Tianxiong regained his composure and smiled slightly, saying, very well. Heavenly King, my brother, I reiterate, as long as we unite our hearts, no one can disrupt the unity and development of the sacred heaven sect. Chu Tianwang's expression was somber, yet he nodded in agreement. Grandfather, you scoundrel. You have slain my grandfather. I shall fight you to the death. At that moment, Yi Fan's eyes turned crimson, resembling a wild beast, as he lunged at Chu Tianwang, furiously tearing at him. His blood surged intensely, his bones emitting a thunderous crack, surpassing even Yu Chong in terror, having reached the pinnacle of bone tempering, with strength exceeding 600,000 pounds. Of course, even with such power, if Chu Tianwang allowed him to strike, he would only end up killing himself. It was evident that he had been concealing his strength all along. Chu Tian's gaze flickered with a cold glint. Yi Fan's ability to cultivate was not unexpected. It was clear that Yi Fan had been hiding his true capabilities, intending to exploit Lu Yun to obtain more divine medicines and treasures from him. Yi Hongwu, and even those behind him, likely never anticipated that he would suddenly tear the Fade and pursue the matter to its conclusion. Having squandered so many divine medicines and precious materials of the sect, he barely possessed 70,000 pounds of strength, a true waste. Chu Tianyun descended from the heavens, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brother, such a waste should be killed immediately, so that the sect may witness the fate of those who plot against the Holy Sun. Buzz. Just as Yi Tianxiong had calmed his emotions, he suddenly turned his head, a terrifying aura erupting from his eyes as he spoke coldly. Chu Tianyun, Uncle Hongwu has already sacrificed his life for this matter, willingly bearing the consequences. Yi Fan is merely a child. Is this truly necessary? Heavenly King, what say you? Yi Tianxiong gazed intently at Chu Tianwang. Yi Fan's meridians are completely destroyed, and he has consumed numerous divine medicines. Pursuing this matter holds no significance. Chu Tianwang remained silent, inwardly agreeing that chasing after this waste would be futile. Preserving the stability of the sect was paramount. Who says it lacks significance? At this moment, Chu Tian stepped forward and smiled. Uncle Tianxiong, so much divine medicine wasted on a useless individual. If word of this spreads, none of the sect's disciples will accept it willingly. Moreover, Yi Fan is merely at the bone-tempering stage, still in the process of refining his meridians, with most of the medicine's potency hidden within him. I propose we cast him into the Sin domain, where the spiritual energy is severed, preventing Yi Fan from further refining the medicinal powers within him. My second sister has studied under the deadly poison sovereign for many years and possesses profound knowledge of the human body. She must have methods to extract the medicinal properties. Even if extraction fails, she can directly refine them into a pill. With such an abundance of divine medicines, it would surely result in an unparalleled divine elixir. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the surrounding atmosphere resonated with gasps of disbelief. To refine a living person into a pill? And such words came from the mouth of a holy son of a righteous sect, truly suffocating. Chapter 15. In youth. Such demonic conduct to refine living beings into divine elixirs is undeniably an act of demonic conduct, a grave taboo of the righteous path. Who could fathom such words emerging from the lips of a minor scion of the sect? The Sacred Heaven sect is a renowned bastion of righteousness. Chu Tian's expression remained impassive. In his heart, he had never distinguished between right and wrong. In the original narrative, The great hatred demon lord was pursued relentlessly by various sects not solely for descending into the demonic path, but primarily because the Chu family had fallen from grace. Without the backing of their illustrious lineage, many sought to take a bite out of this renowned prodigy. When the Chu family was in its prime, their influence loomed large. Indeed, uttering mere words about refining living beings into divine elixirs would not have warranted any retribution. Even if he were to transform Yi Fan into a pill before their very eyes, who would dare to punish him? In the original storyline, these concealed divine herbs provided immense support to Yi Fan. To eradicate the roots of a problem is crucial. A spring breeze may cause them to sprout anew. With Yi Tianxiong present, it was imprudent to directly slay Yi Fan, yet it was equally impossible for Yi Fan to expect an easy reprieve. Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen, his voice becoming shrill. Chu Tian, your malice is so profound that you are destined for a wretched demise. Such wickedness! How can our sacred heaven sect, a bastion of righteousness, resort to such demonic means? Yi Tianxiong seethed with rage, casting a frigid glare at Chu Tian, struggling to rein in his emotions. He never anticipated that someone so young as Chu Tian could utter such venomous words. Moreover, as the sect leader personally intervened, he showed no regard for decorum. Insisting on pursuing the matter to its conclusion. You have proposed an excellent course of action, Chu Tianyin remarked with an approving nod. Disregarding notions of right and wrong, concerns only trivial children would entertain. Yu Yao had trained under the deadly poison sovereign for many years and had communicated with the clan, indicating she would return in 2 months. She should have a solution. With such a plethora of divine herbs and treasures at their disposal, the concoction of an extraordinary divine elixir was assured, thus providing some accountability for the sect's losses. Turning to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyin smiled. Brother, let us not forget what our sister-in-law said. This matter is to be handled by Xiao Tian. Moreover, the clan concurs that Xiao Tian's decisions are entirely appropriate. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang fell into contemplative silence before nodding in agreement. He addressed Yu Tianxiong. Brother, the loss to the sect is staggering, and the uproar immense. Although Yi Hanwu took his own life, as the rightful leaders of the sect, we must provide an explanation to our brethren. The order of the sect falls under my jurisdiction. Capturing Yi Fan is both reasonable and justified according to our laws. Considering Yi Fan's youth, if he can present an equivalent value of divine herbs and treasures in exchange, we may spare his life. Take him away and confine him in the dungeons. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Tianyun summoned the enforcement disciples, who soon arrived to seize the pallid Yi Fan and transport him to the dungeons. At this juncture, there was no need to compromise the well-being of their own son for the sake of a worthless individual. Let Chu Tian unleash the pent-up fury and frustration within him. Both he and Chu Tianyin believed that Chu Tian's relentless pursuit of the Yi family, especially of the seemingly worthless Yi Fan, stemmed from the matter concerning Lu Yun. After all, he was merely a waste. Killing him would pose no significant consequence. Uncle Tianxiong, save me. Save me. Yi Fan's pallor was ashen, for he was merely a youth who had just witnessed the tragic demise of his grandfather before his very eyes. At this moment, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear. The Sin prison, that nightmarish realm, isolated from the world and devoid of any spiritual essence, served as the confinement for formidable demons and unparalleled fiends. Should he be cast into it, he feared he would be utterly ruined. You promised that as long as I accompanied you to the Holy Emperor Peak, you would ensure my safety. Bound and shackled, Yi Fan swiftly vanished from sight. Yi Tianxiong clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating between shadow and light, an ominous aura enveloping him, causing the heavens to darken. Ultimately, his fist gradually unclenched, and he turned to Chu Tiandao, saying, Nephew, as someone who has traversed these paths before, and being bound by brotherhood with your father, I offer you this counsel. Show mercy when it is within your power to do so. The world is rife with formidable beings and extraordinary occurrences. In moments of triumph, one misstep could lead to an abyss of irreversible doom. Chu Tian clasped his hands in respect and replied with a smile. Nephew shall heed the teachings of the sect leader, yet I too wish to impart a word of wisdom to you. What is it? Yu Tianxiong's countenance turned frigid. Cunning machinations can often lead to one's own ruin, Chu Tian remarked with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong cast a penetrating gaze at Chu Tian before ascending from the Holy Emperor Peak. Brother, congratulations on your fine son. Boomed a voice. Ha ha ha, what a delight. Truly exhilarating. Chu Tianyun laughed heartily upon witnessing Yi Tianxiong's defeat and departure, reveling in the moment. The numerous members of the Chu clan who had been observing on the Holy Emperor Peak also displayed unrestrained smiles. Yet, Such fleeting joy could lead to endless repercussions. Chu Tianwang sighed softly, though he bore no regrets. His son was his bottom line. This warning to the Yi family served to remind them that the Chu clan possessed both the means and the strength to retaliate. Xiao Tian, how do you intend to address the situation with the Lu family? Chu Tianwang inquired of his son. Beside him, Chu Tianyun's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, naturally. They must pay a steep price. A group of presumptuous fools attempting to straddle two boats. Taking advantage of my Chu family, while seeking to ally with the Yi family, such folly invites death. He believed that Chu Tian, in his fury, would not let the Lu family escape unscathed. Father, I leave this matter to you and third uncle to decide. Let the clan handle it on my behalf. Chu Tian said, shaking his head. I do not wish to expend my precious energy on such trivialities. As a progenitor of a new generation, Chu Tian understood what truly mattered in a world where strength reigned supreme, and the weak were devoured by the strong. Had he not first ventured to the Hung Tian Hall to test himself and secured the #1 position on the Earth ranking, Chu Tianyun would not have represented the upper echelons of the Chu family to express their support. Likewise, Yi Tianxiong would not have so readily altered his stance. Nor would he have brought Yu Fan to apologize. Strength was the foundation of everything. Being first on the Earth ranking had fundamentally transformed how everyone perceived this mere 8-year-old child. The Lu family, merely a second-rate clan within the Sacred Heaven sect, wielded no influence over the life and death of the Chu family. Chu Tian, indifferent to their affairs, utilized the Lu family solely to convey his stance and to undermine the arrogance of the Yi family. Congratulations to the host for delivering a powerful blow to the fated child, Yi Fan, earning 1,000 destiny points. A gentle and melodious voice echoed continuously in Chu Tian's ears. Father, third uncle, I have undergone the Heng Tian ranking test and gained new insights. I shall return to seclusion to digest them and strive to break through to the god refinement realm as swiftly as possible. Chu Tian clasped his fists in salute before turning and stepping into the main hall. Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the apparent dismissal of the Lu family, a stark contrast to his earlier relentless pursuit of the Yi family. This young man was truly inscrutable. Was he not vehemently opposed to Lu Yun's betrayal? Chu Tianyun mused in silent frustration. After all, Chu Tian's earlier proposal to refine Yu Fan into a peerless divine elixir had startled them. They had presumed his fury was due to Yi Fan's entanglement with Lu Yun. Yet, the abrupt change of heart, showing indifference towards the Lu family, left them perplexed. As the child matures, his thoughts become unfathomable to his father. Chu Tianwang sighed helplessly. Tianyun, with Yi Hongwu's recent demise, I must handle numerous matters. You will take care of the Lu family. Just issue a warning and impart some lessons. Young Lu Yun, being but a girl, is naive and ultimately destined to be Xiao Tian's legitimate wife. There is no need to hold excessive grudges. Rest assured, brother, I will manage it appropriately, Chu Tianyun replied, a glint of grim resolve in his eyes. The Lu family's entanglement with the Yi family had long been a source of discontent for them. However, since it was a matter concerning his elder brother, neither Chu Tianwang nor Chu Tian had intervened. Yet, now that it threatened the reputation of the Chu family and nearly endangered Chu Tian, they could no longer remain silent. Chu Tian's words had spread throughout the Sacred Heaven sect, offering Lu Yun two choices, widely known and discussed. It was inconceivable that they would simply let the matter rest. The young master of the Chu family shall not be easily bullied by outsiders, Chu Tianwang remarked as he departed. Chu Tianyun muttered to himself before soaring from the sacred Emperor Peak, leading over 1,000 enforcers straight towards the Lu family's residence outside the sect. You were given two choices by Xiao Tian: to personally flay Yi Fan alive, which you failed to execute. Thus, you have chosen the first option, to annihilate your family. Chapter 16. You may refuse, but you must endure your resentment in silence. At the law enforcement peak, within the confines of the Sin Domain prison, Yi Fan, with a hoarse voice and drenched in blood, knelt heavily before Yi Tianxiong, repeatedly bowing his head. Unparalleled divine medicine, along with those treasures of the sect, were all stolen by Chu Tian himself. Even if grandfather Hongwu leaked information from behind the scenes, it cannot absolve him of all responsibility. Chu Tian bears the greatest culpability, and the Chu family must share in the oversight. Why? Why should my uncles take their own lives in atonement while I am condemned to this Sin Domain prison? And yet Chu Tian remains unscathed, the Chu family untouched? Furthermore, my elder brother Yi Chong was unjustly ambushed by Chu Tian within the Hung Tian Hall, left gravely injured, with most of his bones shattered, on the brink of death, while Chu Tian bears no consequence whatsoever. I refuse to accept this. On behalf of my father, I implore my uncles to aid their nephew. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he fervently bowed before Yi Tianxiong. I beg you to grant me the order to leave. I must care for my brother and for Lu Yun, who, in assisting me, has also placed the Lu family under immense pressure. I have many matters to attend to and cannot perish within this Sin domain. I beseech you, I implore you, save me. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Fan's desperate blows struck his forehead against the cold stone floor, blood streaming forth, the heavy thuds echoing across the desolate, shadowy ground. After all these years, you have finally chosen to plead with me. Your uncle, Yi Tianxiong, standing with his back turned, spoke in a voice both solemn and deep. I understand that you feel wronged, that you reject this fate, that you harbor resentment. Yet, your discontent must be swallowed. You must endure. Your life was exchanged for by your uncle's own, for if not, no one within the Holy Sky sect could save you, not even I. Moreover, you still fail to grasp the significance of Chu Tian's ascension to the top of the Earth rankings. Yi Tianxiong's voice grew increasingly grave. Our Holy Sky sect has endured for over 1,000,000 years, rising and falling countless times, yet managing to resurrect anew. Do you comprehend why? It is because our tenet has always been grounded in strength and talent. As long as one possesses power, even we, the two founding families, must yield to them. The patriarchs of the three foremost families, Duanmu Xingzu, Gu Mozu, and Su Shinzu, were once emerging talents, not belonging to our founding families, yet when they demonstrated sufficient strength, our two founding families had to concede the position of sect master to them. Each of these three illustrious ancestors once held the title of #1 in the Earth rankings. Do you understand? Thud. Yi Fan's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, comprehending at last why his uncle, upon learning of Chu Tian's ascendance, hurriedly sought to bind him and apologize on behalf of Chu Tian, disregarding even the grievous injuries inflicted upon his brother Yi Chong. What indeed did it mean to be among the three revered ancestors of the sect? Without their intervention, it is feared that the sacred heavenly sect would no longer exist today. They valiantly averted disaster, rescuing the sect from the brink of annihilation and guiding it towards resurgence. In their youth, they too had ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth rankings. The three premier families now stand within the sacred heavenly sect, subordinate only to the Yi and Chu families, possessing the privilege of claiming a mountain peak uniquely their own. Among them, Chu Tian, though merely 8 years of age, has already risen to the top of the Earth rankings, rivaling the founders of this rejuvenation. Such a prodigy, even without the backing of the Chu family, could easily be deemed extraordinary should he acquire some unparalleled divine herbs or treasures. As for myself, a mere waste. It is utterly unforgivable that I nearly impeded the cultivation of such a genius. Should Chu Tian choose to eliminate me, none would voice objections. Yi Hanwu bore the greatest burden with his life. It was I who caused the demise of my uncles. I am but a failure. Tears of crimson streamed from Yi Fan's eyes as he wept uncontrollably. Yi Tianxiong, his voice heavy as a hammer, slowly turned to gaze into Yi Fan's bloodshot eyes. Remember, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Power is the very foundation of all. Has your enduring patience and low profile served any purpose? I tell you now, it has been utterly futile. What good is weeping? You have consumed countless divine herbs and sect treasures and possess formidable strength, yet you remain hidden, passive, lurking in the shadows, not contending for recognition, your name absent from the celestial rankings. Is this not the mark of a coward? Throughout history, how many emperors and heroes have made their names in youth, dominating the world and pushing their way to the summit? Yi Fan wiped away his tears, bowed deeply, producing a resounding thud as his blood surged like a dragon, no longer concealing his prowess. Uncle, I was wrong. I beseech you to guide me toward a clear path. Upon my emergence, I shall strive for the celestial Earth rankings and the bone-forging rankings, never again to hide my strength or play the fool. I will challenge Chu Tian and defeat him with my own hands. I seek to avenge my grandfather and elder brother. I must rescue Lu Yun. Given Chu Tian's cruel nature and tactics, Lu Yun will meet a dire fate if she remains by his side. His blood surged with nearly 800,000 pounds of force. Observing Yi Fan's profound vitality, Yi Tianxiong sighed, bending down to assist him. Your uncles chose to end their lives to protect you. Yet your strength is commendable, worthy of their sacrifice. You possess a primordial sacred bone within your brow, and your innate talent rivals even that of the chaotic divine demon body of that young Chu. You are a prodigy born once in 1,000,000 years for the Yi family. However, while in your mother's womb, you fell victim to the machinations of a nefarious individual, and after your birth, you were poisoned, leaving your meridians utterly devastated. Your parents perished while seeking supreme divine herbs to save you. For over a decade, I have secretly investigated, scrutinizing the powerful clans within the Yi family and even including the Chu family, but I have yet to uncover the identity of that villain. All these years, the reason I have not cared for you is out of fear that you would attract the attention of that scoundrel again and suffer harm. I could only entrust your care to Uncle Hongwu in secret. Uncle, you? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan trembled, his eyes reddening. Time is of the essence. Do not speak. Listen to what your uncle has to say. Yi Tianxiang's expression grew stern as he turned, clasping his hands behind his back. The actions of your uncle are for the future of our family, to protect the pride of the Yi clan. However, this time, although my uncles hold the position of clan leader, the law enforcement hall is under the control of the Chu family, and I cannot directly overstep my authority to release you. In this prison of sin, spiritual energy is depleted. Even the mightiest among us would swiftly be rendered powerless. But you are different. Within you lies the concealed power of numerous divine herbs. Seize this opportunity to refine your strength and absorb the power within your being. Your uncle will seek a chance to facilitate your escape from the outside. Yi Tianxing turned to lock eyes with Yi Fan, his voice solemn, but you must remember, the only one who can truly save you is your own formidable strength. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly touched his forehead lightly, a flash of violet divine radiance illuminating the air. Uncle, over these past years, I have also encountered fortuitous events, acquiring an ancient treasure, the heavenly Xin divine ring. With its aid, the primordial sacred bone at my brow has begun to show signs of revival. This is why my strength has surged so swiftly. Yet, I have only just discovered that Chu Tian shattered my arm and seized the heavenly Xin divine ring. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. Images of Chu Tian suddenly squatting down to torment Yi Fan and crush his arm flooding his mind. He had initially believed that Chu Tian was merely exacting revenge, not paying much heed to the matter. Yi Fan possesses the power of divine herbs. Even if his bones were to shatter completely, as long as he survives, he would recover swiftly. The purpose of that wretched boy Chu Tian was indeed the divine ring upon your finger. Yi Tianxiang's countenance darkened profoundly. What a cunning and ruthless little brat. Uncle, the heavenly Xian divine ring is exceedingly precious. You must help me retrieve it. Yi Fan's voice grew urgent, his heart bleeding with distress. Yi Tianxiang shook his head, declaring it too late. Had he discovered it on the spot, he could have easily reclaimed it. But now this is a conflict between the younger generation, and he cannot intervene. Otherwise, the powerful figures within the Chu family would also interfere. As for the matter concerning that young girl from the Lu family, do not worry too much. She will not perish. At most, the family will suffer some collateral damage and sacrifice, as the Chu family needs her to maintain their facade. Yi Tianxiang began to advise Yi Fan that since the primordial sacred bone has commenced its revival, there is no need for excessive concern. The immediate task is to focus on enhancing one's strength. He had believed that Chu Tian, at the bone refinement realm, was utterly invincible and could only plot to suppress him gradually. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone would begin to revive. Perhaps he truly has a chance to suppress Chu Tian at the bone refinement realm. As long as you can prove yourself stronger than Chu Tian, everything will fall into place. Yi Tianxiang encouraged Yi Fan before taking his leave. A mere 150,000 pounds of strength, I too can achieve that. Uncle believes in me, and I shall take vengeance with my own hands. Yi Fan's desperate roar reverberated throughout the prison of sin. Chapter 17. Inventory of Gains. Enhancement of strength. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded upon the sacred emperor peak, draping it in a silken silver veil. Chu Tian reclined within a medicinal vat, the dense mist obscuring his visage. With closed eyes, he allowed the chaotic essence recently absorbed from the chaotic transformation scripture to circulate within him. His body emanated a swirling chaotic radiance, akin to a piece of divine iron being relentlessly forged, as impurities were continuously expelled, and the essence of the medicinal liquid was absorbed, rendering the water murky with the discharged dross. With a long exhale, Chu Tian released a breath akin to that of a dragon, transforming into a magnificent, clawed dragon for a brief moment before dissipating. This draconic breath could likely vanquish an ancient mammoth. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. What formidable physique must one possess to wield such immense power with a mere breath? With a strength of 1,700,000 pounds, I could effortlessly slay a young true dragon with a single punch. Chu Tian opened his eyes, acutely aware of the explosive power coursing through him. particularly the intricate and profound trajectory of the chaotic essence. The chaotic transformation scripture, a product of the system, truly was a marvel. Its operational pathways surpassed even those of the Chu family's ancestral texts, the Supreme Emperor scripture, by tenfold in complexity. As if the stars of the cosmos were choreographing a grand and magnificent tapestry within Chu Tian. Even the Holy Sky scripture, which had been imparted to him early on and was reserved for the current Holy Son and the sect master, paled in comparison to the chaotic transformation scripture. Upon completing his cultivation, a thought crossed Chu Tian's mind, and the system panel materialized before him. Host, Chu Tian Realm, Bone Refinement Realm. 10th level, possessing 1,700,000 pounds of divine power, able to annihilate a young true dragon. The host is indeed the destined child of prophecy. Physique, chaotic demon god body technique, chaotic transformation scripture, 1st level, divine powers. None treasures. Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman, grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly profound divine ring, requires 1,000 destiny points for refinement. Contains a fragment of an ancient powerhouse's soul, posing a certain threat. The host should proceed with caution. Destiny points, 36,500 points. The system's prompt would occasionally resonate in his ears, rewarding him with several hundred destiny points. Often relating to Lu Yun or Yifan. System, please recommend the most suitable items for me in the current phase from the shop, Chu Tian contemplated. He had perused the system's marketplace, which was replete with an array of items spanning the myriad realms, including divine artifacts, treasures, divine herbs, runes, formations, and more, all meticulously categorized into dozens of major categories and thousands of subcategories. To review every item and select the appropriate ones would consume an inordinate amount of time and effort. As a prominent figure of his generation, Chu Tian preferred not to squander precious time on trivial matters. Anything that could be accomplished through mere words or financial expenditure would not warrant an ounce of unnecessary exertion. The host currently stands at the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm, poised at a critical juncture for breaking into the refining spirit realm. The system's gentle and melodious voice soon resonated. The refinement of the divine spirit serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul, igniting the divine fire. In other realms, hence it is aptly named refinement of the divine. This process primarily focuses on honing and tempering the spirit within the mind, gradually solidifying the ethereal essence into something tangible. During this phase, comprehension, spirit, and physicality are of utmost importance. It is advisable for the host to exchange for the exquisite divine refinement pill, as well as the halos of comprehension, spirit, and physicality. The exquisite divine refinement pill, when consumed daily, can perpetually fortify the spirit. The 3 halos ensure that the host's comprehension, spirit, and physicality remain in an optimal state at all times. The exquisite divine refinement pill costs 400 destiny points each, while the 3 halos consume 600 destiny points daily, totaling 1,000 points. It is anticipated that within a month, the host will achieve the most perfect state, solidifying the spirit into a tangible form, thereby breaking through to the refinement of the divine realm. Without hesitation, Chu Tian calmly stated, "Exchange." According to the logic of transmigration novels, a product from the system is guaranteed to be of superior quality, and there is no room for error. After all, given his current strength, exchanging for supreme divine medicines, treasures, or weapons is unnecessary. Enhancing his power is paramount. The exchange was successful, costing a total of 1,000 destiny points, leaving him with 35,500 destiny points. The system's voice echoed, and a pale blue pill appeared in Chu Tian's hand. After cultivation, his previously waning spirit was instantly revitalized, overflowing with vigor, and the power coursing through him became robust and vigorous. His observations of the operational trajectory of the chaotic creation true scripture within him became more refined. He understood that this was the effect of the 3 halos in action. Upon swallowing the divine refinement pill, Chu Tian felt as though he had been pricked by needles at the back of his head, a persistent tingling sensation coursing through him. However, his formidable spirit directly countered this discomfort, leaving him unaffected. Chu Tian recognized that this was the purpose of the exquisite divine refinement pill, continuously fortifying his spirit. Based on his understanding of this world, the crafting of such high-level pills is notoriously difficult, not merely due to the rare ingredients required, but because it involves the spirit and soul. Ordinary alchemists are incapable of such feats. Only alchemists of the imperial level, possessing profound insights into the soul, dare to forge them. Yet, imperial alchemists are beings of immense strength and nobility. Concocting pills for the refinement of the divine realm is typically seen as a waste of their precious time and energy. Therefore, despite being merely for the refinement of the divine realm, the exquisite divine refinement pill is priced higher than divine medicines. Even the Chu family cannot produce many, and those they do possess are of only moderate quality, not reaching the exquisite tier, and are harmful to the spirit. In the supreme forces of the Hung Tian continent, young disciples rely solely on willpower and talent to hone their spirits, with few external aids available. This underscores the paramount importance of cultivation talent. While body refinement and bone tempering can be aided by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the refinement of the spirit relies almost entirely on one's innate gifts. In a mere moment, Chu Tian felt significant enhancements in his vision, hearing, smell, and touch. Even the gentle breeze brushing against his face was distinctly perceptible, allowing him to discern the strength of the wind. Chu Tian realized that these were the substantial benefits of his spiritual elevation. Although his physical strength had not yet increased, his combat prowess had risen dramatically compared to before. The essence of the spirit embodies reflexes, insight, and a profound connection to the cosmos and nature, elements that are ethereal, invisible, and intangible, yet of utmost significance. The realm of spiritual refinement is crucial. The strength and clarity of one's mind can ultimately determine the extent of a cultivator's journey. In Chu Tian's mind, there exists a memory of King Chu Tian describing his experiences in the realm of spiritual refinement, which he has intentionally nurtured in his only son. Regarding this perception, when King Chu Tian reached the pinnacle of spiritual refinement, he could perceive the fluttering of leaves 1,000 meters away, sensing the vibrations caused by their friction with the air. Within a 100-meter radius, no movement could elude his keen insight. His mental prowess was so formidable that he could annihilate a primordial mammoth with a mere glance. Even someone as powerful as King Chu Tian and Yi Fan from the original narrative, despite attaining the peak of spiritual refinement, failed to materialize their spirit. At best, their mental energy resembled vast lakes or oceans. Yet, despite their grandiosity, they ultimately could not condense their essence, remaining scattered and chaotic. If one could materialize their spirit, it would not be a challenge to obliterate a true dragon hatchling with a single gaze. Chu Tian pondered, and then instructed the star servant awaiting outside to bring him another barrel of medicinal liquid. Resuming his physical cultivation and the operation of the chaotic transformation scripture, this medicinal liquid, extraordinarily precious, was concocted from thousands of spirit herbs and offered remarkable benefits for strengthening vitality and forging bones. Only a venerable family like the Chu, with a lineage spanning millions of years, could afford such lavish cultivation of the younger generation. Chu Tian's rapid attainment of his current strength owes much to the system. Yet the formidable foundation laid by the Chu family is equally indispensable. The heavenly Xian divine ring adorning his left hand's ring finger continuously absorbs his vitality, returning strength to cleanse his body. Chu Tian understood that this was the function of the heavenly Xian divine ring, which could purify both body and spirit, greatly benefiting the fortification of his foundation. Furthermore, the slumbering heavenly Xian saintess within it unconsciously absorbed his blood essence, enriching his spirit. He had no intention of utilizing his fateful points to forcibly awaken the heavenly Xian saintess ahead of time. Forcing an unripe fruit does not yield sweetness. Some matters are better left to unfold naturally, as circumstances align, leading to more favorable outcomes. Chapter 18. The Forged Innate Tao Body and the Unveiling of Hidden Truths. The following day, as noon approached, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Young master, the third master has sent word, requesting your presence at the Liu family estate. It is of utmost urgency." It was Xing Nu, who continued. "The eldest master has also dispatched a servant to inform you that several powerful families from within the sect, accompanied by their progeny and bringing significant gifts, have arrived to pay their respects, along with numerous esteemed elders and powerful figures from across the continent. Please make haste." With a hum, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze radiating a brilliance that pierced through the wooden door, creating two small holes that allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating his figure. His skin reflected a weighty glow reminiscent of chaotic divine iron. At this moment, he resembled a piece of chaotic divine iron that had been hammered countless times. "Understood," Chu Tian replied, rising from the wooden tub and standing before the full-length mirror. The youthful visage staring back at him appeared tender, yet his eyes sparkled with a chilling, discordant light, starkly contrasting his youthful appearance. After a night of body forging and practicing the chaotic creation true scripture, he had grown another 5 centimeters. reaching a height of 1.65 meters. Though still young, he now stood on par with some shorter adults. As Xing Nu entered the room to assist him with his attire, she blushed slightly upon witnessing his body, shimmering with chaotic divine radiance, and lowered her head to help him dress. "Young master, where shall we head first?" she inquired softly as she fastened his belt. Chu Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "Let my father handle the social obligations. Inform the servants that I am in the midst of a crucial training session. We shall proceed to the Lu family estate first. Since my uncle has deemed it urgent, it must be of significance." Chu Tian understood that this was merely a reaction to his ascent to the top of the heavenly earth rankings. These visitors were there to congratulate the Chu family while also seeking to forge connections between their younger generations, perpetuating the relationships and friendships between the successors of their families and the Chu family, whether from the previous life of affluent clans or the ancient families of this world. Such alliances were common. Intermarriages, fostering friendships, and sharing resources were the norm. Chu Tian's previous humility and retreat had distanced him from these individuals. Now, with his newfound status as the Chu family's young master at the pinnacle of the rankings, many perceived this as a signal of a shift in the Chu family's stance, naturally attracting those eager to curry favor or strengthen ties. As for the other sect's powerful figures and ancient relics, they too were drawn by the desire to glean information and witness the reality of his chaotic divine body. These hypocritical snakes, who wasted time and energy, were of no concern to Chu Tian. He preferred to leave them for his father, Chu Tian Wang, to manage. His sole focus was to grow stronger, to seize all resources and fortunes belonging to the children of destiny. "Very well, young master. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Before long, Chu Tian boarded the palatial conveyance arranged by Xing Nu, drawn by 9 magnificent flaming lion beasts, soaring swiftly away from the sect and arriving at the Lu family estate, which unfolded before him as a vast expanse of resplendent palatial gardens. Upon arriving at the entrance, a pungent scent of blood assailed his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Hundreds of law enforcement practitioners stood at the threshold, their long knives sheathed at their waists, their expressions as cold and unyielding as marble statues, arranged in 2 rows. Scattered around them lay numerous dismembered corpses, with blood flowing like a meandering stream into the distance. Some members of the Lu family, still clinging to life, writhed on the ground, emitting faint cries for help. A cursory glance revealed that over 100 individuals from the Lu family had perished right at the entrance. The star slave driving the carriage turned pale. Despite being a death warrior trained by the Chu family, it was his first encounter with such brutal carnage. Chu Tian stepped out of the carriage and surveyed the surroundings with an impassive demeanor, not a single brow furrowing. He had witnessed far worse scenes, where the chaos of countless artillery shells had turned flesh into a grotesque spectacle, rendering this sight a mere fraction of that horror. However, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. If Chu Tianyun intended to unleash his wrath upon the Lu family, it would not be logical to commence with such indiscriminate slaughter. According to sect protocols, annihilating the Lu family was far from difficult. It seemed likely that an unforeseen event had transpired. "Xiao Tian, we must hurry. Let us speak as we move." Chu Tianyun's expression grew grave as he strode out of the estate, blood splattering beneath his feet, his eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity and murderous intent as he led Chu Tian deeper into the Lu family's domain. "There is no time for idle chatter. This matter is of great urgency. My third uncle has yet to report this to your father or the sect, and wishes to hear your perspective first." With a serious expression, Chu Tianyun continued, "My third uncle led a group into the Lu family to investigate and discovered that your fiancé, Lu Yun, possesses a counterfeit innate Dao body. The Chu family has been deceived by the Lu family." A jolt of shock coursed through Chu Tian. This revelation was absent from the original plot he was familiar with, and following the trail had unearthed such a hidden truth. As their conversation concluded, they arrived before the heart of the Lu family estate, a palace towering at a height of 1,000 meters. The earth surrounding the palace was stained a dark crimson with blood, and a heavy stench of gore filled the air, suggesting that an even more brutal battle had occurred here than at the entrance, with the Lu family resisting fiercely. An oppressive aura lingered in the heavens, mingled with the essence of Chu Tianyun, indicating that he had personally dispatched the Lu family's strongest warriors. Xiao Tian, you've arrived." At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a low-cut, ornate gown burst forth, wailing loudly at the 2 law enforcement disciples holding her captive. "Let me go. My son-in-law is here. You are all finished." She was Lu Yun's mother, Luo Yushan. Chu Tian had always held Luo Yushan in high regard, addressing her as aunt since he first came to the Lu family. A counterfeit innate Dao body. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, following Chu Tianyun into the palace. As he heard the commotion, he instinctively glanced up to see the beautiful Lu Yun standing beside Luo Yushan, while others around her appeared disheveled, some bearing injuries and bloodstains. Yet, her pristine white dress remained untouched, immaculate. As the bearer of an innate Dao body, the Chu family had not proposed a cancellation of the engagement. With such a title, no one dared to lay a finger on her. Upon the appearance of Chu Tian, Lu Yun seemed momentarily startled, her eyes briefly flashing with anger as her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance. With a soft huff, she turned her head, seemingly awaiting Chu Tian to approach her first. Ordinarily, even amidst their occasional discord, Chu Tian would make amends the very next day. Yet this time, he took an unusually long while to seek her out for an apology, leaving her family to endure significant losses, a delay that stung. Lu Yun resolved to give Chu Tian the cold shoulder. Perhaps girls mature earlier, displaying a greater sense of understanding than boys. However, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Uncle San, can the innate Dao body, birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth and aligned with their principles, truly be fabricated? Chu Tian inquired, casting only a fleeting glance at the mother and daughter before retracting his gaze. Even as he passed by them, he did not spare them another look, his expression somber as he entered the palace with Chu Tianyun. The notion of a counterfeit innate Dao body was absent from the original narrative, suggesting that profound secrets lay beneath the surface. Lu Yun's delicate face turned pale, her hands instinctively reaching out towards Chu Tian's retreating figure, as if attempting to grasp something elusive. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of voicing her thoughts. Yet, Chu Tian's silhouette had already vanished within the palace, the grand doors firmly shut by the enforcers. Lu Yun felt deeply wronged. She had been prepared to extend an apology, yearning only for Chu Tian to initiate conversation and provide her with a means of reconciliation. Why? Why did Chu Tian not even deign to glance in her direction? Chapter 19. The Fated Corpse of the Maiden, Fabricated Dao Body. You wretched girl, I just cautioned you. Why did you not stop Xiao Tian? Luo Yushan cried out in a state of panic, akin to someone on the brink of drowning. What sin have I committed? Marrying into your Lu family and living in perpetual fear. Within the palace, the myriad of worlds contained countless extraordinary Dao bodies, which could be classified into innate and acquired categories. The innate ones are those that form the Dao fetus within the womb. The acquired ones, through the use of powerful scriptures, secret techniques, or even extraordinary divine medicines, may also have the opportunity to forge a Dao body. Chu Tianyun explained to Chu Tian. So, you mean Lu Yun was crafted into a Dao body by the Lu family through certain means after her birth? Chu Tian's brow furrowed deeper. Yet, I have heard that when Lu Yun was born, the great Dao roared and extraordinary phenomena manifested, resonating within a radius of millions of miles. Could such celestial phenomena be fabricated? Even if they were artificially created, it would be implausible to deceive so many formidable experts within the sect, right? Within the Holy Heaven sect, the number of strong individuals is immense, and merely among the visible ranks of Emperor Lords, we have the renowned Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong, both of whom are celebrated as supreme beings on the Eternal Heaven ranking. Not to mention that at that time, Jian Kongzhu was also within the sect. It is truly hard to believe that a mere second-rate family like the Lu clan could successfully fabricate such grand phenomena. It is precisely because the Lu family has orchestrated this deception so convincingly that our family has remained oblivious for all these years. Xiao Tian, if you see it with your own eyes, everything will become clear. Chu Tianyun's expression darkened as he led Chu Tian deeper into the palace. The palace was vast, and the underground appeared to have been excavated by the Lu family, forming an extraordinarily long and profound tunnel. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt a rich aura of the Dao permeating the air, a sensation he had experienced with both Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiu. It was this very essence of the Dao that allowed them to influence the winds and clouds, altering the celestial phenomena according to their emotions. Before long, Chu Tian entered a cavern and immediately discerned the source of the abundant Dao aura. There, a female corpse clad in a white gauzy dress floated serenely in the air of the cavern. Even in death, her closed eyes exuded an awe-inspiring aura of the Dao that left one astounded. The corpse of an Emperor Lord, Chu Tian exclaimed, his expression shifting. The Emperor Lord, the pinnacle of existence across the myriad realms, was invincible. Even within the top sects of the Eternal Heaven continent, there might not be a single Emperor Lord present. The current Holy Heaven sect boasted 2 Emperor Lords, who even suppressed the ancient holy place of Zihong Xingzong, earning the reputation of being the foremost sect in the Eternal Heaven continent. Such powerful beings possess corpses imbued with the principles of the Tao, eternally enduring and brimming with formidable might. The revelation that beneath the Lu family lies the corpse of a female Emperor Lord, unnoticed by anyone, was nothing short of shocking. This was not merely an ordinary Emperor Lord. She was an Emperor Lord who had perfected the innate Tao body. The long-lost sect master of Zihong Xingzong from 100,000 years ago, known as the Tao Sovereign of Fate. Chu Tianyun's expression grew grave as he detailed the intricate history he had uncovered to Chu Tian. Upon discovering the hidden truths behind the curtain, Chu Tian was utterly astonished, realizing that within this revelation lay elements of the original narrative that had never been described. The origin of all events traced back to Chu Tianwang's marriage to the celestial maiden Jian Kongzhu from the outer realms. A customary practice among the 2 founding families of the Shang Tian sect dictated that the head of the family, namely the current sect master and deputy sect master, could only take a wife from within the sect, thereby fostering unity among various families and sharing benefits to stabilize the situation. Throughout generations, the heads of the Chu and Yi families had sought brides from other factions, yet those unions could only result in concubines. However, Chu Tianwang shattered this tradition by not only marrying Jian Kongzhu as his principal wife, but also refraining from taking concubines within the sect. This breach of convention incited widespread discontent among the various families within the sect. Upon his birth, endowed with a chaotic divine body and extraordinary talent, he elicited intense jealousy from the Yi family and caused considerable upheaval among the top families of the sect. After all, Chu Tian's lineage bore no relation to any of the families within the sect, and should he ascend to the position of sect master, it could jeopardize their interests. Thus, Chu Tianwang was fervently seeking a match for his newborn son, someone worthy of his stature, to establish a marital alliance and quell the multitude of doubts and grievances within the sect. In this context, the rapidly ascending second-tier family, the Lu family, saw an opportunity. The current head, Lu Zheng, was on the verge of welcoming a new child with his wife. Thus, Lu Yun was born. Lu Yun possessed a congenital body, emerging with an innate aura, reminiscent of the innate Tao body, yet the disparity between them was as vast as that between heaven and earth. Chu Tian's expression darkened as he remarked on Lu Zheng's machinations, releasing the aura of the Emperor's corpse of the Tao of Destiny, which resulted in a grand cosmic phenomenon and, through secret arts, extracting the Tao principles from within the Tao of Destiny's body, refining them into the newborn Lu Yun. This dense aura of Tao principles deceived everyone in the Chu family, including your mother. Over the years, Lu Zheng had been secretly infusing Lu Yun with innate Tao principles, duping our entire family. Simultaneously, the Lu family exploited our Chu family's influence to amass wealth, acquiring countless resources from the sect. Your father was not unaware of these actions. Yet due to Lu Yun, he turned a blind eye, and we could not afford to act. Nevertheless, the Lu family, fully aware of their precarious position, knew that their actions were leading to their doom and, in secret, extended an olive branch to the Yi family, attempting to align themselves with them, hoping that once exposed, the Yi family would protect them. The origins of Lu Yun's maid, Zhu'er, were not unknown to the upper echelons of the Lu family. Yet they tacitly accepted it for this very reason. Lu Zheng had even been covertly instructing his subordinates to gather evidence against our family, aiming to retaliate against the Chu family at a critical moment. Should this matter become public, our family would likely become a laughingstock on the Hengtian continent, severely undermining our standing within the sect. Chu Tianyun's countenance was exceedingly grim, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In truth, my intention was merely to use this incident as a cautionary reminder to the Lu family, urging them to temper their conduct. After all, their actions have been tacitly endorsed by our sect, casting a shadow upon our family's reputation. However, I never anticipated the Lu family's vehement resistance. They adamantly refused the law enforcement hall's search and even resorted to slaying several of our disciples. Enraged, I led a contingent into their domain, only to uncover this subterranean lair. Subsequently, the patriarch of the Lu family dared to take matters into his own hands, attempting to silence me permanently. Fortunately, that wretched old man has been vanquished by my hand, yet this incident has escalated significantly. With a resigned smile, Chu Tianyun continued, originally, your generation was meant to focus solely on your cultivation. However, this matter directly pertains to your engagement, Xiaotian, and its ramifications are profound. Thus, I had no choice but to summon you for a discussion. Chapter 20. What does it mean to be the son of destiny? You may not believe it, but you must. Third uncle, this matter must never reach my father's ears. We must keep it under strict wraps, especially from the Yi family. If they learn the truth, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack our clan, potentially endangering his position as deputy sect master. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. He had initially been disinclined to engage with Lu Yun, a mere girl, but the Lu family's influence had begun to encroach upon the Chu family's standing, compelling him to take action. Can we trust the law disciples you brought? Chu Tianyun inquired. Our family has presided over the sect's law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, and our roots run deep. I have absolute confidence in these law disciples. He readily concurred with Chu Tianyun's assessment. If this matter were to reach the ears of King Chu Tian, it would be tantamount to it reaching his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiang. In a fit of rage, King Chu Tian might act irrationally. Isn't it widely accepted within the sect that the Lu family's actions are instigated by our Chu family, that the Lu family is, in essence, our own? Chu Tian stated coldly. If that is the case, then we must stage a grand performance of righteous indignation within the sect, a large-scale anti-corruption campaign. Third uncle. Immediately seal off all activities of the Lu family and place Lu Zheng under strict control for in-depth interrogation. He must not be allowed any contact with the outside world. We need to uncover all the resources and wealth the Lu family has amassed over the years and submit them to the sect. Furthermore, discreetly dispatch law disciples to secretly apprehend all personnel from the Lu family who hold significant positions within the sect and external departments, and ensure they destroy any evidence they have gathered against our family. For those who are deeply implicated, they must be dealt with decisively. Chu Tianyun furrowed his brow, hesitant. Little Tian, isn't this commotion too great? The Lu family is a second-tier clan, and their accumulated influence over the years is considerable. If we strike suddenly, the Yi family and the other 3 top-tier families, who have already harbored dissatisfaction towards us, might not let this end well, particularly on your father's side. As the head of the family, is it wise to keep him in the dark? It is precisely for this reason that we must be resolute and unyielding in our pursuit of justice, Chu Tian replied coldly. We will not take a single penny from the Lu family's embezzled treasures, wealth, or resources. All must be submitted to the sect's treasury. The individuals implicated from the Lu family will face public interrogation before the sect disciples, with no favoritism shown. In doing so, the Yi family and the other 3 top-tier families will have no grounds for protest. As for the grievances from the Duanmu family and the other 3 prominent clans, rest assured, third uncle, this situation will soon be reversed. His confidence stemmed from the presence of the revered ancestor Duanmu in the holy heavenly pool. While the other families remained uncertain, at the very least, the Duanmu clan would actively seek to align with the Chu family in the future. As for my father, Chu Tian mused, that old man is indeed a source of concern. After all, King Chu Tian prefers to tread lightly, prioritizing the unity of the sect above all. Aside from the rather assertive matter of marrying Jian Kongju, there has hardly been any display of such boldness until now. Allow me to find an opportunity to speak with my mother. She will undoubtedly agree. Ha. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianyun laughed heartily, patting Chu Tian's shoulder, saying, Third uncle has been waiting for this very statement. With you, little Tian, and your mother, my sister-in-law, supporting me, I fear nothing. We shall proceed as you suggest. Chu Tian smiled faintly. After all, it seems that only Jian Kongzu can truly command the respect of Chu Tian Wang. However, how to handle the corpse of the Destiny Dao sovereign remains a question. Chu Tianyun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat hesitant. The Zihong Holy Sect is the oldest sacred ground on the Heng Tian continent, long holding the title of the foremost sect on the continent. It is only in recent years, with the joint efforts of the brothers Chu Tian Wang and Yi Tianxiang, alongside Jian Kongju's marriage, that this ancient sect has been kept in check. Logically, the corpse of the Destiny Dao sovereign should be returned to the Zihong Holy Sect for burial. Yet, a royal corpse represents an immense opportunity, not to mention, it belongs to a perfected innate Dao body, which offers profound insights to those in the realm of celestial divinity. Otherwise, the Lu family would not go to such lengths to protect it. The hair and blood of the royal corpse are invaluable materials. Even a mere craftsman could refine the body into an unparalleled weapon of slaughter. One wonders what extraordinary fortune the Lu family encountered to acquire a royal corpse. Relinquishing it back to the Zihong Holy Sect leaves Chu Tianyun feeling unsatisfied. Congratulations to the host for seizing the fateful opportunity of Lu Yun, the Destiny Tao Sovereign's corpse, rewarding you with 10,000 destiny points. A system prompt indicates that the host may spend 5,000 destiny points to seize the opportunity of the royal corpse. The gentle and melodious sound of the system notification resonated. Chu Tian was delighted. Such a stroke of luck. Not only had he received a substantial reward of destiny points, but by spending half, he could directly seize the opportunity. It appears that the royal corpse of the Destiny Tao Sovereign indeed represents a grand fortune destined for Lu Yun, though she remains unaware of it at this moment. Seize it, Chu Tian resolved inwardly. Suddenly, an immense aura of Tao erupted from the royal corpse. Divine light enveloping it as the corpse soared through the air, its eyes opening as if it had returned to life, extending a finger to touch Chu Tian's brow. This is the inheritance passed down by the emperor? Chu Tianyun was astounded. He had been contemplating whether to return the corpse to the Zihong holy sect, and unexpectedly, Chu Tian received the royal corpse's acknowledgement, destined to inherit its legacy. Yet, this does not make sense. Little Tian is not an innate Tao body, nor has he practiced the scriptures of the Zihong holy sect. How could he suddenly receive such an inheritance? Chu Tianyun was both shocked and perplexed. Could this truly be the fated child of destiny, destined to encounter miraculous treasures along his path? Initially, Chu Tianyun harbored skepticism about the notion of Chu Tian stumbling upon miraculous pills on the road, for these are treasures coveted even by emperors. Yet now, he found himself beginning to believe, as an even greater marvel unfolded before his eyes. The Tao transforms into a divine chain, enveloping every corner of the vast subterranean realm. With radiant divine light surging forth, and the essence of the Tao flowing fiercely, converging upon the center of Chu Tian's brow. Chapter 21. The Astonishing Treasure. A marvelous encounter. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Emperor's corpse scriptures in the Destiny Tao Sutra. Congratulations, host, for seizing the Emperor's corpse divine powers in the Eye of Heaven. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a pearl of the great Tao, a manifestation of the lifelong cultivation of the Tao by the Destiny Tao Sovereign, which greatly aids in the understanding of the Tao. Suddenly, before the astonished gaze of Chu Tianyun, the boundless principles contained within the Emperor's corpse surged forth, coalescing into a pearl the size of an infant's fist, which fell into Chu Tian's hand. My heavens, this! Chu Tianyun gasped in awe. Extracting the principles from the body of the Emperor and crystallizing them into the pearl of the great Tao. Whoever can comprehend the principles within may very well become the next Destiny Tao Sovereign. Such a breathtaking treasure is indeed worthy of the grandest of encounters. Even if one cannot fully grasp it, merely possessing it for cultivation offers unimaginable benefits. Abruptly, the Tao essence within Chu Tian circulated, and an eye opened in the center of his brow, seemingly capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Even Chu Tianyun, a half-step emperor sovereign, felt an involuntary chill down his spine, as if standing before Chu Tian in a state of utter vulnerability. The Eye of Heaven. An unparalleled divine gaze crystallized from the lifelong insights of the Destiny Tao Sovereign, encompasses the 3,000 great Taos, reaching up to the heavens above and observing the nether realms below. Chu Tianyun felt parched, and although the figure before him was his nephew, Chu Tian's power was advantageous for the family and for him, yet he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. What extraordinary fortune is this? Bang! The depleted emperor's corpse, stripped of its circulating principles, crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the heavens to quake. Even bereft of its destructive majesty, the emperor's corpse still harbored terrifying energy. Rumbling, rumbling. The underground cavern, supported by the might of the emperor's corpse, collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust and debris billowing forth. Chu Tianyun grasped Chu Tian with one hand and the emperor's corpse with the other, swiftly escaping to the exterior of the palace. As the Eye of Heaven in Chu Tian's brow closed, he fully digested the Destiny Tao Sutra and gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly, a large face, exuding a hint of flattery, approached him. Little Tian, could you lend me the pearl of the great Tao for a few days? Chu Tianyun spoke with a touch of embarrassment. After all, as an elder, he should be the one bestowing benefits upon Chu Tian. Yet, with both of Chu Tian's parents being emperor sovereigns, he found himself lacking in offerings for his nephew. Conversely, this pearl of the great Tao, containing the principles of the Destiny Tao Sovereign, would greatly assist him in grasping the great Tao and perhaps help him reach the threshold of sovereignty. Chu Tian chuckled softly, initially wondering what Chu Tianyun intended. He casually tossed the pearl of the great Tao to him. Third uncle. The essence of the Tao is something that only those in the divine realm can touch. I am merely at the bone refinement stage, far from igniting the divine flame. This treasure would be of no use to me. Your contributions to the family are significant, so it is only fitting that I lend it to you. Dear uncle, perhaps in the future you could confer with Father to establish a secret realm centered around the great Tao Pearl, akin to the sacred heavenly pool, where only those who have rendered great service to the family would be permitted to enter for cultivation. As a revered patriarch, he has never been a man of myopic vision. Bestowing the divine transformation pill upon the elder Tua follows the same rationale. The strength of the Chu family solidifies his position as the holy son of the sect. Furthermore, expanding the great Tao Pearl into a secret realm would maximize its potential. As the young master of the Chu family and the possessor of the great Tao Pearl, he would be able to enter and cultivate therein at any time. Gazing at the great Tao Pearl in his hand, Chu Tianyun paused momentarily before remarking, "It seems I have been rather short-sighted, dear uncle. Xiao Tian, your perspective and vision truly do not resemble those of an 8-year-old child. If only my brash son possessed even a fraction of your insight, I would find peace even in death." Chu Tianyun sighed deeply. Reflecting on his wayward son, he felt a surge of anger in contrast to Chu Tian, and he resolved to give the boy a good thrashing upon returning home. Yet, dear uncle, cousin Chu Xiong is not so bad. Chu Tian chuckled softly, fully aware of whom Chu Tianyun spoke. Xiao Tian, your mother is here. Quickly, tell them to release me. At that moment, Luo Yushan's shrill cries pierced the air. Turning her head, she glared at Lu Yun and shouted, "Xiao Tian has emerged. Hurry and apologize to him." "Have you forgotten my instructions?" Luo Yushan, pinned down by 2 law enforcement disciples, knelt on the ground, desperately attempting to attract Chu Tian's attention with her cries. Lu Yun's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her pristine white dress remained unblemished, and her face was etched with grievance. Yet, urged by her mother Luo Yushan, she took hesitant steps towards Chu Tian. One must admit, despite her tender years, she possessed the makings of a breathtaking beauty. Her tearful expression evoked immediate sympathy. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Tian instinctively glanced over, momentarily locking eyes with Lu Yun. His gaze turned cold and indifferent, and he quickly averted his attention, walking alongside Chu Tianyun towards the estate's exit. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered countless extraordinary beauties. To him, even the most celebrated stars and royal princesses appeared no different than mere phantoms. Even if Lu Yun were to become a renowned goddess in the future, it would hardly stir any emotion within him. Rather, his knowledge of their narrative only deepened his aversion, leading him to regard her tear-streaked visage with disdain. Seeing Chu Tian's frigid demeanor, Lu Yun's eyes brimmed with tears, an overwhelming sense of injustice swelling within her. She halted in her tracks, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Uncle, it seems that Luo Yushan and Lu Yun remain unaware of the truth, having been kept in the dark by the Lu family. In that case, we may consider easing our control over Lu Yun and releasing some of the surrounding confusion," Chu Tian observed calmly. This was not born of pity, but rather a recognition that such significant maneuvers to contain the Lu family would inevitably attract external scrutiny. It would be wiser to utilize the uninformed Luo Yushan and Lu Yun as mere smokescreens, releasing them to stir the waters, thereby facilitating Chu Tianyun's covert control over the actions of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in the statement. "Indeed, our family operates under the guise of righteous indignation to eradicate the Lu clan. Luo Yushan and Lu Yun serve as living symbols of innocence. We must not pursue them, lest we become the ones who harm the innocent, akin to killing the donkey after the grinding. Let us proceed as you suggest, Xiao Tian." With a gesture, Chu Tianyun signaled the 2 enforcers to promptly release Luo Yushan. She rose, casting a fierce glare at Lu Yun before hastily pulling her along to catch up with Chu Tianyun. "Aunt Luo," Chu Tianyun greeted politely as he noticed Luo Yushan approaching. "Xiao Tian, this girl lacks understanding. Do not hold it against her. Those distant relatives of the Lu family, under the banner of the Chu family, have been engaging in unsavory deeds, which I have always opposed." Luo Yushan initially glared at her daughter in anger before continuing. "I have always believed that Lu Yun's engagement to you is a stroke of fortune for her. However, she remains obstinate, relying on Lu Zheng's despicable support, associating with that worthless Yu Fan, and clamoring to repay debts at any cost. And I'm not angry," Chu Tianyun replied calmly, as he had never considered these trivial matters of great significance. "I have heard that you have ascended to the top of the bone forging list and achieved the pinnacle of the earth list. I have yet to congratulate you." Luo Yushan flattered before cautiously voicing her true intention. "Xiao Tian, since you bear no ill will, could you perhaps speak to your third uncle?" If there are no pressing matters, could you arrange for Lu Zheng to be released? Although he is indeed at fault, he is still Yun's biological father and your father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan cast a fearful glance at Chu Tianyan, still shaken by his earlier display of ruthless authority. Chapter 22. Why should she be disdained? What wrong has she committed? Should he plead for her? Chu Tian glanced at his uncle, Chu Tianyun, before smiling and replying, "All right, Andy. I shall plead with uncle on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than his own son-in-law, Chu Tian, who had insisted on confining Lu Zheng and subjecting him to rigorous surveillance and interrogation. It was rather amusing that Luo Yushan would turn to Chu Tian for assistance. "Auntie, on behalf of that scoundrel Lu Zheng, I thank you," shouted Yan. "Rest assured, once he is released, I shall keep a close watch over him and ensure he does not act recklessly." Luo Yushan expressed her gratitude profusely before turning to reprimand Lu Yun beside her. "You, girl, how can you be so oblivious? Shao Tian is not holding any grudges against you. Can't you at least apologize and thank him?" "Chu Tian, thank you for being willing to save my father," Lu Yun murmured, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, as if uttering those words had drained her of all courage. After all, despite her capriciousness and the unreasonable demands she had made of Chu Tian, he had always been the one to tolerate her, forgive her, and show her kindness. However, in the past 2 days, he seemed to have transformed into a stranger, regarding her as if she were an unrelated individual. He no longer discreetly shared the precious resources for cultivation that Chu Tianwang had bestowed upon him, nor did he even bother to offer her an apology or initiate a simple greeting. It felt as though she were merely an inconsequential passerby. Especially after the news of Chu Tian ascending to the top of the Earth ranking, Lu Yun felt increasingly aggrieved, convinced that she had somehow fallen out of favor with him. But why should Chu Tian disdain her? What wrong had she committed? It was the Chu family that had sought out the Lu family, establishing a betrothal, and it was Chu Tian who had willingly approached her, eager to lend a helping hand. What fault did she have? When she saw Chu Tian arrive at the Lu residence, she had hoped that if he spoke to her, she could gracefully forgive him and overlook the fact that his uncle had harmed so many from her family. Yet, Chu Tian had ignored her entirely. So what if he had fortuitously claimed the top spot in the bone forging ranking and ascended to the Earth ranking? What was so remarkable about that? Who could say how long he would maintain his position at the top? Why had he suddenly turned cold towards her? Just yesterday, he had been so harsh, even resorting to violence over a servant girl. Lu Yun was filled with grievances, yet still refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, pouting and lowering her head, unwilling to apologize first. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Luo Yushan was infuriated and anxious, hastily clarifying, "Shao Dian, please do not be angry. Lu Yun knows she has erred. She is merely a shy girl. Please be understanding. Though you are both still young, you are already betrothed, and you will be family in the future. Do not take it to heart." Family? Upon hearing those words, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he recalled the distasteful events of the original plot, stirring a surge of murderous intent within him. He had little patience for further pretense. With indifference, he replied, "It is not a trivial matter that deserves my concern. As for being family, let us leave that aside. I cannot bear it." Luo Yushan's complexion instantly paled. The implications of his words were far too profound. "Little Tian, allow me to explain," said the aunt. However, Chu Tian paid no heed to the mother and daughter and continued walking forward. At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes were red-rimmed, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Suddenly, she dashed in front of Chu Tian, arms outstretched to block his path. "Chu Tian, you must clarify this for me. Do you consider my matters trivial? Yu Fan saved my life, and I wish to repay him with all that I have. Is that wrong? On what grounds do you treat me this way? Speak clearly, or you shall not leave." Chu Tian's gaze was icy, his tone indifferent as he replied, "Your actions are of no concern to me. Step aside." "I will not. You must explain yourself today," Lu Yun shouted. With a sharp crack of the wind accompanying the crisp sound of a slap, Lu Yun was sent flying. Chu Tian withdrew his hand, exchanged a nod with Chu Tianyun, and departed from the Lu family estate, returning to his chariot in the palace. The 9 majestic flaming lions snorted loudly and soared into the air, heading towards the sect. He was never one to be overly compassionate, having been reborn. His purpose was to witness the marvels of this world, to ascend to its pinnacle and behold the view from above. The clever little schemes of a girl like her were utterly transparent to him. Were it not for the deep ties forged between the Chu and Lu families over the years due to marriage alliances, he would hardly spare Lu Yun a glance. "You scoundrel, you hit me again." Lu Yun's face swelled once more as she lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. She truly could not comprehend why Chu Tian's demeanor towards her had changed so drastically. It felt akin to a beloved puppy, once eager to wag its tail and rush to her, suddenly ignoring her and even snapping at her. Why must you be so stubborn? Luo Yu rushed over to help her daughter up, exasperated at her lack of judgment. You have been spoiled by that scoundrel of a father. This notion of repaying even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude is nonsense. The favors you have bestowed upon that good-for-nothing are worth 100 of his lives. Now look, retribution has come. Yet, despite her scolding, she was still her daughter, and the fate of the Lu family depended on Chu Tian. Luo Yu gently advised, as someone who has been through it all. I can see that little Tian still cares for you. If you lower your head, admit your mistakes, and promise never to associate with that good-for-nothing or the Yi family again, he will forgive you. Mother, I merely wish to repay my debt of gratitude. Is that wrong? Lu Yun bit her lip, clinging to the last vestige of her stubbornness. Yet, inexplicably, a twinge of regret began to stir within her. Had she acted too recklessly in her quest for repayment, neglecting Chu Tian's feelings? Should she seek an opportunity to apologize to him in person? Your desire to repay a debt has nothing to do with my Chu family. Suddenly, the voice of Chu Tianyun, filled with intense anger, rang out. The mother and daughter turned to see him staring at them, causing them to shudder violently, their faces paling instantly. It has been clarified that the matters concerning the Lu family's transgression of ancestral laws have no bearing on you. You may return to your quarters within the estate and travel to and from the sect. However, wandering freely about the estate and engaging in casual conversations is strictly prohibited. Any consequences arising from such actions will be borne by you. Chu Tianyun paid little attention to the two women, for there remained numerous affairs within the Lu family that required his resolution. It appears that retaining Lu Yun's engagement is merely a temporary measure. Lacking the divine essence bestowed by the celestial path's master, her true talents will soon become evident. At that time, after the Chu family's righteous severance of ties, the dissolution of the engagement will proceed seamlessly, drawing no scrutiny within the sect. A mere ordinary girl, possessing only an innate physique and burdened by her family's original sins, is hardly worthy of the Chu family scion. Chapter 23. Whether to forgive is a matter for the divine. Congratulations, host. The daughter of fortune, Lu Yun, has developed a tinge of remorse towards you, rewarding you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Lu Yun's fate has suffered a significant setback, her fortune declining, rewarding you with 5,000 destiny points. Upon returning to the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, a gentle notification from the system suddenly resonated in Chu Tian's ears. Lu Yun feels regret. Chu Tian's gaze remained serene, though a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes, revealing his indifference. What does her regret matter to him? The great hate demon lord sacrificed everything for Lu Yun, facing ruin and the annihilation of his entire family. In the end, what he received was a sword thrust through the head of the star slave, delivered by Lu Yun herself, accompanied by powerful pursuers. As the saying goes, a river may change its course, but a person's nature is hard to alter. If one were to draw any connection, forgiving Lu Yun is a task meant for the divine. His role is to send Lu Yun to meet the divine. However, there remain many tasks for him to attend to. As long as Lu Yun refrains from provoking him, he possesses neither the time nor inclination to trouble her. The downfall of the Lu family is merely a matter of time. Once stripped of their protection, the inherently gifted Lu Yun will see her fortune dwindle. Within the Sacred Heaven sect, she will merely be a slightly distinguished prodigy destined to remain on divergent paths from him. For now, he lacks the energy to seek out trouble with her. Why would he concern himself with such a petty girl? It would be a waste of his time. Returning to his senses, Chu Tian suddenly chuckled to himself, casting aside this trivial thought. With a flicker of intent, the system panel manifested before him, allowing him to review the numerous benefits acquired from the remains of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th level of bone forging, possessing 180,000 pounds of divine strength, capable of vanquishing young true dragons. The host is indeed the destined child of fate. Physique, Chaos Demon God Body Cultivation Method, Chaos Creation True Sutra, 1st level, Destiny Dao Sutra. This scripture is not suitable for the host. Cultivation is not recommended. It can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. Divine abilities, Eye of the Heavenly Dao Treasures, Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman, grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly Xian Divine Ring, can be refined for 1,000 destiny points. It contains a remnant of an ancient soul, posing a certain threat, the host should proceed with caution. Dao Pearl assists in cultivation, already refined. Destiny points, 51,500 points. Chu Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover that the imperial scripture he had plundered could indeed be sold to the system. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed, and the amount in the destiny points column immediately surged to 61,000 points. Young Master, Elder Tuo requests an audience. At that moment, the voice of the star slave echoed from outside the carriage. Chu Tian opened a vertical pupil between his brows, instantly gazing through the palace to see Elder Tuo standing respectfully at the foot of the sacred emperor peak, seemingly awaiting his return. Despite having recovered from his injuries, Elder Tuo still maintained a demeanor befitting a subordinate, exhibiting no signs of presumption. Chu Tian exited the carriage and clasped his fist in greeting, saying, "Elder Tuo, you are too kind. Did something occur that required your presence here?" The old hunchback smiled broadly, revealing his weathered, yellowed teeth, and remarked, "Indeed, young master, you are astute. Some matters have arisen, yet they are not of grave concern. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the Forging Bones list and claimed the top position on the Earth list, overshadowing the two prodigies of the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect. Now, they have come knocking, eager to meet you, but after waiting an entire day, you failed to appear. In a fit of anger, the illustrious prodigy, Huime, has set up a challenge for disciples below the divine refinement realm of our entire sect. The Lord wishes to avoid unnecessary attention. Hence he instructed me to wait for you and to inform you that he and the leader of the Tianxiong sect will handle this matter. Your presence is not required." Is this not a blatant affront to our sect? Such audacity is remarkable. Xingnu was taken aback upon hearing this. It is crucial to recognize that this is the stronghold of the Sacred Heaven sect. What manner of audacious individual would dare to act in such a reckless manner? If we were to sweep through our sect, the Sacred Heaven sect, the foremost sect on this continent, would suffer a significant blow to its reputation. Generally, top-tier sects do not engage in such disgraceful conduct. They typically allow for some measure of leeway. It's merely the antics of children. Chu Tian explained with a smile to Xingnu. Indeed, this aligns with Huimei's character. His behavior is eccentric and defiant, reveling in ostentation. Otherwise, he would not have been repeatedly bested by the protagonist, Yi Fan, in the original narrative. However, at present, Yi Fan is being aggressively suppressed and has even seized the heavenly Xian divine ring. It is likely that Huimei may not prevail against him. Yet, eccentricity does not equate to foolishness. Huimei undoubtedly possesses formidable strength and is a first-rate prodigy within the myriad realms. Within the Sacred Heaven sect, Chu Tian believed there were scarcely any who could rival Huimei in the Forging Bones realm. Yi Tianxiong and his father, King Chu Tian, likely have their share of headaches regarding this situation. Moreover, he did not anticipate encountering this individual so soon, nor did he know if the Saintess, Huilian, had accompanied him. The old hunchback, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless and glanced at the young master, reflecting, "You are but a child, and it appears Huimei is 2 years your senior." Old hunchback, does this mean I should not make an appearance? Is this also the Lord's intention? Chu Tian inquired with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Indeed, young master, the old hunchback replied. The intention of the Tianxiong sect leader is that, given the current circumstances, the Chu family should refrain from confronting the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect to avoid jeopardizing our relationship with them. This matter will be left in his capable hands. Such words are sweeter than song. It merely indicates a desire to prevent the young master from gaining glory, wishing for the Yi family to take center stage. Xingnu muttered quietly in defense of Chu Tian that Huimei must have some issues with his judgment, challenging only those below the divine refinement realm within the sect. He cannot possibly believe this is akin to the Forging Bones realm test at the Heng Tian Palace, where only physical strength is employed. Chu Tian understood Xingnu's sentiment well, for he too had begun refining his spirit the previous night. Some who have commenced spirit refinement in the Forging Bones realm can indeed amplify their strength exponentially. It is not uncommon for prodigies on the Forging Bones list to exhibit strength surpassing 100,000 pounds after refining their spirit. Thus, even the foremost on the Forging Bones list merely signifies unparalleled physical strength and does not infer invincibility below the divine refinement realm. Huimei's strength on the list is only around 900,000 pounds. Yi Tianxing likely seized upon this vulnerability, which emboldened him to allow Chu Tian, the foremost on the bone forging rankings, to disregard the matter while he took charge of its resolution. Star Slave, since both the sect master and my father share this sentiment, I shall refrain from involving myself in this affair, for the prevailing atmosphere is rather precarious. At this moment, Chu Tian spoke with profound significance. He did not believe that Hui Mei would be oblivious to these nuances. Even if she were, those behind her would certainly comprehend. Yet, Hui Mei still set the stage for confrontation, indicating something amiss. Nevertheless, Chu Tian chose to disregard it, bowing respectfully to Elder Tu and stating, "Elder Tu, since my involvement is unnecessary, I shall return to my cultivation." "Young master, please," Elder Tu replied with utmost reverence. As night descended, the effects of the exquisite forging god pill and the 3 grand halos concluded, prompting Chu Tian to promptly exchange for a continuation in the marketplace and resume his mental forging. With the exquisite forging god pill, Chu Tian was freed from the need to expend his own energy in honing his spirit, thus dedicating his vigor entirely to the refinement of his physical form and the cultivation of the chaos creation true scripture. Typically, even those at the god-refining realm or higher would require sleep to recuperate, as perpetual cultivation is unfeasible. However, with the enhancement of the 3 grand halos, Chu Tian's energy remained in a state of boundless vitality, requiring no respite whatsoever. For him, as long as the halos were active, he could cultivate for epochs without experiencing fatigue. Chu Tian first activated the chaos creation true scripture, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate through his body for 9 grand cycles, refining his physique and absorbing the medicinal essence. In the latter half of the night, he commenced studying the recently acquired Eye of the Heavenly Path. Buzz. The Eye of the Heavenly Path at his brow opened, and in an instant, he sensed his spirit expanding, even perceiving Star Slave outside, meditating with closed eyes. He could even see through the veil on her face, revealing her true visage, a flawless, breathtaking beauty. However, Chu Tian did not linger excessively and quickly withdrew his spirit. Star Slave, sensing something, opened her star-like eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Moments ago, it felt as if someone had been observing her, gently caressing her face, as if it were the hand of the young master. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Here, within the sacred Emperor Peak, where formidable beings abound, who would dare to probe into the residence of the Chu family's young master with their divine sense unless they were courting death? Yihang Wu, as the supreme elder, scheming against the young master, met his demise, an evident cautionary tale. Bah! Star Slave chastised herself internally, her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of crimson. Star Slave, what are you contemplating? The young master is so young, yet you entertain such improper thoughts, even imagining the young master caressing your face. How shameless! Resolutely severing her wandering thoughts, Star Slave closed her eyes and resumed her cultivation. Chapter 24. The Sect in Turmoil, Xiao Tian. Your time to shine. The Star Slave remained oblivious to my subtle probing. Chu Tian had been keenly observing the Star Slave's reactions, his mind filled with contemplations. Being assigned to accompany him, the Star Slave undoubtedly possessed remarkable talents. Now an adult, their power had long transcended the realm of spirit refinement, having cultivated their spirit for years to manifest a divine soul. Yet, despite this, the Star Slave could only faintly sense the probing, unable to discern its origin. The extraordinary nature of the Eye of Heavenly Tao exceeded even Chu Tian's imagination, a testament to the prowess of a truly accomplished innate Tao body. The supreme Tao sovereign who had distilled a lifetime of understanding into this unparalleled divine ability. With the blessings of the Eye of Heavenly Tao, although he had yet to enter the realm of spirit refinement, he could already achieve a separation of spirit from body. His mental acuity had been magnified manifold, rendering most who had broken through to spirit refinement inferior to him. Though he had not yet transcended into spirit refinement, his spirit already surpassed it, and his physical body had yet to reach the limits of bone tempering, leaving vast room for further growth. At that moment, a spirit insect, resembling a mosquito, suddenly fluttered past the window. In a swift motion, Chu Tian produced a silver needle, finer than a strand of hair, and flicked it with his finger. Buzz! The spirit insect was pinned to the tree trunk by the needle, which merely grazed its nearly transparent wing without causing it harm. Buzz! Another silver needle shot forth, accurately pinning the insect's other wing to the trunk. With a strengthened spirit, his control over power became increasingly precise, and mastery over his physical form grew ever more adept. No wonder spirit refinement was regarded as the next stage following bone tempering, he mused. Now endowed with a strength of 170,000 pounds. Under the tenfold enhancement of the Eye of Heavenly Tao, he rivaled those in spirit refinement, with insight that far exceeded the ordinary. The potential strength he could unleash likely surpassed 350,000 pounds. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian, whose innate understanding was already exceptional, found his prowess amplified by the halo of comprehension. By dawn, he had skillfully mastered the eye of heavenly Tao. His mental strength had seen significant advancement, and upon opening his eyes, the brilliance within could leave marks upon the solid bluestone floor. The power of his physical body had also surged by an additional 10,000 pounds, reaching a total of 180,000 pounds. Should this rate of enhancement become known, even the offspring of ancient fierce beasts would be struck with terror, unable to distinguish between beast and human. Even ancient fierce beasts, gifted with innate strength and potent bloodlines, could not hope to match such a pace of advancement. However, the medicinal liquid consumed that night also multiplied, reaching 4 barrels. As Chu Tian had awakened the star slave thrice during the night. "Young master, after I replaced your medicinal liquid last night, I took the opportunity to check the arena at St. Emperor Peak. The sect leader of Tianxiong is currently in a state of utter disarray." The star slave remarked while assisting Chu Tian with his attire, a hint of excitement in her voice. Since the young master had gifted her the sacred pulse flower fruit, their relationship had grown closer, allowing her to share little secrets with him. "Oh, do tell," Chu Tian responded with a smile, raising his hand for the star slave to kneel and fasten his waist belt. The young prodigies of the Yi family, yet to break through to the refining spirit stage, took turns challenging the esteemed Hui Mei of the Ci Hang sacred sect. However, scarcely any could withstand even a single strike from her. Upon engagement, they were left with broken limbs and grievous injuries, spitting blood. Xing Nu's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Even the Yi family's illustrious talents, who have long occupied the ranks of the bone refinement list, such as Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yu Qin, now 12 years old and possessing a strength of 300,000 to 400,000 pounds, brimming with vitality, and on the cusp of entering the refining spirit realm, none could endure Hui Mei's attack. When I arrived, the sect's disciples were in an uproar. The higher-ups wore somber expressions and remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. It was said that the master of Tianxing sect, in a moment of desperation, administered a divine elixir to Yi Chong, the very youth whom you, young master, incapacitated, and intended to use secret techniques to refine his spirit, sending him forth to challenge Hui Mei. Even the patriarch was anxious, urging some of our Chu family's prodigies to prepare for the arena. Those who could defeat Hui Lian would be directly rewarded with divine elixirs from the sect. Oh, and it was rumored that the eldest son of the third elder, Chu Xiong, was also poised to enter the fray. However, I hurried back to change your medicinal solution, so I am unaware of what transpired thereafter. Chu Tian smiled slightly, for this was entirely within his expectations. In the original storyline, Hui Mei was a renowned prodigy across the myriad realms. Within the Sacred Heaven sect, those who could rival her were either languishing in the prison of sins or had surpassed the bone refinement stage, rendering them unable to participate. It was utterly presumptuous of Yi Tianxiong to believe that disciples of equal standing within the sect could defeat Hui Mei. Chu Tian could vividly imagine the agitation and weighty concerns of the sect's higher-ups. If a mere 10-year-old were to sweep through the ranks of the Sacred Heaven sect without a single peer capable of withstanding even one of her strikes, it would bring disgrace to the sect throughout the Hung Tian continent. At that moment, Chu Tian Wang entered the chamber, his demeanor grave and somewhat fatigued. "Xiao Tian, accompany me to the arena. If circumstances prove dire, it may fall upon you to compete. If not for dire necessity, Chu Tian Wang would prefer to let the Yi family take the spotlight, alleviating the current predicament. Yet, as the vice sect master, he had to consider the reputation of the sect in such times. Very well, father, Chu Tian replied with a smile. Before long, Chu Tian followed Chu Tian Wang to the Sacred Heaven sect's other principal peak, the Holy Emperor Peak, where the current sect master, Yi Tianxiong, resided. As they soared to the halfway point, Chu Tian heard a somewhat youthful yet arrogantly boisterous voice echoing, "I have long heard of the Sacred Heaven sect's formidable reputation, which has surpassed that of my Ci Hang sacred sect, heralded as the foremost sect of the Hung Tian continent. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, I am truly disappointed. Such a grand sect, and not one disciple capable of withstanding even a single blow from me." On the arena, a young boy with rosy lips and white teeth, his head shaved, exuded an air of arrogance. With arms crossed, clad in a coarse, milky white garment, he surveyed all those beneath the arena with a disdainful gaze. The young boy, with a delicately crafted visage, possesses striking features, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, standing at approximately 1 meter 60. Despite his baldness, he emanates an enchanting allure that could leave many women feeling inadequate in his presence. Below the arena, numerous disciples from various sects appear visibly distressed and filled with indignation, lamenting their lack of advancement to the bone refinement realm, which permits a mere child from an external sect to regard them with such disdain. Where has the young saint Chu Tian gone? Why is he not yet summoned to the stage? The young saint is the strongest in our Holy Heaven sect, reigning supreme in the bone refinement rankings. What are the higher-ups of our sect, particularly the 2 founding families and the 3 esteemed clans, doing? Are they merely idling? Allowing this young boy to brazenly belittle our sect atop the Holy Heaven summit is utterly intolerable. The anguish is palpable. If one lacks the skill, one must endure defeat. It is said that Yi Chong has ascended to the 3rd tier of bone refinement, having consumed a divine elixir for recovery, thus augmenting his strength to 600,000 pounds. The sect leader even employed secret techniques to bolster his spirit before the match, enabling him to unleash a force amounting to 1,300,000 pounds, an act bordering on deceit. Yet, even so, he was effortlessly vanquished by this young boy. Should word of this get out, our Holy Heaven sect would surely become a subject of ridicule. The disgruntled murmurs among the sect disciples resonate throughout the square. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials seated at the top of the observation platform wear increasingly grim expressions, as if their countenance could yield water. Where has the sect leader vanished to? One elder spoke in a low tone, glancing toward Yi Tianxiong's empty seat. The vice leader is also absent. Has he gone to summon the young saint? An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow. This matter pertains to the dignity of our Holy Heaven sect. Now is not the time for internal strife. If necessary, we must implore the young saint to intervene. This young boy is far too arrogant, showing blatant disrespect towards our sect. An elder of high rank appeared particularly livid. Chapter 25, The Command of the Sovereign. I cannot strike as the high-ranking elders engaged in deliberations. King Chu led his son, Chu Tian, to the high platform and gestured toward the bald youth on the arena. Speaking in a grave tone, this young bald head has demonstrated a strength of merely 900,000 pounds on the bone-tempering rankings, which led your father and your uncle Tianxiong to underestimate him. He likely possesses at least 110,000 pounds of strength now, surpassing many juvenile, ancient, ferocious beasts. Moreover, his mental fortitude is robust and refined, with an acute perception that allows him to sense the autumn breeze and predict the falling leaves, placing him merely a step away from the spirit refinement realm. The power he can unleash is at least 200,000 pounds or more. Xiao Tian, do you have the confidence to defeat this young bald head? King Chu's voice was heavy with anger, yet he refrained from immediately sending his son into the fray. After all, Chu Tian was 2 years younger than Huimei, and refining one's spirit required time and energy. He would not press his son if he hesitated. King Chu, a figure of high authority, seldom resorted to harsh words. Yet he pointedly referred to Huolian as young bald head, highlighting the latter's audacious and unruly demeanor, which even unsettled this imperial sovereign. Never had anyone dared to display such brazen arrogance within the Holy Heaven sect, openly disregarding its authority. Yet, the target of this insolence was merely a 10-year-old child, making it difficult for anyone to chastise him. Had the challenger been a slightly older individual, even one from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, they would have been swiftly dealt with. At this moment, many senior members of the sect turned their gazes toward Chu Tian, their eyes filled with scrutiny, astonishment, and anticipation. Chu Tian, under the direct guidance of King Chu, had remained reclusive, although he had been proclaimed the little holy son upon his arrival into the world. Even they had seldom laid eyes on him. His appearance was not particularly robust. Rather, he exuded an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a cultured gentleman. Had it not been for the infallible test of the Hung Tian rankings, they might have never connected the seemingly genteel lad to the one who had, in 30 seconds, slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoth giants and dispatched 30 ancient ferocious beast cubs, including a mythical dragon offspring, in the same amount of time. Little holy son, considering the reputation of our sect, this young bald head is exceedingly arrogant. Do you possess the assurance to confront him? One senior member could not help but inquire. If there are any requests, feel free to present them to the sect. We do not even require you to defeat him. Simply enduring 3 of his strikes would suffice to preserve our sect's dignity. The venerable elder, his hair completely white, spoke solemnly. The other senior members nodded in agreement. At this juncture, they did not dare to aspire for too much. After all, this prodigy from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, Huimei, indeed possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Many renowned prodigies on the Hung Tian bone-tempering rankings, significantly older than him, had been unable to withstand even a single strike, suffering broken bones and relentless injuries, ultimately losing their combat efficacy. Such prodigious beings appeared only once in millennia on Hung Tian continent. If they could withstand 3 strikes and maintain the honor of the Holy Heaven sect, they would be thoroughly satisfied. Chu Tian cast a glance at Hualien on the arena. Although still in his youth and not yet at the stage of his emergence in the original narrative, he was indeed as strikingly enchanting and arrogantly bold as he remembered, provoking an instinctual desire to deliver a resounding slap to his bald head. It is no wonder that the protagonist, Yi Fan, later subdued him, sealing his formidable powers and sending him to a brothel to auction off his first night, which fetched an astonishing price. Apart from his appearance, which indeed possesses such allure, surpassing that of many breathtaking beauties, it is truly tempting to strike a blow against his arrogance. Yet, under the expectant gazes of the high-ranking members of various sects, Chu Tian merely shook his head and smiled, saying, "Esteemed uncles and grandfathers, I regret that I cannot comply. For the sect master has declared that he will handle this matter personally, and there is no need for Chu Tian to take the stage. The sect master's word is as binding as a decree. I cannot defy it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking members darkened palpably. The corners of Chu Tianwang's mouth twitched ever so slightly. After all, the request to refrain from action was not solely at Yi Tianxiong's behest. However, the members of the various sects were oblivious to this fact. Chu Tian's statement, however, effectively distanced him from the matter, attributing it solely to Yi Tianxiong's prohibition. In such dire circumstances, must there still be infighting, internal strife, and scheming? Have they no shame? An elder with white hair and beard glared furiously, his eyes wide with indignation, his mustache bristling. He was a revered elder of the Duanmu family, an individual of great seniority, belonging to the same generation as Chu Tianwang's grandfather, to whom even Chu Tianwang would bow respectfully. "This is utterly disheartening," he lamented. "Is there no one willing to step forth and challenge?" On the arena, Hui Lian, seeing that no one dared to take the stage for a prolonged time, began to taunt. The Holy Heaven sect boasts nearly 100,000 disciples, 2 founding families, and 3 top-tier families renowned across the continent. Yet where are they? Have they all vanished? Is there truly no prodigy capable of standing up to Chu Tian? Have they all lost their nerve? She mocked. "Since this is the case, do not waste my time. Bring forth that little brat, Chu Tian. I shall dispose of him in no time. How dare he seize the top spot on the leaderboard from my sister and trample me underfoot? I am eager to see just how much substance this little brat possesses and whether his chaotic divine demon body can withstand even a few of my strikes. Little wretch, how outrageous." Elder Duanmu trembled with fury, his face flushed as he turned, searching for the figure of sect master Yi Tianxiong. "I can no longer endure. He has directly challenged our families. If my uncle can tolerate it, my aunt cannot." One high-ranking member bellowed, casting a glance at Chu Tianwang, deputy sect master. "Permit the young saint to take action." Some even urged Chu Tian directly, "Young saint, step forth and vanquish this little bald head. Should the sect master pursue the matter, we shall shield you. This is a battle for the honor of our Holy Heaven sect, a significant contribution. The sect master would not dare to pursue it." The elder with the most seniority spoke, cursing vehemently. "When I fought for the sect across the lands, Yi Tianxiong was still nursing. Let him try to pursue me. He may think that because he has become sect master and ascended to the imperial level, I would not dare to discipline him." Chu Tianwang, you speak. Do you also oppose allowing the young saint to take the stage? A senior elder glared ominously at Chu Tianwang. Though these esteemed elders do not occupy high positions and their strength may not surpass that of King Chu Tian or Yi Tianxiong, their contributions are substantial, their experience profound, their seniority respected, and their influence significant. As long as they do not commit the same taboos as Yi Hanwu, they can generally navigate the sect with great authority. At their age, having one foot already in the grave, notions of hierarchy are of little consequence. For those who have dedicated the majority of their lives to the sect, the honor and interests of the sect take precedence above all else. The elder Yi Hongwu, driven to suicide and having divulged sect secrets while covertly undermining the younger prodigies, is deemed to have met a fitting end. King Chu Tian sighed in resignation, feeling compelled to turn to Chu Tian, saying, "Little Tian, you." Before he could finish his thought, Chu Tian shook his head and replied coolly, "The sect leader has issued a command. As a disciple, it is my duty to heed the leader's orders. I cannot intervene." King Chu Tian, feeling helpless, pressed his forehead, plagued by a headache. He should have realized that his son's presence was not merely an act of obedience, but rather a manifestation of his grievances, likely driven by a desire to force Yu Tianxiong to yield. If he were truly obedient, he would not have sought out the testing at the Heng Tian Hall, thus avoiding the current predicament. At that moment, a youth, tattered and stained with blood, ascended the arena. His gaze was resolute as he addressed Hui Mei with a hoarse voice, declaring, "Yi Fan of the Yi family, I challenge you to a duel." Chapter 26. Was this the character we expected? Upon uttering these words, many disciples from various sects beneath the arena were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Yi Fan imprisoned in the depths of the penal dungeon? How had he managed to escape and ascend the platform to issue a challenge? The events on the Sacred Emperor Peak had stirred considerable turmoil, with a senior elder forced to take his own life. And a scandal involving the little Saint Sun and a so-called waste from the Yi family had already spread throughout the sections. What was happening? How had Yi Fan, the so-called waste, managed to emerge? And not only that, but he had the audacity to challenge Hui Mei. As if he were not embarrassed enough to bring disgrace upon our sacred heaven sect. The disciples below engaged in fervent discussions, unable to fathom why such a waste was allowed to surface. It was evident that a cunning old fox was at play, attempting to seize this opportunity to absolve Yi Fan of his sins. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as a figure suddenly appeared at the sect leader's position beside him. It was Yi Tianxiong, unexpectedly present. "Esteemed elders, I apologize for the wait," Yi Tianxiong declared with a dignified countenance. "Yi Fan is the son of my third brother, Yi Tianying. Although he has erred by consuming various sect treasures and divine medicines, he is still young and does not deserve the death penalty. Moreover, Elder Hongwu has already paid the ultimate price for this matter. I implore you all, considering Tianying's past contributions to our sect, to grant Yi Fan a chance to atone for his mistakes." Turning to Chu Tian, Yi Tianxiong continued, "Second brother, what do you think?" Chu Tian nodded in agreement, seeking to ease the tensions between their families. As long as he can achieve merit for the sect, his transgressions can be balanced out. The senior members of the sect fell silent, for Yi Tianxiong's words were not easily dismissed. "Leader, do you think this boy can withstand 3 moves from Hui Mei?" inquired an elder from the Duanmu family. "For the honor of the sect, Yi Fan will give his utmost effort," replied Yi Tianxiong, glancing at Yi Fan on the arena. A smile crept across his lips as he added, "You may not be aware, but signs of revival have emerged in Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone, and his strength has reached an astonishing 700,000 pounds. While he may not surpass Hui Mei in power, he should be able to endure a few strikes without undue difficulty." At these words, the senior members trembled with astonishment. The revival of Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone suggested that the Yi family might soon produce a peerless prodigy capable of standing alongside Chu Tian. However, wasn't Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone tainted, rendering even an emperor powerless to assist him? Was this truly the case? The elders nodded in agreement. Since the sect leader had personally interceded, they would allow Yi Fan to test his mettle. Should he withstand 3 moves, he could redeem himself, leaving behind a prodigious talent for the sect. Chu Tian's expression remained impassive, yet beneath the surface, a cold light flickered repeatedly. Indeed, he was a child of destiny, a character of paramount significance. Yi Tianxiong, in his efforts to protect Yi Fan, had cast aside all pretense, directly advocating for him. The primordial sacred bone had indeed begun to show signs of revival. It appears that he has fallen short in his attempt to seize the heavenly Xian divine ring. Yi Fan has already harnessed the power of the ring to awaken a fragment of the primordial sacred bone's might. Wishing to rise, Chu Tian's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he glanced at the ring adorning his left hand's ring finger, pondering within, "System, can you revive the heavenly Xian divine ring and reclaim the power that envelopes the destiny child, Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone?" The system, ever diligent, responded with a soothing and melodious tone, "Certainly, host. It will require 500 fate points to revive the ring and reclaim its power, or 1,000 fate points to directly refine the ring, though this would awaken the lingering soul within. I shall expend 500 fate points to reclaim the ring's power," Chu Tian declared. The system proved once again to be trustworthy, as one can always rely on it. "Very well, host." Suddenly, a dark and resplendent glow coursed through the ring on Chu Tian's finger. On the arena, Yi Fan was locked in a standoff with Hui Mei, poised to strike, with a faint purple luminescence flickering at his brow. Yet abruptly, his brow quivered slightly, as though an inexplicable force surged forth, causing the purple glow to vanish. "No." Yi Fan's resolute gaze narrowed in alarm, and in a moment of sheer panic, he instinctively exclaimed, "Don't." just as the battle was about to commence. He felt an overwhelming sensation that rendered him incapable of wielding the power of the primordial sacred bone. He had yet to solidify his spirit. Without the support of the primordial sacred bone's power, he was merely an ordinary practitioner, possessing a strength of 700,000 pounds in the bone-refining realm. Such a disparity, without the enhancement of spirit, would lead to his certain demise. Yi Fan, born with the primordial sacred bone, found himself tainted and polluted. His meridians rendered toxic. At that moment, Hui Mei, with an enchanting smile, raised her hand to stroke her gleaming head, seemingly informed of all of Yi Fan's circumstances. This was becoming rather intriguing. To dare challenge me, have you perhaps restored the power of your primordial sacred bone? Allow me to gauge your strength. As Yi Fan heard this, a chill coursed through him, and his complexion paled slightly, yet the words had yet to escape his lips. Boom! Hui Mei uttered a low cry, and with a powerful stomp, her body shot forth like an arrow, surging ahead with a deafening sound of air being torn apart. Akin to an ancient demonic bull charging forth, her immense strength causing the vast arena to tremble violently. Evidently aware of Yi Fan's heritage as the primordial sacred bone wielder, she spared no effort in her strike, her formidable spirit emanating outward, churning the surrounding air in a swirling vortex, pushing her physical power to its utmost limits. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with profound terror as his blood surged violently, erupting forth, yet he found himself retreating wildly. Stripped of the sacred bone's strength, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and the imminent threat posed by this otherworldly opponent. Fool, why do you flee? Charge forth. Are you merely here to disgrace your sect? Below the arena, some sect disciples, having been pent up with frustration, erupted into vehement shouts. Something is amiss. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, sensing the discord, and abruptly stood up. Yi Fan once proclaimed that, with the power of the primordial sacred bone, he might not be able to defeat Hui Mei. However, he would have no trouble enduring the next 3 moves. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself, dreaming of rising to prominence. What a waste. Did you ascend the stage merely to flee? Hui Mei's otherworldly visage twisted with anger, initially believing that a worthy genius had appeared, only to be met with such disappointment. Stop right there, she commanded with a fierce tone. With a sudden rush, Hui Mei sprinted forward, bending like a great bow before launching herself like a keen sword. Her luminous head collided forcefully with Yi Fan's chest. Poof! Yi Fan expelled a copious amount of blood, his eyes bulging, yet he did not fly backward. For Hui Mei's head had penetrated directly into his chest, creating a deep indentation. Visibly, a substantial mass protruded from his back, precisely corresponding to the size of Hui Mei's head. The sound of shattering bones echoed violently, blood gushed forth, instantly staining his entire body, while the stone platform beneath him was drenched in a crimson hue. Dark, viscous blood surged violently from Yi Fan's mouth. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn of events. To my astonishment, I had not anticipated this. How dare you, worthless fool, challenge me on stage? At this moment, however, Hui Mei appeared increasingly enraged, her enchanting visage contorted with fury. Rising to her feet, she unleashed a powerful punch that struck Yi Fan squarely in the face, causing blood to erupt and splatter across Hui Mei's mesmerizing cheeks. It seems that the Holy Heaven sect has truly run out of capable individuals, resorting to sending such a wretch to confront me. Each one is more inept than the last, even inferior to the few scions of the Yi family on the bone refinement rankings. To send such a disgraceful creature to humiliate me is beyond comprehension. Begone! With a furious shout, Hui Mei delivered a kick that sent Yi Fan soaring hundreds of meters away, a crimson spray of blood erupting in his wake as he plummeted from the height of several dozen meters, crashing heavily onto the square below. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was obscured by congealed blood, rendering his original features unrecognizable, while his bones were likely shattered beyond count. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, his condition utterly pitiful. Yet, the surrounding disciples of the sect looked upon him with expressions of utter disgust and disdain, as if they longed to trample him in a fit of rage. Having pilfered and consumed so many sacred herbs and treasures, he ascended the stage with a misguided sense of purpose, only to find himself unable to withstand even a single blow. What does it mean to withstand a blow? He did not even engage. He was simply obliterated in an instant. While others may have faltered in battle, at least they faced their opponents head-on. Even a mere pig, having consumed such potent elixirs and treasures, could possess tremendous strength. The sect's dignity has truly been tarnished. It is incomprehensible why so many resources were squandered to nurture such a failure, were it not for his lineage as a scion of the founding family. This wretch would not even qualify to be an initiate, let alone remain atop the main peak. A cacophony of insults reverberated throughout the arena. On ordinary days, everyone busied themselves with cultivation. Even upon learning of Yi Fan's squandering of resources, they might have felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, murmuring a few words of discontent, but ultimately, they would not have given it much thought. However, now that Huimei had taken matters into her own hands, the integrity of the sect was at stake. At such a critical juncture, Yi Fan emerged, behaving like a fool and becoming the target of ridicule and brutal assault, igniting the collective wrath of all present. In everyday life, as a member of a prominent family, his antics were often tolerated. Everyone had grown accustomed to them. But at this moment, did he truly believe it appropriate to act out, as if to exacerbate the collective humiliation? Did he relish in the sect's disgrace? Not only did no one pity Yi Fan, but some disciples even called for his execution, demanding that his corpse be displayed for all to see. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the sect on the platform could no longer be described as merely sullen. They felt utterly mocked. If not for the fact that the opponent was the head of the founding family, they might have already lost their temper. To describe the atmosphere as foreboding, akin to dark clouds gathering before a violent storm, would be an understatement. This is an unexpected turn of events. I could not have foreseen this, Yi Tianxiong muttered, his temples throbbing with stress. He spoke the truth, yet the crowd clearly had no intention of believing him. The esteemed leader, it is well understood that you are concerned for your nephew, yet in such a solemn occasion, which pertains to the dignity of our sect, it seems unnecessary for him to take the stage. A venerable elder spoke in a low tone, ultimately sparing the leader's dignity by refraining from directly uttering the words of disgrace, instead merely suggesting he should perform. Enough, in times like these. Internal strife only provides amusement for outsiders. The elder of the Duanmu family bore a grim expression and remarked, "Leader, it has come to my ears that you have commanded the young saint not to intervene, claiming you would handle the matter. Yet, as it stands, the prodigies of the Yi family have suffered defeat, some even disgracing themselves in the West's ancient forbidden zone. Our family's elite have endured enough humiliation. Might we implore you to rescind your order and allow the young saint to act? Otherwise, today's events may prove difficult to resolve. The ancestral teachings of our sect dictate that the interests of the sect take precedence. It is time to cease the infighting. Leader, please reconsider your command. If word of today's happening spreads, our Holy Heaven sect will find it hard to maintain its reputation. Leader, let the reputation of our sect come first." Many senior members of the sect echoed their sentiments, while King Chu, standing nearby, silently lowered his head, refraining from speaking. After all, he was complicit in this affair. However, who could have anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent? To surface now would invite scorn, a fate he had no desire to endure. Moreover, it was Yi Tianxiong's own folly that led to this predicament. Had he not involved Yi Fan, the criticisms would not be so sharp. Yi Tianxiong's expression twisted in rage, veins bulging in his neck, as he faced the collective accusations with a sense of helplessness. He suddenly realized that during his absence, something untoward must have transpired. Yet, why was the ire solely directed at him, with no mention of King Chu? He had even taken care to involve King Chu to avert any unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, Yi Tianxiong understood that in such a setting, any attempt at defense would hold no merit and only serve to further incite the crowd. Very well. Bloodshot eyes narrowed as Yi Tianxiong forced out a few words that seemed to erupt from his throat. Please let the young Saint Chu take the stage. He comprehended that regardless of whether the sect faced humiliation, his own reputation was irrevocably tarnished today. His authority would be undermined, potentially affecting the perception of the entire Yi family. A family that sacrifices the sect's interests for the sake of internal conflict will find no favor anywhere. Young Saint. At this moment, many high-ranking officials and elders turned their gazes toward Chu Tian, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Tian, do you have confidence? The elder of the Duanmu family pondered aloud. You should be able to withstand 3 moves, correct? After all, he was the young saint, the direct descendant of the founding family, with both parents as emperors. If Chu Tian were unwilling, no one would dare to coerce him. Under the weight of eager gazes, Chu Tian slowly rose, clasped his hands in salute to the elders, and then, with a calm demeanor, stated, defeating him will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Since the leader has already spoken, I am willing to take the stage for the sake of the sect's honor. Personal glory or shame is of little consequence. However, esteemed uncles and grandfathers, I have one condition. Merely acquiesce, and I shall resolve the matter of Huimei within 3 moves. The leaders of various sects were struck with astonishment, instinctively sensing that this young man was perhaps excessively audacious. After all, though this little bald-headed fellow was indeed insufferably arrogant and irksome, his strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, the expression and tone of Chu Tian exuded an inexplicable confidence, as if his intervention would inevitably lead to Hui Mei's defeat. "What conditions do you propose?" Elder Duanmu inquired. A glint of coldness flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he turned to Yi Tianxiong and declared, "From this moment forth, for any reason whatsoever, Yi Fan shall not be absolved nor released from the domain of his sins. I have stated my intention to ensure he faces the consequences of his actions, and all the divine medicines and treasures he has consumed must be refined. Indeed, this shall be directly transformed into elixirs." Chapter 28. This is the first and the last time. How outrageous. At such a tender age, you exhibit such venomous intent, relentlessly pursuing the destruction of the pride of the Yi family. Yi Tianxiong suddenly barked, his gaze fixed on Chu Tian, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the air. As a renowned emperor on the Hung Tian list and the master of the Holy Sky sect, Yi Tianxiong exuded an overwhelming sense of authority, one so formidable that a mere glare could cause even seasoned adults to tremble and avert their eyes. Yet, with 2 lifetimes of experience, and as a revered patriarch, Chu Tian's indomitable will matched that of Yi Tianxiong. A hint of cold indifference graced his lips as he met Yi Tianxiong's stare. "Master, as the holy son of the sect, I am merely upholding the rules of our order. The strong are revered, and only the exceptional may claim the resources. Your nephew Yi Fan possesses neither talent nor strength, and has contributed nothing to the sect. His indulgence in consuming numerous divine medicines is a flagrant waste of our resources, a crime deserving of death. Were it not for Yi Hongwu taking the blame with his own life, and the Yi family offering some divine medicines, he would have met his end long ago. Furthermore, this worthless individual dares to approach my fiancée, Yi Lu Yun, under the pretense of having saved her, sowing discord between us. For this alone, I could strike him down 1,000 times. What is he, a mere waste, to presume to stand above me? I am simply honoring my own principles." Standing firm against Yi Tianxiong's terrifying authority, Chu Tian's gaze remained icy and unflinching. He boldly stepped forward, positioning himself a short distance in front of his father, King Chu Tian, and declared coldly, "Master, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this will be the first and the last time. To all the uncles and elders present, let my father bear witness. Should the Yi family ever release Yi Fan from the confines of the penal domain again, I shall act in accordance with my convictions and the rules of the sect, striking him down on the spot." A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth from Chu Tian's frigid eyes, his youthful visage betraying an intensity far beyond his years. In that moment, the senior members of the sect, along with the elders, were left in a state of profound shock. They could scarcely fathom that at such a young age, Chu Tian possessed the audacity to confront Yi Tianxiong so boldly. Not only was Chu Tian merely 8 years old, but even those within the sect who were in their 20s and nearing the ignition of their divine flames trembled in the presence of Yi Tianxiong, scarcely daring to lift their heads. What remarkable resilience and unyielding spirit he possessed. Many cultivators yearn for such fortitude, seeking to refine their will through trials and tribulations. Yet, at such a tender age, Chu Tian seemed to possess it innately. King Chu Tian felt an intense tremor within, gazing at his son as if he were seeing him for the first time. All these years, had his son been suppressing himself, accommodating his father's expectations? With Chu Tian's exceptional gifts, he should already be renowned across the continent, basking in the admiration of countless onlookers. It is due to him that the son spends his days secluded in the sacred Emperor Peak, venturing out only occasionally to seek the enchanting melodies of the Lu family. Yet, despite this, he finds himself ensnared by the schemes of outsiders. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the second stage of the villain's return to prominence. Defeat the favored child of the Zihong sacred sect, Hui Mei, and receive a reward of 10,000 destiny points and a seedling of the enlightenment tea tree, a rare innate spiritual herb. The system's gentle voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears. As Chu Tian concluded his words, he forcefully stepped down, not waiting for Yi Tianxiong's response, and soared from the high platform, landing upon the arena. The sacred son of the sacred heaven sect, Chu Tian. A cold smirk graced his lips as he beckoned Hui Mei with a flick of his fingers, saying, "Let us not waste time with idle chatter. I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Boom. As these words echoed, silence enveloped the arena. Soon after, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, the suppressed emotions of the sect's disciples exploding forth. Having witnessed the renowned talents of the sect being thoroughly dominated by Hui Mei, they were tired of the sight. Even seeing Yi Fan turning to flee in fear. This was the territory of the continent's foremost sect, the Sacred Heaven sect. Why should a mere outsider, a small bald head, act so arrogantly? You may rank above me on the bone-tempering list, but you have also stolen my cousin Hualian's top position. Well, it seems you have finally mustered the courage to accept my challenge. Hui Mei raised her hand to stroke her bald head, a sinister smile creeping onto her enchanting visage. You are indeed audacious, but I wonder how much strength you truly possess. Boom. With a swift motion, Hui Mei vanished from her spot, her form transforming into a series of afterimages that appeared at every point upon the arena. At that moment, it seemed as if hundreds, if not thousands, of Hui Mei were simultaneously launching an assault on Chu Tian. Her words may have been brash, yet in the face of Chu Tian, she did not underestimate him in the slightest, immediately employing her divine martial technique. The Phantom Dragon's secret technique is the pinnacle of the Zihong sacred sect's movement arts, inspired by the flight path of the ancient divine dragon, as observed by their 18th generation sage. It ranks among the top 10 movement techniques in all realms. Notoriously difficult to master, with no one in the Zihong sacred sect having succeeded in many years. An elder, Inmu, uttered a low exclamation, his eyes filled with astonishment. The other high-ranking members of the sect shared similar expressions of shock. At such a young age, he had already comprehended a top-tier divine technique, and had even begun to achieve initial success. This small bald head's talent was indeed astonishing. No wonder that Zihong's sacred sect, fully aware of the sacred sun's strength of 150,000 pounds, still permitted his actions. A voice from a sect elder, solemn and measured, remarked, with his mental prowess, he can unleash power exceeding 200,000 pounds. Coupled with this top-tier divine technique, he is virtually invincible at the bone-tempering stage. It would not be unjust for the young sacred son to fall to him, as he is still 2 years his junior, lacking the time to cultivate the sect's techniques. Let us hope the young sacred son can withstand 3 moves. At this moment, Yi Tianxiong's expression was exceedingly grim. He did not gaze upon the battle in the arena, but instead turned to Lord Chu, speaking in a somber tone. Second brother, is the Chu family still under your command? How can you allow Xiao Tian to act with such reckless abandon? Did we not agree to unite our efforts to rejuvenate our sect and to avoid internal strife? Yi Fan possessed the primordial holy bone, which, although tainted, still held immense potential. Yi Tianxiong was resolute in his unwillingness to relinquish hope. It is not that I, as his uncle, do not care for him, but Xiao Tian's temperament is exceedingly brutal, harboring a vengeful spirit and a narrow-mindedness that has begun to jeopardize the relationship between our families. As his father, should you not intervene? Yi Tianxiong's voice grew increasingly frigid. Tianying has made contributions to our sect in the past, and within the Yi family, I find it difficult. Suddenly, the deep voice of Lord Chu interrupted. Eldest brother, you should know when to cease. Yi Tianxiong's heart trembled as he noticed Lord Chu lift his gaze, locking eyes with him, and enunciated each word with conviction. Eldest brother, you must understand that Chu Tian is my only son. Over the years, due to matters concerning the sect, I have already imposed too many hardships upon him. We are all aware of right and wrong in our hearts. This time, Xiao Tian has done nothing wrong. As his father, I will no longer bind him under the pretense of sect unity or impose limitations upon him. I can no longer betray my son. Chapter 29, Crying? It truly feels like an encounter with a ghost second brother. What do you mean by this? Are you going to indulge Xiao Tian in such reckless behavior, jeopardizing the unity of our sect? Yi Tianxiong's eyes glinted with menace, his voice trembling with anger. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly permeated the air, causing both Yi Tianxiong and King Chu to shudder and turn toward the arena. There, amidst the throngs of bald-headed Hui Mei, a vertical eye opened in the center of King Chu's brow, violet light bursting forth from it. In an instant, the majority of the afterimages dissolved like snow in the spring rain. The Eye of Heaven. Yi Tianxiong's pupils constricted sharply. This is, my heavens, the Eye of Heaven. Elder Duanmu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The profound essence surged, violet light overflowing, resonating with the laws of the universe, resembling the appearance and characteristics of the Eye of Heaven created by the celestial fate Tao Sovereign. The Eye of Heaven, how could you? Hui Mei's voice trembled in horror as, having lost the cover of the afterimages, he found himself exposed behind King Chu. Boom. Without the concealment of the afterimages, King Chu appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck Huimei squarely in the chest. Puff! Huimei spat blood, his ribcage shattering, as he was sent flying into the air. Yet at that moment, King Chu descended upon him from above, stomping down, causing Huimei to crash violently onto the arena. The impact akin to a falling meteor, shaking the stage and leaving behind terrifying cracks. At that moment, on the opposite side of the high platform, an elderly man in white, who had originally worn a faint smile, suddenly rose, exclaiming, "How dare you harm my family's young master?" An overwhelming malevolence radiated from him, darkening the sky. However, just then, King Chu appeared before the elderly man, his expression indifferent as he placed a hand gently on the elder's shoulder, compelling him to return to his seat involuntarily. "Elder Chu, do not be anxious. This is a battle of the younger generation. The victor has yet to be determined," King Chu stated calmly, turning his gaze toward Chu Tian, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Eye of Heaven, how could such a thing manifest in Shao Dian? What on earth transpired that he was unaware of? The Zihong sacred sect is likely to be shaken. I am invincible under heaven. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Huimei's furious voice echoed from the pit. Boom. His body shot forth like a sharp sword, the brilliant head transforming into an arrowhead, charging straight toward Tian Hong. The potent spiritual energy swirled, condensing his strength into a singular point, unleashing a force that reached an astounding 260,000 pounds, a complete doubling of his power. Such immense strength could flatten a mountain, let alone a mere human. To clash head-on, so be it. The Eye of Heaven at Chu Tian's brow closed, releasing a thick spiritual essence. As the chaos creation true scripture circulated, he let out a low growl and suddenly delivered a heavy slap. Boom. The air surged, clouds twisting, and this strike seemed to shake the very void, producing a resonant hum. His vibrant vitality surged skyward, rendering him akin to a blazing sun suspended in the heavens, radiating brilliance. In this moment, he possessed a staggering strength of 180,000 pounds. Empowered by an unparalleled spirit, the force behind his strike transcended 400,000 pounds. His thunderous roar resonated like a clap of thunder, causing those near the arena to wince in pain. This strike landed squarely upon Huimei's gleaming head, leaving 5 distinctly deep crimson imprints of his hand visibly etched into her bald crown. A shriek escaped her lips, her grotesque visage contorting in agony as she was propelled backward into the pit with astonishing speed. The arena trembled violently, akin to a celestial meteor crashing down upon the sacred Emperor Peak, fissures spider webbing across the surrounding ground. Dust billowed into the air and debris rained down, creating a terrifying spectacle. The onlookers, disciples from various sects, stood agape, unable to utter a single word, gazing at Chu Tian's tall frame and youthful face. They found it unfathomable that such a vigorous and potent force had erupted from his small body. It was truly unimaginable that a child could possess the strength to shatter mountains. On the platform, the esteemed elders of the sect were left in awe, their minds consumed by a singular thought. This young man was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed formidable power. This was indeed the prodigious talent of the Sacred Heavens sect. Suddenly, Elder Duanmu erupted into boisterous laughter, liberating all the pent-up frustration from earlier. So what if the prodigy from the Zihong sacred sect was formidable? He claimed he could defeat them in 3 moves, and so he did. It felt satisfying to witness this little bald head flaunting his arrogance. On the territory of the Sacred Heavens sect, leniency had been shown. The young saint had held back at the last moment. In truth, he should have delivered a more severe blow. The elders began to vent their frustrations vocally, releasing the pent-up anger from earlier. For countless years, no one had dared to be so brazen on the grounds of the Sacred Heavens sect, casting aspersions and belittling their authority. Only the prodigy from the Zihong sacred sect had the backing to act so audaciously. Had it been a smaller sect, they would have been utterly obliterated. After a prolonged silence, no movement emerged from the pit. Huimei did not rise. It seemed to validate Chu Tian's assertion. 3 moves meant precisely that, neither one more nor one less. Young master, are you unhurt? An elderly figure in white appeared in the pit, observing the young master lying there, his eyes vacant. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he hurriedly assisted the young master, sprinkling powdered divine medicine upon Huimei's head. The young master, who had always lived a charmed life and was accustomed to getting his way, had never endured such a blow. Suddenly, Huimei broke into heart-wrenching sobs, her cries piercing the air. Grandpa Chu, he struck and humiliated me, and I could not prevail against him. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential downpour, relentless and unrestrained. It seemed as though he had not merely confronted the prodigy of the sacred heaven sect, who had reached the bone refinement stage, but rather that Chu Tian had been the one to bully him. Hui Mei collapsed into the embrace of the elderly man clad in white, her shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs, utterly aggrieved. "Young master, do not cry, do not cry. You are the finest of them all. This defeat was solely due to his possession of the Eye of Heaven's path. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed so easily over you." The elderly man offered gentle words of comfort, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. He understood that even without the Eye of Heaven's path, the young master would have been unable to secure victory. It would merely have been a more arduous endeavor for Chu Tian. The force of 400,000 pounds, had Chu Tian not relented at the last moment, that single strike would have likely obliterated the young master's head. Not only would the young master's head have been shattered, but even a mountain would have been reduced to rubble. Hui Mei wept even more sorrowfully. "Isn't my cousin cultivating the inheritance of the celestial destiny sovereign? Why then does the Eye of Heaven's path manifest upon him? This is precisely what my cousin desires most." The elderly man sighed and replied, "Alas, even Grandfather Chu is at a loss. A message has already been sent back to the sacred sect. It truly feels as though one has encountered a ghost." Chapter 30, Brother. Allow me to bow before you. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Child of Fortune, Hui Mei, and bringing him to tears, earning a reward of 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the task, the villain no longer low-key, receiving a reward of 10,000 destiny points, and the innate spiritual herb. The enlightenment tree sapling has been placed in the warehouse. A gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears. His expression remained composed, yet upon witnessing Hui Mei, with tears like blooming pear blossoms, his lips involuntarily twitched slightly. In the original narrative, the highly popular ghostly Saint Lord, possessing an ethereal beauty, extraordinary talent, enigmatic movement techniques, and formidable strength, had made a name across the realms, even holding his own against Yi Fan. His capricious temperament had led to Yi Fan's stealthy attack, sealing him away to be auctioned in a brothel. Who would have thought that he was so fragile in his childhood, reduced to tears by his adversary? After all, he was merely 10 years old, a child untouched by the storms of life. Remember, this is the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. It is not your place to act recklessly, Chu Tian remarked coolly, concluding his words as he stepped down from the arena. The crowd of disciples gathered below was filled with reverence, parting to give him a clear path, despite many of them possessing realms far superior to his own. This was the treatment reserved for top-tier prodigies. Approaching Yi Fan, Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, although Yi Fan lay in a state of unconsciousness. The dent in his chest caused by Hui Mei had remarkably healed, and his breathing remained steady. Chu Tian understood that this was due to the divine essences he had ingested, amalgamated with the power of the primordial sacred bone, rendering him akin to an indomitable cockroach. In the original storyline, he had survived numerous severe injuries and crises, bouncing back each time, which was the reason for his resilience. System, is there a method to extract the divine herb's power from within him? Chu Tian pondered inwardly. He had initially intended to imprison Yu Fan in the Sin Domain prison, monitoring him for an opportune moment to strike. However, the ever-watchful Yi Tianxiong had abandoned his pretense this time, directly bringing Yi Fan out to aid in his exoneration. As the sect leader, Yi Tianxiong's presence was formidable, and Chu Tian did not wish to leave Yi Fan, this potential calamity, at large for too long. The Child of Fortune possessed countless possibilities, which could only introduce further variables. A potent desire to eliminate Yi Fan surged within him, wishing to crush his skull. Yet, he sensed an almost imperceptible, chilling gaze fixated upon him from the elevated platform, observing his every move. Yi Tianxiong was keeping a close watch, giving Yi Tianxiong strength. The probability of killing Yi Fan beneath his scrutiny was virtually zero. However, Chu Tian was unwilling to permit the Child of Fortune to roam freely. While the Sin Domain prison could not completely restrain him, every action he took would remain under Chu Tian's vigilant eye. This was one of the reasons why Chu Tian was willing to confront Yi Tianxiong directly. The host may transition to cultivating alchemical arts, practicing the supreme scripture of the alchemist's heart, and mastering the destiny extraction technique. Upon reaching the integration realm, he would be able to effortlessly extract the divine herb's power from within Yi Fan. The gentle and melodious voice soon restored itself. Host. The power of the divine medicine is fundamental to Yi Fan's survival. Without the governance of the divine remedy, the potent toxins within him pose a significant risk to his life. This indeed presents a path to eradicate the Child of Fate completely, by eliminating the Child of Destiny. the host will be rewarded with a substantial amount of destiny points. How many destiny points are required to exchange for the Alchemy King's Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique? Chu Tian was struck with a thought. He had no intention of pursuing alchemical cultivation himself. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. A person's energy is finite. Specialized tasks should be left to specialists. His foolish second sister, Chu Weiyao, had been manipulated by Yi Tianxing since childhood, following the deadly poison sovereign to practice poison arts and alchemy. Despite her extraordinary talent for cultivation, she had been constrained by her mastery of poisons, leading her astray into the realm of alchemy. Yet, having embarked on this path, it would be fitting for her to cultivate the Alchemy King's Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique, thereby potentially liberating herself from the deadly poison sovereign's control. Host. A total of 11,000 destiny points are required, the system replied. That is not an excessive amount, Chu Tian mused, nodding thoughtfully. He had inquired with Chu Tianyan, and his second sister, Chu Weiyao, would be returning shortly to collect some precious divine medicines for the deadly poison sovereign. After all, alchemy is not mainstream. Although it is a top-tier scripture, its price is not exorbitant. At that moment, two disciples from the enforcement hall appeared, respectfully addressing Chu Tian, young holy son. On the orders of the hall master, we are here to apprehend the escaped convict Yi Fan. Chu Tian nodded, understanding that Chu Tianyan had received word and dispatched someone to pursue. He waved his hand, commanding, take him away, enhance the guard. Relay to my third uncle to issue a directive. Without my permission, no one is allowed to take Yi Fan out of the criminal domain prison. Remember, that applies to anyone. Yi Fan had been directly taken away by Yi Tianxiong without the approval of Chu Tianyun, the hall master, making it no exaggeration to refer to it as an escape. However, if Yi Fan were to indeed withstand Hui Mei's 3 moves and make a contribution to the sect, coupled with the Yi family providing some divine medicines and gaining the recognition of numerous high-ranking officials, it is conceivable that he might truly clear his name. Yi Tianxiong's complexion darkened to an extreme as he labeled Yi Fan an escaped convict. This was clearly Chu Tianyun confronting him for not adhering to sect rules and procedures, bypassing him as the hall master to privately remove a serious offender from the criminal domain prison. Moreover, Chu Tian's remark about anyone evidently referred to him, the sect leader. Yet, even as this uncle-nephew pair publicly humiliated him to his face, he found himself unable to retort. Yi Fan's performance in the arena had been so disgraceful that it could be said to have tarnished the sect's reputation. Were it not for Chu Tian stepping onto the stage to conclude matters by defeating Hui Mei, the Holy Heavens sect might have become a laughingstock. At this juncture, Yi Fan's survival relied solely on his surname and the protection of his sect leader uncle. Furthermore, even the cooperation of Chu Tian was lacking. Chu Tian had just achieved a great feat, earning the praise of many high-ranking officials and elders. In such circumstances, Yi Tianxiong could only wear a sullen expression, remaining silent as he watched Yi Fan being apprehended once more. Understood, young holy son. In a state of unconsciousness, Yi Fan was swiftly bound with iron chains by the enforcement disciples and taken away, vanishing from the sacred Emperor Peak. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he cast a glance at the pallid visage of Yi Tianxiong atop the high platform before he began to descend the sacred Emperor Peak. At that moment, he suddenly felt a grip around his thigh. Turning around, he looked down to find a gleaming bald head before him, faintly marked with 5 dark crimson fingerprints, though it had nearly healed. Hui Mei, her eyes wide with determination, clutched his leg with both hands. Her enchanting face tinged with a hint of embarrassment, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes as she earnestly proclaimed, "Brother, please take me as your little brother." Before long, a bewildered Chu Tian returned to the sacred Emperor Peak, now accompanied by his unexpected bald protege, Hui Mei. He found himself at a loss for words, pondering how a mere skirmish could result in gaining a little brother, particularly one with such fortuitous potential. Yet, Hui Mei's presence was sanctioned by Lord Chu Tian, as despite the earlier commotion, her audacity was merely a minor episode in the eyes of the 2 colossal sects involved. The Zihong sacred sect, to which Hui Mei belonged, had long been the preeminent sect on the Hengtian continent, and Lord Chu Tian was keen on fostering amicable relations with them, rendering it inappropriate for him to dismiss her. However, the notion of a fortuitous child, after enduring a beating, shamelessly seeking to acknowledge him as an elder brother, struck Chu Tian as exceedingly peculiar, especially given that he was bound to a villainous system. "Brother, this is a token of my respect for you. Do see if it pleases you," Hui Mei declared as they re-entered the main hall. She produced a violet box, which upon opening emanated a rich aura of vitality, suffused with profound Tao principles. Nestled within was a divine fruit, resembling an apple in shape, crimson and purple, adorned with intricate violet patterns, exuding a shimmering allure that was utterly captivating. The Zihong's sacred fruit? Chu Tian's expression steadied as he calmly closed the box, his demeanor unruffled. No merit, no reward. Moreover, I have just given you a thrashing. This Zihong's sacred fruit was reputed to cleanse impurities from the body, facilitating a rebirth of sorts and an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, proving invaluable for those aspiring to ascend to the emperor's realm. You offer me such a substantial gift. Are you not seeking further punishment? He remarked with a sardonic smile, raising his hand as a potent wave of mental energy surged forth. Brother, please, don't. Hui Mei exclaimed, raising her hands in surrender. I concede, I cannot best you. She sheepishly scratched her polished bald head before continuing. I must tell you, but you must promise me it stays between us. Can you teach me the eye of the heavenly path? I wish to pursue my cousin, the one who was suppressed by you, the top of the earthly rankings, Hui Lian. Chapter 31. This is quite dismal that you wish to pursue the Saintess Hui Lian? Chu Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The Saintess Hui Lian is undoubtedly the most prominent female figure in the original narrative, at least as it stands in the author's unfinished tale. In other words, at this moment on the Hengtian continent, the Saintess Hui Lian is among the most exceptional prodigies. However, in the original storyline, there is no indication of Hui Mei harboring feelings for Hui Lian. The most notable events involve Yi Fan taking advantage of Hui Lian, resulting in her suffering, which incited Hui Mei's wrath, leading her on a relentless pursuit of Yi Fan. Could it be that Hui Mei's furious vendetta against Yi Fan is not solely because Hui Lian is her senior sister, but rather because she has secretly adored Hui Lian all along, yet has never dared to confess? The more Chu Tian contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Is it not tragically humorous that the flamboyant, unruly, ghostly Saint Lord has harbored a secret affection for his senior sister, the Saintess Hui Lian, for decades, all the while witnessing her entanglement with Yi Fan, yet has remained silent about his feelings? This is quite lamentable indeed. Ha ha ha. Hui Mei lowered her head and chuckled, appearing somewhat bashful, as she vigorously scratched her gleaming, bald head, seemingly feeling an itch. However, Chu Tian thought it unlikely that her smooth crown would harbor any dandruff. Brother, this is a secret I share only with you. You mustn't speak of it, lest others mock me. With that, Hui Mei expressed her deep frustration. The primary reason I came to challenge you at the Sacred Heaven sect was not merely that you usurped my position at the top of the bone-forging rankings, but rather because you sought to attract the attention of the Saintess Hui Lian by taking the first place on the Earth ranking. Chu Tian calmly interjected, articulating Hui Mei's thoughts. Brother, you are truly astute. How could you possibly guess that? Hui Mei gazed at Chu Tian with astonished admiration, as if he were a celestial being. Such reserved individuals are always like this. Chu Tian mused inwardly. A person who has harbored unspoken affections for decades, yet has never dared to reveal their heart, is indeed a rare breed. The reason you behave so ostentatiously, flaunting your charm, is all in an effort to capture the attention of your beloved, the Saintess Hui Lian. Just a glance from her sends your heart racing, while your demeanor strives for a facade of indifference, as if you hardly care. Am I correct? Chu Tian remarked with a knowing smile. Oh my goodness, brother. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother. You are absolutely right. Hui Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed forward to embrace Chu Tian's leg. Hence, I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother, to learn the eye of heavenly Tao. My cousin practices the scriptures of the Tao of heavenly mandate, and the eye of heavenly Tao is the essence of the Tao of heavenly mandate, crucial for her. Once I master it, I will. Hui Mei hesitated. Her cheeks flushed, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally said, Regardless, as long as you teach me, you shall forever be my true elder brother. If you direct me east, I shall never stray west. I cannot teach you, Chu Tian replied, shaking his head. The eye of heavenly Tao is directly passed down to me by the Tao of heavenly mandate, akin to a unique imperial weapon. There are no specific methods for cultivation. It can only be comprehended. Brother, I understand. All I ask is to remain by your side each day, to comprehend the eye of the heavenly path. Should any challenges arise, I implore you to guide me, dear brother. The eye of the heavenly path holds great significance for my cousin. She will undoubtedly embark on her own cultivation journey, and at that time, I shall be able to join her. Hui Mei said, suddenly bursting into a chuckle, seemingly lost in a daydream. Slap. Witnessing Hui Mei's rather awkward demeanor, Chu Tian was rendered speechless and delivered a swift smack to her glistening head. How lamentable! I accept the holy fruit of compassion, and should you wish to accompany me, you may do so. Feel free to inquire should you have any uncertainties. But one thing is certain, do not disturb my cultivation. Chu Tian replied nonchalantly, accepting the box and stepping into his room. Thank you, brother. Hui Mei's voice brimmed with surprise from behind. At that moment, Xing Nu, who had been stationed outside the door, frowned and remarked, since the young master has granted permission, you must remain here obediently and refrain from wandering. This is the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, filled with countless prohibitions and arrays, should you inadvertently trigger one. No one could save you. Xing Nu felt a twinge of discomfort, for she had always been tasked with guarding the young master's door. This was her domain. And now a bald little brat had come to encroach upon it. Once Chu Tian entered the room, Hui Mei adopted a different expression, her eyes narrowing as she cast a sidelong glance at Xing Nu. You are my brother's personal servant, are you not? You appear decent enough, fair-skinned and well-proportioned. Yet you pale in comparison to my senior sister. What is your name? This bald little brat, undeniably quite attractive, somehow managed to be utterly unlikable. Xing Nu's expression darkened as she replied, I have no name, merely a code. Xing Nu. Would you like to know who I am? Hui Mei said. Hands clasped behind her back, her tone nonchalant. I have no desire to know. I am Hui Mei, the son of the head of the Hui family and a member of the Holy Sect of Compassion. I shall be the future steward of the sect. And your young master is my brother, my sworn sibling. Hui Mei declared, I intend to stay here for a while. As long as you behave, you shall reap the rewards. Where are you going? Hui Mei's words trailed off as she noticed Xing Nu turning to leave. To fetch the body-refining elixir required for the young master's cultivation. Perfect. Bring me a barrel of the elixir as well, Hui Mei commanded imperiously. I too need to cultivate here and comprehend the eye of the heavenly path. Alas, speaking to you, a mere servant, is futile, just obey. Rest assured, my elders have already spoken with your family's master, King Chu Tian. No one will reprimand you. If you require elixir, follow me, I serve only the young master. Xing Nu's expression darkened further. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap the bald little head of this arrogant child. You little girl. Dare you defy my orders? Do you even comprehend the nature of my relationship with your young master? Hui Mei's anger flared. At that moment, Chu Tian's calm voice resonated from within the room. Xing Nu, this is the Holy Emperor Peak, your home. No matter who it is. Should they dare to belittle or insult you, feel free to retaliate. The young master will support you. As soon as the words left his lips, Hui Mei's expression fell. Though she feared nothing in the world, she harbored a psychological shadow when it came to Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is of similar age to him. And striking him does not constitute bullying the younger, yet he is unexpectedly unable to defend himself. In terms of lineage, Chu Tian's parents are both esteemed emperors. Particularly the renowned sword Emperor Jian Kongzu, a figure that even his father regards with trepidation. In every aspect, Chu Tian holds the upper hand over him. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of Hui Mei's head, as Xing Nu, with a sullen expression, unhesitatingly delivered a slap to her. Xing Nu believed herself to possess a rather good temper, yet she had never before felt such an impulse to strike another. This little bald-headed boy seemed to exude an aura that irresistibly provoked the desire to hit him. You. Hui Mei glared, outraged that a mere servant, relying on her slightly superior realm, dared to slap her. Slap. Servant. Do you believe I could have someone? Slap. My father is an emperor. Slap. Slap. You are finished, utterly finished. Do you realize you have struck the future of the compassionate navigators? Slap. All right, dear sister. I shall go and concoct the medicinal liquid myself. Just please stop slapping. Chapter 32. A Gaze into the Abyss. The return of Jian Kongzhu. Congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity of the Child of Destiny, the sacred fruit of compassion, and receiving a reward of 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the Child of Destiny, earning an additional 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. A reminder for the host, eliminating the Child of Destiny will yield a substantial reward of destiny points. Chu Tian cast a glance at the bald figure outside the room, also indulging in a medicinal bath, and felt a flicker of temptation. This was the territory of the sacred Emperor Peak. Dispatching this bald individual would indeed pose little challenge for him. However, upon further contemplation, Chu Tian relinquished that notion. Eliminating Hui Mei would be straightforward. Yet her demise within the confines of the Sacred Heaven sect would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. The Chu family had yet to resolve their myriad complications within the sect, and there was no need to provoke a formidable entity like the Sacred Compassion sect. Chu Tian produced the sacred fruit of compassion and consumed it. The fruit melted upon contact, transforming into a potent stream of purple energy that began to purify his form. The sacred fruit of compassion is classified among the supreme divine medicines, often referred to as the elixir of immortality, a treasured relic of the Sacred Compassion sect. Cultivated over an immensely protracted period, its value surpassing that of the sacred pulse flower by a significant margin. This unparalleled divine remedy holds immense benefits for practitioners at various realms, aiding in body refinement, spirit cultivation, and even breakthroughs to the Emperor's stature. Facilitating the comprehension of the Tao. It is likely that the Sacred Compassion sect possesses scant reserves of this treasure, primarily designated for Huimei's bodily refinement and spiritual honing. Yet he had appropriated it for the purposes of seeking a mentor and courting women. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him. At that moment, Huimei, immersed in the medicinal tub, shivered involuntarily, opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze upon Xing Nu Shirley. It couldn't be this servant who had developed an addiction to striking his nape. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to ingratiate herself with this lady, lest she continue her daily assaults on his head. Such a burden was intolerable. Little did she know, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. As night fell, the starlight cascaded down, draping the Sacred Heaven sect in a silken silver cloak. In the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak, numerous high-ranking officials congregated. Lord Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiang occupied the central thrones, while the upper echelons of the Sacred Heaven sect sat to the left. To the right, an elderly figure clad in white from the Sacred Compassion sect presided at the forefront, accompanied by a cadre of similarly attired individuals exuding an air of nobility. Above the hall, a spectral projection stood, its visage obscured, draped in a voluminous white robe, emanating a terrifying majesty that rivaled the presence of Lord Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiang seated upon the thrones. Suddenly, Lord Chu Tian's deep, rage-infused voice reverberated throughout the hall. Who dares to covet the divine eye of destiny nestled in my son's brow? I care not whether that eye belongs to the Tao of destiny or anyone else. I only know that it has acknowledged my son as its master. Whoever dares to entertain intentions against my son shall pay with their life. Fury edged across Lord Chu Tian's countenance. He surveyed the assembly of white-clad individuals, particularly targeting the elder Chu, his eyes brimming with a dreadful murderous intent, before turning his gaze to the ethereal projection above, Tao of destiny. Should the Sacred Compassion sect wish to engage in conflict with my Sacred Heaven sect, I shall gladly oblige. However, I do not wish to hear such words again. You are dismissed. The Lord of Chu erupted with an extraordinary and terrifying aura, causing many formidable male and female warriors of the Tsihong holy sect to pale slightly. Your Majesty, please temper your anger, spoke the Lord of Destiny calmly, his voice measured and composed. He was the current leader of the Tsihong holy sect, ranked 85th on the Hung Tian list, above both the Lord of Chu and Yi Tianxiang. I have not come to intimidate your sect, but rather with immense sincerity to seek a discussion. You both must understand the profound significance of the Eye of Heaven's way to our Tsihong holy sect. The Lord of Destiny is one of the strongest in our sect's history. The Eye of Heaven's way that she has refined greatly benefits the cultivation of our members. Our current saintess, Hui Lian, cultivates the scriptures of Heaven's way, and if she could obtain the Eye, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, with her future boundless. As for the young Saint Chu, his scripture of cultivation is likely the imperial scriptures of the Chu family or the sacred scriptures of heaven. While the Eye of Heaven's way would be beneficial for him, it would not reach its fullest potential. If your sect agrees, you may propose any conditions. And I assure you, with my integrity and the reputation of our sect, that once the Eye is extracted, it will not harm the young Saint's foundation in the slightest. The expression of the Lord of Chu became increasingly dark and grim, a terrifying aura swirling around him. Within the Grand Hall, the higher-ups of the Chu family wore increasingly grim expressions. Lord of Destiny. I shall reiterate the Lord of Chu nearly spat each word through clenched teeth. Brother, please do not lose your temper, suddenly interjected Yi Tianxiang. Placing a hand on the shoulder of the Lord of Chu, his expression somber, offering comfort. The Lord of Destiny's intentions are for the benefit of the sect. As leaders, we must remain composed and understand his perspective. Buzz. The Lord of Chu felt a ringing in his mind, incredulously questioning. Brother, what do you mean by that? Little Tian has grown up under your watch. You even proposed to take him as your adopted son, only to abandon the idea because of Kong Zhu's unwillingness. Even if little Tian's attitude towards you has soured recently due to the Liu family matter, it is understandable. Moreover, he is still a child. How can you say such things now? The eye of heaven's way had already been refined and recognized by little Tian, merging with his flesh and blood. How can I understand and remain calm when you suggest extracting it from his brow? Bloodshot veins filled the eyes of the Lord of Chu, and he glared incredulously at his most trusted and respected elder brother. You must calm down, brother, and listen to what I have to say, Yi Tianxiong admonished firmly. As leaders of the sect, we must consider the long-term interests of our order. Look at Uncle Hanwu, driven to suicide by his mistakes, and the child of our third brother imprisoned by little Tian. Have I, as the sect leader and head of the Yi family, said anything about that? The Lord of Chu's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, his fists clenched tightly, rage surging within him. The significance of the Eye of Heaven to the holy sect of compassion is well understood. The Eye of Heaven is determined to seize it. Rather than allowing them to plot in secrecy against our dear Tian, it would be more prudent to acquiesce and negotiate substantial benefits for the sect from their hands. Yi Tianxiong spoke in a somber tone. Little Tian has grown under my watchful eye, and it pains me deeply, but for the long-term interests of the sect, brother, you must understand my position. Even if it were not little Tian, but my own flesh and blood, for the sake of the sect's welfare, I would suppress my reluctance. King Chu trembled all over, consumed by boundless anger. Yet, Yi Tianxiong's incessant references to the sect's grand strategy and benefits left him at a loss for counterarguments. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the heavens split apart, and a beam of sword light sliced through the void, aimed directly at the Taoist of destiny and Yi Tianxiong. The terrifying sword energy rent the skies above the holy emperor peak, as if even time and space were on the verge of obliteration beneath the brilliance of the blade. Jian Kongzhu, have you lost your mind, daring to strike at the sect's main peak? Yi Tianxiong's face turned ashen. He slammed his palm upon the table and rose in fury, thrusting his fist into the depths of the void to clash with the sword light. The broken sword divine sovereign. The Taoist of destiny's form flickered and vanished into the depths of time and space, yet the sword light pursued relentlessly, slicing through the fabric of reality and diminishing a significant portion of his projected divine essence. Within the main hall, numerous high-ranking members of the sect were taken aback, swiftly employing their abilities to dispel the dissipating sword energy. Otherwise, the aftermath upon the holy emperor peak would have claimed countless lives. Upon the sacred emperor peak, the hunchbacked elder grinned widely, his sparse yellowed teeth glinting, as he sheathed the silver sword in his hand. Fortunately, before the lady's departure, she had foreseen her husband's temperament and discreetly left him a means of contact. Chapter 33. No way to intervene. Speak to my son, my lady. Why have you returned again? The king of Chu rose, gazing at the ethereal projection of the sword spirit, Sword Kongzhu, who wielded a broken sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He trembled as he spoke. Please, do not act impulsively. I am merely discussing matters with my elder brother. First, sheathe your sword. Chu cowered. Fortunately, I was vigilant. Had I not returned, you would have been sold out, and your own son might have had his third eye gouged out. Leaving you to settle the debts, Sword Kongzhu replied coldly. Now, step aside obediently. With a voice laced with frigid malice, Sword Kongzhu turned her gaze to Yi Tianxiong. Old man, do you believe that just because I have returned to my family, I cannot wield my sword against you? Do you dare to plot against my precious son? Have you grown weary of life? The air vibrated ominously as the broken sword in Sword Kongzhu's hand emanated a fierce sword energy, warping the very fabric of the air around Saint Emperor Peak, as if ready to cleave it in twain. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened to an extreme, his fists clenched tightly. He could not comprehend how this woman, who had supposedly returned to the ancient sword god clan, across vast galaxies and numerous realms, managed to acquire intelligence so swiftly and arrive just in time. It appeared that his plan to incapacitate Chu Tian would be thwarted. Sword Kongzhu, this is a matter of great importance for our sect. I am the sect master and am currently in discussion with my second brother. What is there to discuss? Sword Kongzhu interrupted icily, her sword slicing through the air. Tell me, what is there to negotiate? Are you attempting to barter for the gouging of my precious son's third eye with suitable conditions? The entirety of your Yi family combined is worth less than a single finger of my son. What do you offer in exchange? Dare to try and pluck one out? Sword Kongzhu turned to the king of Chu, her voice cold. King of Chu, you speak. Is there any room for negotiation in this matter? With a wry smile, the king of Chu silently breathed a sigh of relief and replied, My lady is correct. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Tianxiong's expression turned ashen. Yet he refrained from further speech, realizing the futility of the situation. Sword Kongzu regarded the Taoist of destiny deep within the fabric of time and space and said indifferently, "You had best retract your little schemes. If even a single hair on my precious son is harmed, those two young ones from your compassionate voyage sacred sect, named Hualien and Huime, will find no refuge in the depths of your sect and will perish. Should you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it." After uttering these words, Sword Kongzu cast her gaze towards St. Emperor Peak, seemingly able to see Chu Tian cultivating within the medicinal barrel. Her eyes filled with affection as her projection gradually faded. Crossing countless galaxies, the projections from several great realms began to stir, even with her formidable strength. She could not sustain it for long. The white-clad Elder Chu, along with numerous men and women from the compassionate voyage sacred sect, bore expressions of utter astonishment, as if witnessing a myth come to life. To simultaneously confront the Emperor Yi Tianxiong and the Saint Lord across infinite starry expanses, was this not a myth? They began to understand that the Eye of Destiny rightfully belonged to the compassionate voyage sacred sect, and reclaiming it was only a matter of course. The traditionally domineering and authoritative leader has surprisingly chosen to engage in a respectful dialogue with the Holy Heaven sect, willing to make significant sacrifices. The esteemed Taoist of heavenly fortune emerged from the depths of time and space, his expression tinged with helplessness. He sighed and clasped his fists toward King Chu, saying, "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize. My actions are solely for the benefit of our sect and the future generations, compelled by circumstance. I too am perplexed as to why the Eye of Heaven has recognized your son as its master. He is neither a disciple of our compassionate voyage sect nor has he practiced our sacred techniques. It is truly baffling." Taoist of heavenly fortune shook his head, his voice filled with resignation. If it were not absolutely necessary, who would wish to delve into the brow of a child whose parents are both esteemed emperors? Yet, the Eye of Heaven is of paramount importance to the compassionate voyage sect, particularly for Hualien, a prodigy who emerges once every several hundred millennia. It significantly impacts her potential future. I have traversed the myriad realms, soliciting the aid of countless formidable beings and expending great resources to have others spend their lifetimes divining the secrets of destiny. Yet I could not uncover the whereabouts of the Taoist of Destiny's legacy. Who could have anticipated that, while the Eye of Heaven has manifested? It has already acknowledged the Holy Son of the Holy Heaven sect as its master? That scoundrel Huime is currently residing atop the sacred Emperor Peak. In due course, I shall summon the young lady Hualien as well. Taoist of heavenly fortune clasped his fist once more. In the future, it seems our two young ones from the compassionate voyage sect will frequently intrude upon your esteemed son. I hope that the Emperor Tianxiong will extend his kindness, and the compassionate voyage sect shall offer ample rewards in return. King Chu responded with a smile. That is agreeable. The Holy Heaven sect and your esteemed sect have shared a long-standing relationship. As long as that mischievous boy of mine does not drive anyone away, I, as his father, am indifferent. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong's countenance had darkened to an extreme. His greatest fears had come to pass. With this development, the Chu family had established a connection with the compassionate voyage sect. The compassionate voyage sect had directly sought the Chu family, and King Chu's influence within the sect would inevitably rise sharply. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted outside the main hall. Damn it! Who dares to delve into my nephew's brow? I will kill him. Chu Tianyun strode into the hall, his face radiating murderous intent, clutching a lifeless corpse draped in a flowing white gown. An overwhelming aura of imperial authority emanating from the cadaver. Brother, is that old scoundrel Yi Tianxing instigating trouble again? I can no longer tolerate this. They have crossed the line with my Chu family. Whoever dares to harm my family's pride shall face my wrath, and I will lead the enforcement hall to annihilate them and their entire lineage. With a fierce glare sweeping over the various high-ranking members of the sect, his gaze finally settled on Yi Tianxiong. Yi Tianxiong, I once considered you a brother, but do not presume that I am oblivious to your schemes. There is nothing to discuss regarding this matter. There is no room for negotiation. All of you get out. King Chu spat vehemently. He had been dealing with affairs at the Liu family when he received the news, nearly exploding with rage, and had rushed over, dragging the corpse of the Taoist of destiny. Chu Tianyun, you are too audacious. This is the Lord's main hall, not your sacred Emperor Peak. Yi Tianxing was filled with fury. He was the master of the sacred heaven sect. First it was Jian Kongzu, and now another named Chu Tianyun had emerged. Chu Tianyun sneered repeatedly. At that moment, King Chu approached and quietly divulged the situation to him. Nevertheless, His eyes remained brimming with malice as they swept over the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect, led by Elder Chu. How dare the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect bully my Chu family? Suddenly, the Taoist of Heavenly Fortune spoke up, saying, Hall Master Tianyan, what you possess is none other than the imperial corpse of our sect's progenitor, the Taoist of Destiny. It seems that I can still sense the essence of the great Tao emanating from you. Indeed. But so what? Chu Tianyan replied with a cold smile, his hostility palpable. After Xiao Tian acquired the inheritance of the imperial corpse, I intended to return it to your Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect out of consideration for your reputation. Yet, you dared to covet the eye of the heavenly Tao from his brow. If that is the case, if you desire the imperial corpse, you may seek it from Xiao Tian himself. I will no longer concern myself with this matter. After speaking, Chu Tianyan exited the main hall, grasping the imperial corpse, and soared directly towards the sacred Emperor Peak. Can the King of Heaven and the Taoist of Heavenly Fortune? The Taoist of Heavenly Fortune looked towards King Chu, his expression filled with helplessness. He truly did not anticipate that what the young saint, Chu Tian, had acquired was not merely the eye of the heavenly Tao, but the entirety of the inheritance from the Taoist of Destiny, including the corpse. This was indeed a sight to behold. King Chu could only smile wryly and said, You have seen for yourself. There is nothing I can do in this matter. You should send someone to negotiate with my son. P.S. For the newcomers and the new book, if the esteemed readers find it satisfactory, please offer a small encouragement to the fledgling author. Chapter 34. In this middle age, he truly wishes to end him on the summit of the sacred emperor. The starlight cascaded down, illuminating a sleepless night. This night was one of torment for Huimei. A profound suffering unlike any he had ever endured. A dual assault on both mind and body. What made Huimei's anguish unbearable was that, by dawn, he had barely managed to absorb the potency of a single barrel of medicinal liquid. In stark contrast, Chu Tian had summoned his star servant throughout the night to replace the medicinal liquid 5 times. This disparity indicated that, within the same span of time, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the liquid was 5-fold that of Huimei's. Such a discrepancy should not exist. How could the difference be so vast? With a strength of 110,000 pounds, a mere 40,000-pound gap should not account for such a chasm. Was the chaotic divine demon body truly that formidable? Huimei had endured a night of psychological torment, his eyes bloodshot, fixated unwaveringly on the door to Chu Tian's chamber. The psychological strain he experienced was immense. Moreover, he was not only reeling from the blow to his innate talent. Beside him stood a towering middle-aged man, clutching a female corpse, his eyes burning with malice as they remained fixed on Huimei's face, seemingly intent on etching a hole into it. Huimei trembled in fear throughout the night, his body chilled to the bone, utterly exhausted. Even though he understood that this man was likely attempting to intimidate him, the palpable aura of menace was unmistakable. This man genuinely harbored a desire to end his life. Throughout the night, Huimei could not even contemplate the insights of the eye of heavenly Tao. He felt as though he might perish at any moment. Suddenly, Chu Tian's voice echoed from within the room. Star Servant, change my clothes. Understood, young master, the Star Servant replied, picking up a neatly folded black garment and addressing Chu Tian. Third Master, I shall now assist the young master with his attire. Go on in. He is like a son to me, having seen him grow up. There is nothing he has not witnessed, Chu Tian said darkly, casting a fierce glare at Huimei before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Brother, help me. Huimei, trembling in fear, swiftly darted into the room after him. Chu Tian stood calmly before the mirror, raising his hands for the Star Servant to assist him with his clothing. Chu Tianyun, his expression grim, stood nearby, occasionally casting a murderous glance at Huimei, recounting every detail of the previous night's events. After consuming the Compassionate Voyage sacred fruit, his strength had surged significantly overnight, increasing by 200,000 pounds to a total of 2 million pounds. In the dead of night, he had also ingested a premium divine forging pill, renewing his 3 major auras. His mental acuity had greatly improved, reaching a level of meticulous detail. He could observe the patterns on a single grain of sand with crystal clarity, enhancing his control over his physical form. If he were to face Huimei in combat, Chu Tian was confident that, without employing the eye of heavenly Tao, he could defeat Huimei with a single strike, relying solely on his physical prowess and mental acuity. Chu Tian estimated that his physical strength was nearing its limit. After all, a true dragon cub, renowned as the mightiest divine beast, typically possessed just over 100,000 pounds of strength. The compassionate voyage sacred sect sought to exploit my eye of heavenly Tao. After hearing the words of the third uncle, Chu Tian murmured to himself, gesturing for Xing Nu to stand aside before stepping out of the room. He gazed into the distance at the sacred emperor peak, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. He was not surprised by Yi Tianxiong's attitude. It was entirely within reason. However, the stance of the Zihong sacred sect struck him as somewhat peculiar. He was aware of the original narrative. Tianyin Daozuan was a strategic mastermind, a figure of formidable prowess who should not resort to such foolish and irrational actions. If this were directed at an ordinary disciple of the sacred heaven sect, it might not be astonishing. Yet, given his background, it was almost certain to provoke Chu Tianwang, the emperor revered for his authority. Even if he was assessing the broader situation, it was inconceivable that he would allow someone to gouge out the eyes of his only son, thereby incurring the wrath of the Chu family, a prominent founding clan of the sacred heaven sect, and unwittingly creating a formidable enemy. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Old Chu never mentioned it, we may said with a mournful expression, her mind reeling from Chu Tianyun's revelations. She finally comprehended why this middle-aged man had been wearing an expression akin to wanting to carve a great hole in his face that night. It was no wonder that the elder from the opposing family wished to open her eyes. Their own sect intended to carve a hole in the brow of the other family's young master. Little Tian, I must admit my third uncle's oversight. I never anticipated that the Zihong sacred sect would audaciously pursue the eye of heaven's path, neglecting to inform your father in advance, which caught him off guard. Nevertheless, your father responded with remarkable firmness last night, standing under immense pressure and slamming the table to express his dissent, even going so far as to suggest a declaration of war against the Zihong sacred sect. Chu Qinyun's countenance darkened. The crux of the matter is that our family has been isolated. Yi Tianxiong rallied a significant faction of the clan for a high-level meeting, incessantly invoking the righteousness of the sect, while the Zihong sacred sect indeed showed willingness to make concessions, presenting temptations of considerable allure. Fortunately, your mother's spiritual projection returned, shattering their schemes and silencing their voices. With a cold chuckle, Chu Tianyin raised the imperial corpse in his hand and remarked, "This matter, little Tian, you are the protagonist. The decision lies with you whether to return the imperial corpse of Tianming Daozuan to the Zihong sacred sect. If you harbor any anger, speak up, and I shall have your second uncle transform this imperial corpse into a weapon, infuriating the Zihong sacred sect, and then convene a family meeting to seize the opportunity to eliminate a number of their members and obliterate several of their branches. I have already relayed the message. From now on, if our clan encounters the Zihong sacred sect, particularly the lineage of Tianyin Daozuan, they are to act with utmost severity. Should any issues arise, the clan will offer protection. Soon, I shall have this little bald head strung up at the peak of the sacred emperor, subjected to a whipping to relieve your frustrations. Those who dare to insult our family must first contemplate the cost they will incur. Brother, third uncle, please do not act in haste. Do not be impulsive. My heavens, I am still young. I wish to pursue my cousin, and I do not wish to die or bring shame upon myself." Hui Mei listened, her otherworldly visage turning as pale as death, sensing that her life was in grave jeopardy. After all, the celestial fate Taoist was her master, and it seemed that her master intended for her to perish within the confines of the Chu family. Trembling, she said, "The celestial fate Taoist is one of the most powerful ancestors of our compassionate navigation sacred sect. If her imperial corpse were to be forged into a weapon, the elders of our sect would surely be driven to madness, and even the sect leader would be left spitting blood. This would be an eternal humiliation. Please, elder brother. Third uncle, do not act rashly. There must be some misunderstanding. My master cares deeply for me and would never harm me. Humph, at such a tender age. You comprehend that this is indeed a great humiliation. Yet, has the leader of your compassionate navigation sacred sect considered our Chu family's dignity when he came to negotiate the extraction of my sect's holy son's third eye?" Chu Tianyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Is this a matter open for negotiation? Then allow me to extract one of your eyes first, and I shall provide your compassionate navigation sacred sect with double the compensation." His gaze scrutinized Hui Mei's face, as if contemplating which eye to pluck first. The oppressive aura surrounding him terrified Hui Mei, leaving her pallid and at a loss for words, her legs trembling uncontrollably. It was over. This was indeed the beginning of her demise at the hands of the Chu family. The sacred sect, no matter how powerful, could not possibly storm the Chu family's main hall to rescue her. "Little holy son, Master Tianyin, please temper your anger. A white-clad elder named Elder Chu interjected upon his arrival. Seeing Hui Mei's frightened countenance, he hurried forward to embrace her, then turned to instruct the accompanying members of the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect to remain at a distance and observe. Little Holy Son, Master Tianyun. There is a misunderstanding in this matter. Allow me to explain it to you slowly. Our Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect truly did not intend to offend the Chu family. Elder Chu said with a wry smile. Just last night, I resolved the situation on Saint Emperor Peak, and the sect leader ordered me to come here personally to clarify the matter with you. Hui Mei's otherworldly face remained ashen. Her once radiant bald head now devoid of color. She nodded fervently, saying, Elder brother, it must be a misunderstanding. My master cares for me deeply and would never wish to harm me. The reckless bravado she once possessed had been completely extinguished by fear. Though bold and audacious, she was not devoid of intelligence. This was not merely a childish play between friends. Under such a great humiliation, the Chu family would indeed seek her life. Chapter 35. Enough. Be silent. What misunderstandings? Go tell the king of hell. My elder brother is easy to talk to, but I will not indulge you. With a palpable aura of menace, Chu Tianyun scoffed repeatedly. You rushed here in haste for that imperial corpse, didn't you? The Chu family has already resolved to forge it into a weapon. As for you lot, not one of you shall leave the Holy Heaven sect. Otherwise, if word gets out, the Chu family will have no place in the Hung Tian continent. Third uncle. Let us hear how the Compassionate Navigation sect explains itself before we proceed to refine the imperial corpse. Chu Tian's expression remained calm, with the intuition cultivated over 2 lifetimes. Combined with his understanding of the original storyline, he sensed a deeper, more intricate reason behind this affair. The young saint, Haihan, possessed a vast heart and an expansive vision. His future accomplishments were destined to be limitless. Elder Chu exhaled, first flattering Chu Tian to curry favor before continuing, Master Tianyun. Please temper your anger and allow this old man to elucidate. The imperial corpse of the heavenly mandate Taoist's ancestor is indeed one of the reasons for my visit. After all, our sect's higher-ups find this matter quite perplexing. How could the young saint, with no ties to our sect, acquire the complete legacy of our ancestor? It is truly astonishing. However, since the Eye of Heavenly Tao has already recognized the young saint and merged with him, and given that the Chu family has enjoyed a cordial relationship with our Compassionate Navigation sect for 1,000,000 years, our only intention is to resolve this matter amicably while preserving our friendship. Prior to this, our sect's leadership convened and found that most were reluctant to antagonize the Holy Heaven sect, including the sect leader. Only a small faction believed we should extract the Eye of Heavenly Tao, arguing that it is a divine object, the essence of our sect's ancestors' hard work. However, your sect leader reached out to our sect leader, indicating that if the Compassionate Navigation sect is willing to pay a sufficient price, this matter could be negotiated. After careful consideration, the sect leader thought that since the Emperor Tianxiong and Emperor Tianwang were sworn brothers, this must also reflect Emperor Tianwang's intentions. Thus, he personally projected himself to negotiate and was prepared to offer any significant compensation for the Eye of Heavenly Tao. The sect leader, upon making this proposal, never anticipated the vehement and furious reaction from Emperor Tianwang, who even threatened war against our sect. Even the sword god, separated by infinite stars, projected himself from beyond the domain. Consequently, the sect leader sensed something amiss and promptly abandoned the idea of extracting the eye, later apologizing to Emperor Tianwang. Elder Chu, holding Hui Mei, looked at Chu Tian with a bitter smile and said, Young saint, Master Tianyun, the sect leader felt something was off after the fact, which is why I hurried to explain to you. To prevent your family from taking rash actions that could jeopardize the relationship between the Chu family and our Compassionate Navigation sect. The idea of extracting the eye was never our sect's intention. There is indeed a misunderstanding. Hui Mei's shoulders trembled slightly, still shaken from the fright of her youth. With tears like droplets at the corners of her eyes, she raised her head defiantly, gritting her teeth. Elder Chu, that scoundrel Yi Tianxiong wants to set me up. Once I grow up, I will surely split him in two, he remarked, given how much Master cherishes me. It is inconceivable that I would suddenly approach the Chu family to discuss the extraction of Chu Tian's third eye without cause. Wouldn't that be tantamount to condemning him to death? Boom. Yi Tianxiong, I have always known this fellow espouses lofty ideals while harboring ulterior motives, filled with schemes and stratagems. Only my elder brother, in his naivety, regards him as a sworn brother. Chu Tian's fury surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The fact that our sect leader proposed to extract the sacred eye of our sect's holy son would surely render the Holy Heaven sect a laughingstock across the continent if word got out. After all the commotion of the night, the true root of the issue lay within the Holy Heaven sect itself, and in the person of our own sect leader. Chu Tian's expression was calm. As expected, he had sensed something amiss from the very beginning. His parents, both revered emperors, despite the profound roots of the compassionate navigation sacred sect, would not stoop to such outrageous lengths as to negotiate the extraction of his third eye. In the original narrative, the Taoist of destiny, who could cultivate prodigies like Hui Mei and Hui Lian, was not so foolish as to engage in such a plot. This was precisely why he had perceived the hidden intricacies early on. It was likely that Yi Tianxiong sought to exploit this opportunity, hoping to extract his third eye while simultaneously driving a wedge between the compassionate navigation sacred sect and the Chu family. At that moment, a slight smile crossed Chu Tian's lips. Was the Taoist of destiny truly so naive? Only to realize later that he had fallen into Yi Tianxiong's scheme and hurriedly apologized? A hero of his stature would not be so foolish as to allow Yi Tianxiong to manipulate him as a pawn. Otherwise, he would never ascend to the position of the compassionate navigation sect leader. It was likely merely an act of sowing discord, a calculated move to fracture the relationship between the two founding families of the Holy Heaven sect. From this perspective, Chu Tian's various compromises and concessions, aimed at preserving Yi Tianxiong's authority as sect leader, indeed bolstered the Holy Heaven sect's might, instilling a sense of trepidation in the formidable Taoist of destiny, who sought to exploit the situation for his own gain. However, Chu Tian's continuous concessions came at the cost of the Chu family's interests, ultimately leading them down a path of doom. Sowing discord? I too can turn the tables against you. Chu Tian's eyes glimmered with cold determination. Yi Tianxiong would hardly expect that the Taoist of destiny would retaliate, laying everything bare. The sect leader colluding with outsiders to extract the Holy Son's third eye would certainly send shockwaves throughout the sect. Yet, it was imperative to solidify the evidence of this affair. The sect leader lamented, fortunate indeed that the sword god returned at the last moment to interrupt the negotiations. Otherwise, had they truly taken action, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this juncture, Elder Chu spoke solemnly. The relationship between the sacred sect and the Chu family will be irreparably damaged, with no room for reconciliation. This is merely your opinion. Do you possess any evidence? At that moment, Chu Tian replied coolly, Uncle Tianxiong is a sworn brother to my father, having watched me grow. How could he possibly undertake such an act? I have reason to suspect that your compassionate navigation sacred sect seeks to incite discord between the two founding families of our Holy Heaven sect, utilizing conflicts to gain strength, employing subtle tactics to achieve great results. This was a game Chu Tian knew all too well. Yi Tianxiong sought to incite animosity between the Chu family and the Zihong sacred sect, and to achieve this, he needed to instill a deep-seated hatred for the Zihong sacred sect within Yi Tianxiong. What a travesty! Young saint, how can you speak such words? Even with the greatest audacity, I would not dare to utter such nonsense regarding this matter, Elder Chu lamented with a bitter smile. The sect leader, using divine abilities, has communicated, but where is the evidence? However, young saint, you might consider inviting the celestial emperor to the sacred sect to seek the saint. The saint possesses profound powers that can traverse time and space, thus reconstructing the dialogue of that moment. Chu Tianyin sneered repeatedly, asserting, Little Tian, what need is there for evidence? The facts are evident. Have you not targeted him twice, leading to the demise of Yi Hongwu and the imprisonment of Yi Fan? Furthermore, having ascended to the top of the rankings, he perceives you as a significant threat and wishes to eliminate you. What facts, their brother? Do not speak so recklessly in front of outsiders. At that moment, the voice of Chu Tianwang resonated from outside the door. He had just returned from the sacred Emperor Peak, his face bearing a trace of fatigue, exuding a sense of exhaustion. Little Tian, you are aware, are you not? Chu Tianwang smiled at his son, saying, Do not worry, everything is fine. It is all in the past. With your father and mother here, no one can harm you in the slightest. Yet, do not blame Uncle Tianxiong. Like your father, he is solely concerned with the future of the sect. Eldest brother, what time is it? He wishes to gouge out your son's eyes, and you still speak in his defense. Just then, Chu Tianyan bellowed, interrupting Chu Tianwang. He pointed at Elder Chu, his voice laced with fury, and declared, Damn it, you, old man of the Zihong sacred sect. Repeat what you just said to my brother in full, so he may comprehend the misdeeds of his sworn brothers lurking in the shadows. Elder Chu, with a bitter smile, recognized that the saint had assigned him a thankless task. However, given that the ancestors' imperial corpse was in their possession, and their faction bore the initial fault. He recounted the events to Chu Tianwang once more. Chu sect leader, the saint has also stated that he is currently in seclusion and cannot emerge for the time being. If you doubt this, you may visit the sacred sect, where he will employ his divine powers to traverse time and space, and the truth will be revealed. Enough. Suddenly, Chu Tianwang roared, unleashing a terrifying imperial aura that sent Elder Chu reeling, causing him to spit blood and stumble backward for several paces, his complexion turning pale. Chu Tianwang's eyes were laced with crimson veins as he glared at Elder Chu. So it is you, Sihong's sacred sect. First, you sought to gouge out my son's eyes, and now you come to sow discord within my sect, aiming to incite conflict between the two founding families, leading to mutual destruction, all to allow your Sihong sacred sect to reap the benefits and reclaim its position as the foremost sect on the continent, is it not? Chapter 36. 2 million pounds? King Chu thundered, his hair swirling in fury. An overwhelming imperial aura erupted, causing the entire room to explode. The heavens darkened, and ominous clouds loomed, suffocating even Chu Tianyan. Chu Tian's gaze remained tranquil. He could perceive that King Chu's hands, indeed his whole being, were trembling violently. It was not that King Chu disbelieved, but rather he was unwilling and afraid to accept the truth. Together they had traversed myriad realms, faced life and death, and elevated the Holy Heaven sect to the pinnacle of the Hung Tian continent. Yet his brother, Yi Tianxiong, had conspired against him in the shadows. The stratagem of the Taoist of destiny, though a divisive ploy, inadvertently aided him in a certain regard. Brother, at this juncture, what is there left to doubt? He fears our Chu family's ascendance, and your repeated concessions have only emboldened him. We must confront Yi Tianxiong and lay our cards on the table. Chu Tianyan's complexion paled slightly, but his eyes were filled with a fierce spirit as he growled. Third brother, cease your words. Allow me a moment to ponder. King Chu rasped, interrupting Chu Tianyan. Bowing his head in silence for a spell, he finally addressed Chu Tian. Little Tian, grant your father a moment to think. I require time to deliberate. Coughing violently, King Chu's lips bled slightly as he continued. Remember, you are the legitimate eldest son of the Chu family, a peerless prodigy. The next leader of the Holy Heaven sect. The entirety of the sect shall belong to you henceforth. Therefore, regardless of the truth, the sect must not fracture nor engage in mutual slaughter. Otherwise, we shall only deplete our own strength and allow outsiders to benefit. Do you comprehend? In the current context, King Chu's words were laden with unspoken implications. Having wielded power for many years, he had seen the fickleness of human emotions all too clearly. Yet he had placed too much faith in that sworn brother. It was evident that he was genuinely wounded this time. A barely perceptible smirk graced Chu Tian's lips as he respectfully bowed. Rest assured, Father, I shall exercise prudence. He understood that internal strife would only serve to benefit outsiders, yet the Yi family sought the Chu family's demise, and he would not allow the original course of events to unfold. He desired the power of the Holy Heaven sect, yet not through King Chu's continual concessions, but rather by seizing it in his own manner. Today's events are not to be divulged to anyone else, otherwise we shall enforce the family law. King Chu's face turned ashen, and he suddenly vanished from sight, leaving only his voice echoing. Tianyun, your elder brother shall enter seclusion for several days. You shall temporarily manage the family affairs. Should any significant matters arise, report to me. Understood, elder brother. Chu Tianyun gritted his teeth, still feeling discontented, yet ultimately sighed. Damn it, Yi Tianxiong, you dares to be so arrogant only because our family stands isolated and vulnerable. If it were up to me, I would overturn the table. With our 3 imperial sovereigns, let us see how many lives Yi Tianxiong possesses to spare. Third uncle, there is ample time ahead. The current situation is indeed favorable, Chu Tian replied with a slight smile. As long as King Chu Tian refrains from acting foolishly in the future and relinquishes his blind faith in his sworn brother, this situation will indeed turn out to be highly advantageous. While the Holy Sect of Compassion may harbor its own ulterior motives and schemes, it has inadvertently rendered him significant assistance. Moreover, with his father in seclusion, the management of the Liu family's affairs will be considerably simplified under your temporary stewardship. Will it not, Uncle San? Chu Tian remarked with a smile. Chu Tianyun's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Precisely. How could I have overlooked this? It is indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune, and it seems little Tian is quite quick-witted. Chu Tian fell silent. pondering whether it was truly his cleverness or merely his uncle's stubbornness that brought them to this realization. Who can say for certain? Little Tion. I have dispatched all the operatives from the law enforcement hall, and we have effectively taken control of the key figures in the Liu family. However, that old fellow Liu Zheng has been clamoring to see you from his prison cell. He refuses to answer any questions otherwise. Would you like to meet him? Chu Tianyun inquired. Moreover, that girl Liu Yun was lingering outside the main hall last night when I returned, insisting she needed to speak with you about something important. She even asked me to convey her apologies, claiming she realized her mistakes and wished to express them to you in person. This father-daughter duo truly is quite bothersome. As for Liu Zheng, I could indeed pay him a visit, but I believe it would be prudent to let him stew for a few days to temper his arrogance. Chu Tian shook his head and replied nonchalantly, as for Liu Yun, issue a command to expel her from the mountain, forbidding her from ever setting foot on sacred Emperor Peak again. Understood. Chu Tianyun nodded, suddenly intrigued as he scrutinized Chu Tian, jesting. You, young man, never appeared to possess such resolve. You were always clamoring to seek out Liu Yun, yet now you turn your back so swiftly. Your heart is indeed quite ruthless. I must say, that girl is undeniably a beauty in the making. When she matures, she will surely be a captivating figure. Have you not considered her? In a calm tone, Chu Tian replied. I, as your nephew, wish to devote myself solely to cultivation and reviving our family and sect. If you find her appealing, perhaps my cousin Chu Xiong, who seems yet unmarried, could be a suitable match for Liu Yun. Enough, enough. Little Tian, cease this line of thought. Chu Tianyun exclaimed in shock, waving his hands vigorously. Even you nearly fell for her charms. With that arrogant and foolish demeanor of hers. Should Liu Yun truly marry into our family, she would surely drive him to his wit's end. My family's fortune cannot withstand such turbulence. A slight smile graced the corners of Chu Tian's lips, and he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Elder Chu approached, accompanied by the radiant Hui Mei. His face somewhat pale yet unable to suppress his inquiry. Little Saint's son, Master Tianyun, now that all misunderstandings have been clarified, may I take the Emperor's corpse of the Divine Destiny path back to the Holy Sect for burial? I promise a substantial reward in due course. Clarified? Chu Tian responded with a cold smile. When did we reach such clarity? Are you not attempting to pry open my third eye of the heavenly Tao while sowing discord within our holy sect? That I have not had you detained on the spot is merely out of respect for the long-standing friendship between our two sections. Yet, you still wish to reclaim the Emperor's corpse? Such things do not come without cost in this world. Originally, he had intended to avoid entangling the holy sect of compassion with the Emperor's corpse of the Divine Destiny path, which, by rights, should indeed be returned. However, now that the Zihong holy sect has presented itself with a ready-made excuse, it would be too simplistic to resolve matters so easily. The outside world might perceive the Chu family as overly timid, intimidated by the Zihong holy sect. Failing to seize this opportunity for a robust negotiation would be a disservice to the significant favor bestowed by Yi Tianxiong. The little bald man may remain, but the others, I regret to say, the Chu family cannot accommodate. Chu Tian's expression remained calm as he nonchalantly waved his hand, signaling for the guests to leave. Old Master Chu let out a bitter laugh, while the individuals from the Zihong holy sect who followed behind wore expressions of frustration. They had truly suffered a silent loss, losing both their lady and their soldiers, yet had no avenue to voice their grievances. Young Saint, I shall report to the Holy Master and send others to negotiate with you regarding the restoration of the Imperial Corpse. Please do not act impulsively and turn the ancestral Imperial Corpse into a weapon, Old Master Chu said, clasping his hands together, as he placed the pale-faced Hui Mei down. He continued, Young Master, the Holy Master is atop the Holy Emperor Peak and has already made arrangements with the Heavenly King. You may continue your cultivation alongside young Saint Chu Tian, and the Saintess will also arrive shortly to train. Upon hearing this, Hui Mei, who had initially been apprehensive and teary-eyed, suddenly brightened. She had been contemplating withdrawing, as following Chu Tian under such circumstances would only lead to further trials. However, the prospect of her cousin's arrival dispelled her fears. After all, the misunderstandings had been resolved, and the Chu family would not harm her. Big brother, Hui Mei beamed as she approached Chu Tian. Last night, I grasped some residual insights from the Eye of Heavenly Tao. I would be grateful for your guidance. She inquired, by the way, what is your true strength now? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian casually replied, only 200,000 Jin. Hui Mei's smile faltered, 200,000 Jin? Old Master Chu and the members from the Zihong holy sect, who were on the verge of leaving, were instantly taken aback, their minds blank. Chu Tianyun, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Wasn't it 150,000 Jin? At that moment, with a slight chill in his gaze, Chu Tian walked toward the palace exit, leaving the others gaping in astonishment. Big brother, where are you going? Hui Mei called out from behind. To test at the Hengtian Hall, Chu Tian replied without turning back. This was just the beginning. Yi Tianxiong, unable to contain himself, was ready to take drastic measures, waving the banner of sect interests to pry out his eyes. If that was the case, he had no qualms about delivering an even greater shock to the Hengtian continent and the Yi family. Chapter 37. My elder brother is here. How dare you speak like that? As dusk approached, Chu Tian arrived at the Hengtian Hall, accompanied by Hui Mei, who appeared rather languid. The sun's golden rays illuminated his shining head, and the rosy hue of his scalp, combined with his strikingly unusual facial features, was particularly eye-catching. The Hengtian Hall buzzed with its usual liveliness. However, the sub-hall for the bone-forging ranking was sparsely populated, with only a handful of figures present. After all, Hui Mei had challenged relentlessly throughout the night, nearly incapacitating every disciple of the Holy Heaven sect who had the opportunity to contend for the bone-forging ranking. And they likely had not yet fully recovered. At that moment, a series of gasps echoed from the nearby integration hall. In just 5 seconds, young Master Yi Feng had slain 20 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. In 10 seconds, the count reached 50, heavens above. Yi Feng had only recently broken through to the integration realm, yet was he truly on the verge of catapulting from 95 into the top 10 of the integration ranking? Upon hearing the name Yi Feng, a cold glimmer flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced at the integration ranking list, where he found the name Yi Feng sitting at the 95th position. Ranked 4th on the Hengtian list, Yi Feng, son of the Tianxiong Emperor, had previously held the 3rd position in the blood condensation realm, 5th in the bone forging realm, 1st in the spirit refinement realm, and now stood at 95 in integration. He was also the fiancé of Chu Yunshang, Chu Tian's elder sister, and one of the culprits behind the downfall of the Chu family, having deceived his sister, who possessed innate holy bones, into a state of despair. He had inquired with his 3rd uncle, Chu Tianyun, and learned that his sister had ventured out for training alongside Yi Feng. It appeared that Chu Yunshang had likely returned as well. A chill of determination filled Chu Tian's eyes. He would not allow the tragic events of the original storyline to unfold once more. At that moment, Chu Tian suddenly noticed that his own ranking on the Hengtian list had plummeted to 2nd place, while the ranking of the Saintess Hui Lian had ascended once more to 1st. Though her position in the integration realm remained unchanged, her subsequent achievements had significantly surged anew. This formidable woman, Chu Tian mused, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. In the original narrative, she had always been an exceptionally ambitious and proud individual, striving to be ahead at every turn. Hui Mei, in contrast, grimaced and scratched her head incessantly, discomfort by the itchiness of her scalp. At this rate, when would she ever manage to catch up with her? Meanwhile, the refinement hall was also abuzz with astonished exclamations. Yi Wu had surged to the 83rd position on the spirit refinement list, having annihilated 10 nightmare beasts within a minute. The Yi family disciples seemed invigorated today, with this being the 16th member of their clan attempting to challenge the rankings below the integration realm at Hengtian Hall. Was the Yi family intent on monopolizing both the integration and spirit refinement rankings? It was rather surprising, given that just yesterday, the sect's bone-forging disciples had been soundly defeated by that small bald-headed disciple from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, followed by a loss to the young saint. The sect leader had returned in a furious rage, reprimanding the Yi family's youth for their incompetence and bringing shame upon the family. Now, the Yi disciples were filled with determination, eager to reclaim their prestige, even calling back young Master Yi Feng from his external training. Truly breathtaking. The Yi family undoubtedly stands as the founding lineage, and this generation is filled with exceptional talents. In contrast, the Chu family has but a handful of capable individuals in this era. Although the young sage, Chu Tian, possesses remarkable innate abilities, he remains too young to bear the weight alone. At that moment, a thunderous wave of astonishment erupted from the nearby integration hall. In just 1 minute, 367 crimson flame golden crystal leopards were slain. My heavens! Yi Feng has surged into the top 10, securing the 6th position on the integration rankings. Goodness! Yi Feng is merely 17 this year. Look at the Earth rankings. Yi Feng has ascended to 2nd place, surpassing the young sage. Hearing this, Chu Tian glanced up to find his previously 2nd position had now fallen to 3rd, as Yi Feng leaped ahead of him. At merely 17 years of age, holding the second rank on the Earth rankings and sixth on the integration rankings, his talent is astonishing, perhaps rivaling that of his cousin. Hui Mei scratched her head vigorously, grinning. Why does it seem that your holy heavenly sect's generation is so formidable, just slightly trailing behind my holy sect? Brother Feng, that little bald head is Hui Mei. And Chu Tian is also present. A familiar voice resonated from the integration hall. Chu Tian looked up to see the pale-faced Yi Chong emerging from the hall, pointing at him and Hui Mei while speaking to a handsome man in white robes beside him. The man in white was tall and imposing, exuding a majestic aura that compelled one to be captivated by his presence at first glance. He was Yi Feng, the current heir of the Yi family, a prodigious talent, and the fiancé of Chu Tian's elder sister, Chu Yunshan. As Chu Tian was about to enter the testing space, he heard the voice and turned to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Feng said with a warm smile, waving his hand invitingly, resembling a benevolent elder calling a child at home, his demeanor quite amiable. In Chu Tian's memories, Yi Feng had always treated him well due to the familial bond with his elder sister, often returning from his adventures with unique trinkets and treasures. Chu Tian held great respect for this extraordinary and amiable older brother. However, his sister, Chu Yunshan, had been deceived by Yi Feng's charming exterior, ultimately facing scorn from the entire Hung Tian continent, pursued by various sects and tragically meeting her end at his hands. When Yi Feng personally led powerful warriors to hunt down the malevolent demon lord, there was no trace of the current gentility and warmth he displayed. Chu Tian maintained a calm expression, suddenly raising his hand to make a gesture across his throat before stepping into the swirling golden vortex of the giant stone. For this was indeed the purpose of his visit. From the moment of his rebirth, Yi Feng had long been perceived as a dead man in Chu Tian's eyes. The only question was when he would meet his end. This rascal, Chu Tian, has the audacity to provoke Brother Feng. Yi Chong's voice was low and grave. Yi Feng's smile remained composed and refined as he reassured, there's no need to rush. Xiao Tian must have some misunderstandings about me. Let us wait here for a moment. At this moment, Yi Wu emerged from the Temple of Refinement, having ascended to the 80th rank on the refinement list, a robust youth indeed. Brother Feng, your temper is perhaps too gentle. The little devil of the Chu family has ruthlessly caused the death of Elder Hongwu and imprisoned Yi Fan, all the while showing utter disrespect towards the sect leader, lacking any semblance of decorum. Such behavior is nothing short of lawlessness and demands strict discipline, Yi Wu stated coldly. If my elder brother were here, would you dare speak so boldly? At that moment, Hui Mei crossed her arms, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she mercilessly derided. You only dare to speak ill of my brother behind his back. With your kind of uselessness, you are destined to remain mere commoners. Having been betrayed by Yi Tianxing and terrified throughout the night, Hui Mei harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the entire Yi family. Beside her, Yu Chang wore a grim expression. However, faced with Hui Mei, he was haunted by shadows of the past. Having suffered a grievous defeat that left his bones shattered and his arms still throbbing with pain despite having taken healing elixirs. Even if Chu Tian stands here, I shall speak as I wish. What can he do to me? Yi Wu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Hui Mei's bald head. A lack of hair signifies a lack of reliability. The so-called prodigies of the Compassionate Voyage sect are merely this, boasting of defeating foes with a single move. Yet when defeated, they are reduced to tears, clinging to Chu Tian's leg for support. You can only bully the waste of our Holy Sky sect's bone refinement realm. Know this. The true prodigies of the Yi family are my elder brother Yi Feng and other extraordinary talents of higher realms. Even if you reach the refinement realm, you are far from invincible. With a single move, I can defeat you. Yi Chong's expression darkened. Yi Wu's words served to mock him as well. Yet he dared not retort, for he had lost both parents and required the assistance of Hui Mei's family to rescue his younger brother Yi Fan. A 15-year-old, merely ranked at the 80th position on the refinement list, dares to be so arrogant? Hui Mei's eyes ignited with ferocity. Before Chu Tian, he was like a lamb, acknowledging his inferiority. But when confronting others, he revealed a different visage. Boom. Hui Mei's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, her spiritual energy surging violently as she unleashed a punch aimed directly at Yi Wu's face, the explosive sound reverberating like thunder. Chapter 38. The disparity of bone forging realm is vast, greater than that between man and pig. How bold. Yi Wu was filled with rage, never expecting that this individual would dare to challenge him across boundaries. His mental energy surged like a torrential flood, coalescing in his fist. And he met Hui Mei with a forceful strike. Boom. It was as though two colossal mountains had collided, sending shockwaves that throbbed painfully in the ears. Yiwu staggered back 5 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions on the floor, with fine cracks spreading outwards. He came to a halt, his complexion slightly pale. Even with his mental aura enveloping him, his arms trembled subtly, as if he had struck an immense iron mountain, causing a jarring pain. The onlookers around the Heng Tian hall gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. The mental prowess of the spirit refinement realm is as vast as a flowing river. Capable of enveloping the body, and in comparison to the bone-forging realm, it represents a qualitative leap. With that mental coverage, even a casual strike could unleash a force of millions of pounds. Ranked 80 on the spirit refinement list. Yiwu's accumulated mental power translated to at least 3 to 4 million pounds of strength, yet Hui Mei managed to force him back. This was nothing short of miraculous. Hui Mei was sent reeling, landing and retreating 10 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet a cold light flickered in his eyes. He rubbed his bald head and scoffed. Is there truly no one left in the esteemed Yi family? Such a weak spirit refinement practitioner dares to call himself a genius. Weakness is one thing, but to be arrogant before me is folly. If I were to break through to the spirit refinement realm, a single punch would end you. Little bald head, you are simply courting death. Yiwu's fury intensified, and he lifted his foot, ready to charge forward. However, at that moment, Yifeng raised a hand to stop him, his brow furrowed and his voice slightly elevated. Have you caused enough trouble? Is it not already embarrassing enough? A spirit refinement practitioner battling a bone-forging practitioner to this extent. Do you find this impressive? Brother Feng. It was he who Yiwu protested. Stand down. Yifeng replied coolly. With a high standing among them, Yiwu gritted his teeth but retreated to the side. Though his gaze towards Hui Mei was filled with malice. You are from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect. A guest should be treated with respect. My younger brother is ignorant and has offended you, Yifeng offered with a refined smile. Hui Mei sneered, rejecting Yifeng's goodwill, and mouthed the words trash at Yiwu. A flicker of darkness passed through Yifeng's eyes, though his smile remained, indicating he was unperturbed. At that moment, the golden monolith of the bone-forging rankings suddenly displayed Chu Tian's name, followed by numbers that began to surge rapidly. Chu Tian, 1 second, 20 ancient mammoths. Buzz. A flash of golden light. Chu Tian, 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoths. Chu Tian, for seconds, 300 ancient mammoths. The numbers fluctuated so rapidly that they appeared to ascend erratically. The golden light twinkled swiftly, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. In scarcely a few breaths, the numbers soared. Chu Tian, 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoths. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoths. 8 seconds, 900. 9 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. In a mere 9 seconds, just 2 breaths of time, the numbers on the golden monolith ceased their frenetic dance. At that moment, the minds of everyone within the hall finally grasped the situation. However, by the time they comprehended, the numbers on the eternal sky ranking had already solidified. Inside the hall, one could hear a pin drop. It was eerily silent. It was as if a multitude of ants had been effortlessly crushed underfoot. This was no ancient mammoth. It was merely a single step that obliterated a vast expanse. Suddenly, a disciple let out a bitter laugh. The last time it had taken 30 seconds, yet this time, it was accomplished in a mere 9. The disparity between the bone-forging realm and another of the same realm felt more pronounced than the chasm separating man from swine. When the gap becomes so pronounced and the stimuli so overwhelming, everyone is left with a sensation of utter weakness, at a loss for words to describe their feelings of impotence and frustration. Yi Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion ghostly pale as he gazed at the golden monolith, his body trembling violently. It was just like the last occasion. He had lain in a pool of blood beneath the stone, watching the golden numbers above dance wildly, nearly suffocating him from sheer anxiety. Fortunately, members of the Yi family had arrived in time to rescue him. Otherwise, he would have perished there. 2 days had passed, and he had made significant progress in strength. Yet the gap between him and Chu Tian seemed to have widened to the point where he could no longer even glimpse Chu Tian's silhouette. Yi Feng's gaze darkened slightly, though a refined smile lingered on his face, seemingly pleased with his brother-in-law's performance. This prodigy, Hui Mei could not help but scoff. At that very moment, the numbers on the bone-forging ranking shifted once more. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true roar cub, and 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. Damn it. It truly was like slaughtering ancient ferocious beasts of the same rank as if they were mere dogs. Hui Mei's eyelids twitched violently. Although he considered himself capable of commanding and slaying ancient ferocious beast cubs, he knew it would never be this effortless. Within the testing space, sensing the surge in his own strength, the number of beast cubs had tripled, rising to 90. Chu Tian's gaze turned frigid, his vast vitality soaring skyward. His body radiating a chaotic glow. He moved like a sharp sword, weaving through the throngs of beasts, with blood splattering around him. Yi Tianxiong urged the Yi family disciples to act in unison, striving to suppress his momentum. They even plotted secretly, hoping to find an opportunity to incapacitate him. This time, he was determined to show Yi Tianxiong what a true genius was. Ahead of him lay 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 30 golden-winged rock cubs, charging at him from every direction, above and below. The creatures simulated by the eternal sky ranking seemed to possess a flicker of intelligence, tactically surrounding him and exploiting any openings. The roars of dragons resonated through the air, while the golden-winged rocks struck like lightning, and the true roar engaged in close combat. Their coordination flawless. If they wished to slay me, they were far from sufficient. Chu Tian's eyes were icy, his form swift as lightning, moving with unimaginable speed. As he struck, his force was immense, akin to a meteor crashing down, causing the earth to tremble and resonate with a deafening roar. With a single raise of his fists, 2 true roar cubs were obliterated. With a swift kick, several golden-winged rocks were reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. The difference between 200,000 pounds of strength and 100,000 was not merely an increase in power, it represented a transformative leap. Chu Tian utterly disregarded their assaults. His form suffused with chaotic radiance. The talons of the golden-winged rock grasped his back, yet could not pierce his skin. The young true dragon lashed its tail against his chest, but he remained unyielding, not retreating a single step. Instead, he seized it with a hand and wielded it like a whip, obliterating several young true howlers in the process. Chu Tian moved like lightning, dashing through the vast expanse, with torrents of blood mist swirling around him. In just a few moments, 90 young primordial beasts were slaughtered without mercy. Meanwhile, on the exterior of the golden monolith, numbers once again froze in place, their dazzling golden light seemingly capable of piercing the very eyeballs of onlookers. Every individual within the hall widened their eyes in fury. Faint traces of bloodshot veins weaving through their irises, their breaths heavy and labored. The inscription upon the golden stone struck their minds like a bolt of lightning, shaking their very souls and rendering them motionless. Chu Tian, 30 seconds, 30 young true dragons, 30 young golden-winged rocks, 30 young true howlers, 1,000 young primordial mammoths. A lengthy string of numbers, each character bearing the weight of a mountain, causing the hearts of those present to feel leaden. Chapter 39. The young true dragon of the divine refinement realm, the progeny of the ancient ferocious beasts, has multiplied threefold compared to the last time. Yet the duration taken has diminished to a third. Within the hall, a voice rasped with disbelief. Could it be that there was no foul play involved? These are the true dragon offspring that can be compared to the pinnacle talents of the human race. The momentum suggests a trajectory that will pierce through the celestial bone refinement rankings. In merely 30 seconds, how could further assessments proceed? A string of golden numbers was affixed upon the colossal stone. Silence enveloped the celestial hall for a fleeting moment before it erupted into fervor. Yifeng's expression had lost its mirth, his countenance darkened slightly, and beneath his white robe, his fists clenched tightly. There must be cheating involved. I shall return and compel my father to investigate thoroughly. I too have ranked on the bone refinement list. It is impossible to achieve such strength in the bone refinement realm. In just 1 minute, even you, Brother Yi Feng, could not slay 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. How could he possibly defy the heavens so? Yiwu's eyes were bloodshot, having also breached the top 10 of the bone refinement rankings. He was all too familiar with the daunting difficulty. Unless Chu Feng could wield mental powers, there might be a sliver of possibility, but in the testing space, one could not employ spiritual force. It must be cheating. Yiwu gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring. We may cast a sidelong glance at Yiwu, tauntingly remarking, true prodigious talents are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Your inability to succeed does not signify that others cannot. On the bone refinement list, his name stood in second place. Hui Mei, with a formidable strength of 900,000 pounds, had annihilated 836 mammoth giants in a single minute. Moreover, he had already completed the test 6 months prior, but due to his significant lead over those ranked subsequently, even the third-placed Yi Chang could only manage 33. His position at the top was nearly unassailable, prompting his disinterest in further challenges. Originally, he intended to attempt another challenge. However, it now seemed unnecessary. For Chu Tian had established an overwhelming lead over him as well. Hui Mei calculated that after slaying the mammoth giants, he could at most eliminate 5 ancient ferocious beast offspring. The disparity was disheartening. 5 vials of medicinal liquid, with a 5-fold absorption efficiency. And the chaos divine demon body in the blood condensation and bone refinement realms were indeed extraordinary. No wonder it was hailed as the ultimate physique. Hui Mei grinned, deciding not to compete with the prodigy Chu Tian in the bone refinement realm. However, the divine refinement realm was his domain. Brother, once we reach the divine refinement realm, I am the elder, and you are the younger. At that moment, amidst the heavy breaths echoing within the palace, someone suddenly spoke in a low voice. Look. The time digits have changed. How strange. Why haven't the subsequent numbers moved? On the golden colossal stone, the time behind Chu Tian suddenly leaped to 31 seconds. Yet the following sequence of numbers remained motionless. Soon, the time reached 33 seconds, and still, there was no movement behind. Accustomed to the frenzied fluctuations of the subsequent digits and their geometric increases, the onlookers found themselves somewhat disoriented. They gazed in confusion, pondering what had transpired in the testing space, where only time passed without any further developments. Roar. In the testing space, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and a dazzling golden glow pierced the surroundings. A magnificent golden dragon, measuring 20 meters in length, undulated gracefully across the heavens, its claws swiping through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. From its large, ornate eyes, adorned with intricate patterns, burst forth beams of tangible light, raining down golden brilliance upon Chu Tian, stirring up clouds of dust and leaving substantial marks upon the ground. This was, astonishingly, a young dragon of the divine refinement realm, its gaze capable of inflicting lethal harm. Its spirit enveloping its claws, effortlessly capable of shattering a small mountain with a mere swipe. Such a creature, a young dragon of the divine refinement realm, was terrifying beyond measure. Revered as one of the mightiest divine beasts in existence, it was favored by the heavens, its power growing increasingly formidable with time. Standing at the apex of the cosmic food chain, in the crucible of the bone refinement realm, Chu Tian had inadvertently compelled the celestial rankings to summon forth a young dragon of the divine refinement realm, a feat that transcended the realm of the challengers. An unprecedented occurrence featuring an ancient ferocious beast. The dragon's roar, almost palpable, layered with the might of its spirit, caused Chu Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. With such a young dragon of the divine refinement realm unleashed, it was evident that he had reached a state of true invincibility within the bone refinement realm. The celestial rankings understood that further attempts would be futile. Chu Tian murmured to himself as he endured the relentless assault of the dragon's formidable might. Deep gashes appearing upon his body, revealing the bone beneath. Yet, under this immense pressure, he managed to maintain his composure, his blood surging with vitality. At times, he would clash fiercely with the dragon, producing a resonant thud, only to be sent reeling back, spitting blood. The young dragon's power was exceedingly terrifying, each strike infused with the strength of 400,000 pounds, nearly double Chu Tian's own, were it not for the resilience of his chaos divine demon body. Coupled with the operation of the chaos creation scripture, which bestowed upon him a sheen of chaos, rendering his form as solid as divine steel, he would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Challenging a young dragon of the divine refinement realm from the bone refinement realm proved somewhat unrealistic. Perhaps had he been able to harness his spirit, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, the testing space restricted the utilization of any power beyond that of his physical form. The corporeal form, Chu Tian mused thoughtfully, narrowly evading a swipe from the dragon's luminous claws, only to be sent hurtling away by a sweeping tail, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered back. In that moment, a thought struck Chu Tian, and a vertical eye suddenly opened within his brow. In an instant, a violet radiance flickered, and the essence of the Tao flowed, a faint spiritual force enveloping his being. Indeed, the eye of the heavenly Tao was a unique divine artifact, melding with flesh. An innate divine ability akin to the wings of the golden-winged great ping, a part of his corporeal existence. With a mere wave of his hand, the combined force of 200,000 pounds, enhanced by the eye of the heavenly Tao, reverberated through the very space around him. In the external world, the eye of the heavenly Tao could amplify Chu Tian's spiritual power tenfold, rendering it comparable to that of the divine refinement realm. However, within this testing space, his own spiritual power remained dormant, relying solely on the innate spiritual force of the eye. At that moment, as the dragon's tail lashed out, gleaming with golden light, the sound of its passage echoed like thunder. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he, with claw-like hands, seized the dragon's tail, gripping it firmly and swinging the magnificent creature as one would a whip. Boom! Mountains were shattered as the young dragon emitted a thunderous roar, seemingly possessing a nascent consciousness filled with intense fury. The young dragon, hurled by Chu Tian, crashed violently into a mountain peak, sending plumes of dust soaring into the heavens. With a fierce roar, the young dragon charged towards Chu Tian, its scales fracturing and blood gushing forth in a frenzied assault. Despite lacking the accumulation of spiritual energy, and even with the enhancement of the Eye of Heavenly Tao, it could only unleash a force of 400,000 pounds, yet that was sufficient. The Eye of Heavenly Tao, radiating a purple luminescence from the center of Chu Tian's brow, enveloped his entire being, revealing the myriad trajectories and vulnerabilities of the young dragon in an instant. The Eye of Heavenly Tao surveyed the 9 heavens above and scrutinized the 9 hells below. Although the young dragon's speed was akin to lightning, it appeared to Chu Tian as though it were crawling at a snail's pace. With a resounding crash, Chu Tian unleashed all his blood and energy in a single, straightforward strike directed at the dragon's head, his gaze cold and unwavering, disregarding all the young dragon's attacks. His fist struck heavily at the center of the dragon's brow. Each second within the testing space was exceedingly precious. He had no time to waste in frivolous engagements. The torrential force erupted forth, obliterating the dragon's head and sending a mist of blood surging toward the sky, while the dragon's body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, Chu Tian's form was torn asunder by the dragon's claws, transforming into a radiant light that vanished within the testing space. At that moment, the numbers on the golden stone of the bone forging ranking froze. First place on the bone forging ranking, Chu Tian, within a minute, had slain 1 true dragon youngling of the divine refinement realm, 30 true dragon younglings, 30 young gold-winged doppings, 30 young true howlers, and 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. My goodness! The divine refinement realm's true dragon youngling, the Heng Tian ranking must be mistaken. Hui Mei's eyes widened in anger, nearly succumbing to shock. The arena fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Chu Tian, who had plummeted to 3rd place on the Heng Tian ranking, instantly surpassed Yufeng and the first-ranked Saint Hualian, reclaiming the top position once more. Chapter 40. Yiwu confirms, no cheating, it's real in the realm of corporeal existence. To be capable of battling the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts is surely the pinnacle of human potential, is it not? And now you tell me that the young sage, Chu Tian, has crossed boundaries to engage in combat with a true dragon of the refinement realm? Surely, this is an extravagant jest. Such blatant dishonesty? The atmosphere erupted into a fervor, with numerous disciples collectively flushing crimson, utterly astounded. The disciples of the Heng Tian Hall began fervently discussing the matter. Even formidable beings within the higher echelons of Heng Tian Hall, who had already ignited their divine flames, were drawn into the commotion. Gazing at the words displayed on the bone refinement ranking, they shook their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Bone refinement ranking first, Chu Tian, age 8, 2 million gene of strength, slain 1 offspring of a true dragon in the refinement realm. While the latter details were somewhat acceptable, this particular line transcended the limits of their understanding. Yichang trembled uncontrollably, his complexion pale. The dazzling golden characters evoked a dull ache in his abdomen. The last time, a single punch from Chu Tian had nearly claimed his life. Now, with strength surging from 150,000 to 2 million gene, a single blow from Chu Tian could undoubtedly obliterate him on the spot, leaving no chance for survival. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, first casting a glance at the Heng Tian ranking, where his name appeared as the first on both the Earth ranking and the Bone refinement ranking. Subsequently, his calm and indifferent voice resonated within the Heng Tian Hall. Some individuals, under the guise of sect interests, seek to conspire against this holy sun in the shadows. Yet they remain unaware. I, Chu Tian, embody the greatest benefit of this sect. This statement was a direct retort to Yi Tianxiong and underscored his purpose for coming to Heng Tian Hall. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The extraordinary soar through the skies, radiating brilliance. He intended to respond to Yi Tianxiong's so-called sacrifice for the sect's interests with tangible actions. He himself was the greatest asset to the Holy Tian sect. Chu Tian's voice was tranquil, even bearing a hint of youthful innocence. For he was still young, and his vocal cords had yet to mature. However, the unparalleled dominance in his words struck like a meteor, crashing into the serene lake's surface and stirring colossal waves. In an instant, the audience was rendered breathless. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Such words, brimming with arrogance, left no room for rebuttal. Being first on the Earth ranking served as the ultimate proof, requiring no further elaboration. Brother, from this day forth, you are not merely my elder brother, but also my idol. Hui Mei approached, her eyes sparkling. She suddenly realized that in the art of flamboyance and attracting attention, Chu Tian could very well be considered her ancestor. Who harmed you? Chu Tian inquired calmly, noticing the trickle of blood at the corner of the little bald head's mouth. A trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Hui Mei wiped away the blood and casually remarked, embodying the pride inherent in a prodigy of the Ci Hang's sacred sect. For he had no habit of complaining. Little Tian, come here, your brother-in-law has a gift for you. At that moment, Yi Feng, with an amiable smile, half squatted down to beckon Chu Tian, revealing a uniquely shaped blue small sword in his hand. It has been 2 months since we last met, and little Tian has become so remarkable, climbing the earth ranking ahead of your brother-in-law. I must reward you well. Yi Feng, tall and imposing, standing over 6 feet tall, remained roughly the same height as Chu Tian, even while half squatting. Brother-in-law? Chu Tian did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached Yefeng with a calm demeanor. Without casting a glance at the blue sword in Yefeng's grasp, he gazed into his eyes and spoke softly, "You are unworthy to marry my sister. In a few days, I shall have the elders of our clan come to annul the engagement." He had learned that Yefeng and his elder sister, Chunshang, were soon to be wed upon their return to the sect. The tragic events of the original narrative would not be permitted to unfold again. With the wedding imminent, he resolved to eschew any elaborate theatrics and instead opted for a straightforward approach. As these words left his lips, the crowd, having just emerged from their shock, was engulfed by a resonant buzz in their minds. What had they just heard? The young saint, Chu Tian, opposed the union of Chunshang and Yefeng? Unworthy? What madness was this? Yefeng was a paragon of talent, and Chunshang possessed innate holy bones. Their childhood betrothal was celebrated as a match made in heaven, akin to the esteemed engagement between Chu Tian and Lu Yun, envied by many within the sect. It was rumored that the sect leader and the vice leader had already conspired to host a wedding soon, to showcase the enduring friendship between their families over countless millennia. Yet, the young Saint Chu Tian audaciously proclaimed his intention to annul the engagement. If true, this would be tantamount to a slap in the face of the Yi family, shaking the very foundations of the sect. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What did you just say? Repeat that. Even Yefeng, who was usually composed, felt his smile vanish, his countenance darkening as he clenched his fist around the blue sword. Chu Tian's status was formidable. He was the legitimate heir of the Chu family, the sect's young saint, and the future leader of the next generation. Though young, every word he uttered was scrutinized by countless eyes, wielding significant influence. Childish remarks must be tempered by context and audience. This statement was akin to a public humiliation of the Yi family, trampling upon their dignity. Chu Tian, your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Wu, already displeased with Chu Tian, erupted with fury, bellowing in outrage. Chu Tian, however, chose not to engage with Yefeng any further. He preferred brevity over superfluous words, and one statement sufficed. Instead, he turned towards Yi Wu, a glint of icy disdain flickering in his eyes. No one dared to harm my little brother. Who gave you the audacity? Chu Tian's voice was calm, yet laced with a ruthless authority. Though Hui Mei remained silent, his focus had sharpened to a remarkable degree. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, nothing within 100 meters could escape his scrutiny. Observing that Yi Wu's arm still trembled slightly, evidently having just endured a violent confrontation, he could reconstruct the sequence of events with relative ease. Suddenly, Chu Tian's third eye opened, radiating a brilliant purple light, amplifying his mental prowess tenfold. Chu Tian, dare you make a move? Yi Wu seethed, his rage boiling over. In a single day, he had been belittled by 2 young boys of the bone refinement realm, threatened publicly. With a thunderous force, Chu Tian unleashed a punch, the sound akin to a dragon's roar. As if the mountains themselves trembled and the seas roared in response. The punch struck, unleashing a vortex of energy directly towards Yi Wu's chest. You shall pay for this. In a fit of rage, Yi Wu's spirit surged as he clashed fists with Chu Tian, his gaze filled with fierce intent. It was you, Chu Tian, who took the initiative to strike. Thus, do not blame him for his ruthlessness. Yi Wu, don't. Yi Feng suddenly shouted, but it was too late. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would act upon his words so swiftly. With a crack, Yi Wu's arm shattered in an instant, flesh and bone flying in disarray. As the spirit enveloping him was shattered in a heartbeat, Chu Tian's punch bore the weight of 6 million pounds, capable of obliterating a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian's fists were relentless and domineering, striking directly into Yi Wu's chest. With a thud, Yi Wu's chest caved in. His eyes wide with fury as he spewed blood, his body shooting like an arrow into the divine refinement hall, colliding with a golden boulder, causing the earth to tremble violently. In an instant, blood flowed abundantly as Yi Wu lay in a pool of his own blood, gasping for breath. The atmosphere grew heavy with shock. Many disciples stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Was he slain in an instant? Yi Wu, ranked 80 on the divine refinement list, was not significantly inferior to a true dragon cub, yet he was defeated so swiftly. Yi Wu's fate confirmed that Chu Tian's slaughter of a true dragon cub in the divine refinement realm was no mere trick. It was indeed genuine. Chapter 41. Having joined the dock, I will protect you. The top of the rankings is well-deserved. A disciple of the sect, ignited by divine fire, murmured in awe. To annihilate the 8th on the spirit refinement list in an instant. How many have achieved such a feat throughout history? The young Holy Son had just proclaimed himself the greatest asset of the sect. I now find this reasoning entirely reasonable. A celestial being whispered amidst the overwhelming shock in the arena, as the events of the Hung Tian Hall rapidly disseminated throughout the sect like a flash of lightning. Yifeng suddenly appeared beside Yi Wu, administering healing elixirs and applying spiritual herbs to his chest, preserving his last breath. Chu Tian, you have deeply disappointed me. In just 2 months, you have seemingly transformed into a different person, lawless, inflicting harm upon your fellow disciples, disrespecting your elder brother, and trampling the rules of the sect. Upon returning, I shall faithfully report to Uncle Chu, ensuring you receive a proper lesson, Yifeng exclaimed, fury evident in his gaze, now tinged with faint traces of blood and malice. Despite his usual restraint and profound composure, he could no longer endure such repeated provocations. Chu Tian withdrew his fist. His brow furrowed, eyes closed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Yifeng before making a slicing motion across his throat and proceeding towards the exit of Hang Tian Hall. Yifeng, being slightly superior to Yi Chong, warranted a fraction more of his time and attention. Hui Mei, snapping out of her daze, hastily followed Chu Tian. Scratching her head in inquiry, "Elder brother, are you standing up for me? Since you have joined my dock and addressed me as elder brother, I shall protect you within the Holy Sky sect." Chu Tian replied, a testament to his unwavering principle throughout 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he never neglected his brothers. Whenever his subordinates were bullied, he always led the charge in retaliation. Even after ascending to the status of a patriarch, this principle remained unchanged. What does it mean to join a dock? Hui Mei pondered, feeling an increasing itch in her scalp from confusion. Yet this time, Chu Tian offered no response. Instead, gazing ahead. Before Hang Tian Hall, a middle-aged man descended gracefully, landing not far from Chu Tian. "The young Holy Son likely does not recognize me," he said with a smile, clad in a green robe. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duanmu Lei, the Deputy Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall and the second elder of the Duanmu family." This middle-aged man radiated a gentle aura, exuding warmth as if he were a neighborly uncle. However, upon hearing his name, Chu Tian's thoughts took a different turn. In the original narrative, this individual was one of the Duanmu family's foremost powers, a half-step Emperor Venerable, with strength comparable to that of his third uncle, Chu Tianyan. The Internal Affairs Hall oversees the management of sect affairs, including rewards and punishments, ceremonial regulations, and the sustenance and living conditions of the disciples, as well as organizing sacrificial ceremonies. It is a formidable department within the Holy Sky sect. As the Deputy Hall Master, Duanmu Lei held significant influence within the sect. Yet, as Chu Tian understood, akin to the law enforcement hall being long controlled by his family, the Internal Affairs Hall had also been dominated by the Yi family for ages, with all hall masters bearing the surname Yi for 1,000,000 years. In this generation, the hall master of the Internal Affairs Hall was the 4th elder of the Yi family, Yu Tian Hong. Under the Yi family's stringent control, Duanmu Lei's ascension to the position of Deputy Hall Master spoke volumes about his capabilities. Chu Tian had the honor of meeting Master Duanmu. He greeted him with a respectful gesture, clasping his fist in salute. "There is no need for such formality, young saint. I have shared a bond of friendship with your father for many years. Simply call me Uncle Lei," Duanmu Lei remarked with a smile. "Moreover, I am merely the vice master. Do not omit the title of master when addressing me, lest outsiders misunderstand. My apologies." "Uncle Lei, I shall not err again, Chu Tian replied calmly, as if the misaddress was truly unintentional. May I inquire about the reason for your visit? After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tian steered the conversation to the main topic. As the vice master of the Internal Affairs Hall, it was unlikely that he would come to see him without substantial costs. The purpose of this visit was twofold. First, to congratulate the young saint on once again ascending to the pinnacle of the Earth ranking. Duanmu Lei continued with a smile. Secondly, it is to make up for the award ceremony that should have been held a few days ago in your honor. According to our sect's regulations, to encourage disciples in their cultivation, any disciple who reaches the top of the heavenly rankings is to be celebrated with a ceremony at the altar of heaven, presided over by the sect leader and the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, who personally offers encouragement and substantial rewards, including divine medicines, scriptures, weapons, spirit stones, and mystical abilities. Particularly for one who stands first in the Earth ranking, they may present a single request to the sect, which must be fulfilled without refusal. Of course, I understand that the young saint may not value such rewards, yet these are the established protocols of our sect. The process must be adhered to, as it also brings great honor to the vice master and the Chu Tian family. Duanmu Lei added with a smile that you were designated as the sect's heir at birth. Your current rank in the Internal Affairs Hall is merely at the first level, categorizing you among outer disciples. Now, you shall elevate 2 levels at once. Achieving a 3rd-level status at the age of 8, akin to that of an inner disciple, is unprecedented in the history of our sect. Since this is a matter of sect regulations, why is the award ceremony only being held today, given that I reached the top of both rankings 2 days ago? Chu Tian's expression revealed no surprise. Rather, he shifted the conversation, seeking clarity. He was aware of the award ceremony's significance. In the original narrative, Yufan had also claimed the #1 spot in the Earth ranking and had made a request to the sect to marry Lu Yun, seeking to annul the engagement with the demon lord of hatred, delivering a significant blow to the Chu Tian family. Chu Tian had suffered greatly from this, as it marked the beginning of his descent into darkness, having sacrificed everything only to see his fiancée turn to Yifan. Duanmu Lei's gaze fell momentarily, casting an unintentional glance at the severely injured Yiwu within the divine refining hall before he spoke again. The ceremony has been delayed for certain reasons. Chu Tian understood all too well that this was due to the Internal Affairs Hall's leader, Yi Tianhong, or rather the sect leader Yi Tianxiong, who had suppressed the proceedings, wishing to avoid drawing attention to Chu Tian's achievements. However, with Chu Tian once again ascending to the top of the Earth ranking and having slain a young divine refining true dragon, the sect was once more stirred. Regardless of their reluctance, they were compelled to hold the award ceremony, for many eyes within the sect were watching. The injured Yiwu is the second son of Yi Tianhong, which is why Duanmu Lei cast a seemingly casual glance at him. The uncle had come personally at the behest of the esteemed leader Yi Tianhong to invite the young saint to the Tianfeng summit. Duanmu Lei remarked that the sect leader was occupied with pressing matters and thus, the hall master would personally bestow rewards upon the young saint and fulfill any request he might have for the sect. Chu Tian's expression remained serene as he suddenly clasped his fists in respect towards Duanmu Lei, saying, Uncle Lei, I appreciate your personal effort, but I regret that I cannot attend to receive the bestowed honors. Chapter 42. The sect is on the verge of tremors. Why? Duanmu Lei furrowed his brow. Yi Tianhong, as the master of the Internal Affairs Hall and the guardian of the sect's ceremonial regulations, had disregarded the sect's rules by unilaterally suppressing the award ceremony. This was one transgression. Chu Tian raised his gaze to meet Duanmu Lei's eyes and proclaimed, in years past, the esteemed ancestor Duanmu bequeathed a sacred decree. The higher-ups within the sect must exert every effort to nurture the cultivation of the younger disciples, refraining from the abuse of power to suppress them. Only by allowing gifted disciples to emerge can the sect thrive for generations, enduring through the ages. Yet, the sect leader, under the guise of sectarian righteousness, endeavored to extract the eye of heavenly Tao from my brow to curry favor with the Zihong holy sect, which is, in truth, a violation of the sect's interests, a disrespect to the ancestral teachings, and a detriment to internal unity. This is the second transgression. In his youth, ancestor Duanmu himself suffered oppression within the sect, and upon becoming the sect leader, he led the sect out of adversity, thereby establishing this decree that no one may contravene. Although I, Chu Tian, am young, as the holy son of the sect, I refuse to associate with those lacking the spirit of a true warrior who defy the ancestral teachings. I disdain these accolades and honors. I shall have none of them. Though Chu Tian spoke softly, Duanmu Lei, being a senior figure in the sect, had personally come to the Hung Tian Hall, which had fallen into silence. At that moment, Chu Tian's words echoed like thunder, resonating clearly in the ears of the many disciples present. The disciples in Hung Tian Hall were momentarily stunned. The weight of Chu Tian's declarations left them unable to fully comprehend the implications. The sect leader sought to extract the Holy Son's divine eye to appease the Zihong Holy Sect? For those who had grown up within the borders of the Holy Tian sect and had pledged their allegiance to it, this revelation was nothing short of a thunderclap. Chu Tian, how dare you insult my father and mock the sect leader? Do you not realize this constitutes a grave offense? Yi Feng's fury erupted. Unable to contain himself at the slander directed at his father, he shouted and instantly appeared before Chu Tian, aiming a slap at his face. As your elder brother, I shall teach you today the virtues of respect, etiquette, and filial piety. Impudent. The smile vanished from Duanmu Lei's face, replaced by a dark expression. With a casual wave of his hand, a flash of azure light surged forth, and Yi Feng was struck, spewing blood and being sent flying. Yi Feng, you have the audacity to lay hands on the holy son of the sect in my presence? Do you assume that as the deputy master of the Internal Affairs Hall, I cannot discipline the son of the sect leader and the heir of the Yi family? Duanmu Lei's voice was frigid. The Internal Affairs Hall was responsible for rewards, punishments, and the establishment of ceremonial order within the sect. The Holy Son represented the sect's dignity. And Yi Feng's assault on Chu Tian before so many witnesses was not merely an attack on him, but a public humiliation of the sect itself. Yi Feng, blood-staining his white robe, appeared utterly disheveled, stripped of his previous imposing demeanor. Upon hearing Duanmu Lei's cold words, his face paled further as he clasped his fists and said, Uncle Lei, forgive my transgression, my anger clouded my judgment. Yet, Chu Tian has slandered the sect leader and defied the directives of the Internal Affairs Hall, which is also a serious crime. Furthermore, he unjustly injured my cousin Yi Wu, which is a grave offense. Uncle Lei, please apprehend Chu Tian to uphold the dignity of the sect. Otherwise, should this matter come to light, the consequences would be dire. Chu Tian, indifferent, smiled faintly and replied, every word I utter is rooted in truth, capable of withstanding scrutiny. If even a single word be deemed slanderous, I shall voluntarily resign from my position as Holy Son, since the number one on the earth ranking is entitled to make any demands of the sect. I hereby request Uncle Lei to present this matter to the Council of Elders. I implore the Law Enforcement Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the Judicial Hall to convene and thoroughly investigate this issue, to ascertain whether I, Chu Tian, have defamed Hall Master Yi Tianhong or our esteemed sect leader. Chu Tian, you. Yi Feng's complexion turned paler. He had just received a summons from his father, Yi Tianxiong, urging him to return to the sect urgently. Uninformed about the recent events within the sect, he was intimidated by Chu Tian's aggressive tone and dared not respond. Duanmu Lei remained silent for a moment before stating, I shall faithfully report the young Holy Son's request to the Council of Elders in accordance with sect regulations. The events of last night are classified as top secret within the sect, yet as a senior member present at the time, I am privy to the details. The three premier families have maintained a largely neutral stance on this matter, subtly leaning towards the Yi family. After all, this is a topic that should not have been brought to discussion. Their attendance at the meeting, neither supporting nor opposing, represents a form of attitude, though slightly leaning in favor. The news was confined to the higher echelons of the sect, classified as confidential, and they expected the matter to conclude there. Yet, who could have anticipated Chu Tian's unwavering stance, not only re-entering the earth ranking the following day, shaking the entire sect, but also compelling Yi Tianhong to hold a ceremony of rewards, bringing the issue to the forefront for all to deliberate? Duanmu Lei could already envision the upheaval that would ensue among the sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples once the news spread. Nevertheless, Chu Tian's target was Yi Tianxiong. The Yi family, acting in accordance with sect regulations, the number one on the earth ranking is entitled to make an arbitrary request of the sect, which must be honored. As a member of the Duanmu family and the Deputy Hall Master of Internal Affairs, he naturally would not defy convention for the sake of the Chu family. Duanmu Lei gazed at Chu Tian, his calm eyes betraying a mixture of shock and awe. Chu Tian's assertive and domineering demeanor had indeed reshaped his perception of the Chu family, for the family's principles had always prioritized the stability and unity of the sect. Chu Tian's approach starkly contrasted with that of the elder Chu Tianwang, ruthlessly tearing down the facade of discord between the founding families, laying bare the conflict between the Chu and Yi families for all within the sect to witness. Uncle Lei, My nephew has matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Chu Tian stated with a composed expression, as if merely uttering inconsequential words. He clasped his hands in salute and turned to depart. Wei Mei gasped in astonishment. After all, coming from a noble lineage and possessing a keen intellect, he understood the magnitude of the reverberations that Chu Tian's words would incite. He considered himself quite unruly. Yet he would never dare to act so recklessly within the sacred sect of compassion. Compared to Chu Tian, his behavior seemed nothing short of childlike folly. Thus, he dutifully stood behind Chu Tian throughout the ordeal, refraining from interjecting. Upon witnessing Chu Tian depart, he hastily pursued him, scratching his head and sighing, "Brother, why is it that our sacred sect of compassion lacks such customs? Otherwise, I would surely strive to ascend to the top of the earth rankings and propose terms for an engagement with my cousin." The sect was on the brink of upheaval. Duanmu Lei murmured softly to himself before hastening towards the Hall of Internal Affairs. The sky was painted with the crimson hues of the setting sun. Its light resembling a blood-red satin spread across the peaks of the mountain gate, seemingly heralding the impending tempest. Chapter 43. Sister, what do you see? As nightfall descended, an enraged roar echoed from the inner sanctum, reverberating with a menacing aura that darkened the skies. Shortly thereafter, an even more formidable presence surged from the peak of the Holy Emperor, cloaking the heavens for miles. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically under the oppressive weight of the Emperor's formidable might, causing the very heavens to tremble with thunderous resonance. Within the sect, the three foremost families remained silent, observing the unfolding events with bated breath. Outside the sect, numerous families held their breath, fully aware of the significant occurrence at the entrance of the Hall of Eternity. The higher-ups within the sect bore solemn expressions, swiftly receiving summons from the Council of Elders to convene an emergency meeting that night, prompting them to hastily make their way. Yet, at that very moment, a colossal golden hand emerged from the peak of the Holy Emperor, spanning 100 miles, and came crashing down upon the inner office. Faintly, a pained roar could be heard, seemingly uttering the name of Chu Tianwang, accompanied by the sound of blood being coughed up. The plaque that had hung for 1,000,000 years at the inner office was reduced to dust under the might of the Golden Hand. Following this, the Golden Hand traversed the peak of the Holy Emperor, encircling it before finally descending upon the summit, obliterating several palaces belonging to the Yi family and leaving behind an enormous handprint in the ground, before retracting into the shadows. In the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Tianxiang sat in a position of authority, his eyes tinged with crimson as he gazed into the abyss of the darkened sky. After a prolonged silence, he turned his head and spoke in a low voice. "Fenger, that little demon has indeed declared his intent to annul the engagement with our Yi family." "Yes, father. Chu Tian claims that the child is unworthy of his sister. Do you think he has discovered something?" Yi Feng, standing below, appeared as pale as a sheet, suddenly inquiring, "Father, was that golden hand? Was it Uncle Chu?" With a faint hint of bloodshot in his eyes, Yi Tianxiang nodded and replied, "This has nothing to do with you. He was merely warning me not to overstep my bounds. This time, it was my miscalculation. Fenger, you need not be anxious. Even if that boy possesses immense audacity, he wouldn't dare to come to annul the engagement. He cannot uncover such matters. How is that girl, Yunshang? Has she expressed any doubts regarding you?" "No, father," Yi Feng respectfully replied. "Yunshang is obedient to me, always consulting me first in all matters. She is already eager to hold the grand wedding and join our Yi family. Uncle Chu also places great trust and affection in you. That is well. You may leave for now." Yi Tianxiang waved his hand and rose to his feet. "I must meet with Chu Tianwang to stabilize the situation, then attend the Council of Elders. The ramifications of this incident are significant. Our family may soon face a considerable loss. Tianer, you must observe closely and learn diligently. In the future, our Yi family will inevitably be under your stewardship. Remember, a momentary lapse can lead to great chaos. This impulsive action of mine serves as a harsh lesson. For the long-term strategy of our Yi family, you must cultivate good relations with Yunshang and that boy Chu Tian. If I fail to accomplish this in my generation, it will fall upon you to carry on. Do you understand?" "Father, I understand." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Tian has a free-spirited nature, devoid of guile. My child will soon regain his trust." Yi Tianxiang nodded and exited the palace, his silhouette fading from view. "Tomorrow, the sacred heavenly pool will open, and Chu Tian will also participate. You possess a spot as well. Do not squander this opportunity." At the summit of Sacred Emperor Peak, as Chu Tian returned, a flash of pale yellow darted past the entrance of the main hall, accompanied by a voice filled with exuberant delight. "Little Tian, I've missed you dearly." A waft of fragrant breeze enveloped him. Instinctively, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, but upon recognizing the visitor, his lips curled into a gentle smile. She embraced him, and suddenly he felt a tender kiss upon his cheek. "Don't move. Allow your sister to shower you with more kisses as a reward for being my formidable brother, who has soared to the top of the earthly rankings." Chu Tian found himself helpless. In his memories, Chu Yunshang was always this lively and innocent, showering affection upon her younger siblings. This was in stark contrast to the heartless sorceress he was later to know. Chu Yunshang, born with sacred bones and extraordinary talent, though not as formidable as his chaotic divine body, was still a rare gem in a millennium. Shortly after her birth, Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong arranged a marriage between her and Yi Feng. Her gentle disposition, unaccustomed to hardship and devoid of cunning, led her to acquiesce to her family's wishes, gradually growing enamored with Yi Feng under his deliberate guidance, ultimately dedicating everything to him. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang was described as one whose deeper love resulted in greater suffering, a character both pitiful and loathed, the heartless sorceress. "Come now, let me have a good look at my brother, who has climbed to the top of the earthly rankings, surpassing that insufferable ice queen of the Zihong sacred sect." Chu Yunshang beamed, her playful demeanor accentuated by her creamy white dress, rendering her utterly irresistible. She playfully pinched his arm on the left and right. "Good, good. You've grown sturdier in just 2 months. My, how you've shot up in height, nearly catching up to your sister. But why do you always wear such a serious face, like a little adult? Come, give your sister a smile." This time, when I ventured out with Yi Feng, the experiences were remarkable. "Little Tian, you have yet to leave the sect. You must be curious. Come, let your sister tell you all about it." Chu Yunshang, brimming with joy, pulled Chu Tian to sit at the entrance of the main hall, gazing at the starry sky, chattering incessantly about how kind Yi Feng had been during their journey, how he cherished her, pampered her, and indulged her every whim. Chu Tian listened intently, relishing this rare, familial warmth. Old Tu leaned against a nearby ancient tree, occasionally glancing over with a grin, his weathered, yellowed teeth catching the night's light. Within the dim confines of the main hall, Chu Tianwang withdrew his hand from the void, watching his children converse at the door, a smile gracing his lips, though the bloodshot hue in his eyes grew more pronounced. "No one shall harm my children," he murmured, rising to effortlessly tear open a rift, stepping into the void. Xiao Tian, having concluded her tale, turned to her elder sister and inquired about any intriguing happenings during this period. Chu Yunshang blinked her eyes, resting her chin on her hands, embodying the essence of sibling interaction. Despite the monotonous nature of Chu Tian's past experiences, which revolved around following the path of cultivation under the tutelage of King Chu Tian, she listened with rapt attention. At that moment, Chu Tian smiled faintly and pointed to the center of his brow, saying, "Elder sister, behold this." "Wow, Xiao Tian, you have developed a third eye. It is magnificent. What divine power is this?" Chu Yunshang exclaimed, cautiously reaching out to touch it, her eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. "This is the Eye of Heavenly Tao, a divine ability bestowed by the Celestial Mercy Sect's destined sovereign. It allows me to gaze upon the heavens above and delve into the abysses below. Nothing can escape my sight, be it the cultivation methods of others or the physical transformations arising from their powers." Chu Tian's voice grew increasingly somber as he regarded his elder sister, yet Chu Yunshang remained blissfully unaware of his emotional shift, still eagerly caressing the eye upon his brow. "For instance, I can discern now, dear sister, whether Yi Feng has instructed you to practice a peculiar secret technique." Chu Tian's tone became more grave, infused with a hint of coldness and severity. "The Eye of Heavenly Tao is truly remarkable. You have even uncovered this." Chu Yunshang's eyes widened in astonishment. The matter of Yi Feng guiding her in the secret technique was a confidence she had kept to herself, deeming it a secret between the two of them. "Elder sister, is this technique known as the Supreme Yin-Yang Art?" Chu Tian's voice deepened further, laden with foreboding. Under the ancient tree, the leisurely and composed figure of the old camel suddenly darkened upon hearing these words, slowly rising to his feet. "Xiao Tian, you can perceive even this?" Chu Yunshang expressed her astonishment further. Chapter 44. This child has already found the path to death. He deserves it. Old servant, I present my respects to the young lady. My little master. The hunchbacked elder suddenly appeared before the two, bowing respectfully. However, Chu Tian noticed a hint of darkness in the elder's gaze, though it was well concealed, at least from Chu Yunshang. "Grandpa Tua, you should call me Yunshang." You always agree to it verbally, yet the next day you refer to me as young lady again. Chu Yunshang pouted, rushing forward to hug the elder's arm and shake it playfully. The elder had been entrusted with guarding the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak for many years. And the 4 siblings of the Chu family were all born within that hall, growing up under his watchful eye. Although they were not related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of family. All right, my young lady, please stop shaking. This old frame of mine is about to fall apart. I promise to call you Yunshang next time. The elder smiled broadly, his face beaming with warmth. Yet, while speaking, his gaze shifted toward Chu Tian. Young master, the supreme yin-yang technique you mentioned earlier, could it possibly be one of the ancient arts left behind by the supreme demon clan that invaded our Hung Tian continent? The elder was well-versed in lore. The supreme yin-yang technique was one of the highest secrets of the supreme demon sect, left behind after the clan retreated from Hung Tian. Its top-tier members and core disciples practiced it, and Chu Tian's knowledge stemmed from the inheritance of the Destiny Dao Sovereign, which contained information about this technique. Chu Tian responded in a low voice, his fists clenching tightly. As for the claim that the Destiny Dao Sovereign's inheritance contained records of the supreme yin-yang technique, he was merely fabricating. The system had only seized the inheritance of the Destiny Dao Sovereign, not his memories. Moreover, the Destiny Dao Sovereign had existed 100,000 years ago, while the Supreme Demon Sect had been exterminated nearly 1,000,000 years prior by the major righteous sects of Hung Tian. The scriptures and divine arts of that demonic sect had been sealed away by the powerful members of the sects. So it was unlikely the Destiny Dao Sovereign would possess such knowledge. However, attributing matters to the Destiny Dao Sovereign would spare him unnecessary explanations and troubles. Scoundrel! Despicable! This wretch dares to so brazenly plot against the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Suddenly, the elder's voice rose in a low, furious exclamation, a fierce light igniting within his murky eyes. A terrifying aura flashed momentarily, causing the dim night sky to tremble slightly. The hunchback straightened, as if a towering figure materialized, a gray-haired giant, exuding demonic energy as if intent on annihilating the world itself. Chu Yunshang's face turned pale with fear in that fleeting moment. She seemed to perceive a vision, the hunchbacked elder towering like a mountain, his blood-drenched hair flowing, resembling a blood-soaked demon god. Grandpa Tua, what has happened to you? Chu Yunshang's voice trembled. Yet, the scene soon dissipated, and the elder's smile remained warm and gentle as he grinned at her. Young lady, it's nothing. That's a relief. Just now, you were quite frightening, like a demon god who has taken countless lives. Chu Yunshang playfully stuck out her tongue, turning to inquire of her brother whether he had seen the same thing. Chu Tian shook his head, firmly denying it. Sister, perhaps you are just tired from your recent trials and are experiencing illusions. Grandpa Tua has watched over our main hall for many years and has never left the sect. How could he be a demon god? Indeed, it appears I am truly fatigued. Chu Yunshang was deeply shaken by the earlier scene, her spirit still unsettled and her complexion somewhat pale. After bestowing a kiss upon Elder Tua and her younger brother, she turned and retreated to the main hall to rest. Once she departed, the smiles on Elder Tua and Chu Tian's faces vanished without a trace. Young master, can you ascertain whether the eldest lady is cultivating the supreme secret art of the Taishang demon sect, the Taishang yin-yang technique? Elder Tuo's expression turned unusually grave, as if he had transformed before their eyes, his gaze flickering with a terrifying light. Elder Tua, not only is it the Taishang yin-yang technique, but I can also confirm that it is the auxiliary formula of the Taishang yin-yang technique. Chu Tian replied with an icy demeanor, articulating each word with precision. Eldest sister has been transformed into a humanoid demon vessel by Yifeng. The day she ignites the divine fire will coincide with the completion of the Taishang yin-yang technique. At that moment, the 7 emotions and 6 desires within her will ignite, and the power of yin and yang will coalesce into demonic fruits. She will then descend into the demonic path, becoming a heartless and desireless humanoid demon, and once harvested by those practicing the primary formula of the Taishang yin-yang technique. She will become akin to stone, bereft of personal desires, solely driven by the instinct to kill and cultivate, providing results for her master. Chu Tian's earlier inquiry was merely a probe, for in this phase of his rebirth, he found himself in the early years of the Great Hate Demon Lord, when Chu Yunshang had yet to wed Yifeng. Thus, he was uncertain whether she had embarked upon this secretive path. However, upon receiving her response, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. The Taishang yin-yang technique consists of a primary and a secondary formula. The practitioner of the primary formula becomes the master over the practitioner of the secondary formula, their souls linked inextricably for life. Should the practitioner of the primary formula perish, the consciousness of the secondary formula practitioner will be extinguished in an instant. Furthermore, the moment the practitioner of the secondary formula ignites their divine fire, they will be eternally transformed into a vessel, automatically sharing their cultivation achievements with their master. Moreover, the practitioner of the secondary formula will have their 7 emotions and 6 desires utterly consumed, becoming devoid of external distractions, with only their master in their heart. They exist to serve their master, living and dying for them, leading to a remarkable enhancement in combat prowess and an accelerated cultivation speed, rendering them an unparalleled humanoid demon vessel capable of both offense and defense, as well as assisting their master in cultivation. In ancient times, the high-ranking members and core disciples of the Taishang demon sect would capture the outstanding talents from various sects, and even higher-ups, coercing them to practice the Taishang yin-yang technique, thereby forging them into exclusive humanoid demon vessels. Their methods were excessively sinister, leading to the Taishang demon sect's reckless actions, which incited the wrath of the various sects of the Hung Tian continent, resulting in their complete annihilation. The remnants of the Taishang demon sect's many demonic scriptures and divine abilities were sealed away, accessible only to the leaders of the top-tier sections. In the original narrative, after igniting her divine fire, Chu Yunshang severed her emotions and desires, plunging into the demonic path. Possessing innate sacred bones, her combat strength surged dramatically, her demonic might becoming legendary. After betraying the Holy Heaven sect, she committed countless slaughters, inciting the fury of the Hung Tian continent. Chu Tian, deeply concerned for his beloved sister, repeatedly intervened to protect her, ultimately leading to the Chu family being despised by many sections. The downfall of the Chu family, which had endured for 1,000,000 years, is profoundly intertwined with these events. By this time, the Chu family had already become a target of public outrage on the Hung Tian continent, with no family willing to extend a helping hand. Otherwise, how could a prestigious family with a legacy spanning millions of years, along with its accumulated connections and alliances, be so easily extinguished? Chu Tian initially believed that Yifeng had only allowed his elder sister to cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique after her marriage into the Yi family at the Holy Emperor Peak. To his utter astonishment, Yifeng displayed audacity beyond measure, shamelessly manipulating Chu Yunshang's innocence to have her cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique. The earlier one begins to practice this technique, the more profound the sublimation when igniting the divine fire, intensifying the burning of emotions and desires, resulting in an even more potent manifestation of demonic fruits. Such audacity! This child has charted his own path to destruction. He deserves to perish. The old man trembled all over, seemingly well acquainted with the dark arts of the supreme demon sect. Young master, this Yifeng must be eliminated. He dares to practice the supreme yin-yang demonic arts, using the young lady as a vessel for his puppetry. What shall we do now? Should the practitioner of the primary technique perish, the one practicing the secondary technique will instantly face annihilation. The old man's murky eyes were veiled with a faint crimson hue, his voice quivering. Furthermore, as the cultivation progresses, the dependency of the practitioner of the secondary technique on the primary technique will continuously escalate. This process cannot be interrupted, or else the secondary practitioner will be obliterated in an instant. The young lady, so kind and vivacious, despite her extraordinary talent and being taken as a disciple by an outer-world sage since her birth, has never exhibited any arrogance. Yet, she has fallen prey to such despicable individuals. Chapter 45, The Supreme Taoist Clan and the Arcane Secret Arts. Old Tuo's eyes flickered with a faint crimson glimmer, hinting at a resurgence of vitality. His hunched back began to straighten, emanating a terrifying aura that cast the heavens into a somber darkness. A palpable sense of murderous intent warped the surrounding space, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Old Tuo, please do not become agitated. I possess a solution. Chu Tian promptly stepped forward to steady Old Tuo. Speaking in a hushed tone, Old Tuo halted, turning his gaze with a trembling voice. Young master, could it be that within the inheritance of the destiny Taoist, there exists a scripture targeting the supreme yin-yang arts? Do you already possess a means to save the young lady? Indeed, Chu Tian affirmed with a nod, a cold light shimmering in his eyes. Old Tuo, please remain calm and do not act rashly. This matter must remain confidential, lest it alert a third party. If Yifeng becomes desperate, the young lady may find herself in peril. Old Tuo's eyes were tinged with blood, yet he ultimately nodded in understanding. He realized that even if he reported to the master and mistress or informed the young lady's mentor, it would bear no fruit and might indeed exacerbate the situation. The Destiny Taoist is a profound scholar, well-versed in the past and present, who has created the eye of the heavenly Tao. It observes the 9 heavens above and investigates the 9 hells below. Since it can discern that the young lady has cultivated the supreme yin-yang arts, there must be a method of resolution within the inheritance. Young master, I entrust the young lady's safety to you. Should you require anything, please inform this old servant. I would risk my life to ensure her salvation. Chu Tian understood that old Tua, having no children of his own, regarded the 4 siblings as his own. After offering a few words of comfort to old Tua to assuage his anxiety, he turned and returned to the main hall. Xing Nu had already prepared the medicinal concoction. And after assisting Chu Tian in shedding his garments and entering the bath, she cautiously closed the door behind her, standing outside with her eyes shut in meditation. Sensitive to the young master's mood, she perceived a slight restlessness and heaviness upon his return. Chu Tian remained unhurried. He first consumed a top-grade divine refinement pill to replenish his physique, comprehension, and mental acuity. He then focused his mind, guiding the chaotic essence of the true canon of chaos through 3 major cycles within his body, seeking to calm his slightly agitated spirit. Where there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread, yet you crash through the gates of hell. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he murmured to himself before inquiring, System, is there a secret technique within the marketplace that can resolve the supreme yin-yang arts? Ideally, it should allow my sister, Chu Yunshang, to reverse the situation, transforming Yifeng into a humanoid demonic soldier to aid her cultivation. As the saying goes, the system never disappoints. A gentle and melodious voice soon resonated in Chu Tian's ears. Host, the scan is complete. You can cultivate the supreme yin-yang Grandao arts. Once you break through to the divine refinement realm, you will be able to condense the supreme yin-yang Dao seed, implant the primary seed into Chu Yunshang's body, and the secondary seed into Yifeng's. This will reverse their roles. The of Yifeng's daily cultivation will be partially devoured by the Dao seed and returned to Chu Yunshang, and upon igniting the divine fire, he will transform into Chu Yunshang's humanoid demonic soldier. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Dao Clan both hail from the exalted realm of Taishang within the myriad worlds. These 2 factions have been embroiled in enmity for countless years. The Taishang Yin-Yang Great Dao technique was created by the ancestral figures of the Supreme Dao Clan specifically to counter the formidable Taishang Yin-Yang art. To exchange for the Taishang Yin-Yang Great Dao technique, one must expend 20,000 destiny points, while 2,000 destiny points are required to comprehend the profound truths of the Yin-Yang Great Dao technique. With the aid of the Insight Aura, this can significantly expedite the host's understanding of the Taishang Yin-Yang Great Dao technique within the shortest possible time. A surge of determination coursed through Chu Tian as he accessed the system panel. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th level of bone forging, possessing 2 million pounds of divine power. Capable of annihilating juvenile true dragons, truly the destined child of fate. Physique, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation true scripture, 1st level, divine ability, Eye of Heaven S Tao treasures, decree of the Heavenly Emperor, grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess. Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring can be refined at the cost of 1,000 destiny points. Harbors a trace of an ancient remnant soul, posing a certain threat, to be approached with caution by the host. Great Tao Pearl, auxiliary treasure. Already refined, innate spirit medicine, sapling of the Enlightenment Tree destiny points, 86,100 points suppressing Yifan, Lu Yun. And Yifeng has garnered Chu Tian considerable destiny point rewards, complemented by the elimination of significant progenitors of fortune, such as Yi Wu and Yu Chang, with sporadic rewards for targeting Yi Tianxiong. Despite the substantial expenditure on premium god-refining pills and the renewal of the 3 major auras, the total of destiny points has nevertheless surged by tens of thousands. System exchange. A chilling glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Although the Taishang Yin-Yang Great Dao technique and its profound truths were of considerable worth, he proceeded to exchange without hesitation. Yifeng and the Yi family must pay a grievous price for their actions. Upon successfully exchanging for the Taishang Yin-Yang Great Dao technique and its corresponding profound truths, Chu Tian was left with 64,100 destiny points. In the next moment, a torrent of vast runes surged into Chu Tian's mind, along with insights and revelations from formidable practitioners. These flowed through his consciousness, imbued with the supreme Dao clan's most arcane techniques, specifically designed to counter the formidable Supreme Demon Clan, containing immeasurable information, with the insight aura enhancing his comprehension and the guidance of the profound truths. Chu Tian swiftly mastered this esoteric technique. Bolstered by his physique and spiritual aura, he experienced virtually no mental fatigue or concerns about his physical limitations, continuously digesting, understanding, and absorbing this intricate and immense supreme technique. A mighty spirit enveloped Chu Tian, and as his understanding deepened, mysterious great Tao runes coalesced around him, exuding a radiant essence, as if encapsulating the ultimate laws of the heavens and earth, progressing rapidly. If an outsider were to witness this spectacle, they would likely be struck with terror. Comprehending such a supreme technique necessitates not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense investment of time and effort. Hui Mei, a prodigy of remarkable talent, grasped the top-tier movement technique, the Phantom Dragon secret art, at the bone-forging realm, leaving the higher-ups of the Sacred Heaven sect astounded, to the extent that they declared if Chu Tian could endure 3 moves from Hui Mei, it would be deemed a victory. This is precisely why. However, even though Hui Mei possessed a formidable strength of 900,000 pounds 6 months ago, her progress has been limited to a mere 200,000 within this half-year. Despite the abundant resources provided by the Tsihong Holy Sect, this stagnation can be attributed to her dedication of the majority of her time and energy to the comprehension of divine abilities. One can only imagine the arduous nature of grasping the pinnacle of such powers. Otherwise, even if Hui Mei's innate constitution does not match the chaotic demon body of Chu Tian, as a prodigious talent within the original narrative, she is still cultivating from the most esteemed scriptures, and the disparity would not be so vast. Chapter 46. Giving face to the brother-in-law. The night was tranquil, and within the confines of Chu Tian's room, an aura of profound understanding permeated the air. Immersed in the comprehension of the supreme yin-yang path, Chu Tian chose not to have the star servant change the medicinal solution throughout the night. Nevertheless, his spirit, refined through the practice of this exalted secret art, underwent an intense transformation, resulting in significant enhancement over the course of the night. Through this night of cultivation, Chu Tian discerned that the supreme yin-yang path was not merely a simplistic secret technique aimed at countering the supreme demon clan. Rather, its true essence lay in its myriad offensive capabilities. As a pinnacle secret art of the Supreme Tao clan, it harbored numerous lethal techniques, with its Taoist principles manifesting in countless variations. It was likely that even the Holy Heaven sect possessed few divine arts that could rival its prowess. As dawn broke, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze emanating a somber brilliance that pierced through the solid stone floor, extending downwards over 2 meters into the earth, leaving no trace on the surrounding surface, a testament to his formidable penetrating power. Should he confront Yichang now, there would be no need for physical confrontation, nor would he have to employ the Eye of Heaven. A mere glance could rend Yichang's chest asunder, or even obliterate his head entirely. The supreme-grade spirit refining pill relentlessly hammered at his psyche, and coupled with the high-intensity understanding of the supreme yin-yang path throughout the night, the density and potency of Chu Tian's spiritual power had reached an unprecedented zenith, although his physical strength had not increased during this night. Should he activate the Eye of Heaven, his spiritual energy would surge tenfold, and the explosive force he could unleash might well exceed 10 million pounds, capable of delivering a fatal blow to Yi Wu with a single punch. If he were to utilize the supreme yin-yang path, he could also vanquish those within the top 50 of the spirit-refining rankings. His spiritual power had reached the limit that could be contained within the bone-forging realm, and it was evident that the time had come for him to break through to the spirit-refining realm within the sacred heaven pool. Yi Feng. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he rose from the medicinal vat, the depleted liquid cascading from his robust form, shimmering with a chaotic divine iron-like glow, harboring formidable explosive potential. Star Servant, who had stood guard outside all night, heard the sound of water and pushed open the door. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of her young master's powerful physique, which radiated a captivating strength. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, using a towel to dry his body and assist Chu Tian in changing attire. Truly, the young master's form resembled that of a primeval beast brimming with explosive power, strong and increasingly alluring. Star's servant mused, her veiled face tinged with a hint of red, internally scolding herself for her shameless thoughts. Star Servant, oh Star Servant, to be able to serve closely beside your young master and receive his affection and favor is already a fortune earned over 10 lifetimes. What more could you desire? Brother, everything is ready. I can accompany you into the sacred heaven pool now, a voice called out from a distance. The next moment, a bald head came into view, followed closely by the enchanting visage of Huimei. Her small face, with rosy lips and white teeth, framed by elegantly arched brows, was so captivating that, despite her tender age, she rivaled even the beautiful star servant in allure. Yesterday, the reason why Huimei did not return with Chu Tian was that she had learned of his impending 10-day sojourn in the sacred pool of heaven. Unwilling to squander the precious opportunity to comprehend the eye of heaven's way, she sought out Elder Chu to facilitate connections with the upper echelons of the sacred heaven sect. According to Huimei, gaining even a fraction of insight into the eye of heaven's way would enhance her cousin's regard for her, thereby elevating her stature in his eyes. One cannot fathom how much effort Elder Chu expended that night, how many influential figures he contacted within the sacred heaven sect, or what interests he relinquished to secure Huimei. An extraordinary talent from the outer sect, a chance to enter the sacred pool of heaven. It is noteworthy that the sacred pool serves as a high-level secret realm that even cultivators like Chu Tian, who stand on the brink of imperial ascendance, find beneficial for their practice. Once Xingnu had completed her change, Chu Tian led Huimei towards the administrative hall. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the administrative peak. The sacred pool of heaven is one of the few high-level secret realms maintained by the sacred heaven sect, housing the imperial corpse of the esteemed Lord Duanmu, and is considered highly confidential, managed by the administrative hall. To Chu Tuan's surprise, the deputy hall master, Duanmu Lei, awaited them personally at the hall's entrance. Upon seeing Chu Tian, he broke into a smile and approached him warmly. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian greeted, casting a glance at the entrance above, only to find it in disarray, marred by numerous damages. Resembling a ruin, the plaque that had hung for 1,000,000 years was conspicuously absent. He immediately understood Duanmu Lei's intent in greeting them at the door. He likely feared a conflict might arise between him and the disciples of the Yi family at such a tense juncture. However, Chu Tian paid this little mind. His objectives for this visit were twofold: to confront Yufeng and to seek the imperial spirit birthed by the ancestral Lord Duanmu. He had neither the time nor the energy to waste on trivial matters. Duanmu Lei displayed enthusiasm towards Chu Tian, yet cast only a cold glance at Huimei. Chu Tian found this attitude unsurprising, as the sacred pool of heaven was a precious legacy left by the ancestral Lord Duanmu before her passing. Crafted from her remaining vitality and Tao essence, intended solely for the descendants of the sacred heaven sect and strictly off-limits to outsiders. Nevertheless, the higher-ups of the sect had permitted an outer sect individual to enter in exchange for significant benefits, and it was likely that Elder Chu had privately received considerable rewards for his efforts. Given Duanmu Lei's position as the second-in-command of the Duanmu family, it was indeed peculiar that he would extend any courtesy towards Huimei. In contrast, Huimei remained unabashed and confident, strutting alongside Chu Tian and Duanmu Lei as they entered the administrative hall, casting sidelong glances at those around her. Having endured the scrutiny of Chu Tian's gaze the previous night, she deemed the chill of others' stares inconsequential. As they passed by the somber-faced members of the Yi family, Huimei glared fiercely, even brandishing her fists in a show of bravado. Aside from Chu Tian, who could easily subdue her within the same realm, she had yet to experience fear of anyone else. The Internal Affairs Court has been under the dominion of the Yi family for 1,000,000 years. Even those within its ranks who do not bear the Yi surname are staunch supporters of the family. Last night, their ancestral plaque, a symbol of their legacy, was shattered. And now, on their own territory, they are confronted with such provocation from those brought by Chu Tian. The countenance of the Yi family members flushed with rage, their faces darkening as if they could weep torrents. Had it not been for Duanmu Lei personally leading the way, even the prodigious Huimei would have been compelled to enter on foot and exit sideways. They journeyed deep into the Internal Affairs Court, arriving at a lake that exuded a milky hue, shrouded in swirling mists. This was the Holy Heaven Pool, one of the exalted secret realms of the Holy Heaven sect. Alongside the lake, young prodigies stood in small clusters, while the elder generation of their sect sat cross-legged on massive stones, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. All were poised to enter the Holy Heaven Pool. The opportunity to access this sacred place was not only immensely valuable, but also required significant contributions to the sect. Rendering it exceedingly rare, many divine-level powerhouses spend their entire lives without ever securing a chance to enter. Thus, most individuals arrive well in advance, even if they cannot gain entry. Cultivating in the vicinity of the Holy Heaven Pool allows them to absorb far denser spiritual energy and Tao insights than elsewhere. Those like Chu Tian, who timed their arrival meticulously, were essentially the last to arrive. Upon witnessing the Vice Hall Master Duanmu Lei leading a group, many young talents from various sects cast curious glances at Chu Tian, and even the elders seated on the stones opened their eyes. "Young saint, we have arrived," Duanmu Lei announced with a smile. "Uncle, please prepare. We shall soon open the entrance to the secret realm." As Chu Tian lifted his gaze, he spotted two familiar figures among the clusters of people, his nominal brother-in-law Yi Feng and his fiancée Yi Lu Yun. "Little Tian, look who your brother-in-law has brought for you," Yi Feng said with a warm smile, as if he had completely forgotten the events of the previous day. His injuries appeared to have fully healed, and he walked with a commanding presence, leading the petite and beautiful Lu Yun toward him. "To help you and your fiancé resolve any misunderstandings, your brother-in-law has incurred considerable expense to allow Lu Yun to enter the Holy Heaven Pool, creating this opportunity for you to meet. Grant your brother-in-law a measure of respect and converse with Lu Yun. If you are willing to communicate, no misunderstanding is insurmountable." Lu Yun's delicate face was slightly pale, her eyes reflecting a hint of turmoil, yet she softly called out, "Chu Tian." Chu Tian glanced at them, his expression calm, and uttered but a single word, "Leave." Chapter 47. Soon, you will find yourself kneeling and begging for mercy, actively seeking to annul the engagement. "Leave." The calm and icy tone of Chu Tian drew astonished glances from those around. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, considering Yi Feng's humble demeanor, combined with Lu Yun's porcelain-like features, her slightly pale face, and those misty, glistening eyes, it was hard for anyone to raise their voice against her, even slightly. Despite his tender age, Chu Tian exhibited an unexpected coldness, resembling a seasoned individual who has traversed the trials of life and death, leaving others astounded. "You." Lu Yun's complexion grew even paler, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I have done nothing wrong. Chu Tian, how can you treat me this way time and again? What gives you the right to disregard me? I have come to apologize. What more do you want from me?" Yi Feng's gaze briefly darkened, then he smiled and said, "Little Tian, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Although you are merely betrothed by your parents, having grown up together, it is inevitable that a grand wedding will occur in due time. When that day comes, you will be life partners supporting one another. Why allow a trivial matter concerning Yi Fan to create a permanent rift between your hearts? As someone who has been through similar experiences, I speak for your own good. During her journey, your elder sister Yin Chang can occasionally be a tad willful, yet her husband simply smiles it off. Moreover, Yi Fan once saved little Yin's life. Although her actions in return may have been somewhat excessive, they're understandable. You both have been raised under my watchful eye, and it pains me to see you two in such a standoff. Listen to your brother-in-law." Yi Feng spoke eloquently, his smile warm and kind. He refrained from mentioning the events of the previous day, continuously drawing parallels with his own relationship with Chu Yinchang, encouraging Chu Tian not to dwell too much on grievances, urging him to embrace a broader mindset as a man. He reminisced about how he had witnessed Chu Tian and Lu Yun playing together, infusing the conversation with a sense of nostalgia and warmth. This approach was Yi Feng's considered solution after a night of reflection, believing it to be the best way to mend the relationship between Chu Tian and Lu Yun. Within the Hall of Eternal Heaven, Chu Tian had unexpectedly declared that he was unworthy of Chu Yinchang and sought to annul the engagement. The tensions with the Yi family had escalated in the days that followed. Yi Feng believed the root of the issue lay in the situation between Lu Yun and Yi Fan, which had ignited the initial conflict. Thus, he had reached out to Lu Yun overnight, leveraging significant resources to facilitate her opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool, confident that he had identified the crux of the problem. Yi Feng believed that resolving the relationship between Chu Tian and Lu Yun would lead to a straightforward resolution of all matters. "Brother, this man appears tall and formidable. Yet he drones on like an elderly woman," Wei Mei remarked, scratching her head in annoyance. However, she cast several glances at the porcelain-like Lu Yun, noting that the young girl seemed to possess the potential to rival her cousin in the future, truly worthy of being a girl betrothed to her elder brother. "Because he is a foolish wretch," responded with a calm demeanor before shifting his gaze towards Yi Feng, his voice laced with an icy chill. "Yi Feng, should you utter my elder sister's name again, I assure you that your fate within the sacred heavenly pool shall be even more dire. You are unworthy." In that moment, the shadows in Yi Feng's eyes surged, barely contained. With such remarkable talent and status, he was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. The repeated disdain from Chu Tian had stoked the flames of his anger to an unbearable peak, despite his fervent efforts. This individual remained impervious to both threats and entreaties. "You are still young," Chu Tian advised, his tone dripping with condescension. "I suggest you know when to stop. Excess is as harmful as deficiency. Do not overstep the bounds of propriety." Yi Feng's voice emerged from gritted teeth, each word a deliberate strike. "The matter concerning Yun Shang is not yours to comment on. Our engagement is certainly beyond the purview of a mere child like you." Beside them, Lu Yun turned pale. For throughout this exchange, Chu Tian had not spared her a single glance, rendering her presence a mere specter, summoning every ounce of courage. Recalling her mother's teachings on reclaiming a man, she stepped forward, trembling as she reached out to grasp Chu Tian's arm. "Chu Tian, have you forgotten that we were once?" Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed like thunder, sending Lu Yun hurtling through the air, her body crashing into a massive boulder by the lakeside, shattering it into fragments and engulfing her in a cloud of dust. A collective shudder rippled through the onlookers, a chill creeping down their spines. What manner of person is this? He shows no regard for compassion. Is his heart made of stone? Chu Tian expended neither energy nor time on Lu Yun, his gaze indifferent, radiating an aura of frostiness. He abruptly turned his attention towards Yi Feng. "Why do I suddenly feel a sense of foreboding?" whispered Hui Mei, standing beside Chu Tian, having sensed an unspoken chill in the air. "Do you still intend to strike me?" Yi Feng sneered coldly as Chu Tian approached, the darkness in his eyes thickening. He had endured to his limit, disregarding his father's admonitions to maintain cordial relations with Chu Tian. "Your sister will inevitably be mine. This is an unalterable truth. If you wish to call off the engagement, your word holds no weight. Your father will not consent, nor will your sister, Chu Yunshan. Do you truly believe your elder sister will heed your words or mine?" Yi Feng's voice was frigid, confident that Chu Tian was a man who would not heed warnings. "If you are sensible, you will comply with my wishes, mend relations with Lu Yun, and release Yi Fan from the confines of his punishment. Otherwise," suddenly, a powerful, overwhelming aura radiated from Chu Tian, causing the gathered crowd to tremble involuntarily, instinctively questioning whether this ruthless man would truly lay hands on Yi Feng. After all, there existed a considerable gulf in their respective realms. Chu Tian, shrouded in an aura that isolated him from external scrutiny, spoke with an icy undertone that only Yi Feng could hear. "I see you take pride in allowing my sister to cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique's auxiliary arts. Soon, I shall bring you to your knees before me, pleading for mercy and desperately requesting my sister to annul the engagement." In that instant, a thunderous resonance echoed in Yi Feng's mind, his countenance paling to an ashen hue, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his eyes. How could Chu Tian possibly know? Could it be that Chu Yunshang divulged this information? Yet, that seemed implausible. Yi Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. If this matter were to leak, it would spell his utter ruin. No one in the entire Hengtian continent could save him. Instinctively, he even contemplated taking action to eliminate Chu Tian. However, a formidable aura suddenly bound him. It was Duan Mulei, who, wary of a potential clash between Chu Tian and Yi Feng, had been discreetly monitoring the situation and immediately restrained Yi Feng's movements with his aura. "Hush!" Chu Tian gently placed his index finger to his lips, his expression serene as he spoke. "Do not make a sound. Otherwise, your demise will be swifter. Your life holds little value, and I would not wish for you to implicate my elder sister." Yet, the calmness exuded by Chu Tian sent a chill through Yi Feng, causing his legs to tremble slightly. He could not fathom how his secret had been exposed. How did Chu Tian come to know? What should he do? Yi Feng stood frozen like a statue, his face devoid of color. The onlookers were filled with confusion. What had transpired? It seemed that Chu Tian merely whispered something. Yet the previously imposing Yi Feng, the son of the sect leader, was instantly reduced to such a state of fear. "Chu Tian, are you bold enough to face me in combat?" At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. A tall man emerged from the crowd by the lakeside, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. Striding confidently to Yi Feng's side, he declared in a low tone, "Brother Feng, this little demon is utterly unrestrained, devoid of any decorum, showing no regard for your stature. He must be subdued through strength. Allow me to challenge him and avenge you will." The appearance of this individual sent a slight tremor through the crowd, for he was none other than Yi Wen, the eldest son of the Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall. Chapter 48. The Ants Dare to Challenge the Heavenly Might. A pursuit of death. It was rumored that Yi Wu had sustained grievous injuries in the Hengtian Palace at the hands of the young saint. with shattered ribs and crushed internal organs. Only through the direct intervention of Master Yi was he barely brought back from the brink of death. However, it would be a considerable time before he could resume his normal cultivation. A young prodigy spoke in hushed tones. The others around him suddenly understood. It was no wonder Yi Wen had rushed out in a frenzy after witnessing Yi Feng's humiliation. He intended to defend his brother's honor. Yi Wen had broken through to the spirit refinement realm years ago, standing at 38th on the spirit refinement rankings. While the young saint was merely in the body forging realm, reported to be under 9 years of age, it seemed ill-advised for him to challenge the young saint. A woman began to voice her thoughts, but her companion swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her frantically with wide eyes. They were on the verge of entering the sacred heavenly pool. Offending the son of the Inner Affairs Hall's leader was hardly wise at such a critical moment. To challenge him? Chu Tian turned his gaze toward Yi Wen before withdrawing it, returning to stand beside Hui Mei. You truly are unworthy. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with frost. Yet, Yi Wen, a mere supporting character, failed to pique his interest. He had no desire to squander time on such an individual. He closed his eyes to delve into the profound mysteries of the supreme Yin-Yang Tao, awaiting the opening of the sacred heavenly pool. This fellow, despite being younger than I, exudes such overwhelming malice. Hui Mei thought to herself, the chilling sensation returning as she stood beside Chu Tian, goosebumps rising on her skin. Although their acquaintance was brief, she discerned that Chu Tian appeared indifferent to everything, rarely wasting even a moment's effort on matters unrelated to him. He pursued his objectives with unwavering clarity. Even during their previous confrontation, this was her first encounter with the fire of anger emanating from Chu Tian. Chu Tian, how dare you launch a sneak attack on my brother? Why do you now shrink from a legitimate challenge? Yi Wen's expression darkened, feeling a profound contempt from Chu Tian. He spoke coldly, as the heir of a founding family and a disciple of the sect's young saint, ranked first on the earth board. Do you lack the courage to accept my challenge? Were it not for the sect's regulations forbidding high-ranking individuals from attacking those of lower realms, I would have already taken action. Why are all the Yi family members so bothersome? My elder brother can hardly be bothered with you, yet you insist on pressing forward. Hui Mei remarked, scratching her bald head and flashing a toothy grin. Besides, you are truly unworthy of challenging my elder brother. Having broken through to the spirit refinement realm, you still appear so fragile. In our realm, I could defeat you with a mere finger. He possessed a strength of over 110,000 pounds. And below the realm of the divine fire, few could capture his attention, with Yifeng being among them. Little bald head, you share a part in my brother's affairs. Others may fear you because you belong to the Hui family, but I do not. Once I deal with Chu Tian, I will settle accounts with you. As the son of the Inner Affairs Hall's leader, Yi Wen felt emboldened, casting a cold glance at Hui Mei before addressing the still closed-eyed Chu Tian. What's wrong? Chu Tian, were you not rather arrogant earlier with Brother Feng? Why do you seem so timid now? Due to the marital engagement, Feng Ge is unwilling to trouble you. However, I do not possess Feng Ji's patience. If your sister desires to marry into the Yi family, she must adhere to our family rules, or else. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flickering within. The third vertical eye on his forehead opened, violet light flowing, a vast spiritual force surging forth. An aura of Tao permeating the air as his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Chu Tian appeared before Yi Wen. His eyes radiating icy brilliance as they locked onto Yi Wen, an overwhelming killing intent emerging. You seek death. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Yi Wen, ever vigilant, let out a furious shout upon seeing Chu Tian's appearance, for he had been anticipating a reason to strike. Regardless of the fact that Chu Tian had yet to make a move, his formidable spiritual power resonated as he unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Chu Tian's chest. The air exploding with a thunderous force, an oppressive wave crashing forth, instilling terror in all present. As the 38th ranked prodigy on the divine refinement list, the power of this sudden strike had reached an astonishing 7 million pounds, capable of shattering mountains. The onlookers were aghast, believing Yi Wen had lost his mind, as he, despite being a whole realm above the young sage, had suddenly attacked Chu Tian. Moreover, this kick was executed with full force, clearly intended to annihilate Chu Tian in a single blow. Yi Wen, stop. A woman in green rushed forth from the crowd, declaring, "This is the hallowed ground of my ancestor Duanmu. Do not act recklessly." Yet, Yi Wen's attack was executed with such suddenness that it was akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. And he was mere inches from Chu Tian. Boom. Chu Tian's gaze turned frigid, his spirit manifesting as myriad Tao symbols enveloping his arm, his immense spiritual energy magnified tenfold. Blood and energy surging like a dragon. He unleashed a punch. In that instant, it seemed as though the very space quaked. This punch was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain, its weight beyond imagination. As their fists and feet collided, the air erupted. The essence of Tao surging forth, and Chu Tian's power poured out like a tidal wave. Crack! Suddenly, Yi Wen's foot was obliterated into a mist of blood. He let out a wretched howl as the overwhelming force reverberated from Chu Tian's colossal fist, causing blood to seep from every pore, his features marred in crimson, instantly transforming him into a one-legged figure of blood. With the convergence of the eye of heavenly Tao and the tenfold amplification of his spirit, the explosive power reached levels of 10 million pounds. Such immense strength could reduce a mountain to dust in an instant. Moreover, Chu Tian had invoked the recently acquired supreme Yin-Yang Tao technique. This strike could undoubtedly turn even the most formidable offspring of the divine refinement realm into a bloody mist. Yi Wen's physical form paled in comparison to that of a divine refinement realm true dragon cub, were it not for his vast spirit, which far surpassed Yi Wu's. Even a mere strike to his thigh would have been sufficient to obliterate him into a cloud of blood from the reverberating shockwave. The spectators stood agape, nearly breathless, their emotions beyond description as they witnessed this scene. The 38th ranked Yi Wen on the divine refinement list had nearly been struck dead by Chu Tian's single punch. No one would deny that had that punch landed on Yi Wen's torso rather than his leg, he would have been utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Who granted you the audacity to speak so boldly, you presumptuous creature? A chilling glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes, his murderous intent surging like an unstoppable tide. Initially, he felt no inclination to engage with someone so inconsequential. Yet this fool dared to approach and utter such insolent words, particularly regarding Chu Yunshan. He had no desire to quibble with an ant, yet this ant dared to challenge the heavens. Such folly was tantamount to courting death. Buzz! A lethal glare erupted from Chu Tian's eyes, his gaze solidified and directed unwaveringly toward Yi Wen's head. It was as if the very fabric of space was punctured by a stare. Yi Wen, at that moment, possessed almost no means of resistance, should that strike connect. It would undoubtedly pierce his skull. Just then, a green shadow darted across, intercepting Chu Tian's gaze and saving Yi Wen's life. The woman clad in green moved with remarkable speed, whisking Yi Wen away from Chu Tian's wrath before lifting her head to address him. Chu Tian, the sacred heavenly pool is about to open. Do not create a disturbance. This opportunity is of paramount importance to many. If you were to kill Yi Wen, even if the Hall Master is currently in a meeting on Elder Peak, he would be instantly alerted, and the opening of the sacred heavenly pool would likely be indefinitely postponed. The green-clad maiden, while not conventionally beautiful, bore a cherubic face, slightly chubby and endearing. Her stature was modest, standing at approximately 5 feet 5 inches, comparable in age to Yi Feng, yet she was undoubtedly a formidable talent, possessing strength far surpassing Yi Wen's. Having already attained the formidable stage of integration. Chapter 49. Why are you not bound by the sacred heavenly pool? As Duanmu Wan gazed at the woman in green, memories surged through Chu Tian's mind, revealing her identity. Duanmu Wan was the daughter of the Duanmu clan's head, Duanmu Rong, and the niece of Duanmu Lei. In the original narrative, she held significant importance as a female character. Though her talents did not quite match those of Yi Feng, they were nonetheless comparable. After Yi Fan earned the recognition of the Duanmu Saint Ancestor's imperial body, she approached him on behalf of the Duanmu family. Suddenly, a passage opened above the lake, and an overwhelming aura of Tao enveloped the surroundings, imbued with a divine and sacred essence. The sacred heavenly pool's passage had been unveiled. Duanmu Lei appeared before the entrance, his expression dark and foreboding, casting a cold glance at the bloodied and wailing Yi Wen. The sacred heavenly pool was a hallowed ground of the Duanmu clan, where combat was strictly prohibited. Yet, Yi Wen had nearly ambushed Chu Tian and attempted to kill him, a profound disrespect to the Duanmu Saint Ancestor. Uncle Duanmu, I was careless. Chu Tian ambushed me with divine powers, which I could not withstand, Yi Wen lamented, his voice filled with bitter defiance. I demand a life-and-death duel with him. I am certain I can slay him. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me in a life-and-death contest? Duanmu Lei replied ominously. Even with a significant advantage in cultivation and the element of surprise, you could not overcome him. If it were not for Wanner's quick reflexes to save you, you would already be a corpse. You have disgraced the clan. Duanmu Lei turned his gaze toward Chu Tian, astonished, for he discerned much from the moment Chu Tian had taken action. The sacred heavenly pool is open for only 3 minutes. Enter immediately, in 10 days. The passage will reopen. As Duanmu Lei's words echoed, those present regained their composure, swiftly entering the passage in an orderly fashion. After all, not everyone was of noble birth. The opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious for the majority. Missing it once would result in lifelong regret. Chu Tian. Yifeng's complexion remained slightly pale as he cast a cold glance at Chu Tian before leading the tear-streaked Lu Yun into the passage. Uncle Lei, I apologize, Chu Tian said, clasping his fists. He had not intended to engage in a confrontation before entering the sacred heavenly pool. It matters not. I witnessed everything. Duanmu Lei replied with a faint smile, then turned his icy gaze toward the dazed Hui Mei. You little bald head, hurry and go in. Remember, should you dare to show disrespect to the Duanmu saint ancestor, even the heavenly fate Dao sovereign cannot protect you. Hui Mei, snapping back to reality, cast a chilling glance at Chu Tian before entering the passage alongside him. As darkness enveloped them momentarily, Chu Tian and Hui Mei found themselves in a vast plaza of immense azure stone. The area was shrouded in mist, with the sounds of splashing water echoing around them. Faintly, they could perceive colossal beings, reminiscent of divine dragons, gliding through the fog with terrifying grace. Deep, rumbling roars reverberated from the periphery of the plaza. These creatures were of unimaginable size, nearly 1,000 meters long, coiling and twisting in the air, their scales thicker than water barrels. With a single horn atop their heads and eyes filled with overwhelming ferocity, a mere glance could send shivers down one's spine, leaving their minds blank with fear. The legendary tale proves to be true. The revered Enma saint ancestor indeed harbors a brood of pure-blooded dragon serpents within the sacred heaven sect. Observing the fearsome beasts that roam nearby, Hui Mei's complexion paled slightly. Even for someone as audacious as he, the proximity to such terrifying creatures sends shivers through his very core. It is advised not to gaze into the eyes of the dragon serpents, for your spirit may falter under their gaze. In the square, venerable figures impart their wisdom to the young prodigies, enlightening them that this is the legacy bestowed upon the sacred heaven sect by the Enmu saint ancestor. The dragon eggs, discovered during her travels across myriad realms, were brought back to the sect for nurturing and have flourished in the sacred heaven pool for several hundred millennia, only to be unleashed in times of dire peril. According to legends, within the depths of the sacred heaven pool, there may even exist dragon serpents that have survived for nearly 100 millennia, reaching the imperial level. An elder deity marveled, addressing the youthful aspirants, stating that the aura and power surrounding the sacred heaven pool are imbued with the essence of the Enma saint ancestor. Even a half-step imperial being would find their divine abilities and spiritual power rendered ineffective in this vicinity. The multitude of young men and women humbly absorbed the teachings, captivated by the elders' recounting of the Enmu saint ancestor's exploits and the critical precautions to observe within the sacred heaven pool, their hearts filled with awe and yearning. After hundreds of thousands of years, the lingering essence still possesses the capacity to restrain half-step imperial beings. A young woman inquired curiously about the true extent of the Enma saint ancestor's power. One elder replied, shaking his head, explaining that no one could ascertain the full measure of her strength, for in her time, she had no rival across the vast expanse of the Hengtian continent. She was indeed an invincible figure, impervious to any challenge. Soon, an elder settled into a meditative posture, unwilling to squander precious moments. The profound essence within the sacred heaven pool, combined with the lingering spirit and power of the ancestor, provides boundless benefits for cultivation. Hui Mei, though not a disciple of the sacred heaven sect, felt a profound admiration for such exalted beings. Chu Tian maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity as he scanned the gathering, ultimately spotting Yifeng and Lu Yun positioned to the right of the square. To his surprise, Yifeng was also observing him, his eyes glinting with a frigid malice. After learning of Chu Yunshang's training in the supreme yin-yang technique, Chu Tian pondered how to proceed with the aftermath. With a sudden burst, upon seeing Yifeng, Chu Tian's third eye opened, and his spirit surged forth, causing his form to vanish from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared directly before Yifeng, launching a powerful punch. At this juncture, the Tianxian ring on his right hand shimmered faintly, neutralizing the aura and pressure of the Enmu saint ancestor, allowing him to utilize his spirit and divine abilities even within the sacred heaven pool. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had similarly employed the Tianxian divine ring to counteract the pressure exerted by the Enmu saint ancestor, enabling him to approach her and gain her recognition during her formative years. You are indeed capable of wielding divine abilities and spiritual power. Yi Feng reacted swiftly, his pupils widening in fury. However, as a formidable being of the fusion realm, even when Chu Tian unleashed his divine abilities, Yi Feng was still able to respond, engaging in a direct clash of fists. With a thud, Yi Feng spat blood, staggering backward several steps, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Chu Tian, why are you not restrained by the holy heaven pool?" In the square, everyone was utterly stunned, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend how Chu Tian could wield both divine powers and mental energy. It is worth noting that even those of higher realms, who had ignited their divine flames, could only rely on their physical strength at this moment. "Chu Tian, cease your reckless actions within the sacred ancestor space." Enduring from afar, Duanmu once shouted in anger. Yet at that moment, she was unable to employ her divine abilities or mental energy and was powerless with just her physical form. Liu Yun's eyes were filled with terror as she frantically distanced herself from Chu Tian, fearing the repercussions. Buzz. Chu Tian's mental energy surged, the essence of the Tao swirling intensely as he invoked the supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique. Runes coalesced into a massive hand, descending to suppress Yi Feng, who was left spitting blood and experiencing bodily fractures. Though merely a night had passed, Chu Tian had comprehended the supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique to a profound level. This secret art harbored countless transformations, rendering it invincible in offensive maneuvers. Although the likelihood of Yi Feng igniting his divine flame within the holy heaven pool was slim, Chu Tian sought to prevent any opportunity for Yi Feng to cultivate therein, ensuring he could implant the Yin-Yang Tao into Yi Feng's body with absolute certainty. With each strike of the rune-imbued hand, the surging essence of the Tao wielded over 10,000 pounds of force. Any opponent in the refining spirit stage would be crushed to pulp under such power, and Yi Feng was left howling in rage, continuously bleeding, his body fracturing further. "Chu Tian, you dare not kill me." Yi Feng, drenched in blood, his eyes filled with hatred, roared almost maniacally, "Even if you can wield divine powers and mental energy, what of it? You would never dare to kill me. Ha ha ha. Once I escape, I will ensure you regret this." Faced with overwhelming provocation and enduring Chu Tian's relentless assault, Yi Feng was driven nearly to madness. Yet, he was utterly powerless against Chu Tian's onslaught, his internal organs shattered, his body soaked in blood, and his garments tattered. Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as he relentlessly wielded the rune-imbued hand, causing the space itself to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The deep thuds reverberated throughout the square as Yi Feng's bones were shattered inch by inch, until he lay limp on the ground, resembling a mass of bloody pulp. Only then did Chu Tian cease his assault. The chilling wails of Yi Feng sent shivers down the spines of everyone present in the square. The entire ordeal unfolded in a flash, so rapidly that many were still regaining their composure when the third ranked in the Earth ranking and the sixth in the Fusion ranking. Yi Feng had been nearly tortured to death by the suddenly aggressive Chu Tian, with only the bones of his skull remaining intact. Yet, even in such a state, Yi Feng of the Fusion realm still possessed formidable vitality. At this level, the integration of body and spirit allowed him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, brimming with life force. As long as his skull remained intact, Yi Feng would not succumb to death entirely. "Chu Tian, you dare not take my life." Yi Feng lay helplessly on the ground, yet still wore a twisted, vengeful smile. "Once we exit the sacred heavenly pool, I shall ensure that you regret every single action you have taken against me today, including those concerning your sister, Chu Yinshang." Chapter 50. How it was done. The bald scoundrel seeks death. Chu Tian, regardless of how the Yi family has wronged you, this has nothing to do with Yi Feng. He is your brother-in-law, the man who has betrothed himself to Yinshang. How can you lay such a vicious hand upon him? Duanmu finally arrived, and upon witnessing the terrifying chill in Chu Tian's eyes, a shiver crept up her spine. However, as the last remaining scion of a great clan and a descendant of the Duanmu ancestor, she felt it was her duty, both morally and ethically, to intervene and prevent Chu Tian from acting. In truth, even the elder deities, should they rely solely on their physical might, would not be weaker than Chu Tian. Yet, even with 1,000 times their courage, they would not dare to meddle in the conflicts between two founding families, for the repercussions would be dire, and their lives would not suffice to pay the price. Duanmu stood before the bloodied and slumped figure of Yi Feng, rebuking Chu Tian, even disregarding our camaraderie. As the holy son of the sect and the next heir to the leadership, it is your responsibility to uphold the sect's rules. The holy sky pool is a sacred ground, the resting place of our revered ancestor. How can you act violently here? This is a desecration, a profound disrespect. Chu Tian approached Duan Muwan, his expression unyielding, calmly stating, "Step aside. Do you wish to kill Yifeng? Do not force my hand." Chu Tian, dare you try? Upon hearing this, Duan Muwan's cherubic face flushed with rage, her chest heaving in agitation. She declared loudly, "As the legitimate daughter of the current clan leader of the Duanmu family, I solemnly warn you to cease this reckless and unruly behavior immediately. Otherwise, once we leave the Holy Sky Pool, I will report your actions to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, even to the Elder Council." At that moment, Hui Mei was momentarily stunned, not expecting Chu Tian to display such audacity by suddenly attacking Yifeng. However, upon witnessing the tumultuous rise and fall of Duan Muwan's chest, her eyes widened in anger. This is too extraordinary. How can my cousin, of the same age, be so vastly different? Suddenly, a green figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily beside him, accompanied by Duan Muwan's pained cry. Everyone present was astonished, not anticipating that Chu Tian would dare to lay hands on Duan Muwan. Though he did not slap her as he had with Lu Yun, he seized her by the neck as one would lift a chick, easily tossing her aside. Duan Muwan's face flushed red, resembling a ripe apple, as she sprang to her feet, shouting, "Chu Tian, this is not over." Just as she prepared to rush forward, she saw Chu Tian turn back, his piercing gaze penetrating through the space before him, crashing into the floor with the force of a meteorite, causing a dull roar as the sturdy floor shattered and dust billowed. An icy killing intent enveloped Duan Muwan, draining the color from her face. For had she moved a fraction faster, or if Chu Tian had lifted his gaze a mere inch, his eyes would have pierced through her chest, or even her head. At that moment, Hui Mei stepped in front of Duan Muwan, her usually mischievous face now grave. "You dare to obstruct me, disciple of the Compassionate Navigation sect?" Duan Muwan coldly remarked, yet her steps momentarily halted, for she had done what was necessary. The abnormal Chu Tian, capable of wielding spirit and divine powers, was not someone she could contend with at this moment. "No, I cannot prevent those who wish to die." Hui Mei shook her head, her enchanting visage grave. "I wish to inquire about a matter of utmost importance. Your answer holds great significance for me. If you divulge it, I assure you, there shall be ample rewards in the future." "What question?" Seeing Hui Mei's solemnity, Duan Muwan felt a flicker of curiosity. "Pray tell, how is it that your physique appears so robust?" Hui Mei gestured with a finger, her expression exceedingly serious. He had just realized that he had developed a peculiar fondness for such a plump figure, although his ultimate aim remained unchanged, his pursuit of his cousin. Nevertheless, he deemed it his responsibility to learn the method from Duan Muwan and later share it with his senior sister. "Scoundrel! Bald lecher seeking death!" Duan Muwan erupted in fury, her anger boiling over as she delivered a fierce slap, subsequently kicking Hui Mei down. If she could not deal with Chu Tian, could she not handle this little bald-headed boy? How dare he come to tease her at such a young age? She unleashed her wrath upon Hui Mei with reckless abandon. During her time in the body refinement stage, she had ranked among the top 5 on the bone refinement list. Now, having broken through to the harmonization stage, her physical strength far surpassed that of Hui Mei, and she dominated him mercilessly. "Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. You dare not." Yifeng's face was bloodied and contorted in pain. Suddenly, Chu Tian delivered a kick to his mouth, causing Yifeng to wail in agony, unable to utter another word. For his teeth, and even his tongue had been rendered useless by that strike. The onlookers gaped in shock, their spines prickling with dread as they beheld the young saint, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "I warned you, your fate in the holy pool will be even more dire," Chu Tian remarked with an unperturbed countenance, sitting cross-legged in the pool of blood beside Yifeng. With a touch of his spirit, he locked onto Yifeng, closing his eyes to contemplate the profound truths within the holy pool, honing both his body and mind. He had endured countless tribulations. Even lying in a heap of corpses for 3 days, this pool of blood was trivial to him. Chu Tian refrained from exchanging even a single word with Yifeng, as it was unnecessary. He merely needed to restrain Yifeng, preventing him from utilizing the holy pool's profound truths for his own cultivation, from beginning to end. His objective was to break through to the divine refinement stage within the holy pool, to comprehend the supreme principles of yin and yang, to condense the seeds of yin and yang, thereby reversing the hierarchy between his elder sister and Yifeng. In an instant, The tumultuous roar and overwhelming essence transformed into an eerie silence, almost instantaneously. The spectators in the square were filled with dread, observing Chu Tian, who sat calmly in the blood, beginning his cultivation. Their scalps tightened as if they were about to explode. At that moment, the young saint appeared entirely unlike an heir of the righteous sect. He resembled a reincarnated demon god, steeped in bloodshed. Meanwhile, Duanmu Wan, while pummeling Hui Mei into submission, glanced back to see that Chu Tian had spared Yufeng, and she let out a faint sigh of relief. Otherwise, the young saint would openly slay the sect leader's son, both of them, as the heirs of two prominent founding families. Instilled in her an apprehension of the dreadful consequences that might ensue. A civil war between the two founding families and a schism within the sect were entirely plausible. You little scoundrel, mind your words in the future, or else. Duanmu Wan let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at the bruised and battered Hui Mei. And with a slight motion of her fist, a wave of grandeur surged forth from her chest, rendering Hui Mei momentarily spellbound. He longed to call out to Duanmu Wan, wishing for her to subdue him and deliver further blows, yet she had already risen and found a spot to sit down, commencing her meditation. Even for the scions of top-tier families, the opportunity to enter the holy pool was exceedingly precious. Otherwise, Chu Tianyin would not have offered it in exchange for the divine transformation pill. The male and female prodigies, along with the elder powerhouses in the square, exhaled in relief. The battle reaching a temporary conclusion as they sought out places to begin their own cultivation. Had it not been for the commotion caused by Chu Tian's intervention, the square being so modest in size, no one would wish to squander even a moment's time. Hui Mei, with her bruised visage, approached Chu Tian and, upon seeing Yifeng, who resembled a heap of lifeless clay, unleashed a series of kicks in his direction. Useless wretch, what audacity do you possess? Let us see how bold you are when your father dares to come after me. Chapter 51. A glance that could vanquish a legion of ancient mammoths. Hui Mei remained haunted by that fateful night when Yu Tianxiong had caused her immense suffering. For years, he had been arrogant, yet he had never experienced such trepidation in his life. That evening, the scoundrel Chu Tianyin had genuinely contemplated opening his eyes to the truth, seeking retribution for Chu Tian. It was a near miss. Reflecting on that night ignited a smoldering fury within Hui Mei. Unable to contain herself, she unleashed her frustrations upon Yifeng, treating his head as a football, kicking it back and forth. After all, it was impossible to contend with Yi Tianxiong directly, so she sought to vent her ire on his son instead. Having released some of her pent-up anger, Hui Mei glanced at Chu Tian, who was seated amidst a pool of blood. He was merely 10 years old, and a chill ran down her spine. Yet, her purpose in entering the holy heaven pool was to engage closely with Chu Tian and comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. For the sake of her cousin, Hui Mei gritted her teeth and settled herself in the bloodied pool beside Chu Tian. As night fell, the silvery moonlight filtered through the milky surface of the lake, casting a gentle glow over the square. Chu Tian was enveloped in a swirling chaos of energy, drawing upon the profound essence of the Chaos Creation Sutra. The potent spiritual energy, infused with the essence of the Tao, was absorbed, transforming into a dense mist that enveloped him. This was the most extraordinary aspect of the holy heaven pool. Its spiritual energy far surpassed that of the outside world, infused with the teachings of the revered ancestor Duanmu. To cultivate here was akin to receiving direct guidance from Duanmu himself, offering immense benefits dependent on how much spiritual energy one could assimilate. As Chu Tian operated the Chaos Creation Sutra to its utmost limit, it seemed as though every pore of his body was breathing, voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. The accumulating energy coalesced around him, resembling an ancient beast with its jaws gaping wide, ravenously consuming spiritual essence. A terrifying roar resounded from within Chu Tian's being, a thunderous sound signaling the forging of his bones and flesh. It was deafening, akin to an iron ingot being relentlessly hammered, impurities cast aside, leaving only the essence behind. Just when Chu Tian believed he had reached the pinnacle of physical strength, it surged upward at an astonishing rate, his rich blood coursing through his veins like a mighty river, producing a cacophony reminiscent of crashing waves that pained his eardrums. Other cultivators, after inhaling spiritual energy, needed to pause for digestion and recuperation, as the process exacted a significant toll on their bodies. However, Chu Tian's exceptional physique, comprehension, and spiritual aura allowed him to incessantly devour spiritual energy. Not only was his physical form thriving, but his spirit also experienced exponential growth, as his mental acuity enhanced. The effects of the exquisite divine refinement pill accelerated the honing of his spirit, akin to a colossal hammer repeatedly striking his skull, crashing down with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a storm. What was happening? Hui Mei, who was mere inches away, was jolted awake. After contemplating the Eye of Heavenly Tao for a while, she suddenly realized the holy heaven pool was imbued with boundless mysteries, greatly benefiting her spirit, body, and comprehension of divine powers. She began to immerse herself in her cultivation, yet was taken aback when the sounds of tumultuous waves and thunderous roars erupted in her ears. Is this still humanity? Hui Mei was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chu Tian's state of cultivation, feeling parched and dry, as though gazing upon a monstrous being. The tumultuous waves and thunderous roars reverberated, accompanied by the resounding echoes of a colossal hammer forging one's spirit. Despite her extensive experience within the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect, she had never encountered anyone in such a state of cultivation. Hui Mei could perceive that both Chu Tian's physique and spirit were undergoing a frenzied enhancement, and the profound aura surrounding him grew increasingly dense, indicating that his comprehension of that mysterious divine art was deepening, approaching mastery. This was madness. It was utterly unbearable for her. Hui Mei was profoundly shocked, feeling an immense impact. She had previously believed that the gap between herself and Chu Tian was manageable. Yet now, that chasm was expanding uncontrollably, leaving her with a sense of insurmountable distance. I must cultivate as well and break through to the spirit refinement realm. Otherwise, my elder brother may surpass me prematurely. Hui Mei gritted her teeth, feeling a maddening itch at her scalp, stimulated by Chu Tian's display. She could no longer afford to ponder the Eye of Heavenly Tao and hastily rose, seeking a nearby, undisturbed spot to sit cross-legged and immerse herself in focused cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Feng lay in a pool of blood, his complexion pale, eyes filled with shock and fear, as he practiced the supreme yin-yang technique. He sensed the rising aura emanating from Chu Tian and felt an inexplicable dread. Yi Feng was not foolish. Regaining his composure, he began to reflect on Chu Tian's actions from their encounter outside the sacred heaven pool to his unhesitating assault within it. Throughout the ordeal, Chu Tian appeared to be entirely composed, having discovered that Chu Yunshan was cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique yet choosing not to inform Chu Tian Wang. Nor did he disclose it to Jian Kongshu, and certainly did not expose him, otherwise he would undoubtedly face death. Yi Feng incessantly questioned himself as to why Chu Tian refrained from revealing his secret. A heavy chill seemed to envelop him. The supreme yin-yang technique was his safeguard. After all, if he perished, so would Chu Yunshan. As long as he exited the sacred heaven pool without being exposed by Chu Tian, he would still have a chance to turn the tide. However, he now felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Could it be that Chu Tian possessed a method to unravel the supreme yin-yang technique? Yet, his father had stated that no means of countering this dark art existed on the Hung Tian continent. Otherwise, the supreme demon sect would not have acted so recklessly, ultimately forcing the major sects to unite and eradicate them at any cost. Yi Feng was engulfed by terror, unwilling to passively await the impending turmoil. He attempted to absorb spiritual energy to heal his wounds, but Chu Tian remained ever vigilant, a sliver of his consciousness directed toward him. Should he detect any sign of Yi Feng's recovery, he would immediately condense the Tao symbols and strike him back to his original state. As Chu Tian drew in spiritual energy, his mental strength became increasingly robust and refined, even beginning to use his spiritual power to sever Yi Feng's connection to the sacred heaven pool's spiritual energy, utterly extinguishing his hopes of recovery. Under the immense mental pressure, Yi Feng found himself powerless, left to quietly await his fate, teetering on the brink of collapse. He simply could not comprehend how Chu Tian could wield divine abilities and mental prowess within the sacred heaven pool. It is truly perplexing how Chu Tian's spirit can become so remarkably concentrated and powerful, capable of monitoring his surroundings while simultaneously enhancing his own strength, a feat unattainable by many at the combined realm. Yet, astonishingly, he is merely 8 years old. Suddenly, with a surge of energy, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze sharpened and focused like a needle, piercing through the air and breaking the barriers surrounding the square. It struck the massive, serpentine body of a colossal dragon, nearly 1,000 meters in length, resting within the holy sky pool, a creature of terrifying prowess, akin to one ignited with divine fire. With a resounding crash, a scale the size of a water barrel shattered at a single point, fissures rapidly spreading until the entire scale exploded into fragments. The dragon, sensing the disturbance, opened its cold, ferocious eyes to behold a diminutive figure of the human race causing mischief. Recognizing the lack of threat, it lazily resumed its slumber. The concentration of spirit has finally materialized. In the past, my father at the pinnacle of spirit refinement could obliterate a primordial mammoth with a mere glance. Although my own spirit may not yet rival that peak, my penetrating power and intimidation, due to this concentrated spirit, are tenfold, if not more, compared to spirits of the same rank. With a single gaze, I could vanquish a herd of primordial mammoths, and even someone of Yi Chang's caliber would find themselves mentally shattered, their minds blank, stripped of all capacity for resistance. Though I have yet to break through to the realm of spirit refinement, my current mental strength is comparable to that of an average third-tier spirit refiner. Should I reach the pinnacle of spirit refinement, even a true dragon offspring of the same level would fall before my gaze. Chapter 52. The innocent voice of the Dragon King. As Chu Tian sensed the profound and refined mental power within his mind, he murmured to himself. With a slight clenching of his fists, an explosive force surged within him. The spiritual energy of the sacred heavenly pool surpassed the potency of the medicinal liquids provided by his family. In just a single day, his physical strength had reached an astonishing 2.5 million pounds. Now, no matter how much more spiritual energy he absorbed, he could not elevate his power even a fraction. With the full eruption of the Eye of Heavenly Tao, his strength could even soar to 15 million pounds. Faced with Yi Wen, regardless of his hidden abilities or divine techniques, he would be obliterated by a single punch, unyielding to any form of resistance. Although Yi Wen possessed a robust spirit, it was scattered and chaotic. Coupled with a frail physique and insufficient vitality, his foundational skills were severely lacking. Such a practitioner was utterly worthless. Even if he reached a higher realm, he would be but a feeble opponent, unworthy of standing against him. Chu Tian spoke to himself, harboring a profound disdain for Yi Wen, viewing him as a mere supporting character, unworthy of being considered a rival, especially now. Yet, had anyone been privy to Chu Tian's thoughts, they would likely be struck with disbelief, for he, at the body refinement realm, regarded Yi Wen, who ranked among the top 50 on the divine refinement list, as a worthless being. Chu Tian's confidence stemmed from the pinnacle of his physical prowess and the robustness of his spirit, which had coalesced into substance, reaching an insurmountable level. This dual pinnacle of body and spirit enabled him to look down upon all contemporaries throughout history. With the assistance of the spiritual energy from the sacred heavenly pool, and having comprehended the profound truths of the supreme Yin-Yang Taoist, he was more than capable of refining the seeds of Yin and Yang. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the favorable winds. Resolute, Chu Tian cast a glance at the pale-faced Yi Wen and slowly shut his eyes. Preparing to break through to the God refinement realm, he began to regulate his breathing, consolidating his aura, bringing his body to a state of perfection. Guiding the chaos creation scripture to operate, adjusting his sinews, and stabilizing his spirit. Time flowed by. 5 days and nights passed, longer than his entire duration in this world. During these 5 days, he refrained from forcefully challenging the threshold. Instead, he focused on nurturing his perfected body and spirit, familiarizing himself with his own strength. When the time was ripe, he would consume the finest God refinement pill to renew his 3 great auras. Chu Tian understood that cultivation required a natural progression. A gentle nurturing that occurs silently and effortlessly, forcibly breaking through a bottleneck would ultimately lead to incompleteness. As night fell, the twinkling moonlight bathed Chu Tian, and suddenly, his eyelids fluttered slightly, as if awakening from slumber. At that moment, he could distinctly see the visions within his mind. Chu Tian realized he had transcended to the God refinement realm. In his mind, he beheld a dark void, with a small chaos-colored orb, the size of a thumbnail, suspended in the emptiness. As Chu Tian's thoughts stirred, a torrent of mental power emanated from it. He understood that this was the manifestation of his spirit having reached its ultimate refinement. However, had a powerful being attempted to forcibly penetrate Chu Tian's sea of consciousness at that moment, they would likely be left utterly astonished, for throughout history, no practitioner had ever managed to condense their spirit into form while at the God refinement realm. Refining the spirit, merging the essence, igniting the divine fire, and condensing the divine soul. Only upon reaching this juncture can one's spirit be distilled into the divine soul, allowing it to transcend the corporeal realm and traverse the vastness of the cosmos. From the comfort of one's abode, one can delve into the mysteries of the world. Yet, Chu Tian finds himself in the realm of spirit refinement, having materialized his spirit into a nascent form of divine soul, an astonishing feat indeed. Typically, those in the realm of spirit refinement can only extend their mental reach to a mere 10 meters, even at the pinnacle of this stage. The reach barely extends to 100 meters. Remarkably, even the formidable Chu Tian Wang, at the peak of his powers, could only extend his spirit to a kilometer. And now, one wonders how far I might reach. With a subtle shift of thought, and endowed with the heavenly mystic divine ring, Chu Tian found himself unbound by the constraints of the sacred heavenly pool. His spirit surged forth, instantly enveloping the expansive plaza, hundreds of meters in length. At that moment, even the finest hairs on Duanmu Wan's face became vividly discernible to him. This did not surprise Chu Tian after all. The prowess of his refined spirit far surpassed that of Chu Tianwan. His spirit penetrated the membrane of the sacred heavenly pool, delving deeper into the unknown. 1,000 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Ultimately, 2,000 meters marked the limit of Chu Tian's current capabilities. However, he did not cease. The eye of heaven at his brow opened, and suddenly, the magnitude of his spirit expanded tenfold, continuing to swell. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. Until, upon reaching 10,000 meters, Chu Tian's spiritual expansion reached its zenith not due to a lack of vigor, but rather constrained by the chaos pearl of spirit, having attained the utmost limit permissible at his current stage. Just as Chu Tian contemplated retracting his spirit, a subtle wave of mental energy rippled through the sacred heavenly pool, and a tender voice whispered in his ear, "You are who?" The voice, seemingly unaccustomed to speech, was disjointed. Duanmu's Saint Ancestor. A tremor coursed through Chu Tian's heart as the name materialized in his mind. His suspicions were confirmed. Though Yi Fan would only enter the sacred heavenly pool years later, the physical form of Duanmu's Saint Ancestor had already been nurtured over eons by the essence of the world, giving birth to a tender consciousness. He recalled that in the original narrative, years later, Duanmu's Saint Ancestor's nascent consciousness would gain the ability to control her form, freely traversing the sacred heavenly pool, where she would be perceived by the unrestrained Yi Fan, akin to a newborn recognizing its mother, fostering a sense of recognition and attachment. Chu Tian initially sought an opportunity to explore potential avenues within this context. Little did he expect that his breakthrough in the realm of spirit refinement would fortuitously lead to a resonance with the consciousness of Duanmu's Saint Ancestor. This encounter was one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan would later encounter in the original narrative, tipping the balance decisively in favor of the Yi family and serving as the final straw that would break the back of the Chu family. Chu Tian began to vocalize, engaging in communion with the tender consciousness. "I feel so lonely. I want to come play with you." After a moment, the tender voice spoke again, intermittently. Suddenly, the depths of the sacred heavenly pool stirred, and a colossal dragon's head emerged from the darkness, coiling and spiraling as it surged toward the plaza. The colossal dragon, with its sinuous body, stirred the waters of the sacred heavenly pool, creating tumultuous waves that crashed against the square, causing it to shudder violently. Suddenly, resounding roars echoed from within the sacred heavenly pool, revealing the presence of massive dragons bellowing, their voices shaking the heavens. Chu Tian beheld a 1,000-meter-long dragon not far from the square, adopting a prone posture, raising its head as if to welcome the arrival of its sovereign. At the elder peak of the sacred heavenly sect, the assembly had been in session for 5 consecutive days, rife with heated arguments. The elders' pupils dilated in shock as they turned their gazes towards the direction of the sacred heavenly pool. What transpired? The Dragon King, long dormant in the depths of the sacred heavenly pool, had awakened. Yi Tianxiong's voice trembled with astonishment. At this moment, within the Chu, Yi, Duanmu, Gu, and Su families, formidable power stirred, leaving them in a state of disbelief. They could not comprehend why the Dragon King, which was said to awaken only at the brink of annihilation, had suddenly revived. The awakening of the Dragon King heralded cataclysmic events. Duanmu Lei, presiding over the opening of the sacred heavenly pool, urged for inquiries into the unfolding situation. Yi Tianxiong's voice quivered slightly. In the square, those awakened by the terrifying waves found their astonishment beyond words. In the air, a dark dragon's head emerged from the depths of the sacred heavenly pool, its icy, tyrannical gaze larger than the entire square. The mere act of locking eyes brought forth a terrifying mental impact. Suddenly, some of the ancient beings, even those of divine fire caliber, coughed up blood, turning away in fear. The stronger one was, the more acutely they felt the overwhelming might of this dragon, whose savage spirit could even obliterate those ignited with divine fire. "Look," one of the female prodigies gasped, pointing at something atop the dragon's head, seemingly a figure clad in a purple gown. However, She could not withstand the intense mental shock, and blood poured from her mouth as she fainted. Chapter 53. The Sacred Ancestor. Bing. The head of the flood dragon loomed in the sky, its eyes as vast as stars, emanating a chilling and tyrannical aura that left one breathless. This scene resembled a myth. All present widened their eyes in horror, yearning to gaze upon it but unable to withstand the terrifying mental assault. Only a few exceptionally gifted individuals, with deep foundations and solid spirits, could discern the truth. The female corpse dressed in a purple gown beside the dragon's horns was indeed lying within a transparent crystal coffin, shimmering with countless twinkling points of light, each resembling a star, continuously infusing starlight into the corpse's body. The spectacle was utterly horrifying. In the sacred heavenly pool, thousands of flood dragons bowed in reverence to their sovereign. Nearly the head of a flood dragon appeared as colossal as the stars, and one could scarcely fathom the extent of its might, bearing atop it a female corpse, seemingly a mere mount or pet in her former life. The starry crystal coffin continued to serve as a steed even after death, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that this female corpse was a gifted individual? Trembled, and, unable to bear the overwhelming mental pressure, knelt down, pallid-faced. At this moment, the identity of the woman in the purple gown became all too apparent. Descended Duanmu Wan, paying homage to the sacred ancestor, lord of the flood dragon. Duanmu Wan knelt, her gaze filled with boundless reverence and longing. The sacred ancestor Duanmu, the founder of the Duanmu family, was the cornerstone of their existence. Without the sacred ancestor, there would be no Duanmu family as it stands today, and perhaps the sacred heavenly sect would have long ceased to exist. Thud, thud, thud. The people in the square fell to their knees, whether young prodigies or seasoned warriors, all bowing down with eyes filled with awe and respect. It seemed to be the legendary clan treasure of the Starry Clan, the Starry Crystal Coffin. Was the legend true? In her later years, did the sacred ancestor attempt to relive a life, traversing the myriad realms in search of the secrets to longevity? The clan treasure of the Starry Clan seemingly vanished during that time. An elder among the celestial beings appeared to possess knowledge of certain rumors, his voice trembling. Those present felt a resonating hum in their minds, for the Starry Clan was a superpower in the current myriad realms, ranking among the top 100. According to legends, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Starry Clan was far stronger than today, boasting 3 or 4 emperors at its helm, ranking within the top 10 among all clans. However, it seemed to have suffered a tremendous calamity, with countless powerful beings perishing, and the clan's treasured starry crystal coffin disappearing without a trace. Since then, the clan had been in a state of decline, now on the verge of falling out of the top 100. Could it be that the sacred ancestor herself? An elder murmured to himself, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Many young disciples listened as though enraptured by myth, their eyes filled with endless yearning. With her own strength, the sacred ancestor had driven a top 10 clan into decline and seized their treasured artifact. Just how powerful was the Duanmu sacred ancestor at her peak? After her ascension, her body remained deep within the sacred heavenly pool, personally guarded by the Lord of the Flood Dragon. Now, with her sudden appearance, a monumental change must have occurred. Could it be that the sacred ancestor truly lived a second life? An elder among the celestial beings mused, his eyes filled with astonishment. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and suddenly, the sacred heavenly pool shook violently. The enormous head of the dragon slowly lowered, its cold and savage gaze gradually sinking into the depths of the pool. The intense aura of violence began to dissipate until the crystal coffin atop the dragon's head was level with the height of the plaza, at which point it ceased its movement. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions of the Dragon King. Yet, in an instant, their pupils dilated in horror. Their faces drained of color, and their bodies trembled violently. Sacred ancestor, she is sitting up, stammered a female prodigy. Pointing ahead, having already endured the mental assault from the Dragon King, her tolerance had reached its limit, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she fainted in terror. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, pondering whether the sacred ancestor had truly defied fate to return for a second life, or if her body had undergone a ghastly transformation. Should it be the latter, none among them would escape unscathed. Sacred ancestor. Duanmu Wan was in a daze, her body rigid. As she stared blankly at the figure in the starlit crystal coffin, which was now sitting upright, standing, and emerging from the coffin, it walked into the plaza, casting a sweeping gaze before suddenly approaching her. A thunderclap echoed in Duanmu Wan's mind. Could it be that she had gained the recognition of the esteemed sacred ancestor? thus drawing the Dragon King to carry the crystal coffin? Her speculation was not without merit, for she alone possessed the pure bloodline of the Duanmu family within the gathering. Overwhelmed with excitement, she trembled uncontrollably. However, as the sacred ancestor passed by her, there was no pause, her gait unsteady, as though she struggled to master her own body. She continued forward until she halted before Chu Tian. "Brother Chu Tian, play with me. I'm so lonely," the sacred ancestor implored, taking his hand. Her voice imbued with a childlike innocence reminiscent of a 3- or 4-year-old girl. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. This time, they were utterly shocked. Even the elder deities trembled, questioning their own sanity as they raised their hands to deliver a few slaps to their faces, attempting to awaken themselves. While conversing with those beside them to confirm their auditory faculties were intact, soon, they realized their mental state was sound, and their hearing was acute. Yet this revelation only deepened their conviction that they had succumbed to madness or were ensnared in a surreal illusion. The Dragon King had borne the crystal coffin of the sacred ancestor, and now the sacred ancestor had emerged to request the young saint to play with her? The jest was rather audacious. "Congratulations, host. You have seized a great opportunity from the fortune child, Yi Fan, and have obtained 20,000 destiny points." The gentle and melodious voice of the system resonated in Chu Tian's ear. "Be good, Bing Bing. Brother has matters to attend to," Chu Tian said with an unusual smile. Reaching out to tousle the sacred ancestor's hair, which was smooth and silky, completely unlike that of one who had been entombed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was exceptionally well maintained. Through their previous exchanges, Chu Tian had confirmed that the sacred ancestor's current mental acuity was akin to that of a 3-year-old girl. The age at which children are most affectionate and endearing. The name Bing Bing was bestowed upon her during a previous conversation, wherein the esteemed Duanmu Shinzu expressed his lack of a name, while the little serpent remained obstinately silent, akin to a piece of wood, thus prompting Chu Tian to christen her. The little serpent referred to by Bing Bing is, of course, the Dragon King who silently guards outside the square. Duanmu Shinzu, adorned in a flowing purple skirt, possesses a cherubic face that bears a striking resemblance to Duanmu 1, albeit standing 5 centimeters shorter, rendering her less tall than the 8-year-old version of him. Were it not for first-hand observation, Chu Tian would find it hard to conceive that this endearing and docile little girl is, in fact, the revered ancestor of the Holy Sky sect, who, during the sect's most tumultuous times, rescued the entire order and accomplished numerous feats that reverberated throughout the realms, such as vanquishing the top-ranked Star Clan to secure her second life. As for Bing Bing, she simply sits beside Chu Tian, patiently waiting for her elder brother. The ancestor nods, obediently taking her place next to Chu Tian, content to wait for him to finish his tasks before engaging in play. After enduring countless lonely years, even the quiet companionship of her brother brings her immense satisfaction. Chapter 54, Duanmu Wan's Discovery. Condensing the Dao Seed Ice is truly obedient. Chu Tian praised with a gentle smile, then raised his hand to ruffle her hair before closing his eyes. Beginning to familiarize himself with the control of the power of the spirit refinement realm, preparing to refine the Yin-Yang Dao Seed. Gaining the recognition of the Duanmu Saint ancestor was indeed an unexpected delight. However, he did not forget that his primary purpose for entering the sacred heavenly pool was to invert the relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Yunshang. Ice seemed to revel in this affectionate moment, her large eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder, exuding a sense of languid fatigue. She murmured, "Little snake, you should head back. I want to play with Brother Chu Tian." Consequently, the saint ancestor rested her head on Chu Tian's shoulder and drifted into a deep slumber, a faint, satisfied smile gracing her lips. Having lived a second life, her consciousness was not yet fully refined. She oscillated between wakefulness and sleep, and the prolonged interaction with Chu Tian had drained her considerable energy. The Dragon King seemed to have heard Ice's voice, turning its head as its sinuous, elongated body melded into the darkness. Its colossal form moved through the sacred heavenly pool, stirring up tumultuous waves, yet it quickly vanished from the sight of those present. Only after the Dragon King disappeared did the serpentine dragons in the sacred heavenly pool resume their original postures, beginning to meander through the waters, as if everything had returned to its former state. In the square, however, an oppressive silence reigned. The sound of a falling pin could be heard, and the atmosphere was thick with stillness, so much so that even the sound of breathing was imperceptible. Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at the saint ancestor sleeping against Chu Tian, fearing to make even the slightest noise that might disturb her slumber. Even the elder deities struggled to regain their composure and enter a state of cultivation. Even the audacious Hui Mei, at this moment, wore a visage akin to witnessing a ghost. It was only after Chu Tian resumed his cultivation that the corners of her mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Brother. Truly is a brother. He dares to ruffle the head of the Duanmu saint ancestor, and he did it twice. In comparison, the few times I had my head ruffled by Chu Tian seemed trivial now. At that moment, Hui Mei suddenly noticed Duanmu Wan cautiously approaching within 5 meters of Chu Tian, quietly glancing at him and the saint ancestor. Upon confirming they had not awakened, she let out a sigh of relief and began to sit cross-legged to cultivate. An emperor-level powerhouse comprehends the laws and merges their body with the essence of Tao. Even after many years of passing, the understanding of the great Tao does not dissipate. Merely being near the corpse of an emperor for cultivation and comprehension of Tao essence accelerates the cultivation of divine abilities manifold. This is also the reason why the corpse of the Destiny Tao sovereign enabled a humble family within the sacred heavenly sect to rapidly rise to prominence as a second-tier family. The Duanmu saint ancestor, however, was significantly stronger than the Destiny Tao sovereign. Once invincible across myriad realms, she had created the sacred heavenly pool as a core, nurturing countless powerful beings for the sacred heavenly sect. At this moment, she sat in the square, and with the spiritual energy from the sacred heavenly pool surrounding her, the benefits of cultivating in her proximity were immeasurable. Hui Mei swiftly came to this realization, settling beside Duanmu Wan and nudging her with her elbow. Upon seeing Duanmu Wan's eyes widen in fury, her fist raised as if to strike, Hui Mei immediately flashed a grin. Though her gaze remained fixed on the magnificent scenery before them, she pointed discreetly at Duanmu Xingzhu. Tell me how you achieve such prowess, and I shall refrain from bothering you, Hui Mei whispered. Duanmu Wan, consumed by rage yet fearful of disturbing Xingzhu, forced herself to suppress her anger, allowing Hui Mei to sit beside her. After casting a complex glance at Chu Tian, she too began her practice. The square fell into a profound silence. Yet with the arrival of Bing Bing, an invisible surge of spiritual energy thickened the atmosphere. As the onlookers regained their composure, they too hesitated not to seize the opportunity. Cautiously drawing near to Chu Tian, halting at a distance of 10 meters, even the elder figures began to encircle Chu Tian, forming a protective circle around him as they commenced their cultivation, for this was a momentous opportunity. However, even in their practice, they remained vigilant and focused, carefully drawing in spiritual energy without creating any disturbances. In the Holy Heaven sect, the title of Xingzhu held monumental significance, embodying a sacred meaning. Not everyone possessed the audacity to approach Xingzhu, akin to Chu Tian. The arrival of Duanmu Xingzhu bestowed immense benefits upon all. Yet Yifeng found himself on the brink of despair, unable to partake in any of it, not even uttering a word. Under Chu Tian's mental barrier, he could not absorb even a trace of spiritual energy. As time flowed, 3 days elapsed, leaving but a single day until the Holy Heaven Pool's opening. Yin Yang Dao Seed, condense. Chu Tian's eyes opened, the essence of Yin Yang swirling within them. He spread his hands, allowing the rich spiritual energy to converge into his palms, forming 2 spirals of energy. His spirit transformed into the symbols of the great Tao, continuously merging into the whirlpools in his palms. Crafting the Yin Yang Dao seed was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in comprehending the supreme Yin Yang Dao technique to an exceptionally profound level. From his acquired insights, Chu Tian understood that even the most extraordinary beings seldom grasp the supreme Yin Yang Dao technique at the refining spirit stage, let alone condensing the Yin Yang Dao seed. In the Taishang Dao clan, reversing a prodigy like Yifeng, who was in the body integration stage, through the supreme Yin Yang technique was a task typically reserved for the elite, celestial beings, requiring over 1,000 years of comprehension to attain significant mastery. For someone like Chu Tian to aspire to condense the Yin Yang Dao seed at the refining spirit stage, while reversing prodigies 2 realms above him, was nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 Dao seeds, 1 black and 1 white, began to take shape in Chu Tian's palms, resembling 2 thumb-sized pills. This was the Yin Yang Dao seed. Bing Bing, startled by the commotion, awoke to see Chu Tian forming the Dao seeds. Rubbing her eyes, she exclaimed, "Brother Chu Tian, you are cultivating the supreme Yin Yang Dao technique of the Taishang Dao clan. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Even among the esteemed Taishang Dao clan, none possess your exceptional prowess. At such a tender age and level of cultivation, To refine the yin-yang Dao seed is a feat that demands mastery of profound secrets. Bing Bing, please assist in hastening my progress. Her voice, youthful and innocent, belies a wealth of knowledge. With a mere wave of her hand, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, merging seamlessly with the yin-yang Dao seed. Chu Tian was further astonished, realizing that the incompetent author from the Inner Era had left many details unwritten, leading to an abrupt conclusion. In the original narrative, there was no mention of the revered ancestor Duanmu having practiced the supreme yin-yang Dao technique, a sacred art created by the progenitor of the Taishang Dao clan. A clan secret known to very few. While Bing Bing's technique appeared somewhat juvenile to Chu Tian, as her control over her body was still developing, the essence of her Dao was remarkably rich. Clearly, the insights gained by ancestor Duanmu during his lifetime had reached an extraordinary level of understanding. Thus, even after countless millennia, the wisdom he left behind enabled Bing Bing, whose consciousness had only recently awakened, to grasp this profound mastery. It seems that aside from the Star Clan, the Taishang Dao clan has also been significantly influenced by ancestor Duanmu. With Bing Bing's aid, her control over the spiritual energy and Dao essence within the holy heaven pool was terrifyingly potent, causing the yin-yang Dao seed in Chu Tian's palm to rapidly take shape, soon solidifying into a tangible form. Is this the thunder seed condensed from the yin-yang thunder technique? At that moment, not far away, Duanmu once sensed a vaguely familiar fluctuation, awakening to witness the black and white Dao seed that Chu Tian had coalesced. The Duanmu family possesses a clan secret known as the yin-yang thunder technique, said to have been created by ancestor Duanmu, who combined it with the divine abilities mastered by his brother, Duanmu Xin. When cultivated to a profound level, this technique can condense thunder seeds, which are then consumed by the clan's disciples to expedite their mastery of this divine art. The current Duanmu family is descended from Duanmu Shun, the brother of ancestor Duanmu. Having dominated the Hung Tian continent and swept aside all rivals, ancestor Duanmu left no offspring. And it is through the lineage of Duanmu Shen that the Duanmu family inherited the legacy of ancestor Duanmu, allowing them to ascend to the ranks of the foremost families within the Holy Heaven sect. Chapter 55. The depths of the Chu family's secrets. This is not merely the yin-yang thunder technique. It appears to encompass a more grandiose mastery of thunder, intertwining myriad secret arts, likely the ultimate technique from which the yin-yang thunder technique is derived. Duanmu Wan was utterly astonished that Chu Tian possessed such arcane knowledge and seemingly had cultivated it to an extraordinarily profound level. As she contemplated this, a terrifying hypothesis suddenly took shape in her mind. It was highly probable that Chu Tian had long since obtained the ancestral legacy of the holy ancestor. His previous silence and anonymity could have been a result of his dedicated contemplation and cultivation of this inheritance. His sudden emergence into the world could indeed signify that he had refined this legacy to an exceptionally advanced stage. Because of his cultivation of the holy ancestor's legacy, Chu Tian was unshackled from the constraints of the sacred heaven pool, allowing him to harness his spirit and divine powers. Moreover, the very fact that Chu Tian, at the bone refining stage, was permitted entry into the secret realm must have been a deliberate arrangement by the Chu family. The appearance and awakening of the holy ancestor, as well as his interaction with Chu Tian, were likely orchestrated within the family's control. Thus, the preceding and subsequent logic seamlessly connected, clarifying everything. After all, even among the most prestigious clans, it is rare for someone at the bone refining stage to enter the sacred heaven pool, as this stage focuses on physical refinement. While the pool has some benefits, its efficacy pales in comparison to allowing those of higher realms to enter. The Chu family's concealments ran remarkably deep. Duanmu Wan murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, Chu Tian turned, pinching Yi Feng's mouth shut with his left hand, while his right hand middle finger flicked, sending a black seed of the Tao into Yi Feng's throat, where it flowed into his dantian. A faint black radiance coursed through Yi Feng's entire being. Bang! Having completed this action, Chu Tian's expression remained serene as he stowed away the white seed of the Tao in his palm. Suddenly, like a lump of mud, Yi Feng was enveloped in a black glow, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. To Chu Tian's surprise, the tongue that had been restrained quickly regenerated. Chu Tian observed this scene with a tranquil demeanor, fully aware that his cultivation of the yin-yang Tao seed had succeeded. The black seed contained a powerful and concentrated spiritual energy that would enhance the strength of those practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, significantly augmenting their physical recovery abilities and accelerating their cultivation speed. so much so that they might find themselves unable to control it, inadvertently igniting divine fire and transcending into the divine realm. Yifeng's cultivation, vitality, insights, and emotional states would continuously merge into the black seed. At the moment he ignited the divine fire, he would transform into a nearly immortal killing machine, with the black demonic seed reaching full maturity, ultimately nourishing the white seed of the Tao that Chu Yunshang cultivated through the supreme yin-yang technique. From that point onward, the fruits of his cultivation would incessantly feed back into Chu Yunshang, effectively providing her with a prodigious demonic entity to aid in her training, drastically accelerating her progress. Chu Tian, what have you done to me? Yifeng roared in fury, suddenly gripped by terror as he realized that although his body was healing at a rapid pace, his spiritual energy and blood essence were uncontrollably converging towards his dantian. He attempted to peer inward to examine his dantian, only to find it shrouded in a malevolent aura that even his consciousness could not penetrate. Chu Tian turned to Bing, offering her a faint smile as he engaged in conversation, inquiring about her understanding of the supreme yin-yang great Tao. As for Yifeng's fate, it was already predetermined, rendering any further investment of time and energy in him unnecessary. Even if Yi Tianxiong, with his extraordinary abilities, were to locate the long-lost supreme realm and uncover the supreme demon tribe within, he could not reverse the yin-yang demon seed, for even they, in their prime, had been helpless against it, and thus refrained from recklessly employing the supreme yin-yang technique, as the yin-yang Dao clan, forged by the supreme Dao clan, held a fatal restraining power over them. Congratulations, host, for delivering a fatal blow to the fated child Yifeng. Reward, 50,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Bastard, Chu Tian, answer me. In a brief moment, Yifeng's battered body, nearly reduced to pulp by Chu Tian, had astonishingly healed by more than half. His bones had reformed. Yet, he was filled with an indescribable dread regarding his transformation, suddenly reaching out to grasp Chu Tian's shoulder. Damn it, tell me what you have done to me. Yifeng roared, disregarding the reverence he ought to maintain towards the nearby ancestor, Duanmu. Chu Tian turned his head, his gaze becoming intensely focused, and an invisible force propelled Yifeng over 100 meters away, where he lay, coughing up blood. To his astonishment, he discovered that even with such grievous injuries, he was recovering at an unimaginable pace. In that moment, Yifeng was struck by a deeper terror. His cultivation speed had inexplicably accelerated. Even without actively circulating his techniques, a devouring force emanated from his dantian, instinctively drawing the abundant spiritual energy from the holy heavenly pool into his body, unleashing torrents of spirit and Tao essence, causing his strength to escalate at an extraordinary speed. Chu Tian realized that Chunshang had cultivated the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art, and wondered how his own practice of the primary technique could benefit him so profoundly. The dantian autonomously absorbed spiritual energy and Tao essence, enhancing his cultivation speed. Why did this phenomenon resemble the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art so closely? Yifeng was utterly terrified. Could it be that Chu Tian's actions were aimed at reversing the primary and secondary relationship between him and Chunshang? Yifeng could hardly believe that Chu Tian possessed such capability, yet he could not suppress the rising fear in his heart. Brother Yifeng, are you all right? It was Lu Yun, her face slightly pale, yet brimming with concern. Upon witnessing Yifeng's brutal defeat at Chu Tian's hands, she had been consumed by fear, daring only to retreat to the edges and cultivate in silence, even as Chu Tian basked in the spotlight. The others, influenced by Chu Tian, were unwilling to approach her, leaving her with a profound sense of isolation. Lu Yun understood that Yifeng was her sole reliance in this place. Get lost. Yifeng's countenance twisted with rage and anxiety, resembling a wild beast, as he unleashed his fury towards Chu Tian upon his fiancée, casually sending Lu Yun flying dozens of meters away. As night fell, the moonlight sprinkled like stars across the landscape. Chu Tian initially intended to utilize the last remaining night to familiarize himself with the powers of the divine refinement realm, absorbing the profound essence of the holy heavenly pool. However, he could not withstand the relentless coaxing of Bing, whose innocent eyes brimmed with pleading as she clung to his arm, persistently urging him to play with her for a while. Reluctantly, Chu Tian abandoned his training aspirations, and under the envious gazes of those present, he was led by Bing out of the square's confines, her melodious laughter echoing like silver bells through the holy heavenly pool. Although Bing Bing had possessed her divine consciousness for an extensive period, the little serpents had never engaged in play with her. The smaller snakes quivered in her presence, prostrating themselves on the ground, leaving her feeling profoundly lonely. With Chu Tian's companionship, even if her older brother spoke little, she had never felt so joyous and fulfilled. After a night of wandering, Chu Tian discerned that the Jiaolong clan had proliferated immensely over the span of countless millennia. Within the holy heavenly pool, both large and small, there were no fewer than 1,000 Jiaolong. His formidable spirit allowed him to perceive several exceedingly terrifying auras beneath the holy heavenly pool. Though they were not the Jiaolong king, they exuded an extraordinary menace, likely belonging to fearsome Jiaolong in slumber, perhaps rivaling or even surpassing Chu Tianyun. Chu Tian could not help but marvel at the terrifying depth of the holy heavenly sect's legacy, a power ungoverned by the 2 founding families and 3 top-tier clans, which only emerged when the holy heavenly sect faced imminent peril. This legacy, reminiscent of the essence left by ancestor Duanmu, likely constituted a significant portion of the holy heavenly sect's resources. In the original narrative, the Chu Tian family found themselves at a disadvantage. After the collapse of the great ship, King Chu Tian was poisoned in prison, and there was indeed a reason for this. Had King Chu Tian remained alive to lead the Chu Tian family in resistance, the odds of success would still have been bleak. Chu Tian's resolve solidified further. The Chu Tian family could not continue to follow King Chu Tian's subdued approach, allowing King Yi to gradually encroach upon their interests and seize control of the sect. The struggle for profit has always been a matter of existential stakes. Retreating is never a path to vast horizons, but rather a plunge into an abyss. On the following morning, as the 10th day arrived, the passage to the holy heavenly pool was opened, revealing Duanmu lay on the other side, his eyes bloodshot. His hoarse, thunderous voice reverberated through the square. Why has the Jiaolong king awakened? What has transpired? Yi Tianxiong, King Chu Tian, and various high-ranking members of the sect, including the elders, stood nearby, their expressions grave. The sudden awakening of the Jiaolong king, who had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, surely heralded monumental events. Moreover, both heirs of the 2 founding families were involved. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, the holy heavenly pool could only be accessed once every 10 days. After waiting 4 days without receiving any information, their anxiety was beyond articulation. Chapter 56. The indefensible Yi Tianxiong. Within the swirling passage, numerous prodigies and elder figures emerged, their faces adorned with smiles. For the bountiful gains from this endeavor surpassed their wildest imaginations. Gratitude lingered in their hearts towards the young saint. As the revered ancestor Duanmu entered the plaza, the spiritual energy and Tao essence intensified several-fold, granting them profound insights and breakthroughs, elevating their cultivation to new heights. Merely a matter of time. Apprehend them all separately for individual interrogation. Should any discrepancies arise in their testimonies, no one shall leave unscathed. At that moment, Chu Tianyun appeared beside Duanmu Lei, his eyes fierce. The formidable enforcers from the law enforcement hall promptly escorted the elder experts and prodigies emerging from the passage for solitary questioning. For the past 4 days, Chu Tianyun had been consumed by anxiety and guilt, for it was he who had secured a place in the sacred pool for his nephew, Chu Tian. If anything were to befall Chu Tian, how could he face his elder brother and sister-in-law, or the entire Chu clan? No amount of atonement could redeem him from such a sin. Elder brother, if anything happens to Xiao Tian, do not blame me for forgetting our brotherly bond. Chu Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor weary and frenzied. For days, he had tirelessly sought retribution against Yi Tianxiong for scheming against Chu Tian. Little did he anticipate that the news of the sacred pool's calamity would awaken the slumbering Dragon King, a revelation that struck him like a bolt from the blue. The founder of the revival, Ancestor Duanmu, had once proclaimed that the Dragon King served as the foundation of the Sacred Heaven sect, having been personally sealed by her within the depths of the sacred pool, where time flowed at a fraction of the normal rate. Only in the face of monumental crises threatening the sect's existence would it awaken. The Dragon King's sudden revival heralded an extraordinary event. Moreover, Chu Tianwang discovered that Yufeng had also entered the sacred pool, like a startled bird. He immediately suspected that this was yet another insidious plot orchestrated by his elder brother, Yi Tianxiong. Upon learning of Chu Tian's entry into the sacred pool, Yi Tianxiong might have secretly instructed Yufeng to exploit the Dragon King to ensnare Chu Tian, after all, wielding such power over the sect. Yi Tianxiong was entirely capable of such treachery. Previously, He had sought to utilize the external forces of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect to eliminate the Eye of Heaven from Chu Tian's brow under the guise of sect interests. Fueled by rage, Chu Tianwang, plagued by sleepless nights, pondered how he would explain any misfortune befalling his son to his wife, Jian Kongsu. In his agitation, he almost wished to obliterate the sacred pool, yet feared for Chu Tian's safety within. Second brother, I have already explained to you. This was truly an accident. My intentions have always been for the benefit of the sect. I have expressed my remorse, and the Yi family has borne significant consequences for this. Do you not comprehend the depths of my intentions? Yi Tianxiong's countenance was dark, burdened by a sense of being indefensible. As if no amount of water from the four seas could cleanse his plight. He had merely intended for Yi Feng to mend ties with Chu Tian in the sacred pool, yet it had spiraled into this chaos. Not only is King Chu Tian anxious, but also Yi Feng, his most outstanding son, upon whom he has invested great hopes. After several days, Yi Feng is exceedingly agitated, confronted by the incessant accusations and threats from the brothers Chu Tian and Chu Tian Yun. The high-ranking members of various sects around them are vocal in their attempts to comfort the two. At that moment, a blood-soaked Yi Feng emerged from the vortex, followed closely by Lu Yun, who, trembling and pale, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. In an instant, two terrifying presences erupted. Yi Feng, where is Xiao Tian? Why hasn't he emerged? The formidable Chu Tian Yun and King Chu Tian simultaneously descended before him, their ominous aura causing Yi Feng to bleed from his lips and half kneel on the ground. He was swiftly taken away by Yi Tianxiong, who sought to inquire about the events that transpired in the holy pool. Lu Yun, however, collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, as the nominal daughter-in-law of the Chu Tian family, she was commanded by Chu Tian Yun to be taken for treatment while being meticulously questioned. Following this, Duanmu Wan and Huimei also stepped out of the vortex, being escorted by Duanmu Lei, who began to inquire about what had transpired in the holy pool. Shortly thereafter, Chu Tian emerged from the passage, while Bing Bing stood atop the head of the Dragon King within the vortex of the holy pool, waving goodbye with a reluctant expression. Her eyes slightly reddened. She longed to leave this desolate place with her brother Chu Tian, but the little serpent informed her that her spiritual consciousness was newly awakened and unstable, alternating between lucidity and slumber, preventing her from departing the holy pool for the time being. Brother Chu Tian, when you have the time, you must come back to play with Bing Bing, she called out, her speech flowing much more smoothly after a night of exchange, no longer stuttering. The vortex passage could only be maintained for 3 minutes, and soon, Bing Bing's figure vanished along with the passage above the holy pool. The holy pool could only be opened once a year, with a mere 10-day window for access. Xiao Tian, you are safe. That is all that matters. Upon seeing Chu Tian emerge, King Chu Tian approached, firmly patting his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. However, Chu Tian Yun strode forward, his gaze still marked by remnants of blood, yet filled with an odd mixture of shock and disbelief. This was due to the results of the interrogations from the law enforcement hall disciples, which had begun to surface, revealing consistent information. Chu Tian was not restricted by the holy pool. He had unleashed his powers and viciously punished Yi Feng. The Dragon King appeared, bearing the starry crystal coffin, and the ancestral figure of Duanmu had returned to life, addressing Chu Tian as little brother, with Chu Tian bestowing upon her the name Bing Bing. You rascal! You have frightened Uncle San half to death this time. Chu Tian Yun playfully punched Chu Tian's chest and then laughed heartily, but this time, you did splendidly. You always manage to surprise me. What transpired, third brother? King Chu Tian, still somewhat bewildered, failed to grasp the rapid shift in Chu Tian Yun's emotions, but soon learned everything from him. The ancestral figure of Duanmu had returned to life. The Dragon King was referred to as Little Snake, yet called Xiao Tian brother, and was seemingly clinging to him without relent. The Lord of Chu Tian was utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that the awakening of the Dragon King, which had sent shockwaves throughout the Holy Heaven sect, was orchestrated by none other than Chu Tian himself. It was all due to the re-emergence of the second life of the revered ancestor Duanmu, who sought to engage with his own son. Was this the reason he had spent the past few days in a state of restless anxiety, furiously pointing his finger at Yi Tianxiong and berating him? The incident involving the Dragon King had roused numerous ancient figures from various sects, with some long-believed deceased elders resurfacing. This young man had stirred up quite a commotion, leaving Lord Chu Tian both amused and bewildered, while simultaneously feeling a profound sense of shock and helplessness. Indeed, the situation had escalated to an unprecedented level. The revelation that his son was entangled with the second life of the ancestor Duanmu was a matter far more capable of shaking the foundations of the sect than even claiming the top spot on the Earth ranking. At this moment, the high-ranking members of various sects, the esteemed elders, and ancient beings of indeterminate age all gazed at Chu Tian with eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 57. A Marriage Alliance? Nonsense. Second brother, do you truly believe that I, your elder brother, have deceived you this time? It is indeed to allow Yi Feng to enter and cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Tian. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong approached, his voice resonant and cheerful, accompanied by the bloodied figure of Yi Feng, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his son had just endured a brutal ordeal at the hands of Chu Tian for 10 days. Children often harbor misunderstandings. Xiao Tian has some misconceptions about me, his uncle, but fret not. It is best to clear the air and express emotions freely. Yi Tianxiong chuckled heartily, patting Chu Tianwang on the shoulder. Second brother, now that misunderstandings have been resolved, Xiao Feng and Yunshang are soon to hold their wedding. Our families are to be in-laws. And as the sect leader and deputy leader, we must prioritize the unity and stability of our sect, thus we should cease the quarrels. Chu Tianwang's expression remained grim, however. He nodded, refraining from further confrontation. After all, Yi Tianxiong had notably lowered his stance, making significant concessions and offering various benefits to the Chu family, including key positions within the sect hierarchy. Moreover, he had learned from Chu Tianyun that his son, Chu Tian, had mercilessly battered Yi Feng in the holy pool, shattering his bones. Chu Tianwang surmised that his son's fury over Yi Tianxiong's consent to excavate the eye of heavenly Tao from his forehead had been unleashed upon Yi Feng. Since Yi Tianxiong was willing to overlook the past and had adopted such a humble demeanor, Chu Tianwang had no desire to pursue the matter further. Xiao Tian, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Your uncle has acted impulsively for the sake of our sect's interests, and I formally apologize. I also congratulate you on gaining the recognition of the Saint Ancestor. This discovery is a tremendous boon for our sect and an unparalleled achievement. I shall soon confer with the elders regarding your commendation. Yi Tianxiong smiled, embodying a sense of reconciliation. The misunderstandings between you and Xiao Feng stemmed from my actions. Let bygones be bygones. And do not forget, Xiao Tian, you have grown up alongside Xiao Feng. Soon enough, you shall refer to him as your brother-in-law. So much had transpired recently, overwhelming to the senses, and the relationship between our families had been significantly impacted. Your uncle has already spoken with your father to finalize a date, preferably this month, to host the wedding of Yi Feng and Yunshang, in hopes of easing the tension between our families. A wedding? Chu Tian glanced at Yi Feng, who was glaring back at him with resentment. However, from Yi Tianxiong's words, it was evident that Yi Feng had not disclosed the matter of the Dantian or his discovery of Yi Feng practicing the supreme yin-yang technique. Chu Tian felt a flicker of understanding. Yi Feng likely feared revealing the entire truth to Yi Tianxiong, haunted by the precedent set by Yi Hongwu's suicide. He was apprehensive of a similar fate befalling him. Yi Tianxiong was not like Chu Tianwang, who, upon learning that his daughter, Chu Yunshang, had succumbed to darkness and incurred the wrath of the heavens and Hung Tian continent, would still soften his heart and risk everything to save her time and again. The half-truths spoken by Yi Feng led Yi Tianxiong to a misguided conclusion, believing that his wrath was solely directed at Yi Feng due to the incident involving the eye gouging. After considering various pieces of information, he sought to mend past grievances with a smile. Intending to use the wedding of Yi Feng and Chu Yunshang as a means to ease tensions and restore the situation to its former state, he then planned to find an opportunity to release Yi Fan from the prison of sin. Master, why do you appear so pitiable and somewhat laughable? Chu Tian remarked softly. What did you say? Yi Tianxiong's smile suddenly froze, and his expression darkened, casting a shadow over the sky as a fierce wind howled. His status was so elevated, and he had approached to ease relations with a beaming countenance, only to be met with a stinging rebuke. Chu Tian's expression remained unperturbed as he gazed into Yi Tianxiong's eyes, his gaze cold and indifferent. I have surged into the top of the Earth ranking and proposed conditions to the sect, requesting a joint investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall, Judicial Hall, and Internal Affairs Hall into the matter concerning the Taoist of Destiny's attempt to gouge out my eyes, as well as the Internal Affairs Hall's head's unilateral suppression of my accolades. I wonder if the elders have reached a conclusion after their deliberations? As for Yi Hongwu and Yi Fan, my uncle, Chu Tianyun, has already apprehended numerous powerful figures and key individuals from the Liu family, and they are currently under investigation. The truth remains to be uncovered, and at this juncture, Discussing the wedding of Yi Feng and my elder sister seems exceedingly absurd. I do not consent, and the Chu family will certainly not endorse it. Chu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he turned to Yi Feng. Moreover, I have previously stated that your son is unworthy of my sister. I trust your son has come to accept this by now. There is no need to discuss the wedding any further. I will report to my mother and, with the consent of the prominent figures within our family, formally approach the Yi family to annul the engagement. At this declaration, the atmosphere fell silent. No one anticipated that Chu Tian would show no regard for Yi Tianxiong's dignity, instead resurrecting old grievances to demand accountability, utterly devoid of any semblance of courtesy. At this moment, Chu Tianyan also approached, his eyes glinting with malice as he stated, "The Liu family has been rife with corruption and has been placed under the control of the law enforcement hall by my orders. All embezzled resources, including heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stone mines, have been surrendered to the sect's treasury and are under expedited review. Once results are obtained, the law enforcement hall will inform the entire sect and report to the Elder Council, as well as the sect master and deputy sect master. Current indications point to a faction of Yi family powerhouses led by Yi Han Wu colluding with the Liu family, exploiting our Chu family's connections to plunder a substantial amount of sect resources. This is far from a mere incident involving Liu Yun, where our Chu family's young master was deceived into stealing numerous divine herbs and treasures from the sect. Many individuals within the Yi family have been secretly targeting our Chu family. Each of these matters is clear, with irrefutable evidence, and I am in the process of compiling proof to be submitted to the Elder Council, where it will be jointly reviewed by the esteemed elders and senior sect officials. You speak wisely, little Tian. With so many issues laid bare before us, a union?" Chu Tianyan scoffed repeatedly. "They have come to trample upon the dignity of our Chu family. What nonsense is this union? Chu Tianyun, Chu Tian, have you all lost your minds? In light of my friendship with your second brother, I have repeatedly yielded, yet you continue to overstep your bounds, believing I possess no temper. Do you think I'm helpless?" Yi Tianxiong's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, his expression turning cold. He never anticipated that despite his public display of humility, this young man would still refuse to show him any respect, brazenly turning against him. "Lord of the Heaven, is it still the case that you, as the head of the Chu family, hold any authority? Do your words carry any weight? How dare a mere child represent the Chu family and act so insolently towards me, the sect leader?" Yi Tianxiong directed his gaze towards Chu Tianwang, only to find him equally taken aback, seemingly unaware of these developments. In an instant, Yi Tianxiong comprehended the situation. Chu Tian and Chu Tianyun were likely orchestrating these events behind the back of their family head, Chu Tianwang. The Liu family, a prominent clan within my Holy Heaven sect, had been covertly controlled and captured. Such a significant matter had escaped the attention of both the sect leader and the deputy leader. The Liu family is a major lineage within our sect, with many formidable figures holding important positions. Who permitted you to act without my consent? Chu Tian, in his youth and ignorance, may not understand the gravity of his actions, but Chu Tianyun, as a hall master, should surely comprehend the regulations of our sect. The law enforcement hall is meant to uphold the tenets of the sect, not to serve as your personal faction. This constitutes a grave act of treason. Yi Tianxiong's gaze turned icy, realizing that he could no longer afford to retreat. The upper echelons of the sect, including the esteemed elders, were observing closely. To continue yielding would obliterate the prestige of the Yi family and result in utter disgrace. As the sect leader, he must uphold his authority. Otherwise, he would be unable to govern the affairs of the entire sect moving forward, and no one would heed his commands. Chapter 58. For whose benefit is it, after all? What folly it is to think that my son Yi Feng would agree to an annulment, believing himself unworthy of Chu Yunshang. Yi Tianxiong turned to Yi Feng, his voice icy. "Fenger, in the presence of the esteemed elders, uncles, and the sect's elders, declare to all whether, at the tender age of 17, having ascended to the 6th rank on the integration list and 3rd on the earthly list, you possess the right to marry Chu Yunshang. Your betrothal was arranged by your father and your uncle Tianwang. You and Yunshang have grown up together, sharing innocent affections. No one shall dare to obstruct this union, for I shall be your support." However, contrary to expectations, after Yi Tianxiong's words fell, the bloodied Yi Feng kept his head lowered, his gaze somber, remaining silent for an extended period. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Tianxiong's heart as he sensed the gravity of the situation, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Feng, speak." Yi Feng slightly lifted his head, not towards Yi Tianxiong, but towards Chu Tian, only to find Chu Tian coldly gazing back at him, his hand raised, making a slashing gesture across his throat. This gesture was the third time Yifeng had witnessed it. In the past, he had dismissed Chu Tian's actions as mere jest. But now a sense of dread enveloped him, filled with regret for not having heeded the warning sooner. He could feel that his cultivation of the supreme yin-yang art had utterly lost its hold over Chu Yunshan. Should he perish, she would remain unscathed. If Chu Tian were to reveal the truth, his demise would be assured. Yifeng understood his father well. Yi Tianxiong, in a bid to preserve the family's reputation, would undoubtedly choose to act against him. Yet, he did not wish for death. Despite the aberration in his dantian, he believed there was still hope for salvation. For he was a prodigy ranked third on the earthly list, with a bright future ahead. Father, the situation has escalated beyond repair. My enmity with Chu Tian is irreconcilable. Let us forego the matter of my marriage with Yunshan. Yifeng's voice was hoarse, as he wished to sever any ties with both Chu Yunshan and Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's already darkened countenance, exacerbated by the concealment of his son and brother's actions, appeared as if it could drip with water. His eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. Yifeng, what did you just say? Forfeit? Regarding the matter of the annulment. Chu Tian had indeed heard of it through his subordinates, but he naturally did not acquiesce. Now, with so many witnesses, he could not voice his objections at that moment, planning to address it later. However, he was taken aback by Yifeng's audacity, transferring his ire over Chu Tian's brutality onto his eldest daughter, Chu Yunshan. My daughter has been betrothed to you since childhood, and now you dare to say it is over? Very well, if there is to be an annulment, it shall be initiated by the Chu family. In a few days, I shall personally accompany Yunshan to formally break off the engagement, with fury igniting within him. The wrath that had no outlet surged towards Yifeng, the terrifying pressure of the emperor's might causing the heavens to dim. And Yifeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. You wretched fool, you dare disregard my words. Yi Tianxiong roared, striking Yifeng down to the ground with a single blow, utterly disgraced on this day. Little saint, might you consider visiting my Duanmu family as a guest? The head of the family and several elders have prepared a banquet in anticipation of your esteemed arrival. At this moment, Duanmu Lei appeared, his expression betraying an indescribable excitement. Accompanied by Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei, clearly informed of everything by his niece. Uncle Lei, I'm afraid that is not feasible at present. Our esteemed leader would likely not permit my departure, Chu Tian replied with a smile, although his gaze remained calm. The Duanmu family extending an olive branch was entirely expected. What truly surprised him was the rapid shift in the Duanmu family's attitude, seemingly influenced by Duanmu Wan's words. After all, his relationship with the Duanmu ancestor had yet to yield any tangible benefits for them, yet they had decisively chosen their allegiance. Duanmu Lei's sudden appearance sent a tremor through the upper echelons of various sects, who quickly recognized that the Duanmu family's stance was beginning to lean toward the Chu family. In this tense environment, Duanmu Lei's invitation to Chu Tian was a clear declaration of support. Over the years, due to Chu Tian's defiance of the traditional internal marriage customs by marrying Jian Kongzu, dissatisfaction had brewed among the three premier families, a fact well known among the sect leaders. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened, his fists clenching slightly. At such a moment, Duanmu Lei's invitation was tantamount to a blatant alignment with the Chu family. Since his assumption of leadership, the three premier families had not publicly taken a stand, yet they had subtly sided with him. This was the first instance of a top family openly declaring support for the Chu family. He understood that Chu Tian's recognition by the Duanmu ancestor in his second life had triggered a chain reaction. Brother Tian Wang and Hall Master Tianyan, my elder brother has instructed that you have not visited the Duanmu family in a long while. We kindly request you to honor us with your presence at our home, where a banquet has been prepared in anticipation of your esteemed arrival, Duanmu Lei remarked with a smile, referring to his elder brother, the head of the Duanmu family. Duanmu Rong. At this moment, Duanmu Wan approached, her cherubic face tinged with a hint of shyness as she spoke. Brother Chu Tian, I apologize for any offense caused at the holy pool. I hope you can forgive me. She had fully disclosed her significant discovery to her father and uncle, that Chu Tian had likely already obtained the ancestor's legacy and that the Chu family was secretly plotting. The legacy of the ancestor and the prospect of a second life were pivotal to the rise and fall of the Duanmu family, as their ascendance was founded upon the ancestor's bequest. Hence, after discussions with Duanmu Rong, Duanmu Lei deemed Duanmu Wan's assessment astute. All these events were no mere coincidences. They were likely orchestrated by the Chu family to signal the Duanmu family regarding Chu Tian's sudden rise and his connection to the ancestor. Duanmu Rong decisively resolved to align with the Chu family in exchange for information about the ancestor, leading to the unexpected visit and public invitation from Duanmu Lei and Duanmu Wan. Chu Tianwang was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Chu Tian, fully aware that he was benefiting from his son's fortune. Since marrying Jian Kongzhu, the three premier families had not invited him to their homes for many years. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Chu Tianyan laughed heartily, then shook his head and said, however, I fear I cannot visit the Duanmu family at present. The sect leader has accused me of treason and may very well seek to arrest me and imprison me. This statement immediately turned Yi Tianxiong's face ashen. Chu Tianyun's words felt like mockery directed at him, spoken in the heat of his anger. Even though he was the sect leader, it would be inconceivable to arrest a hall master without justification, especially considering that Chu Tianyun had the backing of the Chu family, which the Heavenly King would never permit. Duanmu Lei smiled slightly and addressed Yi Tianxiong. The Lu family and the Chu family are related by marriage. The young saint and hall master Tianyan act for the benefit of the sect, prioritizing the greater good over familial ties. All gains have been surrendered to the sect, and the law enforcement hall remains utterly loyal to the sect without any selfish motives. The sect leader's accusation of treason is indeed excessive. Moreover, the law enforcement hall inherently possesses the authority to enforce and oversee the sect. Why not allow Hall Master Tianyun to continue his investigation and root out the troublemakers, thereby restoring justice for the Yi family? At this moment, Chu Tian also stepped forward, his expression serene as he addressed Yi Tianxiong. The sect leader repeatedly emphasizes the interests of the sect, even using it as a pretext to extract the celestial eye from my brow. Yet when it comes to the Yi family, it seems the sect leader has conveniently forgotten these very interests, displaying a stark inconsistency in attitude that is truly perplexing. At this juncture, Chu Tianyun's gaze turned fierce as he continued, Little Tian is merely 8 years old, just a month shy of his 9th birthday. Yet he has surged to the top of the bone-forging rankings and the earth rankings, astonishing the Hung Tian continent. Such a prodigious talent is sought after by countless sections. It is evident that the younger generation represents the future of the sect and constitutes its greatest asset. Yet the sect leader's invocation of sect interests seems utterly ludicrous. Whose interests are truly at stake here remains a mystery. Chapter 59, Swift. Too swift outside the sacred heaven pool, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Many senior figures from various sects gazed upon the scene, their hearts racing with trepidation. It was as if they were witnessing a relentless push, driving Yi Tianxiong to the precipice. No one foresaw that events would take such a drastic turn. Was a change in the heavens about to unfold within the sect? Yi Tianxiong was the sect leader, the one wielding the utmost authority in the sacred heaven sect. What were the Chu family attempting? Were they provoking the leader's authority, igniting a fierce conflict between the two founding families, thereby fracturing the sect? Everyone understood that neither of the two founding families possessed overwhelming power. A myriad of dreadful thoughts flooded their minds, yet such actions would yield no benefit to anyone involved. Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened. For a moment, he found himself cornered by the relentless words of Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan, teetering on the brink of a chasm. Utterly at a loss for how to respond. How could he answer? The assertions made by Chu Tianyun and Chu Tian were irrefutable, universally acknowledged truths, akin to slaps resounding against his face. After years of painstakingly cultivating a favorable situation, it now appeared to be collapsing due to the reckless words of this brash youth. Chu Tian. The absolute authority he had established within the sect was also shaken. Damn it. Blood vessels surged in Yi Tianxiong's eyes, a sense of hysteria overwhelming him. He felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, suffocatingly frustrated to the point of wishing to spit blood. Yet, the most agonizing aspect was the stance taken by the Duanmu family, which left him feeling utterly despondent. Otherwise, faced only with Chu Tianyun and Chu Tian, he would not feel nearly as tormented, provided that the Chu family did not completely turn against him. At that moment, a voice filled with fury reverberated from behind Yi Tianxiong. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me in the life and death arena? Emerging from the crowd was Yi Wen, his eyes bloodshot, his hoarse voice shattering the stifling silence. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian. Previously, I was unaware of your secret techniques and fell victim to your ambush, which, combined with my restrained state, led to my crushing defeat. In a fair fight, I assure you, I will not be inferior. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiong felt a slight release of tension. The stagnant atmosphere was disrupted. allowing him to extricate himself from this unfavorable predicament. He glanced back to see Yu Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, nodding slightly at him, signaling that he had sent his son to intervene and break the mounting pressure, thus temporarily alleviating Yi Tianxiong's plight. The life and death arena? Chu Tian's gaze turned icy as he shot a glance at Yuan, a terrifying killing intent flickering in his eyes. Despite dismissing this insignificant insect, the repeated disturbances had become wearisome. Why bother with the life and death arena? If you seek death, I shall grant it to you now. With a decisive step forward, Chu Tian's spirit surged violently, enveloping his form, as he seemingly appeared before Yuan in an instant. Allow me to give you the first strike, Chu Tian stated calmly. Yet his words carried a chilling indifference. The technique of spiritual displacement required an immense spirit and an extraordinary mastery over one's mental faculties. Wasn't the young saint only just breaking through to the realm of spirit refinement? A shocked voice emerged from among the sect's hierarchy. How many days does it take to enter the realm of divine refinement and, until one breaks through to the integration stage, fail to grasp the art of mental displacement? Yet, Chu Tian has astonishingly managed to do so immediately upon his breakthrough. My brother, you have truly sired a remarkable son. His talent is utterly terrifying. If my reckless son possessed even half of Xiao Tian's abilities, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Chu Tianyun sighed, then turned to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, saying, I could not master mental displacement in my time, and it seems you only achieved it after reaching the 10th level of divine refinement. Indeed, Chu Tianwang's expression was one of utter astonishment, as he recalled that his son had once inquired about the intricacies of mental displacement. His response had been to temper his ambitions, assuring him that once Chu Tian transcended the divine refinement realm, he would naturally teach him. Little did he expect that Chu Tian would surpass that stage and immediately acquire the skill. Such an extraordinary talent is indeed formidable. The reincarnation emperor's art. Yuan's heart initially skipped a beat, but then a sinister smile spread across his face. He intended to make Chu Tian pay for his arrogance. With a hum, a surge of immense mental energy erupted, coalescing into a vast vortex, its terrifying pull enveloping Chu Tian, as if it sought to devour him whole. Chu Tian, do you think you are the only one who possesses secret techniques? Yuan laughed cruelly, channeling his spirit and launching a fist toward him. The Reincarnation Emperor's art is a premier secret technique from the Yi family's Reincarnation Emperor scripture. Yuan, at such a young age, had mastered it to such an extent, showcasing undeniable talent. High-ranking members of the sect glanced toward Yu Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, as the Reincarnation Emperor's art was his specialty. It was apparent that Yuan's remarkable mastery at the tender age of 17 was a testament to his teachings. Is this all the strength you possess? Suddenly, Chu Tian's icy voice reverberated. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from his body, akin to a true dragon's roar. As a torrent of spirit surged forth, animating the dragon as if it had come to life, Chu Tian delivered a punch, and the blood energy dragon followed suit, colliding with Yuan's fist in an instant. Puff. Yuan's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, collapsing under the might of Chu Tian's colossal fist as if it were mere paper, exploding in an instant. As Chu Tian's punch surged forth, the space trembled, air currents roiling and howling in a 100-meter radius, akin to a tempest. The massive stones surrounding the holy heavenly pool were even swept into the air, countless boulders soaring amidst the chaos. One force shatters myriad laws. Chu Tian's punch was terrifying. The so-called vortex formed by mental energy was obliterated before it could fully take shape. Yuan's expression twisted in horror, a scream of fear escaping his lips, as the intense dread drove him nearly to madness. The pressure from that punch was overwhelming, making it feel as though his very body would explode. He could not fathom that Chu Tian had not even employed the divine powers used previously. He relied solely on his spirit and physical might. With a punch, he was poised to obliterate Yuan. Little did he know, Chu Tian's physical strength had reached an astonishing 2,500,000 pounds. Combined with the substantial concentration of his spirit, without relying on any divine techniques or secret arts, not even needing to invoke the Eye of Heaven, the explosive force of that punch alone was already around 13 million pounds. Such formidable power, capable of shattering all, would demolish everything in its path, divine techniques, secret arts, and mystical treasures alike. Stop. The master of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yu Tianhong, bellowed in fury, astonished that even he could not anticipate that Chu Tian, having just ascended to the realm of divine refinement, could unleash such overwhelming power without resorting to any supernatural abilities. capable of obliterating his son in an instant. It was swift, astoundingly swift. Yu Tianhong appeared behind Yuan as if by teleportation, immediately springing into action. At that moment, Yuan's entire form had already been shattered, reduced to a mist of blood, his once pristine bones pulverized into dust. By the time Yu Tianhong intervened, only Yuan's severed head remained, suspended in the air, which he caught in his outstretched hands. "My son," Yi Tianhong exclaimed, cradling Yuan's head. His palms stained crimson with blood, droplets of bright red splattering onto the ground. Yuan's eyes were wide with rage, yet they also revealed an abyss of terror. For all traces of vitality had vanished. In this moment, the atmosphere was suffocating. Chapter 60. The outburst of Chu Yunshang's demonic energy. The senior members of various sects stood in stunned silence, as did many elders and esteemed leaders, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Before their very eyes, Yuan had been slain, an outcome none had anticipated. He was the son of the esteemed head of the Internal Affairs Hall, a direct descendant of a prominent clan, with a status of utmost nobility. Yet, who could articulate any objections? It was Yuan who had insisted on a life-and-death duel, and both Yi Tianxiong and Yu Tianhong, the patriarchs of the Yi family, were present, offering no words of dissent at the time. Moreover, Chu Tian had permitted Yuan to strike first. What was most suffocating was the fact that Chu Tian had only recently broken through to the refining spirit realm, while Yuan had already been at that level for 3 to 4 years, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th stage, logically and emotionally. One might even chastise Yuan for bullying the weaker opponent, yet he was dispatched by Chu Tian with a single punch. What could be said in such a moment? A powerful spiritual presence reverberated as Chu Tian teleported back to his original position, his expression serene, his hands devoid of any trace of blood. He turned to look at Uncle Duanmu Lei and said, "Uncle Lei, the battle has concluded. Let us depart." He understood that further pressure on Yi Tianxiong would yield no fruitful outcome. These events were insufficient to jeopardize his position as sect leader. Continuing down this path would merely squander time and energy. His purpose was to make Yi Tianxiong aware that such lofty dreams were futile. The Chu family would no longer unconditionally support him in maintaining what he termed sect interests. Those were the interests of the Yi family, not the Chu family. With that, Chu Tian took his leave, as nonchalantly as one might crush an ant beneath their foot. Beasts, monstrous beasts. The chilling intent to kill and an overwhelming rage erupted behind him, the voices of Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun echoing in the air, laden with imperial authority that surged forth but ultimately subsided. With the encouragement of Duanmu Lei and numerous high-ranking elders, the Chu family agreed to provide Yi Wan with a burial compensation, constructing an opulent tomb for him. In the end, Yu Tianhong was forced to suppress his grief over the loss of his son. Furthermore, due to Chu Tian's formidable demands, Yi Tianxiong could not achieve reconciliation, necessitating the continuation of the Elder Council's assembly. The first-ranked member of the Earth ranking had the right to make demands of the sect, a tradition that could not be violated. A satisfactory explanation was required. Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family, along with Duanmu Lei and Chu Tianyan, were compelled to attend as well. Just as Chu Tian stepped out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Wan hurried after him, her gaze intense as she inquired, "Chu Tian, I wish to learn that secret technique of yours. What conditions must I meet for such an exchange? You may state your terms." This request echoed the wishes of Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei, as both believed that the technique in Chu Tian's possession was crucial for perfecting the Duanmu family's ancestral legacy. They even speculated that this method might be connected not only to the Yin-Yang Thunder technique but also to the Divine Thunder scripture practiced by the Duanmu family and various other secret arts. As for the current situation of the Duanmu sage ancestor, the Duanmu family believes that this matter bears immense significance. It is unlikely that the Chu family will readily divulge information to the Duanmu family in a short span of time. Thus, it is essential to gradually cultivate a rapport with the Chu family, proceeding with caution. Allowing Duanmu Wan to learn this secret technique could also strengthen her relationship with Chu Tian, deepening their bond. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor. He had anticipated Duanmu Wan's initiative to engage with him. After all, in the original narrative, once Yi Fan established a connection with the Duanmu sage ancestor, the Duanmu family also encouraged her to approach Yi Fan. The only distinction now is that, after several years, the Duanmu sage ancestor is finally able to step out of the holy heavenly pool. "I will not teach it," Chu Tian stated calmly, offering a definitive refusal. This supreme secret technique, which even the Duanmu sage ancestor valued enough to personally seize from the Taishang Dao clan, was not something he would impart so easily. Although it held little significance for him, to acquiesce to Duanmu Wan's request would render it far too trivial. It was the Duanmu family that sought to befriend him, not the other way around. Duanmu Wan paused for a moment, then smiled. This outcome was anticipated by her father and second uncle. If she had simply asked and Chu Tian had readily agreed, that would indeed have been peculiar. You aren't still holding a grudge over my earlier intervention, are you? In truth, she shared a similar sentiment towards Yi Fan, believing he should not be let off easily, a mere waste of potential. Within the holy heavenly pool, she sensed that the Tao essence emanating from Lu Yun seemed to be dissipating, though she could not discern if it was merely an illusion. Duanmu Wan began to engage in casual conversation with Chu Tian, actively seeking topics to discuss. It was evident that she lacked experience in initiating social interactions, demonstrating none of the ease and grace she exhibited in the original narrative. Chu Tian was not surprised, as Duanmu Wan was only 17 years old. Years later, she would be assisting Duanmu Lei in managing the affairs of the inner sect, becoming an adept in navigating interpersonal relationships. At present, she still had much to learn. Chu Tian did not find her tiresome, responding with brief remarks and occasional nods. Meanwhile, Hui Mei displayed an unusual enthusiasm for Duanmu Wan, inexplicably drawn to her. Incessantly approaching and playfully tugging at her bald head, her eyes seemingly sparkling with intrigue as they fixated on Duanmu Wan's chest. Upon arriving at the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, Duanmu Wan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Chu Tian, I shall not ascend. The disciples from the Mo Yun County branch have reported signs of the heart demon sect's disciples in the area. My second uncle has instructed me to take some individuals to investigate. I will seek you out upon my return. Were it not for her father and second uncle emphasizing the importance of fostering a relationship with Chu Tian for the future of the Duanmu family, she would have preferred to avoid this overture, as it felt far more exhausting than 3 days and nights of continuous cultivation. The heart demon sect, that notorious demonic sect, is known to have a grudge against the Yi family, so why would you Duanmu family be tasked with addressing this? Chu Tian mused aloud. Though his intention to ascend the mountain was momentarily halted, he recalled that in the original narrative, years later, the position of the great hate demon Lord's holy son was abolished due to entanglement with the heart demon sect's enchantress in Mo Yun County, resulting in Yi Fan and Yi Feng capturing her, leading to a judicial assembly convened by Yi Tianxiong that ultimately resolved to revoke the Holy Son's title. Duanmu Wan was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time along their journey that Chu Tian had spoken to her at such length. 8 years prior, the master of the Heart Demon sect, the Golden Wolf Demon Sovereign, infiltrated Mo Yun County and was personally slain by the sect leader. Since that fateful day, they had relentlessly dispatched individuals to Mo Yun County, causing trouble for the Yi family. Just a few days ago, several collateral members of the Yi family were murdered, prompting a report to the Internal Affairs Hall. At that time, the Lord of Tianhong was attending to Yi Wan, and upon receiving the report concerning the Yi family, my uncle instructed me to handle the matter. Surprised by Chu Tian's sudden interest, Duanmu Wan took a deep breath to explain. The deceased collateral members of the Yi family were merely at the spirit refining stage. It is likely that only a few insignificant members of the Heart Demon sect were involved, at most at the integration stage, posing no significant threat. I shall return in no more than half a month. The sect has a regulation that disciples must embark on a half-month journey of training after breaking through to the spirit refining stage. In 2 days, I will accompany you to Mo Yun County, Chu Tian stated calmly, not waiting for Duanmu Wan's consent before striding up the sacred Emperor Peak, swiftly vanishing from her sight. She had yet to agree. Faced with Chu Tian's domineering nature, Duanmu Wan felt powerless, yet her entire family depended on him. Cough, cough. Beside them, Hui Mei cleared her throat, her enchanting visage filled with seriousness as she remarked, If you tell me how you achieved such a robust physique, I could speak favorably about you to my elder brother. Slap. Get lost. Who needs your help? Ask your mother. Duanmu Wan erupted in anger, delivering a sharp smack to Hui Mei's head before turning on her heel, vanishing beneath the sacred Emperor Peak. Since Chu Tian was also going, she naturally had to report to Duanmu Lei and wait for Chu Tian to depart together. My mother is nowhere near your level. Why are you so angry? Hui Mei grimaced, rubbing her head where Duanmu Wan had struck, thinking it was merely a query about her newfound strength, and that she was not unwilling to barter for information. It had never been this difficult when she sought wisdom from her elder brother regarding the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Upon Chu Tian's return to the main hall, The hunchbacked elder appeared before him with a grave expression, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue. Young master. The young lady's internal demonic energy erupted yesterday, and she has been unconscious for an entire night. Chapter 61. Ingesting the White Dao Seed. Reversing Yin and Yang technique in the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak, outside Chu Yunshang's chamber. Young master, I shall remain right here at the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would risk my very life to ensure your safety and that of the young Mississippi. After receiving comfort from Chu Tian during their journey, the darkened tint in the elder's slightly reddened eyes had dissipated, yet he remained enveloped in a heavy aura of malevolence. Despite Chu Tian's calm demeanor and his apparent confidence in resolving the challenges surrounding Chu Yunshang, they were ultimately confronted with the formidable supreme Yin and Yang technique, a terrifying legacy left behind by the ancient demonic race, which had ravaged the Hengtian continent for countless years. Many powerful figures had found themselves utterly helpless against it. The elder, still unable to let go, grasped Chu Tian's hand, repeatedly urging him to call for assistance should any unforeseen events arise. With a firm resolve, he turned his hunched back and settled himself at the entrance of Chu Yunshang's chamber, vigilantly guarding her. Elder, rest assured, Chu Tian never undertakes endeavors without certainty. Observing the elder's restless demeanor and palpable anxiety, Chu Tian felt a twinge of sympathy. It was evident that the elder had lived a life of solitude, akin to Xing Nu, having been raised by the Chu family and genuinely considering them his own kin, viewing the four siblings as his spiritual solace, akin to grandchildren. Otherwise, a mighty figure of the emperor rank, having weathered the vicissitudes of life and witnessed death countless times, would not be so deeply affected. In the original storyline, upon hearing of Jian Kongzhu's demise in the outer realms, Chu Tian was engulfed in anguish, his spirit shattered. Subsequently, he was reported by the Yi family and imprisoned. Many families that had relied on the Chu family for years sensed the impending doom and began to betray or flee. Even within the Chu family, numerous direct descendants and powerful figures went into hiding. The collapse of the Chu family, a grand vessel, was becoming increasingly apparent. After a glorious millennium, the servants and attendants had nearly all deserted. The three sisters of Chu Yunshang were all deceased, leaving only the vengeful demon sovereign, who was closely monitored within the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak. Many powerful figures who had dealings with the Chu family dared not approach, fearing they would be implicated and subjected to reckoning. In the end, the only companions remaining were Xing Nu and the elder, who, despite having had a significant chance to escape, chose to remain. The elder had stood silently beneath the ancient tree at the main hall's entrance, much like he now did outside Chu Yunshang's chamber. It was only upon the news of Chu Tian's demise that he suddenly ignited his life force, unleashing his peak power to forcibly create a temporal passage, facilitating Chu Tian and Cho Nu's exit from the sacred heaven sex domain. In that final moment, as the vengeful demon sovereign was thrust into the spatial rift by the elder, he glanced back, his blood-red eyes catching sight of the old man grinning amidst the flames, his prominent yellowing teeth starkly visible. Chu Tian harbored no doubt that had anything befallen him within the chamber with Chu Yunshang, the elder, having regained his emperor-level prowess through the ingestion of the divine transformation elixir, would undoubtedly have chosen to descend into madness, confronting Yi Tianxiong at the Sacred Emperor Peak. The door closed. Chu Tian approached the bed, only to find that the delicate, fair skin of Chunshang was enveloped in a faint aura of demonic energy. The smile that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by an expression of coldness, indifference, and cruelty. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were grappling with an immense pain, battling against some insidious consciousness. Naturally, a chill emerged in Chu Tian's eyes, and a pang of heartache gripped him, igniting a fierce desire to rend Yefeng into pieces. However, Chu Tian understood that this impulse was a mere emotional response, a murderous intent born from witnessing the suffering of a loved one. In his mind, the chaos pearl surged with spiritual energy, transforming into a long blade that severed this transient impulse of vengeance. He had perused the true interpretations of the supreme Yin-Yang grand art and realized that the individual who practiced the primary techniques had ingested a black Dao seed, causing the secondary techniques to lose their ethereal restraints, much like a wild horse breaking free, wreaking havoc within Chunshang's body. These forces were inherently hers, accumulated unconsciously within her dantian after her cultivation of the supreme Yin-Yang art, along with the various murderous thoughts that had arisen. This energy was meant to erupt explosively when she ignited her body, only to be devoured by Yefeng, who practiced the main technique, converting it into nourishment. Fortunately, Elder Tuo had been discreetly observing Chunshang, and the moment her demonic energy erupted, he had sealed it off and returned her to her chamber. Otherwise, if the practice of demonic arts had been exposed, Chunshang would have remained unscathed, yet Chu Tian's plan to turn the tables on Yefeng would have been thwarted. Now, as long as Chunshang consumed the white Dao seed, the demonic energy would be purified by the Dao essence, transforming into her own strength and granting her a tremendous boost in power. Of course, this was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited when Yefeng, uncontrolled, ignited the divine fire and broke through to the divine realm. At that moment, the surging Dao essence, divine power, and the myriad emotions would coalesce into a crucible, allowing Chunshang to undergo a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Chu Tian eagerly anticipated the transformation of his inherently gifted elder sister, born with sacred bones, into something extraordinarily formidable after consuming Yefeng's potent elixir. Yefeng would ultimately become the crucible for Chunshang's cultivation, severing emotional ties and metamorphosing into a vessel of ruthless slaughter. Chu Tian helped his sister sit cross-legged and place the white Dao seed into her mouth. He then closed his eyes, releasing a torrent of robust spiritual energy, which flowed like a mighty river, manifesting as intricate Dao runes that surged into Chunshang's body to aid in purifying the demonic energy. As the white Dao seed entered, it swiftly coursed through Chunshang's meridians and into her dantian. In an instant, a wave of Dao essence erupted from her dantian, enveloping her in a mist of pristine white, gradually purifying the demonic energy that clung to her form, transforming it into her own power. Meanwhile, Chu Tian seated himself at the head of the bed, using his spirit to cleanse Chunshang's meridians, tainted by demonic energy. Without his guidance, relying solely on the white Dao seed to resolve the demonic energy accumulated over many years would take at least 10 days to half a month for Chunshang to awaken. Prolonged exposure to the demonic energy could potentially inflict hidden injuries upon her, hindering her future breakthroughs to higher realms. Chu Yunshang possesses an innate celestial physique and extraordinary talent. Although diminished in power by the supreme yin-yang technique, she has nonetheless transcended to the composite realm, elevating her status above that of the current Chu Tian. Even though Chu Tian's spirit has now solidified into a tangible form, he has only just recently crossed into the refining spirit realm, making this leap across a significant boundary a considerable challenge for him. Upon exchanging for a supreme spirit refining pill in the system marketplace, he discovered that, following his advancement into the refining spirit realm, the efficacy of such exquisite elixirs has diminished significantly, rendering them nearly ineffective in light of his robust and concentrated spirit. Furthermore, the 3 major auras he has consistently maintained now leave him feeling somewhat constrained, as they fail to sustain his energy at its most vigorous and complete state. Chapter 62. The Blueprint of the System, Complete and Extraordinary Solutions. Chu Tian was engaged in 2 tasks simultaneously, while meticulously grooming his elder sister, Chu Yunshang. He was also pondering within his mind. Were anyone to be aware that Chu Tian was not only focused on refining another's physical form with his spirit, but was also distracted by other matters, they would likely break into a cold sweat, worrying for Chu Yunshang's well-being. The human body is an exceedingly intricate system, composed of countless meridians, acupoints, and vital organs. To manipulate demonic energy with one's spirit requires utmost concentration, as a moment's inattention could inflict severe damage upon Chu Yunshang's foundation, possibly resulting in irreversible harm. Chu Tian valued the foundational knowledge of cultivation greatly. From a young age, he had been diligently taught by his father, Chu Wang, about these principles. His mind was filled with such memories, and naturally, he understood them well. While multitasking presents a significant challenge to others in the realm of spirit cultivation, for Chu Tian, it posed no difficulty. After all, during his time in the sacred heavenly pool, he was able to cultivate, while simultaneously employing his spirit to suppress Yi Feng and isolate him from the surrounding spiritual energy. At that time, his spirit had not yet fully solidified. Now, however, it had transformed into a chaotic pearl within his mind. The materialization of his spirit has bestowed upon him numerous advantages, rendering multitasking effortless. Moreover, the technique of spiritual transference, which is akin to climbing a steep mountain for the average practitioner, felt as natural as flowing water for him. Chu Tian had even experimented, discovering that he could perform 2 distinctly different arcane symbols from the Taishang Yin-Yang Grand Art with both hands simultaneously, maximizing their potency without any interference. At this moment, The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated in his ears, informing him that the God-refining pill, designed for tempering the spirit of those at the bone-refining stage, had become obsolete now that he had transcended to the spirit-refining realm and materialized his spirit. It could be exchanged for the premium spirit condensation pill, one per day, which would consolidate spiritual power and facilitate a swift ascension to the 10th layer of the spirit-refining stage without any adverse effects. The spirit-refining stage serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul, igniting the divine fire, and thus is aptly named. With the materialization of his spirit, enhancing even a fraction of it is akin to the efforts of countless others. Consequently, this type of nourishing elixir is most suitable for his current needs. As he cultivates his spirit within the spirit-refining realm, he begins to touch upon the profound principles of the universe, the rules of nature, and the natural way, laying the groundwork for comprehending divine techniques and preparing for the next stage, the integration realm. In the integration realm, the spirit reaches every acupoint and meridian of the body, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining the essence of the universe within, and inviting the natural forces to cleanse the body. The more divine techniques one cultivates and comprehends in this current stage, the more profound their insights into the principles of the universe, which will significantly aid in the subsequent breakthrough to the integration realm. This stage necessitates a perfect balance of comprehension, principle, spirit, and physique. Lacking any one of these is detrimental. Thus, it is recommended that the host exchange for 4 intermediate auras encompassing these qualities. The 3 intermediate auras of comprehension, spirit, and physique will ensure that the host's body remains in an optimal state, while the intermediate aura of principles will accelerate the host's understanding of the forces of nature. The supreme elixir of divine refinement, priced at 600 destiny points for a single unit, encompasses 4 magnificent auras, incurring a daily expenditure of 1,200 destiny points, culminating in a total of 1,800 points. It is initially anticipated that within 3 months, the host will ascend to the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, preparing for the breakthrough into the fusion realm, while also comprehending 3 superior secret techniques, ultimately reaching a state of perfection. It is advisable that before the host endeavors to break into the fusion realm, at least 3 superior secret techniques should be cultivated to an extraordinary level, ensuring a flawless transition into the fusion realm and preparing to become the unique child of destiny amidst the cosmos. The gentle and melodious voice of the system echoed continuously in Chu Tian's ears, outlining a preliminary blueprint for his journey in the divine refinement realm. Achieving the perfection of 3 superior secret techniques within 3 months proved to be somewhat challenging. As Chu Tian tended to Chu Yunshan's body, he mused to himself. He recalled that the last time he inquired about the system's recommendations for the current marketplace exchange, the system estimated that within a month, he could attain the most optimal form to break through the body refinement realm. Yet, he accomplished this in merely 10 days, reaching a strength of 250,000 pounds, with his spirit materializing into substance, simultaneously elevating the supreme yin-yang great technique to an extraordinarily profound level. It appeared that the system's planning merely calculated Chu Tian's training in the most steady and conventional manner, neglecting to account for various unforeseen circumstances. As a thought crossed his mind, the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chu Tian Realm, first level of divine refinement, possessing 250,000 pounds of strength. With a spirit materialized into substance, even a young true dragon pales in comparison. The host is indeed the future singular child of destiny. Constitution, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation true scripture, second level, divine technique. Eye of heavenly Tao secret technique, supreme yin-yang great technique, advanced treasures, heavenly emperor's descent talisman, grants 10 minutes of emperor-level combat prowess. Heavenly profound divine ring, requires 1,000 destiny points for refinement. Contains a remnant of an ancient soul, posing a certain threat. The host should proceed with caution. Orb of the Great Tao, auxiliary treasure. Already refined destiny points. 143,000 points unbeknownst to him. He had already refined the supreme yin-yang great technique to an advanced state. Chu Tian realized that his rapid progress was attributed to Bing Bing's demonstration of the supreme yin-yang great technique in the Holy Heaven Pool, which aided him in condensing the yin-yang Tao seed, deepening his comprehension. Otherwise, achieving such advancement in merely 10 days, even with his extraordinary talent and the assistance of the insight aura, would have been implausible. It is noteworthy that the comprehension of divine techniques and secret arts is typically categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, great accomplishment, perfection, and the untouchable extraordinary level, which involves forging one's own path based on the foundations laid by predecessors. As far as Chu Tian was aware, many venerable beings within the divine god realm spent their entire lives, even until their demise, unable to carve their own path, confined to the depths of the established boundaries defined by their forebears. Countless prodigies, throughout their lives, strive solely to master a singular top-tier divine technique to perfection, continuously honing their skills, aspiring to transcend. Like Yu Tianhong, the formidable figure of the half-step emperor, who dedicates his life to perfecting the reincarnation emperor technique as a top-tier expert of the Holy Sky sect, Chu Tian has achieved remarkable feats in merely 10 days. He has cultivated the supreme secret art of the Supreme Dao clan to an advanced realm in the bone refinement stage. Should this news spread, it is likely that numerous ancient beings would rush forth, eager to dissect him in hopes of uncovering the secret behind his rapid comprehension of such an exalted technique. Without hesitation, Chu Tian exchanged for the finest divine refinement pill and the 4 radiant auras, feeling no remorse for his expenditure. Converting resources into strength takes precedence. After consuming 1,800 life points, the transaction was successful, accompanied by the gentle and melodious voice of the system. Immediately, Chu Tian ingested the divine refinement pill, and in an instant, an immense power erupted within his mind. Initially fatigued from channeling energy for Chu Yunshang, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Yet with the enhancement of the 3 auras, his state was restored to perfection. Suddenly, insights into the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique and various critical nuances naturally surfaced in his mind, leading to a comprehensive understanding. Chu Tian realized that the aura of Dao essence had begun to take effect. P.S. I have been suffering from a severe cold these past few days, with relentless coughing that woke me at 5 in the morning. I had to go to the hospital for saline treatment. It has been quite distressing. I am providing 2 updates for now, and once I recover, I will seek opportunities to make up for the missed updates for my esteemed readers. Chapter 63, Spirit Amplified. Physical power exceeds 100 million as night descended. The stars shimmered brilliantly, and the ethereal light of the moon cascaded upon the sacred Emperor Peak, bringing the mountain to life with a gentle glow as it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, channeling his spirit to cleanse Chu Yunshang of her demonic energy, while simultaneously guiding a strand of spiritual energy as thick as an infant's arm within his own body through 9 grand cycles, utilizing the Chaos Transformation True Scripture. Upon breaking through to the God Refinement realm, the Chaos Transformation True Scripture ascended to its 2nd tier, enabling him to draw upon an increased amount of celestial spiritual energy, leading to a qualitative leap in the purification of his body. Radiant chaos shimmered upon his skin as the blood within him surged. In a moment of transcendence, he envisioned a small golden dragon meandering within his chest, twisting and flowing until it coiled around the middle finger of his right hand. Buzz. Without opening his eyes, Chu Tian gently raised his hand, and a golden divine dragon erupted from the tip of his middle finger, illuminating the dim room with its brilliance. This arm-sized golden dragon seemed animated, roaring forth as it swirled around him, occasionally emitting deep, thunderous dragon roars that echoed loudly. Imbued with potent spiritual power capable of obliterating an ordinary god refinement practitioner, the divine dragon was vividly alive, its claws sharp, leaving tangible traces in the void, exuding an overwhelming force of attack. This manifestation of blood qi alone could contend with Yi Wan, potentially vanquishing him entirely. Such mastery of a supreme divine ability reflects an unparalleled level of control and spiritual refinement, allowing the divine power to materialize and endure. Truly, this was a pinnacle secret art from the Supreme Emperor Scripture, renowned for its offensive prowess. While it may lack the unpredictability of the Supreme Yin-Yang Grand Art, in terms of offensive profundity, it surpasses many, even outshining the Yi family's reincarnation emperor art. As Chu Tian opened his eyes and gazed upon the spiraling golden dragon in the air, a profound understanding dawned upon him. He was cultivating a top-tier offensive secret art from the Supreme Emperor Scripture, the Dragon Sovereign Suppression Technique. Through comprehending this offensive technique, Chu Tian grasped the immense benefits of refining his spirit into substance. It was not merely an enhancement of physical strength, but also significantly impacted divine abilities. In contrast, Individuals of Yi Wen's caliber, while appearing to possess robust spiritual power, were, in reality, disordered. Thus, although they may have grasped their secret techniques at an advanced stage, the spiritual essence they projected rendered their techniques deceptively formidable, yet fundamentally feeble, easily shattered. Hence, even at the 10th level of God refinement, with a physical strength estimated at 1,000,000 pounds, the enhancement from his spirit to his body fell short of tenfold. Even when paired with the high-level comprehension of the reincarnation emperor art, it could be obliterated by a single punch from Chu Tian. A single strand of my spirit could rival 10, or even 100 strands of Yi Wen's feeble essence. Should I reach the 10th level of God refinement, the robust and refined enhancement of my spirit upon my body could potentially unleash 100-fold physical power, breaking the 100 million mark. It would not be inconceivable to obliterate a prodigy like Yi Feng, who had reached the composite realm, with a single blow. Exhibiting top-tier secret techniques of the same caliber, my essence surpasses his by 10-fold, even 100-fold. The rudimentary suppression Dragon Emperor technique that I wield can rival his comprehension of the advanced reincarnation Emperor technique. Now that I have elevated the suppression Dragon Emperor technique to an intermediate stage, it utterly overwhelms him. Even if he reaches the perfected stage, I can still engage him in battle. Chu Tian mused to himself, feeling the rich vitality coursing through his veins and the abundant spirit within his mind. He increasingly understood the significance of the eternal sky rankings on the continent. The disparity between true prodigies and ordinary cultivators may not initially be apparent, manifesting merely as a difference of hundreds of thousands of pounds in strength. Yet, the distinct foundations ultimately forge towers of incomparable magnitude. He could scarcely fathom that. Upon reaching the pinnacle of spirit refinement, the enhancement of his physical prowess could yield a single punch capable of unleashing over 100 million pounds of force, potentially even enough to slay a divine being ignited with divine fire. Though he had only just breached the spirit refinement realm, dispatching Yi Wen, who was at the 10th level of spirit refinement, felt as effortless as eating or drinking. A casual manifestation of the transforming suppression Dragon Emperor technique would suffice to annihilate a waste like Yi Wen. Presently, my typical strength at the combined realm can merely unleash 2 to 3 million pounds, yet I can still obliterate my foes. Chu Tian glanced at Chu Yunshang, observing that the demonic aura enveloping her had nearly dissipated. With a mental probe, he detected that her internal organs still bore a heavy demonic presence. However, a single night would be ample to purify all the malevolent energy within her. Closing his eyes, he set about alleviating the demonic energy from Chu Yunshang while continuing to comprehend the secret techniques. With the enhancement of the 4 great halos, he discovered he could now multitask with remarkable efficiency, simultaneously cultivating the 2 secret techniques at his disposal while also using his spirit to aid Chu Yunshang in dispelling the demonic aura. With the support of intermediate spiritual and physical halos, he would never experience fatigue or excessive spiritual depletion. The true dragon soaring above gradually began to dissipate, yet its lingering roar resonated throughout the room, echoing endlessly. Outside the door, the old hunchback was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. Were it not for the fact that this was the young lady's private chamber, he might have ventured inside to witness whether the young master was indeed cultivating divine abilities. Remaining at the threshold, even without deliberate sensing as an imperial figure, he could perceive the subtle fluctuations of divine energy within the room. The presence of the young lady, Chu Yunshang, continually ascended as the demonic energy waned. He had begun to relax, realizing that Chu Tian was not merely offering comfort but genuinely possessed methods to assist Chu Yunshang in dissipating the dark energy. Throughout the entire afternoon, the old hunchback, though unaware of Chu Tian's precise actions within the chamber, could sense the fluctuations of Chu Tian's spirit, indicating he was likely helping Chu Yunshang dispel the demonic energy while simultaneously delving into the comprehension of divine secret techniques, most likely the suppression Dragon Emperor technique from the Supreme Emperor scriptures. The hunchback's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment as he felt the ongoing fluctuations of the true dragon technique within the room, which not only persisted but continued to grow in intensity. Deep within, he harbored profound doubts about whether the young master had truly just broken through to the spirit refinement realm in the sacred heaven pool. As the emperor, despite his failing eyesight and occasional bouts of confusion, he should not be easily mistaken. Such mental fortitude and the ability to manifest the true dragon form are feats beyond the reach of many enlightened beings. Moreover, He could genuinely perceive that within merely half a day's time, the young Master's Dragon Sovereign technique had evolved from its nascent stage to one of proficiency, ultimately achieving tangible manifestation, undoubtedly advancing from the beginner level to an intermediate realm. To grasp a supreme secret art from the imperial scriptures to an intermediate state within an afternoon, all while multitasking, was remarkable. Old Tuo even suspected that his intense concern for the young lady had led to mental strain, causing him to hallucinate. Having spent an extensive time with the Chu family, he had witnessed countless talented individuals struggling to master the Dragon Sovereign technique, often toiling for 6 months or even a year under the direct guidance of elder figures, yet failing to even enter the preliminary stage. If those talented heirs of the Chu family, who toiled in vain, were to discover this, they might very well perish from indignation on the spot. They had endured countless nights questioning their own intelligence, berated by their elders as fools. Yet, Chu Tian, with just half a day, managed to elevate the most potent offensive secret technique from the imperial scriptures to an intermediate level. This exemplifies the extraordinary nature of his supreme physique, the chaotic divine demon body. Old Tuo sighed inwardly, ultimately attributing this to the unparalleled prowess of the chaotic divine demon body, rightfully one of the most formidable physiques in the history of the Heng Tian continent. Naturally, the more exceptional Chu Tian became, the more gratified he felt. Chapter 64. Chu Yunshang awakens and decides to remain silent for a night. The following day at noon, Xiao Tian, have you and Old Tuo been concealing something from me all along? The slightly melancholic voice of Chu Yunshang echoed in his ears. As Chu Tian opened his eyes, he saw his elder sister had awakened from her coma, now leaning against the headboard. Her vacant gaze fixed upon the ancient trees outside the window. Her eyes, once vibrant, now bore a hint of desolation and emptiness. Her pallid complexion from yesterday was now suffused with color, her cheeks rosy and beautiful. The demonic energy cultivated through the supreme yin-yang technique had been dispelled, and combined with the essence derived from the supreme yin-yang Tao, Chu Yunshang radiated a transcendent beauty. Yet, upon witnessing the hollowness in her eyes, devoid of the usual vivacity and instead filled with profound anguish, Chu Tian instinctively felt a tightening in his heart. Nonetheless, he understood that this was a necessary process for her. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang's profound love for Yi Feng remained untainted by doubt until the eruption of the supreme yin-yang technique. Observing his sister's vacant and tormented expression, Chu Tian realized that the recent surge of demonic energy, coupled with his prior inquiry about the supreme yin-yang technique and his conversation with Old Tuo, had led her to some conclusions. Chu Tian chose not to respond. Instead, he rose to tidy his attire, intending to exit the room. He believed that many matters should unfold naturally, and that true understanding comes from personal revelation rather than mere words from others. Chu Yunshang was not foolish, rather. She was quite astute, though her experiences were limited. The intricacies surrounding Yi Feng and the Yi family should be left for Chu Yunshang to gradually comprehend and accept on her own. Excessive explanation might prove counterproductive. The supreme yin-yang technique was a dark sorcery of the supreme demon sect, a source of ire across the continent, leaving the foremost sects utterly powerless. At that moment, Chu Yunshang's somber tone broke through his thoughts, prompting him to pause and slowly turn around. Elder sister, you are already aware. Chu Tian's voice was low. Just then, Old Tuo entered the room, having heard the exchange. Upon seeing the pain etched in Chu Yunshang's vacant eyes, his own were suffused with a bloodshot hue. Miss, do not despair. That Yi Feng is but a cultured beast, a vile creature. I will accompany you to the sacred Emperor Peak at once, and you shall take vengeance upon that scoundrel yourself. Grandfather Tuo, I do not wish to kill Yi Feng at this moment. I only seek the truth. Chu Yunshang's voice quivered as she turned to Chu Tian, her expression pleading. Xiao Tian, please share everything you know about what has transpired recently. I do not wish to remain ignorant, a mere puppet in this unfolding drama. Her voice was laden with boundless anguish, reflecting the profound betrayal of having placed her trust in someone, only to discover that in their eyes, she was merely a pawn, a vessel, a mere piece on a chessboard. The psychological impact of this revelation was indescribable. She embodies innocence, yet is far from foolish, possessing a sensitivity of spirit. When Chu Tian spoke of the supreme yin-yang technique and offered his affirmation, she sensed an ominous chill emanating from her younger brother and the sudden emergence of the hunchbacked elder, whose murderous intent was palpable. The following day, she commenced her exploration of the ancient tomes housed within the sacred Emperor Peak's scripture pavilion. Upon uncovering the records of the supreme yin-yang technique buried within the dusty archives of the demonic sect, Chu Yunxiang felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed upon her. Even after discovering the existence of the supreme yin-yang technique, she found herself subconsciously attempting to justify Yi Feng's actions. Perhaps he was unaware of the secretive nature of this demonic art, or maybe he intended for her to practice only the primary essence of the supreme yin-yang technique. Or perhaps Chu Yunxiang's voice trembled, and 2 lines of tears cascaded down her hollow, vacant eyes. At the moment when the demonic energy surged explosively from her dantian, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge for slaughter. Memories of her parents and the cherished moments spent with her younger siblings seemed to fade into the distance. In that instant, her mind was consumed solely by the image of Yi Feng, as her emotions and desires slipped away. Miss, if you wish to weep, let your tears flow freely. Do not hold back. The hunchbacked elder trembled as he stepped forward, intending to offer comfort to the young lady. Ultimately, he merely placed a reassuring hand on Chu Yunxiang's shoulder, for he was usually steadfast in adhering to the boundaries of their master-servant relationship. Grandfather Hunchback, what have I done to deserve such treatment from Yi Feng? Chu Yunxiang cried softly into the elder's embrace. Sister, you have done nothing wrong. It is Yi Feng who deserves his fate, Chu Tian replied in a low voice, taking the opportunity to recount the recent events, the betrayal of the Liu family, and Yi Tianxiang scheming to extract his eyes in the name of sect interests. Yi Hongwu, Yi Fan, and the Yi family have even plotted against you, my little brother. Uncle Tianxiang watched you grow, and he was a sworn brother to our father. How dare he seek to harm you? Chu Yunxiang lifted her head, her once vacant eyes now brimming with an unprecedented ferocity. These scoundrels of the Yi family not only conspired against me, but dared to threaten you as well. That little girl Liu Yun appears so obedient, yet in secret, she is utterly shameless. And the Liu family, having benefited so greatly from us, still has the audacity to scheme against our family. With gritted teeth, Chu Yunxiang continued, initially, I found it perplexing why you would suddenly defy Father's wishes and rush to the Hung Tian Hall for the test. No wonder Yi Feng received Uncle Tianxiang's message and hastily returned, accompanied by so many talented members of the Yi family. They are clearly plotting against us. Chu Yunxiang turned to gaze into Chu Tian's eyes and suddenly declared, Little Tian, could it be that the Yi family seeks to undermine us, wishing for our family to remain in the shadows? Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, for he could not disclose his knowledge of the events that would transpire. He merely nodded slightly, saying, Sister, at this stage, I too harbor suspicions, yet all signs point towards the Yi family. Little Tian, I have made my decision. I shall accompany you to participate in the Heng Tian Hall test. Chu Yunxiang lifted her head, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing her words, Chu Tian smiled faintly and nodded, realizing that Chu Yunxiang's intelligence and rapid growth surpassed his expectations. Currently, aside from him, the Chu family remained steadfast in executing the commands of King Chu Tian, maintaining a low profile without drawing attention, with only him representing the younger generation of the Chu family on the Hung Tian rankings. Chu Tian understood that the young prodigies of the Chu family did not lack the desire to ascend the Hung Tian rankings, basking in glory and earning widespread admiration. However, the formidable reputation of their father, King Chu Tian, loomed heavily over them. Many young talents of the Chu family, though tempted by his position at the pinnacle of the Earth rankings, dared not defy King Chu Tian's orders. Since his return, he had been contemplating how to reverse the prevailing trend of discretion within the Chu family. As a prominent founding family, the younger generation should be making waves and establishing their prestige, rather than remaining silent, which would only signal to the outside world that the youth of the Chu family were lacking in capability. Such a perception would be immensely damaging to the family's reputation. It was widely acknowledged that Chu Yunxiang had always been the most obedient daughter of King Chu Tian. Her ascent to the Heng Tian rankings would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in transforming the current atmosphere surrounding the Chu family. At that moment, a gleaming bald head appeared at the doorway, and with a voice trembling with excitement, Huime announced, Elder brother, my cousin has arrived at the Holy Heaven sect. But upon learning that you have secured the top position on the Earth rankings, she went directly to the Hung Tian Hall for testing. P.S. My health has nearly recovered, and I will resume my writing schedule tomorrow, aiming to catch up on the chapters that are overdue. Chapter 65. Why are the words so unpleasant? The annoying younger brother in the Hall of Eternal Heaven, Chu Tian, entered with Chu Yunxiang and Huime. only to find the hall teeming with a dense crowd. Within the hall, thousands of disciples from various sects were gathered outside the spirit refinement and cohesion halls. Their eyes filled with astonishment, occasionally punctuated by gasps of disbelief. The current generation of the Tsihang sacred sect is indeed overwhelmed with prodigies. The illustrious Hualian saintess had dominated the cohesion ranking for 2 years, while the remarkable Huime had held sway over the bone refinement rankings for many years. Had it not been for the emergence of the young saint, their positions would have remained unchallenged. Now, they have also claimed the top spots on the spirit refinement rankings. Following the young saint's breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm and departure from the bone refinement rankings, it is a matter of disgrace that none of the 4 major rankings below the age of 18 belong to our sacred heaven sect, a humiliation not witnessed in millennia. It appears that Hualian saintess aims to reclaim the top position on the earth ranking, seeking to surpass the young saint, having already failed twice in her attempts. This marks her 3rd endeavor. The young saint is undeniably extraordinary, having firmly secured the top position on the earth ranking solely based on his achievements in the bone refinement realm, leading to Hualian saintess's 2 failures. Within the Hall of Eternal Heaven, voices of astonishment mixed with regret echoed, accompanied by admiration for the young saint, Chu Tian. At that moment, a resounding exclamation erupted from the spirit refinement hall, akin to a tidal wave. Lin Jie, already ranked first on the spirit refinement rankings, had slain over 3,600 phantasmic nightmares yet remained dissatisfied with his achievements, re-entering the testing space once more. In a mere 10 seconds, he had dispatched 675 nightmarish beasts. Good heavens, that is 100 more than his previous attempt within the same time frame. The prodigies of the Tsihang sacred sect evoke a sense of despair. They manage to surpass their previous records each time. How are they nurtured to such heights? Why has our sacred heaven sect's generation below the spirit realm become so feeble? Chu Tian looked up to see that the name at the top of the spirit refinement rankings had changed to Lin Jie. Lin Jie, the prospective young saint of the Tsihang sacred sect, possesses a mastery of the 7th level of spirit refinement, with a mental acuity of 70. Having annihilated 3,640 phantasmic nightmares in just 1 minute. Behind his name, the digital timer continued to count down, indicating that he had already defeated over 1,300 nightmare beasts in merely 20 seconds. The previous number 1, Yi Guilong from the Yi family, had plummeted to 2nd place, significantly trailing Lin Jie, who had claimed a staggering victory with only 1 minute yielding over 1,900 nightmarish creatures vanquished. It is no wonder that the Hall of Eternal Heaven has attracted such a throng of sect disciples. After all, Yi Guilong was nearly the sole representative of our sacred heaven sect prior to Chu Tian's arrival, as the most powerful sect recognized in the current Eternal Heaven continent. The sacred heaven sect's rankings below the spirit realm are fiercely contested by prodigies under the age of 18, representing the potential of a sect's future. Yet, among the 4 major rankings, only Yi Guilong barely occupies the top of the spirit refinement rankings, a position that pales in comparison to the overwhelming dominance of the Tsihang sacred sect in both the bone refinement and cohesion rankings. Following Chu Tian's breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm, not only has he vacated the bone refinement rankings, but he has now lost even the last remaining semblance of prestige on the spirit refinement rankings. In the memory of Chu Tian, there exists information regarding Yi Guilong, as the Chu Tian Wangdu has praised him multiple times, and he is the grandson of Yi Honggu, who was compelled to take his own life. Chu Tian paid little heed to this, for in the original narrative, the most significant figures of the Yi family were Yi Feng and Yi Fan. Beyond these 2, even the prodigy ranked first on the god-refining list was not worthy of his time. Conversely, the Tsihang Xingzong, specifically the remarkable talents of Huime and Huilian, were indeed commendable, while this Lin Jie was merely a supporting character destined to be defeated by Yi Fan with a single blow. Chu Tian cast a glance at the fusion ranking. The formidable ice-cold woman continued to dominate the leaderboard, resolutely vying for the top position on the Earth ranking. She was ruthlessly eliminating the crimson flame golden crystal leopards in the testing space, her record being refreshed time and again, having already claimed 5,700 kills within a minute, nearly doubling the count of the 2nd place. It was noteworthy that Yi Feng, ranked 6th, had managed only 367 kills. It appeared that unless she reclaimed the top spot on the Earth ranking, this relentless woman would not leave the Hengtian Palace today. This infuriating Ice Queen seemed to possess an unbounded strength. Chu Chun looked at the fusion ranking and remarked, Xiaodian, although my sister has never attempted to break into the fusion ranking and I am unsure of how high she could place, she surely cannot surpass this prodigy. With a positive disposition, Chu Chun quickly composed herself. After departing from the Shenghuang Peak, she resumed her lively demeanor. Upon learning from Hui Mei that her younger brother had defeated Yi Wen with a single punch, she gasped in astonishment, embracing Chu Tian and showering him with kisses, declaring that she would reward her brother handsomely. Throughout their journey, she incessantly inquired about how Chu Tian had avenged her against Yi Feng in the holy pool, excitedly waving her fists and asserting that Chu Tian was indeed her beloved brother, living up to her affection. Chu Tian smiled gently and offered a few comforting words to Chu Chun. He did not expect his elder sister to rival the holy maiden Hualien at this moment. Perhaps, once Yi Feng broke through and ignited the divine flame, transforming into a slaughtering demon soldier, his sister's sacred bones would undergo a rebirth, granting her a chance to compete with Hualien. Brother, this Lin Jie has been persistently pestering my cousin despite my warnings. If I am afforded some time to break through a few minor realms in the god-refining stage, I shall surely sever his 3-inch member, Hui Mei said through gritted teeth, vigorously scratching her gleaming head while glancing at the god-refining list. Goodness. 4,200 illusory nightmare beasts. At that moment, the numbers on the god-refining list froze, eliciting gasps of admiration and envy from numerous disciples as they beheld the rankings. Meanwhile, on the Earth ranking, Lin Jie had surged into the 10th position, entering the top 10 and becoming one of the celebrated prodigies under 30 on the Hongtian continent. From within the golden boulder of the god-refining hall emerged a youth of approximately 13 or 14 years, clad in a blue-patterned robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Yi Guilong, there is no need for any further testing between us. We are entirely incomparable, Lin Jie stated coolly to a young man in black robes beside the god-refining hall, before striding towards Chu Tian. You must be Chu Tian, the young saint of the Sheng Tian sect. Lin Jie cast a fleeting glance at Hui Mei before casually addressing Chu Tian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jie, a prospective holy son of the Cihong sacred sect. In the days to come, I will be accompanying senior sister Hui Lian to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao alongside you. Rest assured, my Lin family will not treat you unfairly. We shall provide ample benefits and returns for the Chu family. His tone bore a subtle arrogance, although it lacked the soaring disdain of Hui Mei, evoking a sense of superiority that could provoke resentment. It was as though his opportunity to cultivate alongside Chu Tian was a privilege bestowed upon the Chu family. Upon hearing his words, before Chu Tian could respond, Chu Yunshang expressed her dissatisfaction. You, little brother, have a rather unappealing way of speaking. Why do you insist on speaking for yourself? My brother has yet to agree. And does our Chu family truly lack the trifling benefits you offer? Chapter 66, Tenfold Spirit. 99-fold suppression Dragon Emperor technique. The Lin family stands as one of the most formidable clans of the Compassionate Voyage Holy Sect, boasting a lineage that has endured for nearly 10 million years. As the scion of the Lin family, I am regarded as the most gifted individual in millennia. Who in the entire continent would dare to refuse the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with me? Lin Jie casually retorted, his gaze shifting to Hui Mei, and remarked, You little bald head, how annoying you are, always lurking around. Behave yourself and return to the holy sect, or else, despite your recent breakthrough into the divine refinement realm, you will soon find your days fraught with hardship. I shall make you comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us. You are truly insufferable, and I find you quite unlikable, Chu Yunshang replied, her irritation palpable. What sort of person is so arrogant? Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, turning to Hui Mei and stating, Not just anyone is worthy of being by my side or serving as my subordinate. Since you hail from the Compassionate Voyage Holy Sect, it is your responsibility to address this matter. Hui Mei bared her teeth in a grin, shaking her head vigorously. Elder brother, I am not acquainted with this insignificant fellow. He is of no concern to me. I once vowed to sever his 3-inch insignificance. Then, Hui Mei's enchanting visage turned icy, and, with an air of intimidation, she glared at Lin Jie. Did you hear that? My elder brother does not welcome you, so be swift in your departure. Lin Jie's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would dare to disrespect him so brazenly. Chu Tian, my sect's esteemed master, the heavenly fate Taoist, has already made arrangements with your Chu family for my visit. Have you considered the consequences of your words? Chu Tian remained unfazed, suddenly striding directly towards the divine refinement hall. He had never been one to take detours, and as his shoulder collided with Lin Jie's, the sheer force of his physique caused Lin Jie to stagger back 3 steps with a muffled grunt. He had no inclination to engage in trivial banter with a mere supporting character. The purpose of accompanying his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to the Hung Tian Hall was to participate in the upcoming trials there. Chu Tian, your audacity knows no bounds. Lin Jie bellowed, his handsome features contorted in anger. Never had anyone dared to treat him with such disdain. The might of Chu Tian's physique was terrifying. The unanticipated collision felt as if he had been struck by a towering mountain, leaving him with the sensation that his entire body was on the verge of disintegration, as if his shoulder bones had cracked. Remember, my elder sister harbors no fondness for you. So you are forbidden from stepping even a single foot into the Holy Emperor's Peak Main Hall. Chu Tian responded calmly as he stepped into the Divine Refinement Hall. At that moment, Yi Guilong emerged from the golden boulder, his face ashen. He had just failed his test, not only falling short of surpassing Lin Jie but also failing to meet his previous results. Chu Tian, Yi Guilong blurted out, his complexion growing even paler. After all, his grandfather, Yi Hongwu, had been driven to suicide by plotting against Chu Tian. In the wake of Yi Hongwu's demise, his family's wealth had been entirely confiscated by the law enforcement hall, resulting in a significant decline in their standing within the clan. The resources allocated to him by the sect had also been drastically reduced, and he faced various investigations from the law enforcement hall. Were it not for his exceptional talent, being the first on the Divine Refinement rankings, he might have already been forcibly taken by the law enforcement hall for scrutiny. This urgency was precisely why he had hastened to arrive upon hearing that his old rival, Lin Jie, was attempting to claim the top spot on the Divine Refinement rankings. He never anticipated that after his failure, Chu Tian would approach him head-on. What do you want? Yi Guilong's voice quivered slightly, tinged with fear, as he mistakenly believed Chu Tian was seeking revenge on behalf of his grandfather. He had already learned of Yi Wen's demise at the hands of Chu Tian, who had struck him down with a single blow. Although Yi Wen's abilities were inferior to his own, his connections were formidable. If Chu Tian sought to eliminate him, it would be an effortless task. However, as Chu Tian drew near, he bypassed Yi Guilong entirely, stepping directly into the golden vortex of the colossal stone, commencing the test. Yi Guilong's countenance turned pale, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief, yet he was soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Perceiving a profound disdain emanating from Chu Tian, it seemed he was unworthy even of a fleeting glance from him. Before stepping into the vortex, Chu Tian faintly heard exclamations of shock from the direction of the Harmonious Unity Hall, where it appeared that the holy maiden Hui Lian had slain 6,500 crimson flame golden crystal leopards, reclaiming the top position on the Earth rankings. Buzz! Before Chu Tian's eyes, a pitch-black space materialized, revealing an abyss of darkness ahead, from which eerie and terrifying beast roars echoed. Suddenly, within the inky blackness, pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, opened wide, densely packed like a horrific constellation of crimson stars suspended in the sky. From these blood-red stars surged waves of sanguine energy, a formidable mental tempest that bombarded Chu Tian's consciousness, accompanied by a barrage of visions that assailed his mind. The nightmare beasts, adept in mental assaults, could conjure illusions, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Buzz! Chu Tian maintained his composure, as the chaos pearl within his mind radiated beams of light, effectively nullifying all mental attacks, causing the illusions within his consciousness to dissipate instantly. His mind was honed to a tangible essence, and his will was unyielding. No illusion could disrupt his resolve. Before him, in the expanse of the sky, loomed beasts with expansive black wings capable of enveloping nearly 10 meters of space, resembling bats. Their blood-red eyes and enormous mouths emitted sonic waves, harboring immense mental force. They soared through the skies, while those in the refinement realm were unable to fly, limited to employing spiritual techniques to combat the nightmare beasts, thus curtailing their physical prowess. This limitation appeared to be a deliberate design of the founders of the Eternal Sky rankings, intended to rigorously test the mental strength of the challengers. Time passed swiftly. During his initial encounter with the nightmare beasts, Chu Tian squandered a full 10 seconds merely observing. At this moment, the Eternal Sky Hall was enveloped in silence, with disciples of the Holy Sky Sect holding their breath in anticipation. Within the territory of the Holy Sky Sect, disciples of the Compassionate Voyage Sect swept through the Harmonious Unity and Refinement rankings, with the top position on the Earth rankings once again occupied by the Holy Maiden Hui Lian. They eagerly hoped for someone to rise and curb the arrogance of their opponents. However, after a full 10 seconds of inactivity beside Chu Tian's name on the refinement rankings, their hopes gradually transformed into disappointment. The young Holy Sun has only just broken through to the refinement realm, He needs a moment to acclimate, murmured one disciple, attempting to reassure those around him. Indeed, the young holy son is so young yet has already ascended to the top of the earth rankings. His future is limitless. We must have faith in him. A girl with a ponytail spoke. Although those around her acknowledged her words, they could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment within. At that moment, the list of divine rankings inscribed upon the golden stone suddenly stirred, revealing the name of Chu Tian. Chu Tian, 11 seconds, 965 phantasmal nightmares. Soon, the time counter flickered again. 12 seconds, 2,634 phantasmal nightmares. 13 seconds, 3,795. Instantly, those in the Hall of Eternity who had been fixated on the rankings were left in a daze. What had transpired? What were they witnessing? Was this a dream? At this moment, Lin Jie's face became rigid. Upon seeing the list, he was utterly stunned. What on earth? After multiple tests, he had struggled fiercely to slay 4,200 within a minute. Yet now, in merely 3 seconds, Chu Tian had annihilated over 3,000? What a colossal joke. Within the testing space, a thunderous roar erupted. Chu Tian harbored no intention of concealing his might. The eye of the heavenly path opened upon his brow, emanating a cascade of purple light as his mental prowess surged tenfold. A tide of ethereal energy, shimmering with a soft violet hue, swept across the heavens, engulfing the void for miles. In an instant, thousands of phantasmal nightmares were obliterated, a nauseating mist of blood saturating the sky. Each monstrous nightmare, with its grotesque appearance and malevolent, lantern-like eyes, resembled mere paper as they were swept away by the torrent of solidified mental energy, melting and shattering without an ounce of resistance. With a fierce roar, Chu Tian summoned forth his formidable mental energy, coalescing it into 99 true dragons. Their golden radiance pierced through the murky heavens, their thunderous roars exploding countless phantasmal nightmares into oblivion. The true dragons soared high, their golden scales and sharp claws becoming the most fearsome instruments of destruction. These 99 dragons darted through the darkness like bolts of lightning, and with each breath, hundreds, even thousands of phantasmal nightmares were torn apart, their essence scattered into a blood mist by the resounding dragon roars. Chu Tian's mental prowess was terrifying. The latent power within his spirit was over 100 times that of an ordinary cultivator, though he was merely at the first level of the divine refinement stage. The depth of his spirit rivaled that of a 5th-level practitioner, and in direct confrontation, he could easily crush a so-called prodigy like Yiwen, who was at the 10th level of body refinement. Now, enhanced by the eye of the heavenly path, each spirit-formed dragon was as formidable as a true dragon cub of divine refinement. Any single true dragon could overpower Yiwen, and united, the 99 true dragons could annihilate even those at the fusion stage in an instant. In the testing space, the true dragons danced like lightning, mercilessly slaughtering the phantasmal nightmares. And the sky was painted in a sea of blood mist. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Divine Refinement, an eerie silence enveloped the area. At the forefront, upon the golden stone ranking list, the inscription read, Chu Tian, 35 seconds, 39,700 phantasmal nightmares. Chapter 67, the limits unreached 35 seconds, 39,700. 40 seconds, 45,001. Impossible, impossible, how could this be? Damn it. Lin Jie trembled all over, muttering to himself, his face pale and his eyes wide open, teetering on the brink of madness. The blow was indeed overwhelmingly severe. In less than a minute, a gap of nearly tenfold had emerged. What was even more suffocating was the stark contrast in ages between him and Chu Tian. Chu Tian had just broken through to the 1st level of spirit refinement, while he had already reached the 8th level, steeped in this realm for over 2 years. Chu Tian must have cheated. Even Sister Huilian, who had achieved the 10th level, had only managed to slay 12,000 illusory nightmares. How could he possibly? Shut your mouth if you can't speak, Hui Mei interjected, her eyes glaring at Lin Jie. Yet, deep down, she felt a sense of smugness. After all, she too had once been crushed by Chu Tian during the bone-forging rankings. The feeling of being overwhelmed by such a tremendous advantage was now Lin Jie's to endure. I managed to finish off the ancient mammoth in the bone-forging rankings. You, on the other hand, have been surpassed by someone of several realms and still find yourself at a tenfold disadvantage. You've brought shame upon the holy sect. If I were you, I would return to the holy sect immediately to avoid becoming a laughingstock here. Am I right, cousin? Hui Mei's enchanting face wore a flattering expression as she scratched her head, glancing toward a stunning woman not far ahead. Bald-headed little brat, are you spouting nonsense? Do you believe I will? Lin Jie fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to lash out at Huimei to vent his frustrations. "Close your mouths, or return to the holy sect," commanded Saintess Hui Lian, clad in a flowing white gown. Her exquisite visage radiated an icy demeanor, merely standing there. An aura of chill seemed to envelop her. Her gaze, sharp as ice blades, swept over Linjie and Huimei, causing both to instinctively shrink back and shoot each other a glare before falling silent. Hui Lian understood that although she had killed 11,000 illusory nightmares at the 8th level, her performance at the 10th level would only yield a 4 to 5-fold increase at most. And what level was Chu Tian at now? The first level of spirit refinement. What could she possibly compare with him? Buzz. At that moment, the numbers on the golden boulder froze. Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slain 60,315 illusory nightmares. The spirit refinement leaderboard was instantly refreshed, with Chu Tian's name ascending to the top. Chu Tian. First level of spirit refinement, mental refinement degree 100, slaying 60,315 illusory nightmares. As the leaderboard continued downwards, Linjie, 8th level of spirit refinement. Mental refinement degree 70, slaying 4,000. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The crowd of disciples gazed at the spirit refinement leaderboard, rendered speechless, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within them. This is no longer a mere chasm of superiority. It is a staggering disparity, akin to the radiant stars contrasted against a flickering candlelight. The number 1 spot on the divine refinement list has been reclaimed by the young saint, one of the 4 prestigious rankings beneath the divine realm, returning to the hands of the sacred heaven sect, thereby restoring some semblance of dignity to the sect. Yet, within the hearts of many disciples, a tumult of emotions brews. Excitement mingles with despondency, and bitterness lingers. The young saint is truly a prodigy. Although Lin Jie possesses remarkable talent, at least they could still glimpse his silhouette. Yet the young saint, they cannot even catch a glimpse of his heels. Initially, they had hoped to make a mark, at least to break into the top 10 of the divine refinement list. Huimei, scratching her bald head in frustration, seemed as if she might peel off another layer of skin, her ethereal face twitching at both the corners of her eyes and mouth. What hope is there for such aspirations? Even if he is at the first level of divine refinement, capable of slaying 1,000 illusory nightmares, or even striving to kill 2,000, what good would that do? It would not suffice to mitigate the blow to their morale. Once, they had thought that breaking through to the divine refinement realm would earn them the title of Big Brother from Chu Tian. Now, reflecting on that notion makes Hui Mei's mouth twitch even more violently. The path ahead remains steep and daunting. It is impossible, it must be a cheat. How could one at the first level of divine refinement possess such strength? This is inconceivable. Lin Jie's handsome face turned pale. Disbelief etched across it. How could the mental refinement level reach 100%? I have attained 70%, and my father, along with the esteemed elders of the sacred sect, praise me as a rare talent among our sect's generations. Even you, Sister Hui Lian, renowned as the most extraordinary prodigy in the long history of the sacred sect, did you not only achieve 90% in your mental refinement? Hui Lian, already bearing an icy demeanor, seemed to be enveloped in an even thicker frost, exuding a chill that caused the ground to freeze beneath her. She lifted her gaze towards the earth ranking and saw her name plummet to 2nd place, while Chu Tian ascended back to the top. After nearly 10 attempts to break her limits, she had regained the 1st position on the earth ranking, yet it lasted merely a minute before she was overshadowed again. Moreover, the magnitude of Chu Tian's recent accomplishments made her realize that even with minor breakthroughs, such as slaying an additional 1 or 2,000 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards, surpassing Chu Tian would be impossible. Chu Tian is my dear brother, Chu Yunshang declared proudly, her voice resonating with triumph as she gazed down upon all, finding greater joy in her brother's excellence than in her own ascent to the top of the earth ranking. Emerging from the golden vortex of colossal stones, Chu Tian cast a tranquil glance at the celestial ranking, witnessing his dual triumph at the pinnacle of both the divine refinement list and the earth ranking. His eyes betrayed no tumult, for he was acutely aware of the limits of his own power. Ascending to the apex of the divine refinement list was a foregone conclusion. He soon turned and re-entered the golden vortex, returning to the testing space for another assessment. The first test had consumed some time and was not executed flawlessly. He sought to discern where his limits lay, eager to discover how many illusory nightmares existed within the testing space, and what would manifest after their annihilation. Would it be the offspring of a true dragon, or perhaps another ancient apex divine beast? On this occasion, upon the golden monolith, The name of Chu Tian swiftly emerged on the divine refinement ranking. Chu Tian, in a mere second, annihilated 1,278 phantasmal nightmares. In 2 seconds, he dispatched 2,506. 10 seconds later, the count reached 14,800. Ultimately, time froze at 1 minute. Chu Tian, within this minute, slaughtered 74,816 phantasmal nightmares. Within the Hall of Eternal Heavens, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, eventually shattered by the weighty sound of breaths echoing through the chamber. Despite the understanding that the young sage might not be resorting to deceit, but rather achieving the extraordinary, a sense of incredulity lingered. A strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of valor, spoke with palpable discontent. Each of us is a rare gem, selected from the vast territories of the Holy Sky sect through rigorous trials. Yet how could the disparity be so immense? A companion, wearing a wry smile, responded, previously. During the bone forging ranking, there were whispers of the young sage cheating as well. Even seasoned experts from the outside world came to scrutinize our sect's eternal ranking, and everything was found to be in order. Later, the young sage demonstrated his prowess, mercilessly overwhelming any adversary of equal tier in the bone forging realm, famously shattering the son of the Internal Affairs Hall's master with a single blow, and even slaying a young true dragon in the testing space at that moment. Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, casting a glance at the figures displayed on the divine refinement ranking. He shook his head slightly, murmuring almost inaudibly to himself, "My realm still falls short. Were I to attain the 3rd level of divine refinement, amplifying my spirit severfold, I could undoubtedly reach the count of 100,000. The 1st level of divine refinement ultimately does not align with the strength threshold envisioned by the creator of the eternal ranking." Nevertheless, Chu Tian felt no despair. After all, during the body forging ranking, it was only at the 10th level that he had eradicated the ancient mammoth in 1 minute, piercing through 30 ancient beast cubs. Chapter 68. To die, to fulfill you. Chu Tian's voice was a mere whisper, yet the disciples of the sect, possessing keen hearing, caught his words, their precariously maintained composure nearly shattering. To challenge the limits set by the Heng Tian ranking at the 1st level of spirit refinement, what did that make them? Who had attained the 10th level, only capable of slaying a few or even dozens, with 100 proving to be a formidable task. Worthless. Little Tian, come let your sister give you a few kisses. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, the melodious laughter of Chu Yunshang echoed as she approached. Smack, smack. Rewarding my most outstanding little brother. Embracing Chu Tian, she planted a couple of affectionate kisses on him, then raised her chin slightly, casting a proud glance at the onlookers as she draped her arm over his shoulder, striding out of the spirit refinement hall, as if proclaiming to all that he was her dear brother. Chu Tian, I refuse to believe you are truly that formidable. Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice resounded. Buzz. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a violet apparition surged towards Chu Tian. Let me test just how strong you truly are. Lin Jia lunged forward like a white tiger pouncing, his body soaring through the air, eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity. He could not accept that Chu Tian at the 1st level of spirit refinement could possibly be tenfold stronger than him. He was determined to unmask Chu Tian's fade of deceit. A mighty spirit surged violently. The purple light transformed into a suit of ethereal white tiger battle armor, enveloping him completely. He unleashed a punch aimed directly at Chu Tian's face, a white tiger roaring behind him, its roar reverberating through the heavens. The terrifying aura of malice left an icy chill in the air, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat hastily. It was the white tiger's sacred killing technique of the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect, the pinnacle of offensive techniques. One disciple gasped in awe. The manifestation of the white tiger. Lin Jia has likely cultivated it to near perfection. Roar. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, deafening in its intensity. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as his blood surged forth, a mental tsunami erupting in his mind. He retaliated with a thunderous punch, accompanied by a magnificent dragon's roar. A sinuous true dragon materialized, its scales shimmering with golden brilliance, eyes glinting with icy resolve, claws radiating a sharp, chilling light, noble and powerful. The clash of dragon and tiger echoed, each blow resonating powerfully. In an instant, a terrifying whirlwind swept through, the aftermath reverberating for hundreds of meters, sending the unprepared disciples flying. The collision sounded less like the clash of two diminutive figures and more like two mountains colliding, the thunderous noise akin to muffled thunder, capable of rupturing eardrums. Many disciples of spirit refinement were directly injured by the aftershocks, vomiting blood, their bodies cracking, and their spirits suffering grave trauma. The stronger disciples, aghast, quickly intervened to shield against the residual energy from their confrontation. Chu Yunshan, trembling from the aftershock, swiftly withdrew, refraining from interfering in her brother's battle. Suddenly, Lin Jie's armor emitted a cracking sound, the violet-white tiger battle armor beginning to fracture as his pallid face betrayed his distress, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet, he was undeniably stronger than Yi-Wan, having slain over 4,000 illusion nightmares as the top contender on the spirit refinement ranking. Though he had fallen behind in the initial clash, he had not been vanquished by Chu Tian. Boom. The icy gaze of Chu Tian pierced through the atmosphere as he unleashed a devastating punch, employing the Supreme Dragon Sovereign technique. His blood essence and spirit coalesced into 3 formidable true dragons that circled around Lin Jie, engaging him in fierce combat. Subsequently, a dense aura of the Tao surged forth, materializing into numerous grand runes that transformed into a colossal purple hand, crashing down upon Lin Jie, causing him to spew blood. While the white tiger behind him emitted a mournful cry, the 3 true dragons radiated divine light, relentlessly assaulting Lin Jie, their razor-sharp claws leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds upon his body. The ferocity in Lin Jie's eyes had vanished. The white tiger behind him continued to lament, its purple battle armor shattered, leaving him with merely the strength to defend himself. The Supreme Dragon Sovereign technique from the Emperor's canon concealed an even more profound and mysterious skill. A highly knowledgeable disciple gasped in astonishment, proclaiming that the young saint had at least comprehended the technique to an intermediate, if not advanced, level. Coupled with 100% refinement of his spirit, it seemed as though the technique had reached a remarkable peak, manifesting 3 substantial true dragons through the infusion of blood essence. At that moment, a prominent figure on the integration leaderboard solemnly remarked, "Let us not forget." The young saint's physical strength had already reached 2,500,000 pounds at the bone refinement stage. With the enhancement of his spirit, the power he now exerts is nearly 15 million. Combined with the Supreme Dragon Sovereign technique, he could practically obliterate Lin Jie, who ranks 2nd on the Divine Refinement leaderboard, with a single punch. With these compounding factors, the combat prowess of the young saint in the Divine Refinement realm was nearing invincibility. His overwhelmingly powerful physique and fully refined spirit, alongside the high-level understanding of 2 secret arts, left one man exclaiming in disbelief, questioning whether the young saint was truly only 8 years old. He slapped his forehead in exasperation, overwhelmed by the situation. "Are you even human? We are all born of the same parents. How is it that you have become such an anomaly?" Hui Mei watched in silent admiration, feeling parched, convinced that should he step onto the battlefield, he would be utterly unable to withstand a single blow from his older brother, risking annihilation. Moreover, his own pride in his understanding of the illusory dragon technique, which he had mastered to a high level, was now eclipsed by his brother's prowess. Unbelievable, Hui Mei lamented, reflecting on how he had previously been the subject of such remarks from others, never imagining he would one day find himself in a similar position. He turned to Saintess Hui Lian and suggested, "Cousin, perhaps you should refrain from competing with this anomaly of a brother. With your current rank of 2nd on the Earth leaderboard, I should be able to secure 3rd place without issue, ensuring I do not fall short of the Sacred Heaven sect." Upon hearing this, the expression of Saintess Hui Lian turned even colder, her eyes flashing with a chilling blue light as a layer of frost enveloped her face, rendering her almost a statue of ice, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chu Tian. In that instant, Lin Jie, who found himself in dire straits and on the brink of death, gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly, "Chu Tian, even if you're stronger than me, there is an absolute limit to your power. How could you possibly surpass me by such a magnitude? Having slain over 70,000 phantasmic nightmares, you must have cheated on the celestial rankings. You are utterly shameless." Resorting to any means necessary to ascend the leaderboard, Chu Tian regarded Lin Jie with indifferent eyes, a cold glance that pierced through the air. Suddenly, a vertical eye opened in his forehead, radiating a rich purple light that enveloped his entire being. If Lin Jie was so intent on his demise, then Chu Tian would oblige him. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, magnifying tenfold. A terrifying aura ascended into the heavens, coalescing into a magnificent dragon that spanned 1,000 meters across the sky above the hall of eternal heavens. Its immense eyes sparkled like stars, and as its whiskers swayed, the very firmament trembled under their might. With a single step, Chu Tian executed a mental shift, appearing before Lin Jie in the blink of an eye. delivering a devastating punch. The dragon roared, a sound that resonated with the power of the dragon's sovereign technique, amplified by the tenfold enhancement of his spirit. Chu Tian's original strength of 2.5 million pounds surged explosively to over 50 million pounds, an astonishing 20-fold increase. As he unleashed his punch, the void quaked, and the heavens themselves seemed to shudder. The force of 50 million pounds descended like a colossal peak crashing from the sky, capable of obliterating all in its path. Lin Jie's pupils constricted violently, terror gripping him to the core as he gasped in silent horror, his mouth agape, sound swallowed by the overwhelming might. P.S. I am still struggling to regain my state. It is quite distressing. Dear readers, grant me another chance, and tomorrow I shall strive to deliver 4 updates. Giving it my all. Chapter 69. The delight of universal admiration, the radiant golden light dazzled the eyes. As the true dragon coiled majestically for 1,000 meters atop the hall of eternal heaven, its roar resonating like thunder. Lin Jie's screams, filled with sheer terror, were utterly drowned out. With unparalleled might, all rules were annihilated. In the face of such overwhelming power, the very space around him was compressed into a vacuum. Even before the fist landed, the immense pressure of the void forced the blood from every pore of his body. Suddenly, a flash of icy light appeared. The Saintess Hui Lian stood resolutely before him, her palm crystallizing into frost to intercept Chu Tian's lethal strike. The ensuing explosion echoed like muffled thunder, shattering eardrums and leaving nearby disciples of various sects dazed, their noses and eyes bleeding from the shock. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy, accompanied by a frigid gust, surged forth like a tsunami, sending dozens, if not hundreds, of people flying in all directions. In that moment, Lin Jie's piercing scream of fear pierced the heavens. Cowering behind the Saintess Hui Lian, he finally found his voice, infused with an overwhelming dread of death. He had never once contemplated the possibility of his own demise. At merely 14 years of age, born into an extraordinarily noble lineage, endowed with exceptional talent, he had always been the center of attention, surrounded by adoring admirers. The thought that he could be so near to death had never crossed his mind. Lin Jie felt that should Chu Tian's fist land, his fate would be sealed. The power exceeding 50 million pounds bore down upon him like a mountain plummeting from the skies, threatening to reduce him to mere flesh and blood, obliterated without a trace. Bloodied and trembling violently, Lin Jie gazed at Chu Tian, his eyes reflecting an abyss of fear, pleading, and suffocating dread. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly was. His voice trembled and was hoarse, covered in blood. The 14-year-old had never experienced such a scene before. The palpable aura of death seeped into his very marrow, instilling a fear of Chu Tian that penetrated deep into his soul. He would likely never forget this moment of terror for the rest of his life. Brother, it's me, your kin. This is my cousin, the Saintess Hui Lian. Hui Mei, fearing a confrontation between her brother and cousin, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. However, she suddenly frowned, her face contorting with disgust as she glanced at Lin Jie, detecting a foul odor. The icy countenance of the Saintess Hui Lian also displayed a hint of displeasure, stepping away from Lin Jie. She turned to see his embarrassing state and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a wave of cold that encased his lower body in a thick layer of blue ice. Get up quickly. You provoked him and ended up like this. You've brought shame upon the holy sect. Lin Jie's eyes were filled with terror as he struggled to rise, his face flushed with humiliation. Yet his legs trembled violently, rendering him unsteady. As a prodigy at the combined body stage, the extent of his fear was evident. Soon, a figure clad in a white robe from the Compassionate Navigation Holy Sect appeared, bowing respectfully to the Saintess Hui Lian before swiftly leading her away from the Hall of Eternal Heaven. He is a candidate for the Holy Son of our Compassionate Navigation Holy Sect, yet you dared to attempt to kill him. The Holy Maiden Hui Lian cast a glance at Chu Tian, her visage still adorned with the unchanging, frostbitten beauty that seemed eternal, her exquisite features devoid of any emotional expression. I merely fulfill his desire for demise, Chu Tian intoned with a dispassionate voice, his vertical pupils now closed, while the serpentine true dragon in the heavens vanished in an instant. Moreover, the audacity of the Lin family to bargain with me is utterly contemptible. My third uncle, Chu Tianyin, has already informed me of the faction within the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect that supports the extraction of the Eye of Heaven's path from my brow, which includes this very Lin family. The audacity of Lin Jie to venture into the Holy Heaven sect is nothing short of reckless, displaying an insatiable boldness. Of course, in Chu Tian's eyes, Lin Jie was merely a naive child, unworthy of his attention. Yet, Since Lin Jie insisted on courting danger, he could only grant him that wish. Having refrained from killing, Chu Tian held no intentions of pursuing further retribution, based on his keen insight into human nature. After the recent encounter, it was unlikely that this little brat would ever muster the courage to meet his gaze again. The holy maiden Hualian's expression remained icy, and she chose not to elaborate further, having witnessed that Lin Jie had indeed made the first move. Provoking the Holy Sun on the territory of the Holy Heaven sect and meeting his end would leave the Lin family with no grounds for complaint. Little Tian, wait for me. I shall return shortly. At that moment, the eager voice of Chu Yunshang echoed as she entered the golden monolith of the fusion hall to commence her assessment. Soon, her name appeared on the fusion leaderboard. Chu Yunshang, 1 second, 3 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. A rather ordinary achievement. However, her results began to soar rapidly. Chu Yunshang, 5 seconds. 36 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 82 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. 20 seconds, 186. 1 minute. 536 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yunshang's ranking on the fusion leaderboard ascended to 4th place, surpassing Yifeng directly. Gasp. Instantly. The disciples of various sects within the fusion hall inhaled sharply, their mouths agape in utter astonishment. If I recall correctly, this individual appears to be Chu Yunshang, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, participating in the Hung Tian Hall test for the first time. To slay 530 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards on her inaugural test is an indication of her formidable innate prowess. Chu Yunshang seems even younger than Yifeng. I vaguely recall hearing elders mention that she possesses innate sacred bones shortly after her birth. She caught the attention of an otherworldly holy being who took her as a disciple and trained her for 3 years before departing. The Chu family has always maintained a low profile, with neither the direct descendants nor the collateral branches gaining much renown, concealing their depths remarkably well. Heavens! The disciples were astounded, fervently discussing the implications. Although Chu Tian had set a precedent, this achievement was nonetheless staggering. Let us not forget that Chu Yunshang is only the second prodigy from the Chu family to partake in the Hung Tian Hall test. And yet her prowess is undeniably formidable. How many more hidden talents lie within the younger generation of the Chu family? Goodness! Hui Mei was utterly astonished, for she had never anticipated that the seemingly innocent and lively Chu Yunshang possessed such formidable strength. Brother, your generation is truly terrifying. Her talent surpasses even that of that scoundrel Yifeng, she remarked. The gaze of Saintess Hui Lian grew solemn. Although her achievements far exceeded those of Chu Yunshang, she was nonetheless older than her counterpart. Such innate prowess, even if not as formidable as her own, was certainly not far behind. Chu Tian smiled faintly, realizing that his elder sister had absorbed and transformed the demonic energy within her Dantian, significantly enhancing her abilities with the addition of the white Dao seed. After all, his sister Chu Yunshang had originally practiced the secondary method of the supreme yin-yang art, her strength having been no match for Yifeng. Yet now, she had surged beyond him. From this perspective, once Yifeng succumbed to his demonic transformation and became a tool of slaughter for his sister, it would undoubtedly present an opportunity for her to undergo further metamorphosis and rebirth, potentially rivaling Saintess Hui Lian. At that moment, Chu Yunshang emerged from the vortex, and upon seeing her ranking on the integration leaderboard, she was taken aback, yet exhilarated. She had never imagined she could be so powerful. The reverent gazes of those around her caused her to feel somewhat lightheaded. The sensation of being admired by the masses was indeed delightful. Chapter 70. The Continental Shock. Little brother, wait a moment. I did not perform well during my first test. With a spirited wave of her fist, Chu Yunshang turned and dived back into the testing space. In her second attempt, she achieved a staggering tally of 630 crimson flame golden crystals leopards in 1 minute. Yet, she remained dissatisfied with her performance. The third attempt yielded 658, followed by the fourth, fifth, and sixth. By the ninth attempt, her score soared to 739, securing her a place among the top 3 on the fusion leaderboard. Chu Yunshang, disheartened, approached Chu Tian and confessed her feelings of inadequacy compared to the prodigious Saintess Hui Lian. Chu Tian offered her words of comfort, swiftly lifting her spirits and restoring her cheerful demeanor. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was suffocating. Spectators were utterly astonished by the prowess of the Chu siblings. They were baffled as to how this family could produce 2 such extraordinary talents, when even a single one is a rarity among common folk. Witnessing Chu Yunshang's crestfallen expression, many felt an overwhelming frustration, as if they might vomit blood. How could one endure such a display? Her accomplishments had already placed her among the top 3 in the Hengtian continent. As for the Saintess Hui Lian, was she even human? Had it not been for the emergence of the young saint, Hui Lian would have been universally recognized as the foremost prodigy under 30. The undisputed strongest below the saint realm, praised by the saint sect's Lord of Destiny as a once-in-a-million genius of its Sihong saint sect, with the potential to surpass all and become one of the mightiest figures in the sect's history. At this juncture, on the earthly leaderboard, Chu Yunshang's name surpassed Yi Feng's, claiming the 3rd position, second only to Hui Lian. Chu Yunshang, Saint Tian sect, born with sacred bones, age 17, 8th layer of fusion, ranking 3rd on the fusion leaderboard. This succinct statement, though brief, resonated with unparalleled impact. The earthly leaderboard's rankings were determined not by actual combat strength, but by potential. The brevity of the statement signified immense potential. A single test had deemed her to possess extraordinary promise. Much like Chu Tian, who, at the tender age of 8, shattered the bone-forging leaderboard by vanquishing 30 ancient ferocious beasts, including a true dragon cub, thus claiming the top spot on the earthly leaderboard. Such an achievement was a monumental honor. In any sect, even within the Saint Tian sect, it was sufficient to astonish the entire congregation. Garnering the utmost attention from the higher-ups, securing abundant resources, prioritized training, and even being taken in as a disciple by the elite, with prestigious families vying to recruit them. This would irrevocably alter the course of one's destiny. At this moment, the first on the earthly leaderboard was Chu Tian, while Chu Yunshang held the 3rd position. The mere mention of these 2 names rendered everyone within the Heng Tian Hall speechless. In an instant, news of Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang's feats within the Heng Tian Hall spread like wildfire throughout the sect, reaching the highest echelons in the Elder Council. The Saint Tian sect trembled with excitement. Concurrently, the Heng Tian continent witnessed a simultaneous refresh of all earthly leaderboards, leaving countless top-tier sects and ancient beings in stunned silence. For on the Heng Tian leaderboard, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th positions were all occupied by members of the Saint Tian sect, the only distinction being that the first 2 bore the surname Chu, while the last bore the surname Yi. Decades ago, 2 names frequently exchanged positions at the pinnacle of the rankings, Chu Tian Wang and Yi Tianxiang, an ancient being murmured within the confines of a supreme sect's forbidden ground. Years later, the Holy Heaven sect ascended to become the most formidable sect in the Heng Tian continent. Is this scene destined to repeat itself? Has the Chu family perhaps garnered the favor of destiny within the Heng Tian continent? After years of silence, it was initially thought that this generation of the Chu family was on a path toward decline, yet unexpectedly, they had been concealing their true strength. And so profoundly at that, the Heng Tian continent was profoundly shaken. At this moment, Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang had just exited the Heng Tian palace, accompanied by Hui Mei and Hui Lian, when a familiar figure descended from the sky. "Little Saint, Miss Yunshang, this old fellow comes to congratulate you in advance." Duanmu Lei landed before the Heng Tian palace with a broad smile. "Uncle Lei," Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang exclaimed in unison. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duanmu Lei got to the point, his smile unwavering, stating, "Little Saint, I am here specifically to invite you to attend the festival at the Heaven Offering Peak, to participate in the grand awarding ceremony. However, this time is different. Hold your rejection for a moment and allow this old man to finish speaking. The Elder Council, after a lengthy discussion spanning half a month, has approved your proposal, resulting in the following resolutions. First, Yi Tianhong's position as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall is hereby revoked, and I, your uncle, will temporarily manage the Internal Affairs Hall in his stead. Second, sect leader Yi Tianxiong has made erroneous decisions that have severely impacted internal unity. He is mandated to publicly reflect on his actions before the Elder Council and the senior leadership of the sect." The grin on Duanmu Lei's face was broad as he continued, "Your proposal, Little Saint, has been fully endorsed by the Elder Council, thus rendering any joint investigation by the Internal Affairs Hall, Judicial Hall, and Enforcement Hall unnecessary. For the time being, I will oversee the operations of the Internal Affairs Hall, and since I personally came to invite you, surely you can grant this old man a bit of face." Duanmu Lei made no effort to lower his voice or distance himself. Any attentive disciples nearby could hear him clearly. Upon hearing Duanmu Lei's words, the atmosphere in the Heng Tian Palace became stifling, and all disciples were utterly astounded. This revelation struck like a colossal meteorite, crashing down from the cosmos and leaving everyone dazed. One of the sect's high-ranking leaders, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, dismissed? The sect leader issuing a public self-critique? This was a seismic upheaval capable of generating towering waves. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the million-year history of the Holy Heavens sect. Heavens? Am I dreaming? The two titans of the founding family, the Yi family, faced one being dismissed and the other compelled to reflect. This was unfathomable. How could this be achieved? The suggestion put forth by the little saint, ranked first, merely called for an investigation into past affairs, yet this had directly led to a conclusion and subsequent punishment. The Yi family would not merely suffer a setback, they would be gravely weakened, especially as the sovereign made a public self-criticism. The surroundings of the Heng Tian Hall were already teeming with disciples, and upon hearing this news, their faces turned ashen with shock. It is crucial to understand the stature of these two individuals. The Holy Sky sect governs a vast expanse of land, encompassing nearly 100 billion souls, and among them, one is the highest ruler of the sect, while the other is a formidable figure whose mere stamp of a foot can cause tremors across 1,000,000 miles. The mere fact that a sect leader is compelled to publicly reflect upon their actions is an earth-shattering event, one that, once disseminated, will undoubtedly stir endless ripples. Furthermore, the dismissal of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall involves monumental interests at stake. Among the many disciples present, there were not a few hailing from prominent families within the Holy Sky sect's domain, akin to the Liu clan, their faces now pale. They promptly sent messages to their respective families. For decades, the Yi family has been in the zenith of power. Yet this marks their first encounter with such a significant setback, and indeed, it is a staggering loss. Chapter 71. The Sovereign. Oh my heavens! Huime was utterly bewildered. Even forgetting her habitual gesture of scratching her head, a testament to the profound shock she felt within. Although she had often lamented that one day she would personally bring an end to Yi Tianxiong, it was merely idle chatter among friends. After all, this individual stood shoulder to shoulder with the revered sovereign of the Zihong sacred sect and her own master, the Taoist of destiny. As a titan of the Heng Tian continent, a figure who gazed down upon the masses, it was akin to someone whispering in Huimei's ear that her master, the Taoist of destiny, would one day be compelled to publicly reflect on his mistakes, or that the esteemed leader of her sect, responsible for overseeing the daily cultivation and management of millions of disciples and billions of lives, would suddenly be dismissed from his position. Huime would not be angered. She would merely consider the speaker to be deranged, utterly insane. It felt like a surreal dream. Yet Huime witnessed this scene unfold in its entirety, observing how Chu Tian achieved this remarkable feat step by step. Goodness gracious! Chu Yunxiang's eyes widened, her mouth agape, rendered speechless for a long moment. For these events were orchestrated by none other than her own 8-year-old brother. Who would dare to believe such a tale? The eternally frosty countenance of Saintess Huilian shifted ever so slightly, instinctively glancing at Chu Tian. Uncle Lei, you are too kind. Since you have personally extended the invitation, how could I, your nephew, dare to decline? Chu Tian replied with a calm demeanor, revealing little surprise, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I must also extend my gratitude to you and Uncle Duanmu for your unwavering support. And I should congratulate you, dear uncle. On soon assuming the position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Chu Tian understood that the Elder Council had been embroiled in heated discussions for nearly half a month without reaching a conclusion. The swift resolution this time was closely tied to his recognition by the Duanmu ancestor, which led the Duanmu family to align with the Chu family. Upon hearing this, the disciples surrounding the Heng Tian Hall, privy to some insider knowledge, turned pale, nearly stunned into silence. Those with even a modicum of understanding recognized that for 1,000,000 years, the Internal Affairs Hall had been the domain of the Yi family, with every hall master bearing the surname Yi, without exception. The mere notion of Chu Tian's words circulating would terrify a multitude. Uncle, I cannot claim any credit. I am merely acting as a proxy for now and cannot speak so boldly. Duanmu Lei chuckled softly, suddenly leaning closer to Chu Tian and whispering, You have no idea how fierce the struggle within the Elder Council has been. Had it not been for the news of you reclaiming the top spot on the Earth ranking, along with Yunxiang's South ascension to third place on the combined body ranking, which shook a significant number of the senior elders, achieving even one of these resolutions would have been exceedingly difficult. That we succeeded in both is nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, we owe much to your father. His stance has been rather indecisive, reluctant to delve too deeply into the Yi family's affairs. It was your third uncle and a faction of the Chu family's upper echelons who insisted vehemently. Yet, after your and Yunxiang's news reached him, he suddenly changed his mind, supporting the removal of Yi Tianhong and insisting on Yi Tianxiong's public reflection. ensuring there would be no further transgressions. A faint smile graced Chu Tian's face as he remarked, "Nephew has merely exerted some trivial efforts outside. I cannot claim credit. It is the commendable support of my uncles and the Duanmu family that truly deserves recognition." After exchanging a few humble words, Duanmu Lei chuckled heartily and, employing his supernatural abilities to shield against external eavesdropping, whispered, "Concerning the position of the Internal Affairs Hall Master, please assist your uncle in maneuvering within the family." Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, instantly comprehending that the Chu family and certain members within were likely hesitant to press the Yi family too harshly. Fearing repercussions on the so-called stability of the sect, they were apprehensive that the Yi family might retaliate. For the title of Internal Affairs Hall Master represented one of their most vital interests. "Rest assured, Uncle Lei," Chu Tian responded calmly, "this position is rightfully yours alone. No one else possesses the qualifications to occupy it. The Chu family will undoubtedly offer their unwavering support." Although the Duanmu family had allied with them due to the influence of the Duanmu ancestor, the rationale was secondary. Now that they had joined the Chu camp, it was essential to provide tangible benefits, ensuring that the Duanmu family recognized the advantages of aligning with Chu rather than merely facing adversity. As a father figure, Chu Tian understood a profound truth. Only interests endure. Without tangible benefits or promises that inspire belief in a prosperous future, no one would choose to stand by you. "With your words, young saint, I am at ease," Duanmu Lei laughed, dispelling his protective barrier. "The commendation ceremony is prepared. Miss Yunshang has ascended to the 3rd rank on the Earth ranking. Let us proceed. You and Miss Yunshang have truly brought honor to the Chu family. The Duanmu family gazes upon you with envious eyes." Chu Tian nodded, instructing Hui Mei and Huelian to return to the sacred Emperor Peak, while he accompanied Chu Yunshang to follow Duanmu Lei to the Altar of Heaven. The Altar of Heaven, a peak designated by the Sacred Heaven sect for various ceremonies and rituals, was not far. With Duanmu Lei's formidable prowess, they swiftly arrived at the altar atop the peak within mere breaths. Surrounding the altar stood few individuals, the Heaven Sacrifice Guards, clad in black armor and wielding halberds, stood like statues in 2 lines, extending down to the foot of the mountain. At the base, thousands of sect disciples had gathered, gazing up with longing eyes, yearning for the day they, too, could stand atop that revered platform and bask in such exalted honor. Yet, the reality was that such disciples would not emerge for many years to come. Only the upper echelons of the sect were permitted to tread upon the summit. At this moment, numerous esteemed elders and high-ranking officials had rarely assembled at the Altar of Heaven, their expressions grave. As Chu Tian landed upon the altar, his gaze swept across the crowd, and he spotted the exceptionally grim visage of Yi Tianxiang at the forefront, flanked by Yu Tianhong. Yu Tianhong, with bloodshot eyes filled with deep resentment, fixated on Chu Tian. Having lost his most talented son and rendered another incapable of cultivation for an extended period, he himself had become a source of immense shame for the Yi family, being the first in a million years to be stripped of the Hall Master title. Chu Tian cast a glance to the side, where he beheld his father, King Chu Tian, along with his second uncle, Shudi Yangxing, his third uncle, Shudi Anyan, and his fourth uncle, among a cadre of prominent figures from the Chu family, many of whom he had never encountered before. The gaze of King Chu Tian was imbued with a tapestry of emotions, exhilaration, pride, and a hint of conflict. Meanwhile, the other members of the Chu family stood with unwavering pride, their spirits soaring and their postures erect. For the first time in the annals of the Chu family, 2 prodigies had ascended into the top 3 of the Earth rankings, marking a historic milestone not only for the family but also for the Holy Heaven sect. This was an unparalleled honor for the clan. Following a resolution by the Elder Council, it was decreed that the grand ceremony of bestowal would be officiated by the sect master himself. In gratitude to the heavens for bestowing such talents upon the Holy Heaven sect, Duanmu Lei's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the skies as he made this proclamation to all present, before descending from the altar and respectfully addressing Yi Tianxiang, "Sect Master, please." Chapter 72. What more can be done? Yi Tianxiang nodded, a faint trace of bloodshot in his eyes, yet he revealed nothing. He ascended the altar, commenced the celestial offering, and followed the established protocol. Subsequently, he addressed the assembly with customary platitudes. "In pursuit of the sect's interests, let us toil together to uphold unity and stability through diligence. The sect shall bestow." Then came the moment of rewards. Chu Yunshan, being only 3rd on the earthly rankings, allowed another to step forward first to receive their accolades. The sect's scripture repository offered the choice of 3 secret techniques: a weapon custom forged by a celestial-grade smith, promotion to core disciple status, a doubling of monthly stipends, a coveted slot in the holy heavenly pool, and upon reaching the divine level, the gift of sacred fruits. An extensive list of rewards, which for an ordinary sect disciple would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet for Chu Yunxiang, it was merely a formality, primarily aimed at encouraging those disciples of humble origins. In the domain of the holy heavenly sect, with a population exceeding 100 billion, the direct descendants of the founding family number scarcely 500. The chance of being born into such a lineage is less than 1 in 10 million. This status is a distant dream for the common folk. The entire ceremony unfolded without incident. Chu Yunxiang, devoid of ulterior motives, wore a joyful smile, reveling in the attention of the multitude at the foot of the mountain. Following her rewards, the voice of Duanmu Lei resonated through the heavens. Little Saint Sun Chu Tian, having ascended to first place on the earthly rankings, the bone-forging list, and the spirit-refining list, has shattered every record in the history of the Eternal Heaven Hall, earning renown across the continent. The heavens have favored our holy heavenly sect. We invite little Saint Sun Chu Tian to accept his accolades. Many high-ranking members of the sect, including the esteemed elders, turned their gaze upon Chu Tian, carefully scrutinizing this young prodigy who had repeatedly performed miracles, shaking the very foundations of the sect, and even altering the dynamics of its interests. Yi Tianxiong's bloodshot eyes deepened. His breath grew labored as he regarded Chu Tian, the first sect leader in 1,000,000 years to publicly atone for a misstep, and simultaneously, a formidable emperor-level power. All of this was catalyzed by this seemingly innocent young lad. Saint Sun Chu Tian, it is an honor to meet you, Master Duanmu. Sect leader, Chu Tian approached, his demeanor calm as he performed a respectful salute, displaying impeccable etiquette. However, as his words fell, it was evident that Yi Tianxiong's breath quickened, his expression darkened, and his fist clenched tightly, an almost imperceptible aura of malevolence swirling around him. Below the altar, the esteemed elders and high-ranking officials of the sect were momentarily taken aback by Chu Tian's remarks, which were nothing short of an affront to Yi Tianxiong. It is important to note that the holy heavenly sect has been established for 1,000,000 years with a stringent hierarchy outside its gates. In public forums, the sect leader is regarded as the highest authority, entitled to various privileges and ceremonial honors, the apex of the sect standards. Such regulations of public conduct are essential lessons for the offspring of prominent families, even those of lesser standing. The elite families, particularly the founding family, are even more stringent in upholding these protocols, as they embody the highest rulers within this structured system. Yet, Chu Tian first paid his respects to the deputy hall master, Duanmu Lei, and then to Yi Tianxiong, the sect leader. This act was a blatant affront and provocation towards Yi Tianxiong's authority in such a public and solemn setting. Despite his youth, it was evident that Chu Tian was well-versed in the nuances of etiquette, and his actions were clearly intentional. Moreover, Chu Tian deliberately omitted the title deputy when addressing Duanmu Lei. In this context, coupled with his identity as the young saint and the heir of the Chu family, the implications were profound, leaving much to the imagination. It resembled a public declaration, although unstated. It appeared he was signaling to all present an attitude of unwavering support for Duanmu Lei's ascension to the position of Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall. It is well known that for 1,000,000 years, the Hall Master has borne the surname Yi. The many elders and senior members of the sect exchanged grave glances. Their hearts weighed down. Initially, they had hoped that Yi Tianxiong would personally reward Chu Tian and Chu Yunxiang, acting as intermediaries to ease the tensions between the two families. After all, the ongoing conflict between these two founding families could have repercussions that would affect many, and it was not conducive to the overarching goal of unity and stability within the sect. They had all appreciated the previous harmonious and stable atmosphere. Thus, they sought to alleviate the various conflicts that had erupted between the families in recent times. To their astonishment, as soon as Chu Tian took the stage, the air was thick with animosity. This was no posture of reconciliation. The elders and senior members looked towards King Chu Tian, who had always strived to maintain stability within the upper echelons of the sect and foster good relations with the Yi family, especially since he was a sworn brother to Yi Tianxiong. Upon meeting the gazes of the elders and high-ranking officials, King Chu Tian felt a bitter smile forming, filled with a multitude of emotions. Realizing that his most obedient daughter, Chu Yunxiang, had also defied his wishes by participating in the Hongtian Hall test alongside his son, he understood that it was not just his son who harbored dissatisfaction. His eldest daughter also shared this sentiment. Thus, he decisively aligned with the Duanmu family and various supportive sect leaders to eliminate Yi Tianhong and compel Yi Tianxiong to publicly reflect on his actions, allowing his children a chance to vent their grievances and ease the familial discord. However, judging by Chu Tian's attitude towards Yi Tianxiong, it was clear he was indirectly signaling to him that the Chu family would never return to their former relationship with the Yi family. Chu Tian rejected and disapproved of his father's conciliatory strategies toward the Yi family. Even his most obedient daughter, Chu Yunshang, had taken her brother's side, opposing their father. King Chu Tian had intended to persuade Chu Tian that it was unnecessary to escalate tensions with the Yi family, as Yi Feng was a decent individual and shared a good rapport with Yunshang, thus making the dissolution of their engagement unnecessary. Yet, it now appeared that unbeknownst to him, Chu Yunshang had fully aligned herself with Chu Tian. A surge of profound despair welled up within King Chu Tian, with Chu Tian's open rebellion against him. A significant impact was felt within the family. Although the clan continued to operate under his directives, maintaining a low profile, he could clearly sense that Chu Tian, Yunshang, and a considerable faction of the Chu family had developed a strong aversion towards him. During the council meeting, these individuals were unwavering in their support for Chu Tian, determined to confront the Yi family to the bitter end. Although his stance was equally resolute, compelling Yi Tianxiong to divulge various interests and make numerous assurances, it appeared to fall short of satisfying the demands of his son and the clan. With a heavy sigh, Chu Tianwang, under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous high-ranking sect members and esteemed elders, understood their intentions. They wished for him to step forward, to ease the tension and quell the escalating conflict between his son, Chu Tian, and Yi Tianxiong. Yet, what more could he do? His children had already made their positions clear, disregarding his counsel, and the majority of the clan's higher-ups had also made their stance evident. Although they had not explicitly chosen sides, their support for Chu Tian's actions was unmistakable. Esteemed members, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Chu Tianwang declared, turning away and soaring from the altar of heaven, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 73, The Annulment of Engagement. The senior members of various sects and the esteemed elders felt a profound shock ripple through them. What did King Chu mean by this? Was he relinquishing all family matters to be handled by Chu Tian? After all, among the direct lineage of the Chu family, aside from King Chu himself, the next successor was none other than the Chu family's young master, Chu Tian, who had been designated as the holy son of the sect from birth, with both parents being emperors. At that moment, their minds echoed with a resounding realization: the sect was undergoing a significant transformation. King Chu had entrusted the helm of a founding family to an 8-year-old child, and it was evident that Chu Tian's stance was unwavering. He would not compromise with Yi Tianxiong, pursuing him relentlessly. Yi Tianxiong stood in place, his expression grim, his eyes bloodshot as he watched King Chu depart. He understood that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Normally, King Chu would have intervened to rectify matters and mediate between him and Chu Tian. Yet this time, he had chosen to walk away. Master, Master, the entire sect is watching. It is time for you to speak. Duanmu Lei coughed softly, gently reminding Yi Tianxiong that Chu Tian had completed his salutation, and it was now incumbent upon him, as the sect leader, to offer some words of encouragement. Yi Tianxiong's face was clouded with darkness, remaining motionless for an extended period. A tempest brewed within his heart, a heavy malevolence simmering in his gaze. The aura of an emperor's level of comprehension transformed the sky into a foreboding shade, and faintly, winds began to howl, accompanied by distant thunder rumbling from the void. Chu Tian had leveraged the Elder Council to undermine, belittle, and challenge his authority as sect leader. Should he now bow his head, not only would his authority be irreparably diminished, but he would also be unable to justify his actions upon returning to the family. The position of the inner hall master of Yi Tianhong had been stripped away, and as the head of the family, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Yet at this moment, the entire sect, ranging from the highest echelons to the most ordinary disciples, was observing. Chu Tian had ascended to the top of the land rankings, shaking the continent and establishing great merit for the sect, bringing endless glory. For both emotional and logical reasons, as the leader of the sect, he could not afford to erupt in anger or simply depart. Yi Tianxiong found himself in a dire predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. At that moment, he noticed Chu Tian's calm and indifferent gaze fixed upon him, as if to convey, "I am aware of everything you harbor in your heart." Yi Tianxiong felt a wave of nausea, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Reflecting on the series of events that had transpired, each one more overwhelming than the last. He realized that every incident had exceeded his expectations and control. All his schemes and calculations had been disrupted. The talented youths within the family had either perished or suffered injuries. Even his most cherished son, Yifeng, seemed to be hiding something from him, unwilling to confide in him. Strangely enough, all these troubles were somehow intertwined with the presence of the 8-year-old child, Chu Tian. Yi Tianxiong had anticipated every possible scenario and taken numerous precautions, yet all of his efforts had been rendered futile by Chu Tian's relentless resolve. Master, Master. Duanmu Lei called out softly several times, only to realize that the malevolent aura emanating from Yi Tianxiong was growing ever more oppressive, causing a shiver of unease to creep into his heart. He instinctively enveloped Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang with his mental energy. At this moment, numerous high-ranking sect leaders and venerable elders also sensed the discord in Yi Tianxiong's demeanor, their expressions turning grave as they immediately sealed the void with their spiritual powers. They were on the verge of panic. What was the master intending? Did he truly contemplate attacking the young saint, Chu Tian? Had he lost his mind? If the master were to strike at his own holy son, they could scarcely fathom the catastrophic upheaval that would ensue. Such an act was absolutely, unequivocally forbidden. As the sect leader, wielding supreme authority, he was duty-bound to prioritize the collective interests of the sect. To turn against his own holy son, the most prodigious talent of the younger generation, would unravel the very fabric of sect rules, jeopardizing the governance of their vast territories and the Grand Shang Tian sect itself. They were nearly driven to madness. They could hardly believe that Yi Tianxiong would display such signs. For one who held the highest power in the sect and presided over the fates of billions, such a lack of emotional control was utterly unacceptable. After all, Yi Tianxiong represented the sect's dignity, and every gesture he made impacted the interests of millions, with countless eyes watching him from within and outside the sect. Master, you have overexerted yourself and your spirit is weary. Why not return and take a moment to rest? A venerable elder spoke solemnly, stepping onto the arena. Alongside him were 5 other venerable elders, subtly encircling Yi Tianxiong from all sides. A dense aura of Tao filled the air, warping the space around them. Should Yi Tianxiong make any sudden move, he would be immediately met with a blockade from all directions. Meanwhile, members of the Chu family's upper echelon were already sending messages within the clan, notifying Yi Tianxiong, alerting the old camel, and even attempting to contact Jian Kongsu. A chilling, suppressed killing intent akin to the ominous rumblings before a volcanic eruption emanated from the Tianfeng, causing the heavens above to tremble. Even though Yi Tianxiong was an emperor-level powerhouse, it was essential to recognize that, at this moment, nearly all of the prominent figures of the Sheng Tian sect were gathered on the Tianfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, atop the Sheng Huang Peak, a terrifying imperial aura surged forth, shaking the very heavens, imbued with a dreadful essence of slaughter that sent ripples through the outer starry realms. One could faintly discern the dark crimson pupils of the old camel, peering through the sky, fixated upon Yi Tianxiong. Boom. Abruptly, within the main hall, the aura of King Chu Tian spread outwards, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon Shangdi Peak, the fearsome malevolence crashing forth, causing the majestic Shangdi Peak to tremble violently. In that instant, the sequestered King Chu Tian seemed to be making a statement through this display, signaling his stance to Yi Tianxiong. He had chosen to stand by his son, Chu Tian. Should Yi Tianxiong dare to make even the slightest move, he would not hesitate to annihilate every young member atop Shangdi Peak. In the blink of an eye, the situation atop Tianfeng had tightened to an unprecedented degree, and it felt as though the sect was on the brink of an extraordinary chaos, ready to erupt into turmoil at any moment. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were filled with bloodshot intensity. His entire being seemed to tremble slightly, as if he stood in stark opposition to the entirety of the sect. He truly could not comprehend how it had come to this. Just recently, he had been a figure of immense authority within the sect, with King Chu of the Heavens heeding his every command, and the 3 foremost clans drawing ever closer to him. Why had everything changed overnight? Master, since you were reluctant to speak first, allow your nephew to say a few words. At that moment, Chu Tian's calm and indifferent voice shattered the suffocating silence, akin to a bolt of lightning piercing the void. Bang! Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Tian took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to within a meter of Yi Tianxiong. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that Yi Tianxiong's emotions were currently unstable and could not withstand such intense provocation. In front of the many venerable elders and high-ranking members of the sect, as well as uncles and cousins, the nephew formally represented the Chu family, standing in for his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to propose the dissolution of the engagement with the Yi family. Chu Tian lifted his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto Yi Tianxiong's eyes, enunciating each word with conviction. Yi Feng is unworthy to marry my sister. Boom. In that instant, it was as if a thunderclap shattered the stillness of the heavens, a torrent of malevolence erupting like a volcano, disrupting the very fabric of time and space. Chapter 74. Prioritizing the bigger picture. You must reflect and steady yourself. Chu Tian's voice resonated like a flash of lightning, striking the minds of all present. A portion of the sect's senior members instantly turned pale, instinctively voicing their concerns. Sect leader, do not act impulsively. Young saint, be cautious. It's dangerous. Quickly retreat. The urgent clamor persisted. In an instant, third uncle Chu Tianyun appeared beside Chu Tian, swiftly leading him away from Yi Tianxiong, his eyes filled with fury. A formidable aura radiated from him, directly pressing down upon Yi Tianxiong. In his hand, he wielded a deep blue great sword, its hilt adorned with a roaring white tiger, his renowned weapon, the starry white tiger blade. With a resounding hum, the sword's energy surged forth like a tempest, howling towards the heavens. Yi Tianxiong, dare to make a move and test me. His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a white tiger's roar. The wind howling as if the sword energy could cleave the sky in twain. Chu Tianyun assumed a combat stance, while numerous senior members of the Chu family gathered around him, shielding Chu Tian and the pale-faced Chu Yunshang within their ranks. Their actions embodied the creed of an ancient clan. The younger generation is the future of the family. Even in the face of a renowned emperor on the heavenly rankings, many among them were not even half-step emperors, and stepping onto the stage could very well mean certain death. Yet, they did not falter or hesitate. They immediately ascended the altar. In less than a fraction of a second following Chu Tian's declaration, 6 elder members who had already taken to the arena swiftly surrounded Yi Tianxiong, placing their hands on his shoulders and back. Sect leader, you must not act recklessly. You are weary. Please return to rest, spoke the elder from the Duanmu family, who had met Chu Tian during his previous confrontation at the Holy Emperor Peak with Huimei. Sect leader, the greater situation must be prioritized, echoed the other elders, dissuading Yi Tianxiong, their spirits enveloping him. Should he show even the slightest inclination to act, he would be immediately restrained. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the ordinary disciples of the sect had been cut off from sight, dispersed by the heavenly sacrifice guards stationed on either side of the altar. However, while their gaze could be obstructed, their voices could not be silenced. Yi Tianxiong's impulsive display and inability to control his emotions would undoubtedly spread at a terrifying speed, resulting in a significant blow to his authority. What a pity! Protected by third uncle and numerous senior members of the Chu family, Chu Tian sighed internally, retracting the heavenly emperor's arrival talisman he had retrieved from the system's repository. He was not engaging in mindless provocation, nor did he wish to trade his life for Yi Tianxiong's disgrace. He had not descended to such folly. His intention to incite Yi Tianxiong was calculated. He was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. And once Yi Tianxiong took action, the position of sect leader would immediately fall into the hands of his father, King Chu Tian. A person who loses control of their emotions to such an extent as to resort to violence against their own 8-year-old child in a public setting is undoubtedly unfit to be a leader. Even if Yi Tianxiong were to retain his position as the sect master, his authority would plummet to an all-time low, rendering him a mere figurehead. The esteemed families and high-ranking elders would swiftly develop profound doubts regarding his abilities. It is regrettable that Yi Tianxiong's emotional control, while indeed exceptional, was still tested in this instance, as he managed to restrain himself against all odds. Had he not, with his imperial-level prowess, he would have outpaced Chu Tianyun and the numerous elders in their reflexes, making it impossible to protect and restrain Chu Tian. Moreover, Chu Tian's tender age serves as his greatest shield. At 8 years old, even if his actions are somewhat impudent or capricious, they are entirely forgivable. It is the adults who must navigate matters with decorum and consideration. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, yet the ominous aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. He clasped his fists in respect towards the elders, admitting, in a moment of emotional turmoil, I acted impulsively. The 5 elders, including Elder Duanmu, merely shook their heads, offering no further commentary. Some sighed softly before retreating beneath the altar. Though their expressions remained stoic, their thoughts were known only to themselves. It is one thing for a prominent leader to display such emotional instability and engage in undignified conduct. It is another entirely to collude with the compassionate Sea sect, only to be exposed by the Taoist Lord of Destiny, leading to the current debacle where he is outmaneuvered by a child. Were he a mere high-ranking official, the repercussions might not have been so dire. Yet, He is the sect master, the leader of the Holy Sky sect. Tianxiong, recent events have been tumultuous. I understand your anxiety. Take a moment to calm your emotions and contemplate the situation. The losses are indeed substantial, yet not irretrievable. I believe you will find a way to navigate through this. The remaining elder patted Yi Tianxiong on the shoulder. He is one of the senior elders of the Yi family, the second brother of Yi Hanwu, and the former head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Second uncle. I have indeed lost my composure. I will reflect upon my actions, Yi Tianxiong replied, unclenching his tightly held fists, though traces of agitation remained in his gaze. The ferocity had subsided. The recent tumultuous events had indeed thrown him off balance, leading him to desperately attempt to regain control of the situation. Upon reflection, had he maintained his composure, though the losses would still have been significant, they would not have escalated to this extent. As the helmsman, he must bear the primary responsibility. The past years have been too smooth, causing some within the clan to become overly arrogant. It may be beneficial for them to experience some setbacks. However, it is imperative that you, as the head of the family, do not falter. As long as you remain in the position of sect master, you still possess the status of an imperial sovereign, and with the foundation of the Yi family, stability can still be maintained. Yi Hongxin firmly patted his shoulder before casting a cold glance at Chu Tian and returning to the altar. His words were unambiguous, seemingly intended for all present, particularly the members of the Chu family. It appeared as though he was conveying to everyone that Yi Tianxiong remained the sect leader, wielding the ultimate decision-making authority, and that he was also the emperor, urging caution. The Yi family was still a founding lineage, possessing the capability to overturn the table if necessary. Xiao Tian. The matter of the annulment of the engagement is of great significance, as it pertains to the union of our two esteemed families. Yi Tianxiong seemed to have regained his composure and spoke in a solemn tone. Uncle understands that due to recent events, you harbor grievances against me, against Yi Feng, and indeed against the entire Yi family. I do not expect to earn your forgiveness immediately. However, throughout the generations, the Yi and Chu families, as the founding clans of the sect, have always arranged marriages between their direct descendants to strengthen their bond. Our two families, united, can prosper. Divided, we shall both suffer. Given our immense stature, if we were to engage in conflict, it would inflict tremendous harm upon the entire sect. You are still young. Yet due to your extraordinary talent and various circumstances, you have acquired significant influence and voice within the clan. I hope you will ponder your words and actions carefully. Yi Tianxiong's voice grew solemn. The engagement between Yi Feng and Yun Chang is known throughout the Hung-Tian continent and holds great implications for both families. It cannot simply be annulled based on your fleeting words. Neither my authority nor yours suffices to make such a decision. Nor can it be determined by Yi Feng and Yun Chang themselves. Unless there are significant reasons, the annulment must be sanctioned through deliberation and approval by the Council of Elders and recognized by the 5 great families. Only then can it be proclaimed to the world in the name of the sect. For all these years as the sect leader, I have devoted myself tirelessly to elevating the sect to the esteemed position of the strongest sect on the continent. Should the outside world perceive a complete rift between the two founding families within Shang Tian's sect, it would unleash endless turmoil, perhaps even a tsunami, resulting in substantial losses for the sect. Chapter 75. Am I speaking in error? Yi Tianxiong spoke with profound sincerity and incisive analysis, prompting many high-ranking members and elders of various sects below to nod in silent agreement. Their disappointment at Yi Tianxiong's emotional upheaval somewhat alleviated. Over the years Yi Tianxiong had served as the sect leader, he undeniably accomplished numerous significant feats, bringing immense benefits and fostering the sect's flourishing power and prosperity. Moreover, the long-standing tradition of intermarriage between the two founding families had indeed become a norm. Should an abrupt cancellation of the engagement occur, it would shatter this tradition, leading to unforeseeable consequences. You incessantly proclaim the interests of the sect, yet this serves as your justification for the Yi family's collusion with the Lu family, plotting against the young master of the Chu family and the sect's holy heir. Chu Tianyin scoffed repeatedly, stating, "Is this your rationale as the sect leader? Conspiring with the Taoist of destiny to extract the eye of destiny from my nephew's brow? Furthermore, Yi Tianxiong, how dare you mention your tireless dedication to the sect when you fail to acknowledge even a single contribution from my elder brother, King Chu? Over the years, my brother has sacrificed countless interests of the Chu family for the greater good of the sect, accommodating you, his sworn brother, without the cooperation of the Chu family. Your accomplishments would be a farcical joke." Fury surged within Chu Tianyin as he wielded the Qinxing white tiger blade, its cold gleam reflecting his ire. "So, This is how you repay my brother and the Chu family? Since the air has been cleared, if you do not articulate your stance today, do not blame the blade in my hand for turning against you. A mere public self-critique is merely my brother-esque concession to you. Otherwise, you would find it far from easy to escape unscathed. The high-ranking members of the Chu family, their gazes icy, encircled Chu Tianyan, fixating on Yi Tianxiong with a chilling intensity, the atmosphere heavy with tension. For the sake of the sect's collective interests, the Chu family had long endured grievances, sacrificing many of their own benefits to accommodate Yi Tianxiong's agendas. Internally, discontent had simmered within the Chu family for quite some time. Chu Tianyan's defiance acted as a spark, igniting the powder keg of the Chu family. For countless millennia, the Chu family, as a foundational clan, had never endured such hardship. Even with the three great revitalizers serving as sect leaders, despite King Chu's position as vice-sect leader and his status as an emperor, the Chu family found themselves in unparalleled discomfort. The sect thrived, yet the power of the Chu family diminished continuously. Today, Yi Tianxiong audaciously claimed to labor for the sect's interests, igniting the fury simmering within the hearts of the Chu family as elite. Echoing Chu Tianyan's sentiments, they raised their voices in condemnation, their anger palpable as they vented years of pent-up frustration. The Yi family was not the sole party capable of overturning the table. The Chu family possessed that power as well. Yi Tianxiong, if you do not clarify your position today, do not expect the Chu family to heed your commands in the future, declared a senior member of the Chu family with unwavering resolve. Throughout the ages, marital alliances were forged on the basis of equality between families. Yet, it seems that in this generation, my Chu family has descended to a lower status than your Yi family. Why is it that Yi Feng, the scion of the Yi family, is able to unite with the esteemed young lady of my Chu family, while our young master, the holy son of the sect, finds himself betrothed to a maiden from a trifling clan? Who on earth has made such a decision, swaying the head of my Chu family? An elder of the Chu family, his voice laced with palpable ire, exclaimed, "Is it merely because the heavenly king has not taken a wife from within the sect that our young master is deemed unworthy of marrying the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, or even a woman of higher status within the sect? This is nothing short of a grand jest." The young master spoke wisely. "I deem Yi Feng wholly unworthy of the esteemed young lady of my Chu family. Annul the engagement. It is a commendable act, and I, as an elder, wholeheartedly support it. Why must our young lady endure such indignities for the sake of the sect's interests, repeatedly making concessions? Indeed, let us lay everything bare today. In the presence of all, I can no longer hold my tongue. I stand in support of the annulment." Upon hearing Yi Tianxiong invoke the interests of the sect, the long-suppressed tensions within the Chu family erupted like a powder keg, as one after another, the senior members voiced their outrage. In the heavens above, the formidable presence of the old man remained unyielding, while the authority of the Chu heavenly king appeared increasingly unstable. The outcry from the Chu family's upper echelons, though not directly aimed at him as the head of the family, was nevertheless inextricably linked to him. Beneath the altar, numerous high-ranking members of the sect and esteemed elders fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions intricate. The selfless contributions of the Chu heavenly king over the years had indeed been overlooked, and the elder council, led by Chu Tianyan's assertive emergence, finally made them aware that the Chu family had long been a volatile powder keg, suppressed only by the commanding presence of the imperial Chu heavenly king. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened. He suddenly grasped that without the Chu heavenly king present, invoking the banner of sect interests might sway other high-ranking members and esteemed elders. But it would only serve to further incite the Chu family. In that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of what he had lost. The authority of the Chu heavenly king was shaken, and for him, the loss was immeasurable. The more he spoke, the more erroneous his position seemed. Unless he was truly prepared to overturn the table, which was neither realistic nor feasible. At that moment, Duan Mulei also stepped forward, stating in a solemn tone, "In recent years, the Chu family has indeed made immense sacrifices for the flourishing of our sect. We, the high-ranking members of the sect, must not allow our benefactors to suffer both blood and tears." Beneath the altar, a portion of the sect's upper echelons and esteemed elders nodded in agreement with Duan Mulei's sentiments. The Chu family had indeed contributed significantly to the sect. But due to the Chu heavenly king's reluctance to vie for recognition, they had subconsciously overlooked the family's efforts. To all my uncles, aunts, grandfathers, esteemed members of the sect, and venerable elders, at this moment, Chu Tian's voice, calm and detached, resonated throughout the gathering. Contributing to the sect is the duty of the Chu family. This is beyond reproach. It is our honor to sacrifice even a fraction of our own trivial interests for the benefit of the sect. Should the survival of the sect depend on it, I would not hesitate to see all members of the Chu family perish on the battlefield to preserve it. Not a single one of us would waver in our resolve. Initially, there were certain matters that Chu Tian preferred to keep unspoken for the greater good of the sect and its honor. However, since the sect master has brought it up, I feel compelled to pose a question in front of everyone. Chu Tian fixed his icy gaze upon Yi Tianxiong, declaring, "The sect master repeatedly asserts that the marriage cannot be annulled for the sake of the sect's interests. But who is it that, driven by selfish motives, has consistently undermined the sect's welfare? Yi Feng, the heir of the Yi family, practices the dark arts of the supreme demon sect, specifically the supreme yin-yang technique, and has encouraged my sister, Chu Yunshang, to engage in the same deceitful practices. This villain cares nothing for the sect's grandeur, tramples on its interests, tarnishes the dignity of the Chu family, and deceives my elder sister in matters of the heart. Such a base, shameless, and callous fiend is unworthy of marrying my sister. Is there anything erroneous in my statement?" Chapter 76: The Calm Before the Storm Boom. On an otherwise clear day, ominous thunder echoed, as dark clouds began to gather ominously above. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the Emperor's turbulent emotions, causing the heavens to shift in hue. "Beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Tianxiang's expression twisted into a grimace, and he instinctively shouted in fury, ready to lunge at Chu Tian. Buzz! A brilliant blue blade of light sliced across the sky, accompanied by the roar of the fierce white tiger, its regal symbol vividly displayed above. The blade surged forward, crashing down towards Yi Tianxiong with tremendous force. With eyes ablaze, Chu Tian unleashed several devastating strikes of the white tiger's fierce blade, tearing asunder the very fabric of existence. Multiple enraged elders from the Chu family unleashed their supreme powers, aiming to eliminate Yi Tianxiong, their energy resonating with the heavens. Boom! The peak of the trembled violently as imperial runes manifested to suppress the ensuing chaos. Yi Tianxiong emerged from the onslaught of blade light, landing beneath the altar. His face darkened and tinged with a hint of ferocity. He realized that his reaction had been excessively hasty. At that moment, a thought struck Yi Tianxiong. Could it be that his eldest son, Yi Feng, had agreed to the dissolution of his engagement due to this very incident? Was Chu Tian's violent outbreak at the also connected? Yet, even the formidable Jian Kongzu and the emperor-level Chu Tian Wang had failed to discern this. How could Chu Tian have known? Yi Tianxiong's expression contorted with rage as his mind raced, but he had no time for contemplation. He instinctively bellowed at Chu Tian. "You little rascal! Out of consideration for your youth, I have repeatedly tolerated and indulged you, yet you continue to act with such insolence, unaware of your own insignificance. You dare to slander my Yi family's legitimate heir as a practitioner of demonic arts. Do you truly believe my family lacks the means to discipline you? The dignity of the Yi family shall not be trampled upon." He understood that, regardless of the truth, he must feign ignorance and embody the fury of a father whose son has been unjustly accused. At that moment, the senior members and elders of various sects were struck with solemnity, their hearts heavy with disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the words that had just escaped Chu Tian's lips. Did I mishear? Yi Feng practices the supreme yin-yang technique of demonic arts? Chu Yunshang is trained in the supreme yin-yang sect. What shocking revelations are these? I recall that the supreme demon sect has been besieged by the continent's foremost sects for countless millennia, its practices sealed away, inaccessible except to the sect leaders themselves. Elder Duanmu murmured to himself, casting a glance at the visibly enraged Yi Tianxiong, who seemed to be spiraling into fury. The numerous high-ranking officials and elders shared expressions of profound astonishment, turning their gazes toward the scene. In the illustrious history of the Sacred Heaven sect, nothing of this staggering nature had ever transpired. Thus, was Yi Tianxiong's wrath ignited by Chu Tian's slander? Or was it the exposure of such horrifying truths that revealed his underlying ferocity? While the various sect leaders were merely stunned, the imperial might of Lao Tu and Chu Tian Wang loomed above like a tempest, a harbinger of chaos and upheaval. The wise and seasoned old Bai was already aware of the situation. However, the simmering fury within him was now unleashed. Had it not been for the gentle admonition from the young master, he would have already devised an alternative plan and seized the opportune moment to storm the sacred Emperor Peak and eliminate Yi Feng without hesitation. At this moment, within the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak, King Chu, a dignified and formidable emperor, appeared ashen-faced, utterly unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. His eldest daughter, who had always been gentle and understanding, had been incited by Yi Feng to practice the supreme yin-yang technique. A profound sense of dread enveloped him, causing his entire being to tremble. He lacked the courage to rise and ascertain the truth of his son's claims about his daughter's involvement with the dark arts. This was an unfathomable demonic skill. Should the primary practitioner perish, the secondary practitioner was doomed to die as well, and if not, they would inevitably be stripped of their emotions, transforming into a merciless fiend, a mere vessel for their master's ambitions. Turning to the slightly pale Chu Yunxiang beside him, he softly reassured her, "Eldest sister, do not fear. Your younger brother is here, and our family elders are present. None can harm you. Please demonstrate the supreme yin-yang technique you have been practicing for all to witness. Inform the elders of how Yi Feng guided you in your pursuit of this dark art." The reason for his prior silence was not merely to await Yi Feng's descent into madness, but rather to bide his time for the most advantageous moment, one that could irreparably tarnish the reputation of the Yi family. Now, with numerous high-ranking sect leaders and esteemed elders gathered, the atmosphere was ripe for revelation. At this juncture, exposing the truth would act as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back for the Yi family, magnifying the impact tenfold. Observing the calm resolve in Chu Tian's gaze infused Chu Yunxiang with newfound courage, dispelling her earlier fears. She chose not to glance at Yi Tianxing's menacing visage. Raising her hand, she summoned the supreme yin-yang technique, gathering demonic energy within her palm, which would soon be transformed by her innate Dao seed into a unique spiritual essence belonging solely to her. Simultaneously, she began to recount softly to her family elders, such as Chu Tianyun and Chu Tianxing, her experiences with Yi Feng during their training, how he had introduced her to the supreme yin-yang technique, and shared that it was a private dual cultivation secret meant for their future union, a cherished secret between them. The atmosphere thickened with an ominous, primal intensity, reminiscent of ferocious beasts, as if a pack of fierce creatures, eyes ablaze, contemplated how to tear their prey asunder. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Chu family were consumed by an overwhelming fury and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The eldest daughter of the Chu family, who had been wed to the Yi family for the sake of familial alliances, had been treated in such a manner. They found themselves at a loss for words to articulate their current sentiments. Save for one, the Yi family must pay a blood price. Even if it meant turning the land upside down, even if it entailed rivers of blood, even if it led to the fragmentation of the Holy Heaven sect, they would not hesitate. For if they could not even protect their own eldest daughter, what dignity remained for the Chu family? And how could they ever hope to maintain their standing on this continent? Tian Tang and Tian Mai, you two shall lead a contingent of law enforcement personnel, nay, the family-trained assassins, to seal off the sacred Emperor Peak. Prohibit all forms of communication and temporal passage. No one shall enter or exit. Not even a single mosquito is permitted to escape. Chu Qianyun's voice was hoarse, and the Qinqing white tiger blade in his hand trembled, resonating with a roar that could shake mountains and rivers, rendering the extent of his murderous intent unfathomable. However, despite his typically explosive temperament, he refrained from unleashing his fury this time, akin to the calm before a tempest. Armed with the token of my law enforcement hall, seal the sacred Emperor Peak. Any who dare to resist shall meet a swift and merciless end. Convey my orders. All 8,000 elite guards from the headquarters and 30,000 disciples from the enforcement division must mobilize to seal off every exit of the sect. Chapter 77. If you lack dignity, let others provide it. At this moment, Chu Tianyan remained as composed as the alpha of a wolf pack, issuing commands with unwavering authority. Numerous high-ranking members of the Chu family heeded his orders, their expressions steely and resolute, as they soared from the temple of sacrifice, wielding the tokens of the law enforcement hall and other mandates, dispersing to various locations. The law enforcement hall, a formidable faction within the sect tasked with internal governance, wielded immense power and authority. Yet, every command he issued now was unfathomable in previous times. He ordered the sealing of the sacred Emperor Peak, the closure of the sect's entrances and exits, and a prohibition on any movement or communication. This was not merely a branch of the Sacred Heaven sect or a subordinate force, but the very headquarters of the sect, rife with formidable figures and powerful overlords. Were such orders issued under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly provoke a multitude of adversaries, particularly concerning the sacred Emperor Peak, the ancestral summit of the founding Yi family, which had stood unyielding for 1,000,000 years, steeped in profound heritage and power. To suggest sealing the sacred Emperor Peak would be deemed madness by all. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The expressions of many senior sect members and revered elders grew pale, their occasional glances toward Yi Tianxiang laden with disbelief, questioning whether he had truly lost his mind. Those present, having ascended to such heights, were seasoned veterans of the myriad realms, having encountered countless formidable figures, including leaders of the demonic path. They could discern in an instant if Chu Yunshang, a mere Na'vi girl, was lying. Moreover, it was indeed the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art. They felt a profound incredulity toward Yi Tianxiang, pondering whether he had truly lost his sanity, daring to pursue such reckless endeavors. He wished for his son to cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique, to forge a furnace of slaughtering demonic soldiers, and thus leverage the authority of the sect leader to retrieve the sealed arcane arts of the supreme demonic sect. So be it. He could easily find a second or third-rate family within the sacred heaven sect or an unanchored female prodigy, as long as it did not escalate into a catastrophe. Most would turn a blind eye. As long as sect interests were preserved and no major incidents occurred, it was inconsequential. At such a level, distinctions between righteousness and evil were mere platitudes meant for the lower ranks. But was Chu Yunshang an ordinary individual? The daughter of dual emperor lords, the legitimate daughter of the prominent Chu family, and the sole direct disciple of a renowned wandering saint. What folly possessed him to envision his son practicing the supreme yin-yang technique while compelling Chu Yunshang to cultivate its secondary formula? Even if such deeds were committed, to have them brazenly exposed in this setting was unfathomable. No one dared to voice opposition against Chu Tianyan. For now, it was no longer merely Chu Tianyan. The entire Chu family, indeed the entirety of the sacred heaven sect, was poised on the brink of madness. The Chu family's legitimate daughter cultivating the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art, destined to become the furnace for the Yi family's legitimate heir, slaughtering demonic soldiers and severing all emotions and desires. Most critically, this technique was historically considered unsolvable within the realms of Hangtian. There was no method to extricate oneself from the bindings of the supreme yin-yang technique, save for directly eliminating the practitioner of the secondary formula. Otherwise, as time elapsed, even an emperor lord could not halt their ascendance into the divine realm, igniting divine flames, severing emotions, and transforming into a vessel of ruthless slaughter. It is impossible. Utterly inconceivable. How could my own son possibly cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique and commit such a heinous act? This cannot be. Yi Tianxiang's eyes burned crimson, as if he were howling in madness. A terrifying aura enveloped him, and he continued to argue desperately, teetering on the brink of insanity. Meanwhile, several esteemed elders of the Yi family, including the upper echelons, gathered around him, attempting to dissuade him and suppress his overwhelming presence. Everyone understood. Chu Yunshang had not lied. She had indeed practiced the supreme yin-yang technique's auxiliary formula. Therefore, Yifeng must perish. Almost instantaneously, the higher-ups and elders of the Yi family reached a unanimous conclusion. However, while Yifeng could face death, Yi Tianxiang, the head of the family, must not become entangled in this matter. He needed to clarify the situation, to extricate himself completely. For otherwise, he would be utterly ruined. Yet, he could argue without resorting to violence or resistance. First, he must allow the Chu family to vent their rage. The entire Sacred Sky sect, along with the other 3 top families and even the high-ranking members of non-elite families, would never permit such a situation to unfold. If the Yi family resisted and shielded Yifeng, they would face a concerted assault. In such times, the Yi family lacked even the qualification to overturn the table. Resistance could indeed jeopardize the entire clan. In this matter, all would stand opposed to the Yi family. Tianxiang informs second uncle that the affair concerning the supreme yin-yang technique has nothing to do with you. Yi Hongqian fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yi Tianxiang. His true intention was to inquire whether, should Yifeng be apprehended, it would implicate him as well. Much like the death of Yi Hongwu, whose actions dragged many down to the underworld. Although it ensnared quite a few, it had not ensnared many prominent figures of the Yi family, let alone Yi Tianxiang. As long as this remained the case, the Yi family would not suffer grievous harm. Second uncle, I genuinely know nothing. Fenger was raised under your watch. He possesses a kind heart and would never commit such a mad act. You must believe in Fenger, Yi Tianxiang rasped. Upon hearing this, although Yi Hongqian and the upper echelons of the Yi family still wore grim expressions, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yi Tianxiang would not be implicated, and thus, there was still hope. Now, it remained to be seen how far this matter would escalate, and efforts must be made to minimize the losses to the Yi family. By the command of the sect leader, all members of the sect are to cooperate with the orders of the law enforcement hall's master, sealing off the entire sect and capturing Yifeng. Not a single mosquito shall escape. The entire Sacred Emperor Peak is under strict watch, fully cooperating with the law enforcement hall to hunt down Yifeng, ensuring this matter is resolved completely, Yi Hongchen's low voice echoed throughout the. This order had to be issued by him on Yi Tianxiong's behalf. It was imperative to uphold righteousness over familial ties, not only to avoid inciting the Chu family's wrath, but also to provide accountability to the entire sect. From this moment forth, including myself and the sect leader, all high-ranking members of the Yi family shall reside within the Elder Hall, prohibited from any contact with the outside world, until all dust is settled. Yi Hongchen declared in a somber tone. Understood. Good. I concur. Cultivating demonic powers is a grave sin, and even I, as the legitimate eldest son of the Yi family, must face severe punishment to provide an explanation to the entire sect. To avoid any semblance of favoritism, I consent to our immediate journey to the Elder Peak. The esteemed elders and high-ranking officials of the Yi family nodded in agreement, their expressions dark and stormy, yet they all acquiesced. They understood that this declaration was not merely directed at the Chu family, but also addressed the prominent Gu, Su, and Duanmu families, as well as the Elder Council and the upper echelons of the sect. Regardless of the humiliation this incident may bring or the substantial damage it inflicts upon the dignity and interests of the Yi family, they must bear the bitter consequences. Even if it is a mere performance, it must be executed flawlessly for all to witness. This is not only for the sake of the Chu family's dignity, but also for the honor of the sect and the Yi family itself. For if the Yi family fails to uphold its dignity, then all shall strive to restore it on their behalf. Chu Tian. If my son Yifeng has not practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, both you and Yunxiang shall pay an exorbitant price for this matter. Yi Tianxiong, his eyes burning with fury, fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian, enunciating each word. This is not merely the decree of the sect master of the Holy Heaven sect, but the desperate plea of a father concerned for his child. Chu Tian, his eyes calm and indifferent, disregarded Yi Tianxiong's theatrics. He knew that this man would never admit the truth, otherwise Yifeng would not be so terrified as to withhold the truth from his own father. For revealing the truth to Yi Tianxiong would result in his immediate silencing, with no room for error. What Chu Tian sought was to deliver a crushing blow to the Yi family, forcing them to chew on their own bitterness. Not only did he intend to annul the engagement, but he also aimed to see the Yi family kneeling in supplication for the Chu family to retract the marriage proposal, publicly apologizing to his elder sister, Chu Yunxiang, and paying a monumental price to compensate her. At that moment, the heavens trembled and the cosmos quaked. The aura of King Chu Tian was exceedingly unstable, and suddenly, a vast expanse of space collapsed from miles away, giving rise to a rift in the void that stretched for 1,000 miles, the chaotic essence of the great Tao causing pandemonium in the universe. Why? King Chu Tian's mind shattered, his voice a roar that reverberated through the skies of Showang Peak, echoing throughout the Holy Heaven sect, plunging the entire sect into turmoil. Chapter 78. Severing Ties. Why? The heavens trembled, and time and space warped as King Chu descended step by step from the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak. The chaotic essence of the Tao enveloped the surroundings, and his blood-red eyes rendered him a terrifying figure, akin to a demonic deity, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour. King Chu could not bear to gaze upon his children standing at the altar. Instead, his furious eyes remained fixated on Yi Tianxiong, unwavering and intense. With crimson fury swirling within, his neck bulged ominously, revealing the violent tremors of this once majestic emperor. His son had narrowly escaped having the eye of the heavenly Tao violently extracted from his forehead. Now, he was suddenly confronted with the harrowing news that his beloved daughter had cultivated the dark arts of the supreme yin-yang technique, a conundrum without resolution. Yi Tianxiong, tell me, why have you done this? King Chu stood before Yi Tianxiong, a mere half-meter apart, his back curving slightly, revealing deeply embedded nails in his palms. Blood dripping from his fingers onto the altar, staining it crimson. The immense energy contained within was absorbed by the altar, transforming into a sacrificial offering. A blood-red beam of light erupted from the altar, piercing the heavens and casting a scarlet hue across the sky. At this moment, no one paid heed to the heavenly sacrificial ceremony or sought divine protection, for it was merely a ritual. Yet, the scene unfolding before them could irrevocably alter the future trajectory of the sacred heaven sect, fundamentally reshaping the hierarchy of the sect. Silence enveloped the space. Breaths held in suspense. Numerous high-ranking sect members, including venerable elders, were on the brink of despair, yet none dared to intervene. These were the two most esteemed, powerful, and formidable figures of the sect. A gentle glimmer appeared in Yi Tianxiong's eyes as he softly spoke. Second brother, if anyone understands elder brother, it is you. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, a terrifying energy surged through the skies, accompanied by dense blood mist. A golden beam of light pierced the heavens, revealing a colossal vortex in the sky. All present were frozen in horror as they beheld the scene before them. Before King Chu, only a headless body remained. He had suddenly unleashed a devastating punch that obliterated Yu Tianxiang's head, denying him the chance to complete his words. Why? Why did you do this? King Chu's voice was hoarse, filled with malevolence. It is precisely because I understand you too well that I accepted your counsel, allowing Yunshang to be betrothed to Li Feng, permitting my second and third daughters to leave the sect to seek masters, and even arranging for Xiao Tian to be engaged to a third-rate family with a broken innate Dao body. I undertook all these actions, yet you still chose this path. If you still regard me as a brother, tell me, why? Yu Tianxiang's flesh quivered at his neck, and soon his head regenerated. His gaze darkened. His complexion paled but for a slight tinge as he replied, King, have you truly lost your trust in elder brother? We, as brothers, have traversed the tumultuous realms together, enduring countless trials and tribulations, elevating the sacred heaven sect to its present stature. What profound bonds we share. As the esteemed patriarch of the clan, the illustrious emperor of the heavenly rankings, I, Yi, am soon to welcome Yunshang as my daughter-in-law. Why would I orchestrate any harm against her? What benefit would it bring me, or to the Yi family? Yi Tianxiang bellowed in anger, asserting, if you truly believe that I have conspired against my niece Yunshang, then I stand before you unarmed. You may strike me down if you wish, but I shall not retaliate. Yi Tianxiang, even now you persist in your defiance. Do you truly think I would hesitate to end your life? A thunderous roar erupted from King Chu, his raven hair swirling like a tempest, his body radiating golden light. A majestic true dragon soared across the sky, its roar echoing through the heavens, malevolence filling the air. The palpable aura of death transformed the vicinity of the altar of heaven into a hellish realm. The sky contorted, leaving even the high-ranking members of various sects ashen-faced. Deputy sect leader, do not act rashly. Calm your fury, let us apprehend Yifeng and conduct a thorough inquiry. The truth shall be revealed. The sect had already been sealed off, and despite the Yi family's formidable influence, Yifeng, at the level of integration, could not possibly evade capture. Many esteemed elders and high-ranking officials paled and urged restraint. If the patriarch truly disregarded loyalty and acted recklessly, cultivating dark arts and plotting against the younger generation, the sect could no longer tolerate him. Elder Duanmu interjected with authority, stating that should they uncover compromising evidence against Yu Tianxiang, the position of patriarch would be far from secure. This was a warning to King Chu not to act impulsively, until the dust settled and the truth emerged. Yi Tianxiang remained the patriarch and leader of the sect, and to strike against him would violate the sect's regulations. In the end, it all boiled down to maintaining dignity. Everyone was expected to adhere to the established rules. Otherwise, with the Holy Heaven sect boasting a legacy of 1,000,000 years and a population of billions within its territories, countless factions would run rampant, engaging in mutual slaughter. Without the constraints of regulations, the Holy Heaven sect would have long since perished. Brother, I know nothing. Upon learning that Yunshang has practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, my heart is torn in anguish. Please, remain calm. Yi Tianxiang growled, steadfast in his claim of ignorance. With heavy breaths, King Chu exhaled violently, like a ferocious beast. Suddenly, his hoarse voice broke through. Yi Tianxiang, from this day forth, our bond is severed. You shall tread your path, and I shall walk mine. From now on, the Chu family shall no longer unconditionally support your every endeavor and command. Should you continue your reckless ways, you shall bear the consequences. Drip drop. Suddenly, crimson blood trickled from the corner of King Chu's mouth, cascading down his chin and staining the earth. His once lustrous dark hair rapidly dulled, turning brittle and pale. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a robust middle-aged man into one with a head full of white hair, as if he had lost all vitality. King Chu turned to ascend the altar. Approaching Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of fear causing him to avert his gaze from their eyes, his expression flickering with evasion. Father! Chu Yunshang cried, her eyes red-rimmed, as she rushed into King Chu's embrace. Father! Chu Tian softly called out. Observing the snow-white hair of Chu Tian Wang and the eyes that gazed at him with a mixture of fear and guilt, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Yet, he felt no remorse for his actions, they were necessities. Otherwise, given the rapid pressure the Chu family faced from the Yi family, they would surely succumb before he even had the chance to mature. If the narrative had unfolded as originally intended, in a decade or so, the Chu family would find itself in a dire situation, abandoned by allies and reviled by all. with their grand vessel taking on water and no one capable of salvaging it. Thus, he was compelled to incite a rivalry between the Chu and Yi families, striving to reclaim the power, influence, and interests that rightfully belonged to a founding lineage. Chu Dianwang, in his dealings, placed great emphasis on emotions, loyalty, and brotherhood. He endeavored to mediate the conflicts between the two prominent founding families while fulfilling his duties as a father and maintaining the bonds of brotherhood with Yi Tianxiong. However, as the clan leader, his lack of cunning and strategic acumen rendered him utterly inadequate. Chapter 79. Fleeing, do you harbor resentment towards your father, Yunshan? King Chu cradled his daughter, his voice trembling as he raised and lowered his hand, hesitant to caress her head as he usually would. No, father. I understand you have your own struggles. It is merely my folly to have trusted that scoundrel Yi Feng, replied Chu Yunshang, nestled in her father's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. And please do not worry too much. Xiao Tian has already lifted the restrictions of the supreme yin-yang technique from me. So Yi Feng can no longer hinder my cultivation or actions. What did you say? Xiao Tian has resolved the supreme yin-yang technique? King Chu's body shuddered at this revelation. Below the altar, the numerous elders and high-ranking officials of the supreme sect gasped in astonishment, their pupils dilating as they struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Historical records unanimously declared that the supreme yin-yang technique was unsolvable, even during the height of the supreme demon sect's reign over the Hung Tian continent. When the foremost sects dispatched their emperors, they were still unable to unravel its mysteries, helplessly watching their prodigies transform into merciless killing machines devoid of emotion. For instance, the compassionate Voyage Sacred sect lost a prodigy to the supreme demon sect, and despite the direct intervention of their current sacred lord, the demonic energy could not be dispelled, leaving them to witness his descent into madness. This incident ignited the wrath of the compassionate Voyage Sacred sect, which then rallied the top sects to mount a large-scale eradication of the supreme demon sect, regardless of the cost. At this moment, a cold glimmer flickered in Yi Tianxiong's eyes as he turned his gaze towards King Chu, only to find that King Chu was also looking at him, a seemingly benevolent smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Tianxiong's fist clenched tightly, turning pale, his expression darkening to an extreme. He suddenly realized that he had been manipulated by this child. King Chu had evidently discovered the nature of the supreme yin-yang technique long ago, but chose to remain silent, suppressing Yi Feng in the holy heavenly pool while resolving the technique without revealing it, fostering distrust between Yi Feng and his own father. Only when the atmosphere reached its zenith did he unveil this trump card. Damn it! Yi Tianxiong's fist whitened as he seethed in frustration, feeling like a mere pawn in the hands of a child. Yes, father. Xiao Tian has resolved it for me and transformed all the accumulated demonic energy from the supreme yin-yang technique into my own power, Chu Yunshang exclaimed excitedly, her fist raised in triumph. This is why I was able to ascend to the third position on the integration rankings. I am now exceedingly strong, and many of my cousins can no longer match me. My dear daughter, this is my fault. I have failed as a father. King Chu's eyes brimmed with pain and guilt as he turned to Xiao Tian but could not meet his son's gaze. Xiao Tian, I have not been a good father. Had it not been for your intervention, I cannot bear to think of what might have happened. King Chu's voice trembled, unable to fathom the horror of witnessing his beloved daughter succumb to madness, becoming a merciless killing machine devoid of humanity. This is what a child ought to do. Xiao Tian replied calmly, choosing not to dwell on blaming King Chu excessively. Such accusations would only squander time and energy. The objective was all that mattered. Regardless, King Chu remained the steadfast anchor of the Chu family. It is indeed a pity that he originally intended to seize the opportunity to oust Yi Tianxiong from his position as the clan leader and elevate the king of Chu to that esteemed rank. However, it now appears that this ambition is fraught with difficulty. The Yi family, with its illustrious lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years, has demonstrated its profound heritage and abundance of talent, swiftly responding with judicious action to preserve its dignity. They executed a decisive and sorrowful maneuver, without hesitation, to eliminate Ma Su, undeterred by the fact that Yi Feng is the most exceptional scion of the Yi family and the legitimate eldest son. This calculated move served to stabilize the potential dissatisfaction within the sect. Yi Tianxiong is indeed a formidable figure, characterized by his ruthless methods and rapid responses, all while maintaining meticulous planning, making it exceedingly difficult to find any tangible evidence to incriminate him. From Yi Tianxiong's reaction, it is evident that even if Yi Feng were to be captured and subjected to severe interrogation or even the nefarious technique of soul-searching, it would not implicate Yi Tianxiong in any way. It seems that from the outset, Yi Tianxiong comprehended the gravity of the situation and thus employed alternative methods to ensure that Yifeng acquired the supreme yin-yang technique, subtly indicating the necessary course of action. Consequently, even when the situation erupted and Yifeng was exposed, it would not reflect poorly on his father. In the original narrative, Yi Tianxiong, at the expense of his own son, ultimately triumphed. Yifeng attained the form of a humanoid killing demon soldier, mastering his dark arts, achieving a rebirth akin to nirvana, and amassing immense power. By the time the story reaches its unsatisfactory conclusion, he has ascended to the status of Emperor Venerable, ranking within the top 50 of the celestial list, second only to Yi Fan, the fated child endowed with the sacred bone of primordial chaos. The Yi family, boasting 2 Emperor Venerables, has both secured their positions among the top 50, instilling awe across myriad realms. However, now the unparalleled talents of the Yi family are firmly under his control, unable to reclaim their former glory, marking this as his greatest triumph. For the Yi family, this incident signifies a profound blow to their prestige and credibility. They will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses, relinquishing significant interests to quell the fury of the Chu family. Only those in positions of power can truly grasp the paramount importance of reputation and trust. When hearts are divided and individuals harbor ulterior motives, leading a cohesive faction becomes a daunting task. This represents the gravest setback for Yi Tianxiong, the clan leader. At this juncture, a high-ranking member of the Chu family, Chu Tianting, has returned, initially saluting King Chu and the others, before darkening his expression to declare, Yifeng has escaped. He has escaped. The enforcement hall mobilized all personnel, 8,000 elite guards and 30,000 disciples, surrounding the area like a net, yet a mere cultivator at the integration stage managed to elude capture. Explain how this transpired. Shu Tianyun's eyes glowed with ferocity as he reversed the Chinxing white tiger blade in his hand, its blade energy soaring, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Shu Tianting cast a cold glance at the numerous high-ranking members of the Yi family, recounting the sequence of events. It was revealed that during the lockdown of the sacred Emperor Peak, Yifeng utilized the clan leader's token to command a group of Yi family loyalists to activate the sacred heavenly sect's grand formation. By the time they arrived, Yifeng had already teleported away from the sacred heavenly sect. Shu Tianting produced a golden token, emblazoned with a prominent character for sacred, which belonged to the successive clan leaders and held the power to activate the sect's grand formation, possessing the authority to summon the sect's formidable forces and unlock its core essence. The expressions of Yi Hongqin and other esteemed elders and high-ranking members of the Yi family darkened as they turned their gaze toward Yi Tianxiong. I had no part in this, Yi Tianxiong growled through gritted teeth. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had he been informed even a day earlier, matters would not have escalated to this point. Yet, he could not reveal that his own son, fearing that his father might resort to violence to silence him, had clandestinely stolen the sect leader's token and plotted an escape from the Holy Sky sect. Those steadfast assassins from the Yi family, unwilling to yield, took their own lives upon witnessing our intrusion, leaving us without any captives. Shu Tianting gritted his teeth, his gaze icy as he turned to Yi Tianxiong. It was evident that someone had alerted them in advance, orchestrating the events. Otherwise, how could such coincidences occur? Buzz. The radiant blade of the white tiger cleaved through the heavens, crashing down upon Yi Tianxiong. What further excuses could you possibly muster? The evidence is irrefutable. With both witnesses and material proof in abundance, even the sect leader's token having been bestowed upon that wretch. Shu Tianyun's voice was low and resonant. The Chinxing white tiger blade aimed directly at Yi Tianxiong, its brilliance tearing through the vast sky. Old wretch, my Chu family shall be irreconcilable with you. Chapter 80. Fear to move the vast sky loomed darkly, akin to a palpable aura of menace that cleaved through the heavens. Terrifying flashes of the white tiger's blade descended as if from the celestial realm, threatening to cleave the altar of heaven in twain. Chu Tianyun had unleashed his deadly intent, wielding the fierce weapon of the white tiger and invoking his divine might. With a murderous aura permeating the atmosphere, Chu Tianyun fixed his gaze upon Yi Tianxiong, his furious roar resonating throughout the firmament. Yi Tianxiong, you hypocritical wretch, espousing one doctrine while acting contrary to it, devoid of any moral compass. What right do you possess to lead our sacred heavenly sect? Today, I shall eliminate you, lest you bring disgrace upon our sect. The golden white tiger's blade. Kill. The manifestation of the white tiger roared, its sound reverberating through the cosmos, distorting space and time. A terrifying malice swept through the surrounding disciples, rendering their faces ashen. At this moment, countless disciples from various sects, including formidable mid-tier powers, directed their attention towards the altar of heaven, utterly incredulous at what they were witnessing. Yi Tianxiong, that aged wretch, the sect master? Chu Tianyun intends to slay the sect master? What shocking revelation is this? Is our sacred heavenly sect on the verge of internal strife? Of course, no matter how remarkable Chu Tianyun's combat prowess may be, as a half-step emperor, threatening the life of Yi Tianxiong, a figure ranked among the emperor level on the celestial list, was an impossibility. Yet, this action signified a profound stance. Who is Chu Tianyun? The third most significant figure in the Chu family, and due to the second figure, Chu Tianxing, being engrossed in forging, alchemy, and the cultivation of spiritual herbs. He effectively embodies the family's true second-in-command. His influence within the Chu family is immense, and as the head of the law enforcement hall, a core authority, he is a genuine titan of the sect. When he stomps his foot, the entire Heng Tian continent trembles, particularly now, with Chu Tianwang in such a precarious state. Though he remains a steadfast anchor, his prestige has evidently waned. Chu Tianyun's attitude can be seen as a barometer of the Chu family's stance. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the esteemed elders and higher-ups of the Chu family surrounded Yi Tianxiong, an aura of malice enveloping them, their Tao essence swirling like a tsunami. They formed a circle, enclosing the elders of the Yi family, including Yi Tianxiong, within their midst. The dense Tao essence surged skyward, the power of the laws swirling like a dragon, wreaking havoc upon the cosmos. From the sacred emperor peak, a terrifying presence emerged, particularly that of the hunchbacked elder, reminiscent of a colossal beast from the abyss, seemingly poised to devour all the strong from the Yi family. Yi Tianxiong, I have truly misjudged you. Have you no regard for even the slightest semblance of dignity as a sect master? You speak incessantly of the sect's interests, yet have cast them aside as if they were not. Chu Tianwang's voice was hoarse, laden with profound disappointment towards Yi Tianxiong. Buzz, with his flowing white hair billowing. Chu Tianwang radiated a blinding golden brilliance, a true dragon coiling deep within the fabric of time and space, its vastness unfathomable. One of its dragon eyes sparkled like a celestial body, emanating a fearsome divine light. I have not. Yi Tianxiong roared repeatedly, on the brink of madness. Raising his hand to shatter the blade light unleashed by Chu Tianyun, the ensuing waves wreaking chaos across the heavens. At this moment, the elders of the Yi family, led by Yi Hongchun, wore expressions of utmost displeasure. This was a profound humiliation. The patriarch, Yi Tianxiong, had been so aggressively besieged and attacked, which represented a severe affront to both the Yi family and the authority of their clan leader. Yet, they dared not act. Numerous high-ranking members from other sects and esteemed elders were casting cold, scrutinizing gazes upon them, their faces darkened with menace, silently warning them against impulsively clashing with the Chu family. Should they choose to retaliate, they would find themselves compelled to jointly suppress the Yi family, whether they wished to or not. The Yi family's actions had been utterly disgraceful, leaving everyone in a position of embarrassment. A mere prodigy at the core formation stage, practicing a nefarious demonic art, had escaped right under their noses. The unfolding events were so juvenile that, if made public, the Holy Heaven sect would become a subject of ridicule. At this moment, everyone was incensed, even if one belonged to a prestigious founding family. Possessing a lion's share of resources and power, in such a large sect, all must partake in the communal share. Yet, the Yi family not only sought the lion's share, but also sought to shatter the very pot, leaving others with nothing. Should the Yi family continue to act disgracefully and threaten the unity of the sect, they would not hesitate to act in unison, demonstrating to the Yi family that the sect was vast, and they could not dominate unchallenged. A palpable aura of menace permeated the air, thickening the atmosphere with a heavy tension as the air crackled with lethal intent. The elders and high-ranking officials of the Yi family found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Was it indeed Yi Tianxiong who orchestrated this? Had he, in his affection for his son, covertly allowed Yifeng to escape? The matter concerning the supreme yin-yang technique was undeniably irrational. Are we about to engage in battle, little brother? Chu Yunshang's face drained of color, her eyes filled with dread. She had never witnessed such a scene before. The usually amiable uncles and elder relatives now exuded an aura of lethal intent, standing like demonic deities amidst the heavens. The terrifying atmosphere left her feeling as though she were plunging into an icy abyss. Even with two high-ranking members of the Chu family by her side, guarding her and Chu Tian, she remained engulfed in fear, instinctively clutching Chu Tian's arm and huddling close to him, seeking a sliver of security. "Don't worry, elder sister. A little confrontation might be beneficial. Our Chu family has been stifled for far too long," Chu Tian said with a gentle smile, his demeanor remarkably calm. The sky will not fall. He understood that his recent strategic maneuvers were finally yielding results. Despite his fiery temperament, as the head of the law enforcement hall, he conducted himself with decorum, moderation, and principles, never acting with thoughtless impulsiveness. Similar to how he had addressed the situation with the Liu family. He had first invited them for discussion, hesitating before ultimately deciding to act only after presenting the sword of empty bamboo. To strike decisively against the clan leader held immense significance and far-reaching consequences, essentially leaving no room for retreat. It was evident that Chu Tian's resolve had solidified, diverging from the path once charted by Chu Tianwang, which prioritized sect interests above all, aiding the Yi family in their expansion. Chapter 81. The more one lives, the more one regresses at the same time. A gentle and melodious voice from the system resonated in Chu Tian's ears. "Congratulations, host. You have altered the fates of the two sons of destiny, Yi Feng and Yi Fan, delivering an irreparable blow to the Yi family, which holds significant influence over their destinies. You are rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for making a considerable advancement on the path to becoming the sole child of destiny. Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of fate, triggering the hidden rewards of the villain system, and receiving a Tao seed of divine arts, which has been placed in the system warehouse." During this period, the system's gentle notifications had frequently echoed in his ears. After all, he was surrounded by several individuals of great fortune. The impact on Hui Mei, the elimination of the younger generation of the Yi family, especially the intense suppression of Yi Feng and Yi Fan, would yield substantial rewards and destiny points. Chu Tian had not specifically calculated, but he estimated the points to be no less than 50 to 60,000. However, this time, he was directly rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. The Tao seed of divine arts, in particular, caused a slight tremor in his heart, as he had even sought this very Tao seed in the system marketplace after breaking through to the divine refinement realm. The Tao seed of divine arts is valued at 1 million destiny points and can be combined with the host's spirit, will, character, and cultivation of divine arts to create a unique divine art of their own. To create a personal divine art in the divine refinement realm is a remarkable concept. Many divine beings and celestial deities have struggled to cultivate top-tier divine arts to perfection. Those rare prodigies capable of creating their own divine arts are renowned throughout the realms, their legacies celebrated across generations. In the original storyline, Yi Fan acquired a Tao seed of divine arts after breaking through to the divine realm, enduring countless hardships to give birth to his own divine art, which caused an uproar across the realms. Although Chu Tian was aware of its location, he would not be able to obtain it for many years. He had initially thought it would be quite challenging to create his own divine art in the divine refinement realm. Unexpectedly, the system bestowed upon him an unforeseen delight by triggering a hidden reward, granting him a significant opportunity to pioneer a divine art of his own in the divine refinement realm, a feat unprecedented in history. Indeed, it was true what they said, one can always trust the system. This also highlighted the immense impact of the suppression against the Yi family, marking a pivotal turning point in fate that directly reversed the Chu family's predetermined destiny, leading them onto a brand new path. The oppression of the Yi family resulted in severe losses to their prestige and power, delivering a tremendous blow to the two prodigies who had risen through the strength of this family. After all, for them, the Yi family represented their protectors. Suddenly, the furious roar of Yi Tianqing echoed through the heavens. "Chu Tian, you little beast, what benefits does your chaos within the sect bring to your Chu family?" Chu Tian maintained a serene expression as he observed Yi Tianqiang struggling to defend the consensus of the Chu Tian clan and the senior members of the Yi family. His bloodshot eyes fixed upon him. "Your machinations and various schemes inflict tremendous harm upon the stability and interests of our sect, potentially disrupting its upward momentum and inviting external forces to sow discord. As a founding family, the Chu Tian clan occupies the largest share of the sect's interests. Any detriment to the sect inevitably leads to substantial losses for your family as well. I have already agreed to designate you as the Saint Son, and the position of the next sect master shall eventually be yours. Under my leadership, the sect flourishes and expands its influence. When you ascend to the position of sect master, the Chutian clan shall also reap the rewards. Why then do you persist in your schemes? Risking the interests of the sect and the legacy of our ancestors? Yi Tianqiong's voice rose in a furious crescendo, nearly driving him to madness. He understood deeply that following this incident, his authority as sect master would plummet to unprecedented lows. It became uncertain whether he could continue to lead the entire sect in significant endeavors or even maintain his position as sect master. He might become the first sect master in 1,000,000 years to be ousted while still in office. For reasons unknown, Yi Tianqiong harbored a profound suspicion that Yi Feng's departure from the sect was also part of Chu Tian's calculations. He anticipated that Chu Tian had prepared for this eventuality, ensuring that he would not become directly tainted by such nefarious affairs. Even if Yi Feng were apprehended, it would not implicate him. Thus, he deliberately awaited this opportune moment, allowing Yi Feng the chance to escape before revealing everything. With Yi Feng gone, there would be no evidence against him. The sudden flight of his most cherished son, especially using the sect master's token, rendered him speechless, as the collective anger of the community would undoubtedly be directed at him. Even within the Yi family, doubts regarding his capabilities had grown significantly due to the recent series of events. Fortunately, he was a celestial ranking emperor. Had he still been merely a half-step emperor-level sect master, Yi Tianqiong was certain that the elders would have convened to discuss his removal by now. Yet, it seemed implausible that the merely 8-year-old Chu Tian could have orchestrated such profound schemes and calculations. Everything appeared to be mere coincidence. But Yi Tianqiong's domineering nature made him reluctant to accept the existence of such so-called coincidences. As the young master of the Chu Tian clan, have you cast aside the ancestral teachings that prioritize the stability and unity of the sect, placing its interests above all else? Yi Tianqiong gasped, his voice thick with malice. Sect master, how does this pertain to my nephew? Is this not a consequence of your own actions? After the incident with Yi Hongwu, I warned you that intricate plots often lead to one's own demise, yet you persisted in your obstinacy. Chu Tian, his countenance unwavering, replied. Do you truly believe that all of this is my design? That I orchestrated Yi Feng's cultivation of the supreme yin-yang art, which fortuitously led him to inherit the legacy of the celestial Taoist, aiding my sister in overcoming her demonic affliction, while simultaneously pilfering your sect master's token for Yi Feng, manipulating the Chu Tian clan, the Yi family, and the upper echelons of our sect at my whim. Chu Tian regarded Yi Tianqiong with an enigmatic smile, remarking, if I possessed such abilities, the position of sect leader would undoubtedly belong to my nephew, rather than merely the title of a minor holy son. At that moment, numerous esteemed elders and high-ranking members of the sect cast peculiar glances at Yi Tianqiong. Could it be that the blow was too great, driving him to madness, displaying signs of a deranged state? Throughout the annals of the myriad realms, there have indeed been emperors who attained enlightenment through madness, referred to as the Mad Sovereign. One senior member of the sect whispered, indicating to the assembly that it is not beyond the realm of possibility for an emperor to succumb to insanity, regardless of Chu Tian's prodigious displays. The undeniable truth remains, he is but 8 years old. To orchestrate such intricate plans and navigate through various entangled external forces at such a tender age is nothing short of astonishing. The elders and high-ranking members of the Yi family furrowed their brows, glancing at the clan leader, utterly perplexed by Yi Tianqiong's intentions. Did he not realize how embarrassing this situation was for the Yi family? You. Yi Tianqiong sputtered, overwhelmed with rage, gazing into Chu Tian's seemingly mocking eyes. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back 3 steps. He was no fool. He recognized the impracticality of such thoughts. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that everyone regarded him as a shameless fool, attempting to cast aspersions upon an 8-year-old child. Yi Tianqiong, you truly have regressed in your life. Chu Tian's anger was palpable as he declared, you are responsible for this series of events. If you lack the courage to admit it, so be it, but to tarnish the reputation of an 8-year-old child is beyond reproach. What sins have we committed for the Holy Sky sect to have produced someone like you as its leader? Is this a punishment from the heavens upon our sect? Yi Tianqiong, do you even comprehend the words that escape your lips? Chu Tian's voice was hoarse, his pale hair dancing in the air, exuding an air of desolation. I propose that we relinquish both the positions of sect leader and vice leader, retreating into seclusion, abstaining from sect affairs, and temporarily transferring authority to the Council of Elders and the higher echelons of the sect, awaiting the rise of the younger generation to take over. Let us fulfill our duty as the stabilizing force of the sect, safeguarding its foundation. Chapter 82. Refusal and break Deputy Sect Master. This is utterly unacceptable. Brother, you must not entertain such thoughts. The sun cannot be absent from the sky, and how can our sect function without a leader for even a single day? With a populace of billions and vast territories, who will make the crucial decisions among countless formidable beings? Yi Tianxiong is unworthy of the sect master position. According to the sect's regulations, you are entitled to inherit the position in succession. Why should you step aside for him? You have committed no egregious error. And over the years, your contributions to the sect have been immense. Without your concessions in the Chu family's strategic retreats, how could the Holy Celestial sect flourish as it does today, even if we were to entertain the most extreme hypotheticals? Many high-ranking members of various sects and elder statesmen were left in utter bewilderment upon hearing these words. The upper echelons of other prominent families and the independent cultivators considered the implications, albeit the elders from the Yi family reacted instinctively with vehement opposition. The position of sect master holds immeasurable significance. At this critical juncture, voluntarily relinquishing the Master-S title would mean the Yi family would have to forfeit considerable benefits to mitigate losses. The reason they had endured the bitter consequences in silence, preserving their dignity, was to secure Yi Tianxiong's position as the head of the family at all costs, regardless of whether Yi Tianxiong is foolish or not, or how much his authority is waned. As long as the position remains within the Yi family's grasp, it will benefit them. Even the senior members of the Chu family immediately voiced their objections to Chu Tianwang. For over 1,000,000 years, the two founding families have alternated in holding power. Except during the rare appearances of the three founding ancestors in times of crisis, the authority of the sect has always been firmly in their hands. This serves as the greatest guarantee of family interests. While it is possible to suppress the Yi family, it must not come at the expense of the Chu family's substantial benefits. Indeed, Chu Tianwang is not a fool. Chu Tian subtly shook his head, understanding that his father, despite his wisdom as a heaven-ranking emperor and years of experience as the deputy sect master, is fully aware of the current dynamics. The animosity between the Yi and Chu families has reached an almost irreconcilable point. Chu Tianwang is reluctant to envision a day when he might face the Yi family in battle or be forced to sever ties with his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiong. It is even possible that Chu Tianwang has begun to suspect, despite the lack of concrete evidence pointing directly at Yi Tianxiong, that numerous signs indicate he is the mastermind behind the scenes. Elder Yi Hongwu, along with his eldest son Yi Feng, a prodigy ranked among the top 10 of the Earth ranking, are all plotting against the Chu family's direct lineage. Their audacity could not have emerged without Yi Tianxiong's tacit approval. Everyone is astute. Chu Tianwang's intention is to persuade Yi Tianxiong, the shadowy orchestrator, to retreat from the fray and cease interference in external matters, hoping to ease the escalating tensions between the two families. Such naive aspirations, Chu Tian silently remarked. Though he did not thwart Chu Tianwang, this was merely an effort by Chu Tianwang to preserve a semblance of dignity in their brotherly bond. However, Yi Tianxiong, brother, I appreciate your good intentions. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were tinged with crimson, his voice resonating with a somber depth. Yet we occupy the highest echelons of our sect, burdened with immense responsibilities, tasked with the rise and fall of our lineage. How can we recklessly turn our backs and neglect the sect's welfare? His voice was hoarse as he outrightly declined Lord Chu's suggestion, citing the sect's interests as his reasoning. At that moment, it was impossible to discern how much of Yi Tianxiong's so-called sect interests truly pertained to the sect itself and how much was merely his own selfish gain. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, relinquishing the position of sect master would strip away the deterrent of his authority, allowing the upper elder council and the higher echelons of the sect to seize control, potentially tearing the Yi family asunder. Enough. Lord Chu raised his hand, abruptly interrupting Yi Tianxiong's words, his voice raspy as he turned away, no longer regarding his sworn brother. Yi Tianxiong, should that day ever come, I shall personally see you off. In Lord Chu's voice, there was no hint of malice, only an infinite melancholy, as if he could already foresee that day's arrival. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened, his fist clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his flesh, his entire body quivering slightly as he gazed at Lord Chu's retreating figure. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Second brother, if that day truly arrives, I wish to witness with my own eyes the supreme divine technique you create for the great emperor after your enlightenment in the myriad realms, the great emperor's dragon seal. Yi Tianxiong's low voice echoed. Bowing his head, his expression remained obscured from view. Lord Chu halted momentarily, offering no response. His ashen hair fluttered gently in the air as he turned to Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan. Tianxing, Tianyan, from Iran. The sect and family affairs will be entrusted to you both. Elder brother, elder brother. Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan trembled, their pupils constricting, ready to dissuade him. I understand your concerns. I do not intend to abandon my responsibilities. Lord Chu raised a hand to silence his brothers. Insisting they listen, I shall enter seclusion within the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak, serving as the family's stabilizing force, safeguarding our family's legacy. This is the only contribution I can make to the family at present. The senior members of the Chu family wore expressions of bitter resignation, unsure how to counter his declaration. From now on, the authority of the sect's vice master will be exercised by you two in my stead. The family's three main halls, Godly Medicine Hall and Godly Armament Hall, will still be overseen by you, Tianxing, as the hall master. I know you possess the capability to also serve as the acting head of the family. I ask that you endure a bit longer. Chu Tianxing managed a wry smile, saying, Elder brother, are you attempting to prevent me from studying the cultivation of divine medicines? Lord Chu then turned to Chu Tianyan, stating, Third brother, you shall continue to preside over the law enforcement hall. Please bear with it a little longer, and concurrently serve as the family's grand elder, assisting your second brother in managing family affairs. For any significant matters, you both may confer and handle them. I am aware of your formidable abilities these past years. Due to my circumstances, you have likely felt quite constrained. I apologize for that. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Chu Tianyan clenched his fists, respectfully bowing, Tianyan. At your command. Xiao Tian is my only son, gifted and astute. I kindly ask everyone to assist him as he embarks on his journey. At this juncture, King Chu's lips curled into a slight smile, as if this was the sole source of his pride. Although Xiao Tian is still a month shy of 9 years old and several years away from the family's threshold of 13, it is undoubtedly time for him to begin engaging with family and sect affairs. I trust none will oppose this notion. Any matters, big or small, concerning the family and sect can now be shared with him, allowing him to express his thoughts. Naturally, given his tender age, significant decisions should remain in your capable hands, allowing him to observe and learn. Elder brother, rest assured, I need not say this. I have watched Xiao Tian grow, and he represents the future hope of our family. I shall nurture him as my own son. Chu Tianyan spoke solemnly. No, even my biological son cannot compare to Xiao Tian. I will devote all my efforts to cultivate his talents. Chu Tianxing glanced at Chu Tian and chuckled. Elder brother, my ability to teach Xiao Tian is limited. The skills I possess in weapon forging and alchemy are merely obscure arts, and I would not dare impart them to him, lest I invoke the wrath of my sister-in-law, who might wield her sword upon me. However, you need not worry. Devoid of children of my own, I have long regarded Yu Chang and her 3 siblings as my own, and I shall spare no effort to protect them and ensure their safe growth. Indeed, elder brother acknowledges your capabilities. Over the years, I have burdened you, and I thank you all for your indulgence and understanding. King Chu smiled brightly, his withered white hair dancing in the breeze. Bowing deeply to all the senior members of the Chu family, I now entrust the future to you all. Householder. The senior members of the Chu family exchanged glances filled with complexity and bowed deeply to King Chu in unison. United in purpose, we shall strengthen our family and rejuvenate our sect, they proclaimed together, their voices resounding through the heavens. Father. Chu Yunchang's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks as she covered her mouth, striving to suppress her sobs. Ultimately, she leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder, trembling. Xiao Tian. King Chu approached Xiao Tian, his towering stature reaching nearly 2 meters. Although Xiao Tian has recently experienced a growth spurt, standing just over 1.60 meters, he still appeared as a child in comparison. You are commendable. You can now protect your sister and safeguard the family's interests. It is fortunate that you were able to turn the tide. Otherwise, I would be unable to absolve myself of blame, even in death. Chapter 83, The Hidden Dagger. King Chu, with the camaraderie of a brother, patted Chu Tian's shoulder with great vigor. A true man ought to soar through the skies, commanding respect and admiration from countless souls. You, endowed with the innate physique of a chaotic demon god and inheriting your mother's will and talents, have been hindered by your father over the years. Do not hold it against me. From now on, you shall enter the law enforcement hall to assist your second and third uncles with sect affairs. Should you require guidance in your cultivation, feel free to consult them or come to the main hall to seek me. Understood, father, Chu Tian replied, his expression composed as he clasped his fists and bowed deeply. He recognized that this was the best possible outcome. King Chu, with his profound sense of loyalty and righteousness, was suited for traversing the myriad realms as a chivalrous hero, yet ill-equipped for navigating the intricate web of familial and sectarian entanglements. A single misstep could lead to the catastrophic downfall of a prestigious lineage, one that had thrived for over 1,000,000 years, causing it to collapse in mere decades at the zenith of its power. King Chu then retreated into the main hall for seclusion, safeguarding the family and instilling fear across the realms, delegating specific matters to Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan. From now on, Tianxing shall represent me entirely. I entrust this to you, he said, nodding slightly to the senior members of the sect and the esteemed elders, his silver hair dancing in the wind. He did not cast a glance at Yi Tianxiong or the Yi family, and in an instant, he vanished from the peak of the sacrificial heaven. Farewell, Deputy Sect Master. Except for Yi Tianxiong, all the high-ranking members of the sect, including the Yi family, bowed deeply in tribute to King Chu. In that moment, the expressions of the many high-ranking officials were complex, and the atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. Everyone understood that a new era had dawned for the Holy Heaven sect and indeed for the entire Hangtian continent. Though King Chu remained in seclusion atop the sacred Emperor Peak, he had effectively entered a state of retirement, relinquishing his powers. What did this signify? It indicated that the compromise and stabilization path represented by King Chu had been wholly overturned, heralding a seismic shift in the dealings of the Chu family. Henceforth, the era dominated by Yi Tianxiong, where a single command could consolidate the sect's power, had come to an end. The conflict between the Yi and Chu families, while not yet escalating to outright violence, would inevitably devolve into a struggle filled with both open and covert strife, even leading to mutual sabotage becoming a norm. With a lineage spanning 1,000,000 years, the intricate web of interests within the Holy Heaven sect was not only a matter of internal relations but also signified a tremendous transformation beyond its confines. Should the two founding families commence their conflict, the entire Hangtian continent would experience monumental upheaval. At this moment, observing the silent Chu family leaders and the calm gaze of Chu Tian, a chilling sensation enveloped everyone present. Having endured for so long, the Chu family, now liberated from King Chu's restraint and compromise, was poised to retaliate against the Yi family's machinations. The atmosphere in the venue was heavy, with a palpable sense of foreboding weighing on everyone's hearts. Some individuals cast cold, disapproving glances at Yi Tianxiong. No one could deny that in recent years, Yi Tianxiong had performed admirably as the sect leader, successfully garnering the cooperation of King Chu and consolidating the sect's power. Under his leadership, the influence and strength of the sect had flourished. However, a series of recent events abruptly illuminated the reality that, despite his outward camaraderie with King Chu, Yi Tianxiong had been secretly plotting against the Chu family, targeting the younger generation. Such maneuvers left everyone utterly bewildered. What kind of reckless strategy was this? Full of flaws. It even led to the absurdity of having his daughter-in-law practice the supreme yin-yang technique, a move that was simply suffocating. The inexplicable nature of Yi Tianxiong's actions confounded many, even leading to King Chu being placed in a precarious position, facing unanimous opposition from his own children, which hastened his retreat from the public eye and allowed the fiery and resolute Chu Tianyan, along with the young Chu Tian, to step into the spotlight of the Chu family. Everyone understood that, although on the surface, it appeared that Chu Tianxing held the power as the vice-sect leader and clan leader, his character was one that leaned towards the arcane, indulging in the study of obscure arts and alchemy. In matters of significant familial concern, it was likely that Chu Tianyun would have the final say. Moreover, recent developments and observations of the young saint, Chu Tian, revealed that despite his tender age, his influence was remarkably substantial. In fact, this young saint had become both the catalyst and the ignition point of these events, clearly not one to remain passive or submissive. The stance of the Chu family was bound to undergo a profound transformation. Though the extent of this change and the nature of their retribution against the Yi family remained unpredictable, thus, to many, including some within the Yi family, Yi Tianxiong appeared to be courting disaster, destabilizing an otherwise favorable situation with his reckless maneuvers, leading to the current predicament of the sect. Confronted with overwhelming uncertainty and an unknown future, the weight of despair lingered in the air, rendering the gathering silent and contemplative for an extended duration. At this moment, Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping over everyone before he respectfully addressed his two uncles, second uncle, third uncle. I believe our last elders' meeting was not satisfactorily concluded. Yi Feng's escape, the sect leader's public self-critique, and the dismissal of the internal affairs hall master, Yi Tianhong, without appointing a successor, all require the elders' deliberation and resolution. I propose that we return to the elders' peak immediately to reconvene the elders' meeting, redistributing the sect's responsibilities and determining what accountability the sect leader and the Yi family should bear, as well as electing a new hall master for the internal affairs. Chu Tian then turned his attention to Duanmu Lei, who was also looking at him with a hint of tension in his eyes. With a slight smile, Chu Tian continued, "The Internal Affairs Hall manages the sect's internal matters, a task of great significance. The hall master must be a seasoned and reputable individual. I believe that. For the benefit of the sect, the Chu family should wholeheartedly support Uncle Duanmu Lei in assuming the position of hall master. The position of the leader of the War Affairs Hall has remained vacant for an extended period, historically held by the sect master himself for several decades, a circumstance that my nephew finds profoundly inappropriate. The War Affairs Hall oversees the sect's external military engagements, commanding an elite force of 200,000 practitioners. A matter of utmost importance. My nephew believes it imperative to promptly elect a new leader for the War Affairs Hall to restore its operations." With a voice as frigid as ice, imbued with an intense malevolence, Chu Tian spoke of the nefarious figure Yi Feng, who practices dark arts and is steeped in heinous crimes. Given his influential status and connections, it is likely that a considerable number of formidable individuals are implicated in his affairs, necessitating a stringent and severe investigation. My nephew proposes that the elders convene to establish a dedicated task force responsible for apprehending Yi Feng and holding all accountable, regardless of who is involved, their position or background. No individual entangled in this matter should be spared. Chapter 84. The relentless rhythm of immortality within the Internal Affairs Hall and the War Affairs Hall. A dedicated investigation department has been established, with no upper limit. The indifferent and tranquil voice of Chu Tian resonated across the silent Tian Peak. The underlying aura of ruthlessness sent chills coursing through the spines of all present, a cold shiver ascending from their vertebrae to the nape of their necks. The extent of Chu Tian's ambition startled everyone. The Internal Affairs Hall, managed by the Yi family for over 1,000,000 years, represents the very core of their interests, generating an annual revenue in the thousands of trillions of spirit stones with immense profit embedded within. The head of the Internal Affairs Hall is akin to the head of the Law Enforcement Hall in terms of its significance to the Chu family. The War Affairs Hall, on the other hand, serves as the external force of the Holy Sky sect, boasting 200,000 elite disciples, among whom are countless formidable individuals. Over the past few decades, propelled by the Holy Sky sect's aggressive expansion of influence and territory, it has ascended to become the most powerful sect on the continent. The War Affairs Hall has made substantial contributions to this rise, becoming one of the sect's most crucial branches, benefiting from a vast allocation of resources and a monumental influx of spirit stones, forming a fundamental support for Yi Tianxiong's authority. Historically, leaders of the War Affairs Hall have typically been elite warriors selected from within the sect, unlike the Internal Affairs and Law Enforcement Halls, which are entirely controlled by prominent families. However, in recent years, with the backing of King Chu Tian, Yi Tianxiong has concurrently assumed the role of head of the War Affairs Hall, directly overseeing the annexation of several major sects and even the annihilation of a few large demonic sections. This has become one of Yi Tianxiong's most significant accomplishments in recent years. The Yi family's influence and control over the Military Affairs Hall has grown exponentially, with family members occupying numerous key positions, nearly transforming it into